Chapter 1. Harry, go. Give him a couple of slaps. All right, cousin. In the dim corner of a narrow alley stood an 11-year-old boy named Harry Potter, with tousled black hair, a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, round glasses perched on his nose, and a healthy, well-proportioned physique. A flicker of compassion and resolve shone in his emerald eyes. As he responded to his cousin's command, he strode forward briskly, grasping the collar of a trembling adult male thief who had been cornered against the wall, while his other hand swiftly delivered 2 crisp and forceful slaps to the man's face. Then, amidst the pitiful sobs of the young thief, he silently returned to his cousin's side. Dudley Dursley, clad in a Slytherin school uniform, with a bag of beef jerky in his left hand and a Slytherin wand in his right, stood nearly 6 feet tall and was remarkably sturdy, his muscular contours visible even through his clothing. He quietly observed this scene, seeing that the thief had completely lost the will to resist and showed no intention of retaliating. He addressed his younger cousin, who was 5 weeks his junior. Harry, your movements could be even swifter. Furthermore, temper the compassion in your eyes. Pity for the enemy is cruelty towards yourself and your kin. This gentleman thief, mind you, is a notorious criminal in our little whinging area, having robbed 5 residents and even having the audacity to snatch beef jerky from primary school children. He is hardly deserving of your sympathy. Dudley's earnest words caused a flicker of shame to cross Harry's face, yet he could not help but ask, "But cousin, you've already pummeled him over a dozen times and struck him more than 30 times with your wand. Surely that should suffice." "Well, it is about enough," Dudley replied, tossing the bag of beef jerky to Harry, brandishing his wand as he once again approached the bruised and battered thief. Feeling the renewed wave of immense pressure, the thief ceased his sobbing in fear. I'm sorry. Please, stand up," Dudley commanded sharply, raising his wand high. Upon witnessing this terrifying sight, the thief's trembling legs were suddenly bolstered by an unseen force. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang to his feet. Gritting his teeth to endure the pain coursing through his body, he bent forward in a submissive stance before Dudley, lowering his gaze, fearful that the extraordinary power not befitting an ordinary child would once again be unleashed upon him. Dudley scrutinized the now compliant, defeated foe with satisfaction before gradually lowering his wand. Just as the thief let out a silent sigh of relief, Dudley swiftly moved, deftly searching through all the visible and hidden pockets of the thief, collecting over 100 pounds and 30-odd pence in mere moments. His nimble and rapid technique surpassed that of the thief himself, leaving the man utterly astounded. What he had assumed was an encounter with a formidable little guardian of justice now revealed itself to be a seasoned peer of his craft, far more skilled than he. "Shut your astonished mouth," Dudley scoffed with disdain. "Considering you haven't targeted the impoverished, I shall let you off this time. Should you dare to cause trouble in our Dudley gang territory again, the consequences will not be so pleasant. Now be gone." The thief, regaining his composure, nodded repeatedly in acknowledgement, carefully circumventing Dudley and Harry as he staggered toward the alley's exit. "Stop!" Dudley suddenly called out in an authoritative tone. The thief flinched, his face paling as he halted, forcing a smile as he turned back to Dudley. "Let me offer you a piece of advice. You're not cut out for this line of work. Your wits are dull, your luck is poor, and you always flee towards dead ends. You would be better off using the money hidden in your shoes to embark on a legitimate venture." The thief was taken aback, glancing down to see that the last remnants of his fortune were indeed peeking out from his shoes, and he cursed his misfortune, hastily shoving the bills back in. After doing so, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Perhaps the young guardian was right, truly was ill-suited for this profession. Finding redemption and leading a more virtuous life seemed to be his only salvation. With this realization, the thief looked back at Dudley and Harry, wanting to say something, but found that the two had already passed him, reaching the alley's entrance. Words caught in his throat. Dudley had no desire for tainted money, not to mention the paltry sums on the thief's person. As a Muggle rich kid, he was indifferent to such trifles. His actions were primarily driven by the desire to hone his skills, train his cousin, and cultivate loyalty among his followers. As Dudley walked home with Harry, he handed the money he had taken from the thief to his right-hand man, the frail Peer Pies, who was waiting at the roadside. "Peer," Arrange for someone to return the money to its rightful owner, and let the extra be distributed among the brothers in our gang. As per our usual practice, if the owner wishes to offer a token of gratitude or a gift, ask if they possess any peculiar items of uncertain provenance. If so, have them sent to me. If anyone shamelessly accepts our Dudley gang's assistance without a word of thanks, note their name in the ledger. I shall ensure they make amends. Dudley articulated his instructions clearly, and Pierre nodded, committing them to memory. Once Dudley had finished speaking and lapsed into silence, Pierre cautiously inquired, "What about the bag of beef jerky from our classmate? Use the money to buy a new one to return. This bag is for me, and Harry, it tastes quite delightful," Dudley said as he took the beef jerky from Harry and began to savor it. "Yes, boss," Pierre replied, nodding before turning away to fulfill Dudley's orders. On that early morning in Little Whinging, Surrey, the streets were relatively devoid of pedestrians. Utilizing the free time during summer vacation, Dudley had engaged in a valuable social practice with his beloved cousin. This left Dudley Dursley in high spirits. However, his cousin, the renowned Harry Potter of the wizarding world, harbored some unusual concerns in his heart. "Cousin, will a wizard really come to take me to this Hogwarts to learn magic? Aunt Petunia says I should attend Stonewall High." As they approached number 4 Privet Drive, Harry hesitated momentarily, glancing at Dudley in his Slytherin school uniform, before finally voicing his query. He sought clarity from his seemingly all-knowing and capable cousin, hoping to dispel the confusion that clouded his mind. Without breaking stride, Dudley replied affirmatively, "Harry, trust me, they will contact you about enrollment. According to the books that my fervent admirer, that dim-witted wizard named Diggory, sent me, it is stated that children born in the UK and Ireland with magical abilities will attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry upon turning 11. And the headmaster of this school, Albus Dumbledore, is the very one who sent you here about 10 years ago, leaving behind a letter of explanation." Dudley reasoned with conviction as he explained to his cousin, finally adding a comforting note, "Do not worry, Harry. Even if no one informs you about attending the wizarding world to learn magic, I would never allow you to study at that chaotic and subpar institution, Stonewall High." "Cousin, I understand. Thank you." Harry felt a warmth in his heart, as his worries and shadows regarding the future dissipated entirely. Dudley had always been wise, fond of reading, strong, and affable, and he had grown up alongside Harry, treating him even better than a brother. Even when Harry's magical abilities inadvertently caused extraordinary mishaps, leading those around him to regard him as a monster, Dudley never looked at him differently. Instead, he cared for him even more, actively guiding him to familiarize himself with this wondrous power. If one were to overlook Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon's lingering aloofness and disdain towards him, one might dare say that Harry's childhood was nearly perfect. Shaking his head, Harry recalled the method his cousin had taught him to dispel uncomfortable thoughts. Then, he joyfully kept pace with Dudley, eagerly peppering him with questions about details he had previously asked or had yet to inquire, relishing the conversation. "Cousin, is it Mr. Diggory you mentioned, the peculiar man who bowed and tipped his hat to me in the shop?" "Indeed, that is he. After he greeted you that day, I followed him to ask why he told me you were the savior, the boy who lived, the star of the wizarding world, and that he held you in the highest esteem. Later, I arranged with him to exchange some of your signed homework for several foundational books on wizards and magic. He was more than willing and quite pleased, even giving me some magical coins called galleons." Dudley Dursley, indulging in beef jerky, patiently responded to Harry's inquiries. The calm and composed demeanor he exhibited in every gesture seemed entirely at odds with that of an 11-year-old child, resembling more a seasoned elder who, despite having seen the world's intricacies, still harbored a fervent passion for life. Yet, his cousin Harry Potter and his parents, the Dursleys, remained blissfully unaware of this disparity. To them, Dudley had always been thus extraordinarily gifted and strikingly aloof. Cousin, do you think that Professor Dumbledore rides a motorcycle? A flying motorcycle? I've dreamt of soaring on a flying motorcycle for what feels like ages. Oh, Harry, I believe you ought not to associate a centenarian with such extreme sports. Even if the book claims he is the greatest wizard of the 20th century, the century will soon conclude in 9 years, and he must be rather aged by then. No? Then was the flying motorcycle merely a figment of my imagination? No, perhaps it was someone else who rode a flying motorcycle to bring you here. Dumbledore, being a headmaster, must have some aides, don't you think? Much like my Dudley gang, he might have something akin to a Dumbledore's army. Then does Dumbledore engage in boxing as you do, cousin? The journey was not long, and as Dudley conversed with Harry, they soon arrived at their destination, the spacious two-story residence located at 4 Privet Drive, where they had cohabited for nearly a decade. It was around 8 or 9 in the morning, still firmly within the realm of the early hours. A brownish-gray owl swooped down, clutching a yellowed letter, and accurately delivered it into the mailbox at their doorstep. "Harry, I believe your acceptance letter has arrived." As Dudley gazed at the round-faced Scottish owl, excitement flickered momentarily in his eyes before being replaced by a gentle, affectionate gaze. Coo, coo, coo. Dudley emitted a sound to attract the attention of the messenger owl, which was contemplating its escape. The owl had been longing to return to Hogwarts' Ollery for a feast of field mice. However, its keen eyes caught sight of the delectable beef jerky clutched in Dudley's hand, and there was still much more in the bag cradled in his arm. Coo! Unable to resist the culinary temptation, the owl altered its flight path, circling back towards the enticing treat Dudley held. Seeing this, Dudley's eyes brightened, one hand lifting his smelting stick to provide a perch for the owl, while the other generously retrieved strips of beef jerky from the bag to offer to its new companion. The owl, reveling in the indulgence, gradually relaxed its guard, its sharp beak eagerly swallowing the jerky. Even when Dudley softly stroked its wings and back, it made no attempt to resist. Squeak, squeak. As the saying goes, caution is the mother of safety. One misstep can lead to disaster. Yet, the owl, a messenger of the British wizarding world, seemed oblivious to such wisdom and fell effortlessly into Dudley's grasp, a blunder of comical proportions. At that moment, Dudley discarded the smelting stick and the bag of jerky, using both hands to firmly seize the owl. The poor messenger, stricken with fear, began to thrash violently in his grip. "Harry," Dudley called softly. "Yes, cousin." Harry, standing nearby, instantly understood his cousin's intent and swiftly extended his hands towards the flailing owl, concentrating intently as he consciously summoned the magical energy within him. "Calm, quiet, relax, we mean no harm." As Harry murmured these incantations, an invisible force emanated from his hands, enveloping the agitated owl. Remarkably, the distressed creature began to settle, ceasing its struggles and allowing Dudley to maintain his hold. "Good. Nice bird." Dudley beamed with delight. He chuckled as he turned to Harry, saying, "Go fetch your letter. Don't go inside. Let's read it right here before we step in." Harry paused for a moment, then quickly grasped his cousin's purpose. This was to prevent the ever-disapproving Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon from obstructing his reading of the letter. The Dursleys had always shown unwavering affection and compliance towards Dudley, except when it came to matters concerning wizards and magic. Harry hurried to the mailbox, sifting through various letters and bills until he unearthed the letter delivered by the owl, crafted from yellowed parchment. Upon breaking the wax seal adorned with the emblems of a lion, badger, eagle, and serpent, Harry Potter effortlessly beheld the first-hand acceptance letter from Hogwarts. "Cousin, it's truly a letter from Hogwarts. They've invited me to enroll on September 1st and instructed me to procure a wand, supplies, and first-year textbooks, with a response required by July 31st. How should I compose a reply to the wizards at Hogwarts? Oh, right. Cousin, you have captured the messenger." Harry whispered excitedly to Dudley, recounting the delightful contents of the letter he had received, his joy palpable. Yet, after the initial exhilaration, a sudden thought struck Harry, causing his spirits to dampen. "Cousin, if I attend Hogwarts, I will not be able to go to school with you. Do not fret, Harry. There is still nearly 2 months until the school term begins. Perhaps circumstances may change." Dudley, grasping the owl, flashed a confident smile, dispelling Harry's despondency with his words. Harry's spirits lifted again. "I know, cousin, you have always said that until the very last moment, anything is possible." "Right? Indeed," Dudley replied, halting his laughter as he extended a hand to receive the letter from Harry, glancing over it briefly. However, Before we seek any future opportunities, we must first ensure our position is secure. Are you ready to persuade those obstinate and foolish adults? Harry. Upon hearing this, Harry was struck with a revelation, his emerald eyes gazing at Dudley with a mix of shock and admiration. Cousin, you mean grab my wand and that bag of beef jerky, and go open the door. Dudley's voice remained steady and authoritative. Yes, cousin. A flutter of excitement coursed through Harry, tempered by a sense of apprehension. Nevertheless, he resolved to support whatever course Dudley had chosen, picking up the fallen smelting stick and the beef jerky snacks. Harry stepped forward with a slightly heavy heart, turning the white door handle and standing aside to hold the door open for his cousin. Dudley, with an owl in one hand and a letter in the other, strode confidently into the house, with Harry quickly following behind. Oh, my darling Dudley, you have finally returned. Are you hungry? Mother has prepared some delicious fried bacon for you, though it might be a bit cold now. We should warm it up first. Aha! My darling is truly remarkable. Look, he has caught an owl. Dudley, are you planning to fry it or roast it? My suggestion is to roast it. That way, it will have a more splendid color and delightful aroma. Upon entering, Dudley was greeted with exuberant warmth from his parents, the Dursleys. Petunia donned an apron, while Vernon set down his newspaper, showering Dudley with genuine inquiries and praises, their emotional support overflowing. Yet, they habitually overlooked Harry, who stood behind Dudley, met with neither ridicule nor extra concern. Enveloped in such excessive adoration, Dudley, now living a second life, was aware that this was not entirely right. Yet he found it difficult to resist the allure. However, today he had serious matters to address. He needed to speak up. Mother, Harry and I had beef jerky on the way, so there's no rush to fry the meat. Father, this owl is not for eating. It is meant for delivering messages to the wizards at Hogwarts. The sound of a spatula clattering to the floor filled the otherwise lively Dursley household with an unusual silence. Petunia and Vernon Dursley exchanged wide-eyed, shocked glances, first at Dudley, then at the owl in his grasp, and finally settling on Harry, who stood somewhat awkwardly beside Dudley. No. A piercing scream echoed throughout the room. Dudley, my dear, throw that strange bird out. There are no wizards in this world, no magic, and no owls that deliver messages. Petunia exclaimed, recalling a painful past, her voice rising in pitch, rare for her to speak so harshly to Dudley, her eyes glistening with complex sorrow. Meanwhile, Vernon, who had been seated reading the newspaper, now turned his ire towards the silent Harry. Rising from his rotund frame, he approached Dudley and Harry with quick strides, bellowing fiercely at Harry. You brought this strange creature here, didn't you, Harry? I told you long ago not to disturb our lives with such absurdities. Harry, filled with trepidation, shrank behind Dudley's sturdy back in search of refuge. Do not be afraid, Harry, Dudley asserted firmly. There is no time to let them remain in ignorance and self-deception. Go, help them calm down. Without hesitation, Dudley raised his right hand, holding the letter to block Vernon's outstretched, hefty hand aimed at Harry, and with a swift motion, he expertly collided with Vernon, sending him spiraling back to the couch. That's my son, little Dudley. Vernon Dursley instinctively praised his child as he tumbled onto the sofa. At that moment, prompted by his cousin's command, Harry overcame his fear of authority figures, standing resolutely beside Dudley, extending his hands towards the Dursleys in a gesture of assurance. Harry, what are you doing? Aunt Petunia. Uncle Vernon, please calm down, as he chanted. A wave of magic accompanied Harry's earnest and fervent hopes, transforming into a soothing energy that radiated outward. The anger on the Dursleys' faces dissipated visibly. Mother, father, let us sit down and have a sincere discussion, Dudley proposed, his emotions deeply sincere. Moments later, the owl messenger settled into a large birdcage that Harry had found in the storage area beneath the stairs as the family gathered around the coffee table in the living room. The Hogwarts acceptance letter lay crumpled at the center of the table after the Dursleys had perused it. Mother, father, first and foremost, I must clarify something that you both already know deep down. Magic and wizards are indeed real. Dudley initiated, breaking the silence that Harry's recent experience serves as a living example. Dudley, what does it matter if such strange things exist? Our lives should have nothing to do with those damned wizards. We should simply keep our distance from them. Vernon insisted, still clinging to his desire to evade the incomprehensible. When we encounter things that are closely linked to our lives, yet difficult to understand, should we not seek to understand and accept them, ultimately mastering them and transforming them into our own strength? Dudley reasoned, gently guiding his family with logic. Father, let me ask you this. If the company you work for, Grunning's Drill Company, faced a competitor with new drilling technology aiming to seize your orders, what would you do as the manager? Vernon's mind began to churn. While he was pleased that his son was proving to be astute, he also wished to demonstrate his own worth to earn Dudley's admiration. Perhaps we could initiate a price war to retain our old customers, upgrade our technology and machinery, or even acquire the competitor with a new technology. You are a competent manager, Father, Dudley complimented, glancing approvingly at Vernon. But if you understand the importance of embracing new things, why resist magic? That is different, dear Dudley. Magic is a peculiar thing we cannot control, and those strange beings wielding wands are far too dangerous. The best course of action is to stay away from them. Vernon persisted in his viewpoint. Then why did you marry a mother who has a wizard sister? Did you not know about our family situation before marriage? Did you not foresee that your life would be disrupted by uncontrollable forces? Dudley countered with precision, his questions piercing the heart of the matter. Upon hearing these inquiries, Petunia, who had been poised to support Vernon's stance, found herself rendered speechless, glancing expectantly at Vernon for his response. These were questions she had once pondered long ago, during her youth, before marriage. Reflecting on those days brought an overwhelming sense of happiness. Because I love her, I love your mother, dear Dudley. Vernon fell silent for a moment, seemingly astonished that his son would pose such a question. However, his gaze quickly softened, and with utmost seriousness, he addressed Dudley's inquiry. Subsequently, he looked at Petunia with a fondness that was almost indulgent, his wife the object of his affection. Love can overcome all obstacles. Love can compel me to abandon the life principles I have steadfastly adhered to. Vernon spoke as if he were a philosopher imparting wisdom, a far cry from his usual demeanor. Petunia, overjoyed, shyly threw herself into Vernon's embrace, basking in their shared affection. Observing this scene, Dudley was not at all surprised. He understood his parents well. Vernon, robust and intolerant of oddities, had a temper. Petunia, long-necked and fond of gossip, was often sharp-tongued. Yet their love for each other was undeniable. Those foul tempers were never directed at family. Well, except for poor Harry, Mom and Dad, though I truly wish not to intrude upon your moment, I believe now is the opportune time to clarify some matters. Dudley interjected, seizing the warm, love-filled atmosphere to ensure his parents comprehended the significance of magic. Upon hearing Dudley's voice, Vernon and Petunia reluctantly parted, turning their attention to him, awaiting his further remarks. Since, long ago, you accepted Mom's connection to the wizarding world for the sake of love, I implore you now, Mom and Dad, to allow that love to extend its influence. Harry must attend Hogwarts. If you do not wish to witness Harry transform into a monstrous creature, a mindless, destructive shadow. What? The Dursleys gasped in unison. Harry, seated beside Dudley, wore an expression of astonishment and fear. Clearly, the entire family was taken aback by Dudley's proclamation. Dudley reached out to ruffle Harry's hair, calming him, and then began to elucidate the perils of magic. If a young wizard is subjected to an oppressive and dismissive environment, repressing their magical abilities without proper guidance, a terrifying dark force will manifest within them. Wizards refer to this force as the Silent One, and those young wizards who harbor it are known as silencers. When a silencer's emotions and powers reach a breaking point, or are suddenly provoked, they can transform into an ominous cloud of darkness, wreaking havoc and destruction. Mom and Dad, your continuous denial of Harry's magical nature, your neglect and cold treatment towards him, is a perilous course of action that speak plainly. Without my guidance and support, Harry might have become a silencer before he turned 10. Given Harry's kind nature, he may very well choose to distance himself from us, seeking out the deceased Aunt Lily and Uncle James in a secluded place before succumbing to madness and destruction. Young wizards require proper guidance to master their magical powers, ensuring they do not harm themselves or others. This is precisely why all young wizards must attend a magical school by the age of 11. Dudley spoke a mixture of truth and exaggeration, concocting a dire consequence to provoke reflection in his stubborn parents. Unsurprisingly, the Dursleys' eyes widened in horror. Why didn't they tell me any of this? Petunia exclaimed, her composure unraveling as she shouted. If they had told me, I would never. Vernon quickly enveloped the agitated Petunia in his arms. Attempting to soothe her, he too was shaken, filled with regret, though the guilt regarding Harry's safety was overshadowed by a sense of dread, fearful that his family had narrowly escaped calamity, in Vernon's mind. The meager feelings he had accumulated over time for Harry paled in comparison to the safety of his wife and son. Indeed, you still love Harry, especially you, Mom. Dudley chuckled, gently pinching Harry's palm. Harry, coming to realize that his cousin's signal indicated exaggeration, felt his tension ease. Noticing Petunia's flustered state, he promptly extended his hands once more, casting the calming spell Dudley had taught him. Petunia's complexion improved slightly, and regaining her composure, she hastily denied Dudley's assertions. No, I don't. Who loves him? His mother took away much of my parents' attention during my childhood, just because she possessed that wretched magic. I despise Lily. I loathe her. Her child is no exception. Petunia's attempts to mask her feelings left Harry pale with shock, yet Dudley's smile grew softer. Dudley again stroked Harry's hair, comforting him while correcting his mother. That is not true, Mom. You love Harry. And you loved Aunt Lily. If you didn't you wouldn't have adopted Harry 10 years ago. That if you didn't care, you would have carefully preserved the blanket that wrapped Harry and the letters exchanged with Aunt Lily in the depths of your wardrobe. If you didn't care, upon reading Dumbledore's letter, knowing that Aunt Lily's family was being persecuted by a powerful dark wizard, wouldn't the right course of action have been to send Harry to an orphanage? Petunia pressed her lips together, stubbornly intent on denying her feelings. Her surprise, Dudley picked up her thread, because the letter stated that the protective magic Aunt Lily sacrificed her life for would only remain effective if Harry lived with blood relatives, thus shielding him from dark wizards until he turned 18, correct? Dudley, how do you know so much about wizards? And did you even rummage through our bedroom? Petunia asked, bewildered and slightly angry, feigning a furious demeanor to change the subject. That's not important, Mom, Dudley replied. Unaffected, it was better to confront the pain now than prolong the inevitable. After 10 years of mediating between his parents and cousin, he was determined to resolve things once and for all. He spoke earnestly. What matters is that the letter only mentioned Harry would receive Aunt Lily's magical protection, not that our family would be protected. Harry has offended an extremely powerful dark wizard, and yet you chose to adopt him. This proves I'm right. There's a place for Aunt Lily and Harry in your heart. You simply refuse to acknowledge it. Tears welled in Petunia's eyes. But she found herself at a loss for words. For the first time, Dudley's challenge forced her to confront her complex feelings. She remained envious of her sister, jealous of Lily's magical talent and the affection their parents bestowed upon her. Yet, she could not deny that it was not her sister's fault. Lily had loved her deeply, regarding her as an important family member, and it seemed she too cared for Lily and her son. Vernon, I'm sorry. Petunia accepted the handkerchief Dudley offered, dabbing at the corners of her eyes before turning to her husband with an unfinished thought. Vernon embraced Petunia, and despite his usual clumsiness regarding such matters, he understood her meaning in an instant. I comprehend now. Nothing, my dear. I'll do as you wish. I'll heed your words. Vernon held Petunia close, gently patting her shoulder with his large hand. Murmuring affectionately, his eyes glistening, very well. You've prevailed, my son. After a moment, Vernon spoke to Dudley and Harry with a hint of resignation. Let Harry attend that wretched magic school and learn how to wave that cursed wand. Dudley felt a twinge of guilt, but understood that this was merely the pangs of transition toward a harmonious family life. Meanwhile, Harry appeared utterly bewildered, although he had been granted permission to study magic at Hogwarts. His joy was overshadowed by the unfamiliar state of the Dursleys. Due to the host's intervention, the D-level regret of it. An unspoken entangled love has been unlocked in advance, the unutterable entanglement of affection, D-level for a long time. Petunia Dursley was unable to confront her feelings of kinship towards Harry. She took the risk of adopting him. Yet throughout his upbringing, she maintained a demeanor of coldness, providing only the bare minimum of material support. In the original narrative, it was not until Harry's 7th year at Hogwarts, when he was relocated by members of the Order of the Phoenix to escape the persecution of Voldemort and his Death Eaters, that Petunia genuinely considered accepting Harry and wishing him well. However, the words never escaped her lips. After Petunia Dursley's passing, Dudley, adhering to his mother's last wishes, returned the cherished blanket that had swaddled baby Harry upon his arrival at number 4 Privet Drive, yet offered no additional words of comfort. Amidst the temporary silence, Dudley received a system notification. He was somewhat taken aback. He had merely intended to persuade his parents to accept Harry and the existence of magic, but had inadvertently triggered a regret event ahead of schedule. Although it was merely a lowly level regret event, it nonetheless was a pleasant surprise. From the explanatory details of the regret event, it was evident that the key to resolving this regret lay in Petunia verbally expressing her affection for Harry. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that Petunia had been deeply moved, and all that was required to complete this regret was an opportunity. Dudley had formulated a plan, observing his emotionally volatile parents embracing and weeping. He decided to let that thought simmer for a moment. For now, he intended to proceed with the original plan. The Dursleys had already consented to Harry's attendance at Hogwarts, yet Dudley had not yet laid the groundwork for his own desire to attend. It was better to confront discomfort swiftly. Seizing the moment of emotional upheaval, he resolved to finalize everything in one go. "Harry," Dudley called out, "fetch the envelope, stationery, and pen. We must reply to Hogwarts. Bring them here. I shall dictate." Harry, jolted back to reality, hurriedly obeyed his cousin's command and ascended to his bedroom in search of the necessary items. During Harry's absence, Dudley, feeling a twinge of guilt, addressed Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. "Mom, Dad, I may have spoken too harshly just now, and I apologize if it has upset you. Please believe that I am genuinely concerned for our family. We cannot withstand the power of wizards and magic. Dad, you previously suggested we could move away, yet we have been under special scrutiny all along. Escape is not an option. This is also why Dumbledore did not mention anything about the Muggle-born in his letter regarding wizard training. They can monitor our family's movements and Harry's growth. If any irreversible incident were to occur, they could intervene at any moment." "What?" Petunia and Vernon were once again taken aback. Just then, Harry reappeared, clutching the writing materials. Dudley, with no intention of concealing his thoughts, continued to explain. "Take, for instance, our overly friendly neighbor, Mrs. Fig, who lives just 2 streets away but still goes out of her way to befriend us. Moreover, she owns a multitude of clever cats, which is not merely a hobby. They serve as watchful eyes." Dudley's words left the Dursleys and Harry astonished, prompting them to instinctively glance out the window. There were Tibbles and Mr. Paws. Harry keenly noticed the 2 cats outside, licking their fur while stealing glances at the Dursley home, both beloved pets of Mrs. Fig. "How dare they?" Petunia exclaimed, her fiery demeanor resurfacing. "They dare because, without power, one is subject to manipulation, whether the intent is benevolent or malevolent. We cannot refuse it," Dudley asserted with unwavering certainty. As Harry descended the stairs, returning to his previous seat, he began to ponder, "Cousin, could those peculiar individuals who saluted me outside be—" "Indeed," Dudley interjected, casting an appreciative glance at Harry. "Those were wizards, likely Dumbledore's subordinates, quietly guarding you while keeping an eye on us. The gentleman who brought me the wizarding books, Mr. Diggory, spoke highly of Dumbledore during our conversation." Silence enveloped the family once more. Fear and aversion flickered across Vernon's face, only to be forcefully suppressed. Petunia's eyes glazed over, reflecting her disorientation. Harry experienced an indescribable sensation, one that felt decidedly unsettling. Not dwell on it. The musings of the week only lead to self-inflicted torment. Dudley roused everyone, then turned to Harry. "Harry, write a letter. Inform Dumbledore that on your birthday, July 31 SD, he should send someone well-versed in the wizarding world to guide you in procuring the items mentioned in the letter. Emphasize that I will accompany you throughout the entire process." "Yes, cousin," Harry began to write fervently. "Dudley, this is far too dangerous. You need not accompany him. Petunia instinctively worried for her child. No, I must go. Not only will I accompany Harry to the wizarding world to purchase supplies, but I will also strive to attend Hogwarts with him to learn magic, Dudley declared with an alarming firmness that brooked no argument. Petunia instantly recalled her own correspondence to Dumbledore, yearning to learn magic like Lily. Dudley, they will not accept you. Hogwarts only admits children like Harry. It is all in the doing, Mother. Petunia and Vernon were torn on one hand. They harbored a deep-seated fear and aversion towards wizards and magic. On the other, there was their precious Dudley's fervent desire. They were acutely aware of their son's resolute nature, having indulged him throughout the years to an almost blind degree. Aside from matters concerning Harry, wizards and magic, the Dursleys had never denied Dudley a single request. This time, however, very well, Dudley, but I shall accompany you, Vernon resolved earnestly. Contemplating his son's safety and desire, he found himself contemplating a foray into the wizarding world. It is worth noting that he harbored an intrinsic disdain for wizards and magic. In the name of love, he was once again breaking his own principles. Petunia was astonished by Vernon's decision, but soon grasped the reasons behind his actions, which moved her deeply. With such considerate parents, Dudley felt a swell of emotion. Yet it was precisely because of this emotion that he could not allow Vernon and Petunia to accompany him on this excursion to Diagon Alley. After all, his motivations for participating in this journey were anything but pure. He had been plotting for many years, making targeted preparations, as long as this journey did not deviate too far from the original narrative. He stood a substantial chance of achieving a monumental leap into the extraordinary class. Mom, Dad, neither of you should come. Dudley firmly rejected his father's well-meaning offer. Regardless, the wizards on Dumbledore's side were aligned with Harry. Those he sent would ensure our safety. Furthermore, if any danger were to arise, their involvement would be of little consequence and might even result in. Dudley struggled to voice the last part, but considering his mother Petunia's other regret, along with the future of the Dursley family, he steeled himself and continued. You would only become a burden. Vernon and Petunia's eyes widened, their mouths agape. Dudley's words rendered them momentarily speechless. They had become burdens to their child. A wave of profound sorrow washed over them, and in light of Dudley's previous statements, they began to comprehend the implication of his words. Ordinary individuals possess nearly no resistance against wizards wielding magic. They would be of no assistance in the magical realm. Yet, the truth can be a painful one, especially when it comes from the lips of their beloved son. They felt utterly helpless amidst their sorrow. The overly indulgent Dursleys found themselves engulfed in mental turmoil. Dudley discerned their inner thoughts from their expressions, realizing his words had struck a chord. Seizing the moment, he reinforced his argument. Mom, Dad, the strong dominate the weak. It is a brutal reality. The magic of wizards can alter our memories, distort our perceptions, rigidify our bodies, and even manipulate our minds, taking our very lives. Harry's adversary is yet another of the most formidable and nefarious dark wizards. Although the era of white wizards currently prevails, the dark wizards have not been entirely eradicated. It is conceivable that they may rise again at any moment. When that time comes, our family will inevitably become targets of retribution. Therefore, rather than forcing yourselves to accompany Harry and me on our excursions to the magical realm, it would be far more prudent to conquer your own aversion to wizards and magic, to comprehend this wondrous power, and to prepare yourself for mastering it in the future, transforming from weakness to strength, acquiring the means for self-preservation, is the rightful path. Dudley's heartfelt and sincere words illuminated the Dursleys' awareness of their son's affection for them. Their son did not disdain them. Rather, he sought to inspire them. Yet, such encouragement only plunged the Dursleys into confusion. Vernon possessed little understanding of wizards, while Petunia had only a rudimentary grasp of them and magic. As far as she knew, Muggles could not become wizards, could they? Dudley discerned the uncertainty and doubt in his parents' eyes and bluntly prompted, "Trust your son. The inability of others to transform ordinary people into wizards does not imply that I, Dudley, cannot." Dudley's confident declaration gradually dispelled the confusion reflected in the Dursleys' eyes. If someone else had uttered such words, they might have dismissed them as mere boasting. However, spoken by their son, it bore a different weight and credibility. Dudley ultimately succeeded in persuading his parents, just as Harry completed his reply. Dudley took the letter, scrutinizing it carefully, especially the agreed-upon time and his role as an accompanying individual, ensuring there were no errors before sealing it in an envelope. He then fed 2 pieces of jerky to the poor owl messenger, inviting it out of its cage. Opening the window in the living room, Dudley released the owl messenger tasked with delivering the reply. Be a good bird and deliver the letter to Dumbledore. Watching the owl grasp the letter and soar into the distance, he also noticed the 2 pet cats silently retreating at the corner, leaving Dudley with an inexplicable expression. Everything was in place. They were merely awaiting the right moment. Bidding farewell to the still concerned Dursleys, Dudley and Harry ascended to the 2nd floor, preparing to retire to their respective bedrooms. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, and just before entering his room, Harry's demeanor revealed a hint of concern. Dudley suddenly halted and gazed at Harry, understanding that his cousin had perceived his unease. Harry candidly inquired, "Cousin, have I become a source of distress for you and Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon? If so, what do you wish to do? Run away from home?" Dudley promptly interrupted Harry's spiraling thoughts, stating earnestly, "Harry, you are not a burden. Without you and Aunt Lily, we would be pitiful muggles, oblivious and at the mercy of wizards. Who knows when we might be caught in the crossfire between dark and light wizards, either perishing silently or having our memories erased by the Ministry of Magic, continuing in a daze? With you and Aunt Lily, we have gained insight into the wizarding world and the protection of a white wizard nearby. This is a blessing." After hearing Dudley's explanation, Harry's expression brightened considerably. "So, cousin, what did you mean when you mentioned I might become a Dementor?" Dudley chuckled softly and replied in a hushed tone, "Harry, do not worry. You will not become a Dementor. That remark was merely a tactic I employed to prompt our parents to confront their inner feelings. The desire to become a Dementor hinges not on the denials and ridicule of others, but on whether a wizard allows external influences to lead to self-denial and suppression of their own magical abilities. Harry, your background is tragic, yet your spirit remains bright, and you possess discernment. Even without my guidance, you would not succumb to self-denial and become a Dementor. I am utterly convinced of this." After Dudley's explanation, the knots in Harry's heart began to unravel, and he hesitantly broached the final topic. "Cousin, I think I may have misjudged Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon in the past. Oh, not blame yourself." "Harry," Dudley comforted, ruffling Harry's hair. "Given their previous attitude towards you, it would be truly abnormal to think they loved you. Everyone has their limitations. Their behavior towards you is shaped by the emotional grievances of their generation and their own personalities. You need not feel guilt. Harry, savor the remaining moments of your childhood. Once you pass your 11th birthday, you will no longer be a child. From that point onward, my expectations of you will become significantly stricter. So prepare yourself." Dudley's words dispelled Harry's confusion while imparting a reasonable degree of pressure. Harry resolutely nodded and, under Dudley's watchful gaze, returned to his small bedroom. Dudley paused for a moment before stepping into the larger bedroom, just a wall away. This room was his stronghold. Upon opening the door to the 2nd floor master bedroom, he entered his exclusive domain. Before him stood a tall and densely packed bookshelf, pressed against one wall of the room. The shelves housed an array of Muggle books on psychology, mysticism, genetic biology, ancient Latin linguistics, sociology, and boxing, alongside encased tomes on the whereabouts of magical creatures, magical theory, significant contemporary wizarding events, standard spells, potion compendiums, and encyclopedias on the origins of wizards. In addition to the books, Dudley's room contained a refrigerator, computer, camcorder, music box, a plush and comfortable bed, a desk, and numerous storage cabinets filled with an assortment of ordinary and unique trinkets. The refrigerator housed 3 packets of Harry's blood, while a large wooden box alongside it contained an entire box of Harry's hair. Hidden beneath the bed was a concealed drawer containing a withered, severed limb of a tree guardian, a feather from an augury, several galleons, and a ruby the size of a pigeon's egg. These items constituted the valuable treasures Dudley had amassed over 11 years and 14 days since his rebirth into this world. All was above board, and everything adhered to the rules. Well, perhaps. The 3 packets of Harry's blood were retained during their visits to Muggle hospitals for blood tests over the past decade, and Dudley had also contributed his own blood. The box of Harry's hair was a collection of locks cut during his childhood, as Harry's magical surges had an extraordinary effect on his hair, causing it to grow rapidly. The wizarding books and galleons were obtained through fair trade with Harry's fan. Mr. Diggory, the severed limb of the tree guardian, and the augury's feather were rewards Dudley received through acts of kindness that in this world. Alongside wizards and muggles, there exist many magical creatures, although most muggles remain unaware of this fact. It does not change the reality of their coexistence on the same planet. Over the long passage of time, certain wizarding and magical artifacts have inevitably found their way into Muggle hands. Some distinctly unusual items are seized by members of the Ministry of Magic, yet many less conspicuous magical materials slip through the cracks. The Tree Guardian and the Augury are both known to inhabit England, making it reasonable for their discarded remnants to end up with unsuspecting Muggles. Were it not for Dudley's current position as a domineering child in a small primary school, with limited influence and power, he might have acquired even more advanced magical materials. As for the precious ruby, it was a lavish birthday gift from Vernon, purchased at great expense from Africa. This non-magical, yet visually stunning ruby, reminiscent of candy, would prove invaluable in Dudley's plans 3 weeks hence. System, open my personal panel. After briefly surveying his room, Dudley sat on the edge of his bed and silently issued the command with his mind. A translucent holographic panel immediately materialized before him, visible only to himself. Host, Dudley Dursley identity, Muggle, magical medium, magic enhancement, traits, maintains the stable ancient magic, guardian of affection, a sacrificial reformation of maternal love, as a blood medium. Living in familial proximity to the guardian of this magic, Harry Potter, and his own blood relatives allows him to recharge the protective magic surrounding Harry, immunizing him from fatal attacks until he reaches adulthood. During the activation of the protective magic, should anyone harboring murderous intent make contact with the guardian, they will be met with a passive counterattack from the magic, with the damage inflicted proportional to the intensity of their malevolence. Extraordinary ability, strength augmentation, an enhanced modification derived from the giant's strength spell long practiced by Harry Potter, bestowing the host with thrice the physical strength of a healthy adult male, along with commensurate control over such power. Currently unlocked regrettable events. Petunia Dursley's rejection of the magical world, D rank. The tragedy of the freak sister, B rank. The inexpressible entanglement of care, D rank. Harry Potter. The savior's gloomy childhood, S rank. The absence of parental love, S rank. Details of regrettable events. Rejection of the magical world, D rank. Petunia. As a Muggle, harbored a sister endowed with magical talent. Consumed by jealousy over her parents' favoritism towards her sister, young Petunia entertained the notion of learning magic. With hope in her heart, she wrote to Dumbledore seeking admission, only to be gently declined, thus sealing the gates of the magical realm to her. Perhaps they had never truly opened for her at all. The tragedy of the freak sister, B rank. On the night of October 31st, 1981, Harry lost his mother, and Petunia likewise lost her sister. The inexpressible entanglement of care, D rank. Omitted. The savior's gloomy childhood, S rank. Despite being the savior of the magical community, he endured a childhood marred by oppression and denial under the roof of his aunt. In the original storyline, the confinement imposed by Vernon, the ridicule from Petunia, and the bullying by Dudley rendered Harry's childhood exceedingly bleak. The absence of parental love, S rank. Orphaned at a tender age, Harry Potter yearned profoundly for his parents, longing to experience the warmth of paternal and maternal love. Current opportunities for magical item fusion, none. As Dudley perused the system panel he had examined countless times over the years, he found himself lost in contemplation and reminiscence. Once a middle-aged man, seasoned by the vicissitudes of life in the Blue Star world, he possessed determination and courage, yet lacked a modicum of fortune, leading to his untimely demise. He had thought his journey was at an end, only to discover he had neither tasted the soup of oblivion nor traversed the conventional cycle of reincarnation. Instead, his consciousness traversed a pitch-black corridor, reborn in this strange yet familiar world as Dudley Dursley. The strangeness lay in his transformation into a foreigner he had scarcely interacted with in his previous life. Having departed from his original country and era, familiarity, however, stemmed from his fondness for the Harry Potter series, having read the original works and watched the films, with memories vividly etched in his mind. As an authentic traveler from the Blue Star, he was not devoid of delightful advantages. He could rectify the regrettable events of the original storyline to earn opportunities for the fusion of magical items corresponding to their ranks, thus ascending to the status of a supreme mage system. In short, an external aid, Dudley's system assistance was neither overwhelmingly powerful nor utterly weak. Its functionalities were clearly articulated in its title. The tales surrounding Harry Potter, often dismissed as fairy tales, were in truth profoundly tragic, rife with numerous regrets of varying magnitudes. Whenever Dudley encountered a corresponding character from the original narrative, he could unlock regrettable events that had transpired or were about to transpire in the lives of those characters. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the timeline for unlocking these events adhered to the original storyline. Should Dudley, as an interdimensional butterfly, influence the narrative's progression, he could preemptively unlock relevant, regrettable events upon meeting the corresponding characters. According to the system feedback he received, the standard classification of regrettable events ranged from D to S rank, with D representing the baseline. However, S rank was not the ceiling. Under special circumstances, higher tiers such as SS and SSS could be unlocked. The rewards for resolving SS and SSS rank events remained uncertain for the time being. Upon successfully addressing a regrettable event from D to S rank, a fixed reward of one corresponding magical item fusion opportunity would be granted. For instance, resolving a D rank event would guarantee one opportunity for D rank magical item fusion. Should the resolution be particularly commendable, the system might bestow additional fusion opportunities, yet these would not exceed the fixed reward. In an ideal scenario, if Dudley perfectly resolved a D rank regrettable event, he could obtain a maximum of 2 D rank magical item fusion opportunities, one from the fixed reward and one from the additional reward. Generally, if a D rank event was completed satisfactorily but did not achieve the system's definition of perfection, the fixed reward would still be a single D rank magical item fusion opportunity, while the additional reward could range from 1 to 2 opportunities for E or even F rank magical item fusion. In contrast to the classification of regrettable events, the lower limit for magical items was not D rank but rather F rank, with the hierarchy ascending from F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS to SSS. Each level of magical item fusion opportunities could be exchanged at a ratio of 1 to 3. For example, a single E rank magical item fusion opportunity could be divided into 3 F rank opportunities, while 3 E rank opportunities could be combined into 1 D rank opportunity, and so forth. The magical item fusion opportunities provided by the system enabled Dudley to merge the corresponding magical items with himself, thereby acquiring their attributes and abilities. Dudley could exercise control over the activation or suppression of these merged traits and abilities, should any undesirable features or abilities manifest from the fused magical item. The system would automatically suppress them. Dudley could also transfer his abilities and characteristics to other living beings through physical contact, which bolstered his confidence in transforming his parents from Muggles into wizards. In addition to unlocking and resolving regrettable events to grant corresponding magical item fusion opportunities, Dudley's system possessed the ability to identify magical item information and conceal the host's memories from detection. Should powerful wizards like Dumbledore, Snape, or Voldemort attempt to extract Dudley's memories and thoughts using legilimency, any memories associated with the system or his past life would remain undetected. However, Dudley's other memories and thoughts unrelated to the system or past life could still be discerned through legilimency. Furthermore, the system would ensure that all of Dudley's memories and thoughts would not be stripped, deleted, or altered. Despite the advantages of Dudley's external system, it also harbored several pitfalls. For instance, the system merely provided opportunities for magical item fusion, necessitating Dudley to procure the actual magical items himself. There were no tangible rewards or even a system space available. Additionally, while the system detailed the regrettable events, it did not provide solutions. Dudley would have to devise his own methods to resolve them. Moreover, the system's assessment of the regrettable event's rank did not correlate with the difficulty of resolution. For example, the regrettable event The Tragedy of the Freak Sister was only rated B rank, Yet resolving it would require achieving the nearly impossible task of resurrecting Aunt Lily. Such discrepancies were abundant. Transforming his mother Petunia from a Muggle to a wizard could at most yield 2D rank magical item fusion opportunities, ensuring Harry experienced a joyful childhood. However, could reward him with S rank magical item fusion opportunities. The system did not provide a clear explanation for this disparity. Dudley speculated that the ranks of the regrettable events might relate to the significance of the characters in the original Harry Potter narrative and the audience's emotional investment in their stories. Of course, this remained mere conjecture at this stage. Among the 5 regrettable events Dudley had unlocked, only the inexpressible entanglement of care, D rank, and the Savior's gloomy childhood, S rank, held potential for resolution. In pursuit of resolving the Savior's gloomy childhood, Dudley had labored for many years. He patiently guided Harry's growth using insights gleaned from his 2 lifetimes, illuminating his childhood. Compared to the Harry of the original storyline, the current Harry exhibited greater rationality and confidence, adopting a more assertive and decisive demeanor, with magical abilities that were incomparable. More importantly, his childhood was considerably happier and filled with love than in the original narrative. One could believe that the maternal love bestowed upon Harry by Aunt Lily, at the cost of her own life, had indeed endowed him with far greater strength and potency than in the original tale. It can be said that as long as Harry remains a minor, under the age of 18, he is virtually invincible, with no one capable of taking his life. Reflecting on this, Dudley's lips curled into a faint smile. In this lifetime, Dudley has enjoyed a rather blissful existence, filled with warm and joyful memories over the span of 11 years. He has doting parents who shower him with affection, and a cousin who adores and cares for him to T.O. him. The Dursleys and Harry are no longer mere characters from a fairy tale, but rather flesh and blood family members. He is determined to protect his family with all his might, ensuring they no longer lead a life of ignorance or subservience. The Dudley's gaze gradually grew resolute and piercing. He must become stronger, step by step, to emerge as the mightiest in this realm. Having lived 2 lives, he has developed a profound understanding of existence. Life is a journey where breadth holds more significance than length. His system does not compel him to rectify past regrets, nor does it force him to become a wizard and learn magic. He could easily follow the original storyline of the Dursley family, accepting Dumbledore's arrangements and living a stable life as a Muggle. However, he is unwilling to lead a mundane life devoid of purpose. He yearns to experience the splendor he never encountered in his previous life, to acquire enough power to protect those he cherishes, and to leave his indelible mark in this magical world as Dudley Dursley. With his heart racing, he rose and moved to a spacious corner of his bedroom, warming up with a series of boxing maneuvers, refining the exquisite techniques he had stealthily learned and improved over the years from numerous encounters with Mr. Thief. Today is July 7, 1991, and he must adequately prepare for the upcoming operation on July 31st. The success or failure of this endeavor is crucial, impacting his future strategic development, whether it will be radical or prudent. Given his character, he naturally leans towards the radical, so as long as no unforeseen calamities arise. Success is assured. Time progresses steadily, day by day. This moment. Nearly 20 days have passed since the Dursleys opened their hearts to one another, and on July 8, Dumbledore had already responded to Harry's letter, indicating that on Harry's birthday, he would send the Hogwarts gamekeeper, Rubeus Hagrid, to number 4, Privet Drive, to accompany Harry and Dudley in procuring the necessary items for school. Additionally, during this period, the Dursleys' attitude towards Harry has undergone a noticeable transformation. Previously, under Dudley's strong insistence, Harry received material support comparable to Dudley's, and Vernon and Petunia would suppress their tempers, striving to ignore Harry and minimize his emotional suffering. However, this behavior was not genuinely intended by the Dursleys. They merely wished to avoid disappointing Dudley. Now, Petunia's emotional barriers have been largely dismantled by Dudley, allowing her to recognize her feelings towards Lily and Harry, although she still struggles to voice these sentiments. Her actions in daily life clearly reflect an increase in her care for Harry. For instance, during outings, she would intentionally include Harry, and when taking photos at tourist attractions, she would encourage Harry to stand alongside Dudley in the spotlight. By estimation, Petunia now dotes on Harry to about 40 to 50% of the extent she does on Dudley, and it comes from a place of genuine affection that Vernon's unconditional love for his wife has led him to adopt a more enthusiastic attitude towards Harry as well. This has left Harry astonished, as he often pinches himself during the day to confirm he is not dreaming. Dudley is immensely satisfied with this familial atmosphere, having long yearned for such a dynamic. Of course, he does not become complacent. He continually utilizes his free time to mentally simulate and rehearse the action plan for Harry's birthday, contemplating potential contingencies and strategies, according to the system's criteria. Turning 11 signifies the end of childhood and the beginning of adolescence. Thus, on July 31, 1991, Harry's 11th birthday, the S-level regret event, the dark childhood of the Savior, will undergo a reward assessment. This reward is of paramount importance to Dudley's action plan. This is also why Dudley insisted that Harry propose to Dumbledore in his reply that someone arrive in the early hours of that day. Furthermore, this timing coincides with the moment in the original storyline when Harry is taken to Diagon Alley by Hagrid, allowing him to navigate through the original plot and perhaps facilitating a smoother operation than on the evening of July 28. With just over 2 days until Harry's birthday, an event occurred that filled Dudley with immense surprise and satisfaction. Congratulations to the host for successfully resolving the D-level regret event, the unspoken entangled affection. The host has subtly influenced Petunia Dursley's character and emotional understanding over nearly a decade, and through a heartfelt family conversation. Petunia has gained clarity about her inner feelings. Simultaneously, under the host's guidance, Harry Potter has come to comprehend Aunt Petunia's feelings towards him. Influenced by Petunia's recent change in attitude, Harry proactively approached her for a heart-to-heart conversation before his birthday. Expressing his desire for mutual understanding with Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, and his yearning to truly integrate into the Dursley family. Petunia was moved by Harry's sincerity, fully liberated her heart, and subtly conveyed her apologies to Harry, as well as her hopes for a harmonious family life in the future. This regret has been perfectly resolved that a fixed reward of 1 opportunity to fuse D-level magical items has been granted. Additionally, an extra reward of 1 opportunity to fuse D-level magical items has been awarded. The current holdings stand at 2 opportunities to fuse D-level magical items, lying on his big bed in his bedroom. Dudley read the system notification echoing in his mind. A smile illuminating his face, he initially intended to offer Harry guidance the night before his birthday, encouraging his cousin to seize the impending birthday as a chance to conclude his childhood on a perfect note, thereby providing his mother with an opportunity to express her apologies and wishes. To his surprise, Harry had the insight to take the initiative and accomplish this task himself. What a delightful surprise it was. Feeling exhilarated, Dudley turned on the light, got out of bed, and walked to the small refrigerator in his room, opening its door. Inside the cold storage compartment lay 3 neatly arranged bags of dark red blood. As Dudley focused his attention on one of the blood bags, the system's appraisal information immediately appeared on the translucent panel before him. Harry Potter's magical blood, E-level. Item description: venous blood extracted from the wizard Harry Potter's veins, containing faint magical properties and mysterious protective magic traits. Upon fusion, the host will acquire an extremely weak and non-evolving wizarding bloodline. Additionally, due to the host's blood relation to Lily Potter and Harry Potter, fusion will also grant a weakened version of the ancient magic, the magic of love's protection. This will partially resist and rebound fatal attacks, and touching an entity filled with murderous intent towards the host may inflict partial backlash damage. Gazing at the familiar introduction of magical artifacts, Dudley contemplated for a moment before ultimately closing the refrigerator door, opting not to proceed with the fusion for the time, being 0.3 packages of Harry's blood, each with identical capacity, represented an E-class magical item. Collectively, they equated to a D-class magical artifact. Upon fusion, Dudley would gain a feeble, unremarkable wizarding lineage, along with the audacity to withstand a killing curse. This would serve as a prudent safeguard for the actions planned on Harry's birthday. However, Dudley speculated that by merging the 3 packages of Harry's blood to become a minor wizard, his name would inevitably appear in the Hogwarts admission registry. The admission registry and the acceptance quill are formidable magical artifacts bequeathed by the 4 founders of Hogwarts. The acceptance quill automatically senses whether infants born in the UK and Ireland possess magical potential. If so, it inscribes the corresponding child's name in the admission registry. This facilitates the timely dispatch of enrollment notifications via OWL when the child reaches the age of 11. Simultaneously, the admission registry serves a supervisory function, probing whether the child whose name is to be inscribed possesses sufficient magical aptitude, thereby preventing Hogwarts from admitting non-viable students. It is said in the magical community that a person's eligibility to attend Hogwarts is determined on the very day of their birth. This is the merit of the admission registry and the acceptance quill. Dudley, being a bona fide Muggle, could not possibly have his name in the admission registry, but should he proceed with the fusion of Harry's blood? The outcome could be uncertain. If Dumbledore, that old bee, were to see Dudley's name added to the admission registry, he might be inclined to visit number 4, Privet Drive, which would undoubtedly disrupt Dudley's plans. He had confidence in deceiving the dim-witted half-giant, yet he lacked the assurance to act under the scrutiny of the greatest wizard of the 20th century. Therefore, the optimal moment for fusion would be on Harry's birthday. After witnessing Hagrid in person, or even once they arrived at Diagon Alley and entered Gringotts. Only then could Dudley minimize the risk of being confronted by Dumbledore in a sudden apparition. In the following 2 days, Petunia's interactions with Harry became increasingly harmonious over the unknowing outsider. It appeared as though they were a typical mother and son, of course, compared to her boundless indulgence of Dudley. Petunia's treatment of Harry still fell somewhat short. Under a starless sky, heavy rain descended. The small, humid neighborhood of Little Whinging was drenched late into the night of July 30th, inside number 4, Privet Drive. A cozy ambience filled the air with the flickering candlelight and the vibrant decorations of the festive occasion. The Dursley family gathered around the round dining table in the living room, silently awaiting the moment as they gazed at the towering chocolate cake before them. Colorful candles flickered atop the cake, their flames dancing like ethereal spirits in the eyes of the 2 adults and 2 children. Tick-tock, 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 the pendulum of the mahogany clock swung steadily, measuring the passage of time. 8 last, the hour hand, minute hand, second hand, and the clock's chime coincided, heralding the arrival of July 31, 1991. Congratulations, host. You have successfully resolved the S-Class regret event, the dark childhood of the Savior. The host has guided Harry Potter's entire childhood with a positive and malevolent perspective on life and values, while also striving to alter the Dursleys' attitude towards Harry, ensuring that the Savior enjoys a materially abundant, spiritually rich, and relatively happy childhood. However, simultaneously, the Savior's character has undergone a notable shift, rendering the future less clear. This regret has been satisfactorily resolved. You are awarded a fixed reward, 1 opportunity to fuse S-Class magical items. Additional rewards, 2 opportunities to fuse C-Class magical items, 1 opportunity to fuse D-Class magical items. Current inventory: S-Class X1, C-Class X2, D-Class X3. Happy birthday, Harry! The system's reward notification did not distract Dudley. At the stroke of midnight, he and the Dursleys broke the silence, simultaneously extending their birthday wishes to Harry. Wearing a colorful birthday hat, Harry Potter was overjoyed, momentarily at a loss, as he clapped along with the applause and well wishes of the gathered family. Harry, make a wish and blow out the candles. Dudley prompted. Oh, right? Harry snapped back to reality, clasping his hands together, closing his eyes, pausing for a moment, and then suddenly opening his eyes wide, taking a deep breath, and blowing with all his might. The candles extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. A.S. Petunia moved to turn on the lights. A resounding crash echoed from the front door. Subsequently, they all felt the cold wind and raindrops wafting in from outside. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. A massive shadow outside the door stepped back in dismay, uttering a distressed buzz of words, having accidentally pushed open the Dursleys' front door. Poor Mr. Doorknob endured an unbearable force that forcibly separated him from his wooden counterpart, leaving the Dursleys' entrance wide open. Petunia gasped in shock, while Vernon swiftly rose, hastening to the sofa to retrieve the long-barreled shotgun hidden in the crevice behind it to protect his family. Don't worry. Dad, it must be a wizard from Hogwarts, Dudley called out to Vernon. Dudley, are you sure? I've seen those strange wizards, and although they're a bit mad, they at least resemble normal-sized people, Vernon replied incredulously. That outside figure definitely isn't an elephant, is it? Illuminated by a flash of lightning, The visitor's full silhouette became briefly visible. It was a colossal human figure standing approximately 3.5 meters tall, with an exceedingly thick mane of hair and an extraordinarily massive frame. "Dursley, you truly lack manners," grumbled the half-giant outside, somewhat irked, muttering to himself. Had it not been for the Dursley's low ceiling, he would have insisted on squeezing inside to argue with Vernon rather than standing outside in the rain. "You must be Mr. Rubeus Hagrid, as mentioned in Dumbledore's letter, right? Why not come in and speak? I believe a wizard trusted by someone as powerful as Dumbledore wouldn't be deterred by such a trivial matter." Dudley led Harry to the entrance hallway, casting a scrutinizing gaze at Hagrid and employing a subtle provocation. "Oh, Harry, look how much you've grown. When I brought you here, you were just a tiny thing." Hagrid exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Dudley, who was remarkably robust compared to his peers. Dudley felt somewhat speechless. Hagrid, just as in the original story, displayed a lack of discernment. He tugged at his cousin Harry's sleeve, signaling him to respond while he silently perused the system panel recently unlocked, detailing the regret event. Rubeus Hagrid, the half-giant wrongfully expelled, C-Class, details of the regret event, while in his third year at Hogwarts. Hagrid raised the eight-eyed giant spider Aragog and was falsely accused by Tom Riddle, Voldemort, of opening the Chamber of Secrets, releasing the monster within, and being the murderer of Myrtle Warren. Consequently, Hagrid was deemed guilty by the Ministry of Magic. His wand was broken, he was banned from magic, and ultimately expelled. Only under Dumbledore's guarantee could he remain at Hogwarts as the keeper of keys and grounds. It wasn't until Harry's third year that Hagrid, with the assistance of Harry and his friends, finally cleared his name. Thus, Hagrid suffered 51 years of unjust persecution and missed the opportunity for further education at Hogwarts. Dudley recalled the related plotline as he glanced at the system panel's information, yet he only pondered briefly, for the focus was on Harry's birthday and his own forthcoming actions. "Hagrid, I think you've mistaken him. He is my cousin Dudley, and I am Harry." Harry stepped forward, wearing the birthday hat and a look of curiosity that's more like it. Hagrid, slightly embarrassed, though his awkwardness was mostly concealed by his thick beard, replied, "I knew you were Harry. Your cousin is much sturdier than average children, but he still doesn't compare to how I was back in my school days, haha." Hagrid added, attempting to redeem himself with a poor joke. "So, the once brawny Hagrid, now you're too big to fit through the door, right?" Dudley retorted mockingly. "It seems your strength doesn't quite match Dumbledore's faith in you." "It is not as such. I am the most trusted companion of Dumbledore." Hagrid failed to see through Dudley's provocation and promptly rummaged through the pocket of his coat, producing a petite pink umbrella in an attempt to prove himself. This diminutive umbrella was hardly large enough to cover Hagrid's head. Thus it was clearly not intended for shielding from rain. In reality, the crux lay in the handle of the small umbrella. The magical oak wand, grade C, was nurtured by magic. Item description: 16 inches in length, with an oak shaft and a core made of unicorn tail hair. Its owner is Rubeus Hagrid, who has nourished it with his magic over the years, casting a few spells, thus elevating its rating. It had once been broken and subsequently restored by an exceptionally powerful repair charm. As the host had not yet become a wizard, the compatibility with wand-type magical items could not be assessed. Merging with a wand of high compatibility could grant stable wandless magical abilities, along with the ability to hear system prompts in his mind. Dudley found his confidence bolstered by the thought of quickly mastering powerful magical abilities. Furthermore, he confirmed one fact. Hagrid was indeed quite foolish. Hagrid, holding his umbrella wand, pointed the tip toward the interior space of the Dursley's home. This action startled Petunia and Vernon, who hurriedly stepped forward, wishing to shield Dudley and Harry by pulling them deeper into the house. To their surprise, Dudley, utilizing his magically enhanced strength, yanked the entire family outside into the rain. "Dudley, what on earth are you doing?" Vernon inquired, perplexed, while Petunia echoed the sentiment, though Harry seemed to comprehend his cousin's intentions. Dudley gestured for everyone to be silent, attentively observing the clumsy, half-giant's maneuver. "Let me think. How does that spell go?" "Ah, yes. Undetectable expansion." Hagrid recalled the spell for expanding space from his distant memories of magical study, which he had serendipitously learned from upper-year Ravenclaw students during his years as the keeper of keys and grounds. Although he had rarely used it, he thought that with Dumbledore's trust in him, he should be able to cast it. In his musings, Hagrid inadvertently uttered the spell aloud. In an instant, an invisible surge of magic flowed from Hagrid into the umbrella wand, manifesting as a peculiar, slanted beam of light that shot from the tip, striking the first floor of the Dursleys' home. Once the light subsided, and seeing that the house remained intact, standing firm against the tempest, it appeared relatively safe. Dudley then led the family back inside. Upon entering, they immediately sensed the bizarre transformation of the interior. Petunia had already turned on the lights, and now they could clearly see that the ceiling had risen several meters, slanting like a zigzag, with various pieces of furniture tilted and displaced. Most notably, the walls on the first floor had contorted into a wave-like distortion. This is not right. I can't use magic. Moreover, it seems the Ministry of Magic does not permit private use of this spell. Hagrid suddenly recalled that he was still under scrutiny. He gazed at the outwardly normal, yet internally distorted house, glancing around the stormy, deserted privet drive, and felt a wave of trepidation wash over him as he hastily stuffed the umbrella wand back into his coat pocket. I misunderstood you, the powerful and lovable Mr. Hagrid. Your magic is truly remarkable. Dudley feigned praise for Hagrid, urging him, come inside. Don't stand out there in the rain. Oh, really? Am I a powerful and lovable gentleman? Hagrid replied, lowering his head and sidling through the Dursleys' big door, delighted, as no one had ever complimented him in such a manner before. Dudley, is it? You are quite the charming Muggle. The Dursleys rolled their eyes exasperatedly. Had Dudley not flattered Hagrid, they might have erupted in anger at the state of their now messed-up home. Is this the spell of a wizard? How wondrous! Harry, who had yet to witness such phenomena, expressed genuine astonishment, which further delighted Hagrid, causing his bushy beard to quiver with laughter. When will our house return to normal? It can't possibly remain like this forever. Vernon mumbled, questioning to Hagrid's smile faltered. Well, perhaps. Oh, you are celebrating Harry's birthday? A double-layered chocolate cake. It seems I may have brought too many gifts, but you might as well sample my culinary skills. Hagrid, unaware of how long the peculiar undetectable expansion spell would last, could not answer Vernon's question and hastily changed the subject. He rummaged through his filthy coat and produced a round, pie-like package wrapped in leather, unwrapping it before Harry got a bit squished on the way. But the taste should remain unchanged, Hagrid declared, presenting the pink cake adorned with green jam, writing a birthday greeting to Harry. Happy birthday, Harry. Tears glimmered in the half-giant's beady eyes, filled with tenderness. Harry glanced at the birthday gift Hagrid had bestowed upon him, then looked up at Hagrid's rugged face. A spark of realization ignited in his mind. You are the one who brought me to Aunt Petunia's, riding the flying motorcycle, right? Oh, Harry, you remember. Hagrid exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face as his massive form trembled, shaking off the rainwater that had soaked into his coat. Dudley, with a glint in his eye, spoke up, Hagrid, your coat is wet. Take it off and wash it in our washing machine. Washing machine. Hagrid's attention was piqued by the unfamiliar term. Yes, a washing machine. You can think of it as our Muggle magic. You have shown us the wizarding magic. And we ought to reciprocate, shouldn't we? Dudley articulated naturally, his reasoning appearing sound, concealing any ill intent. Very well. I shall not cast any more magic. This is for the best. Thank you, Dudley. Hagrid approached a low table in the living room. Extracting the umbrella wand, a ball of yarn, a collection of broken cups, a piggy bank, several copper nuts, a string of soft sausages, and a few crumbling dog biscuits, placing them down one by one. Finally, he even produced 2 sleeping dormice. An owl, a quill, ink, and parchment. Dough, right? I should write back to Dumbledore, inform him that I've found Harry, Hagrid muttered to himself, picking up the quill, dipping it in ink, and scribbling a few lines on the parchment. He then folded it twice and stuffed the letter into the owl's talons, sending it off into the air. Only then did he remove his large, heavy, worn, filthy, and damp plush coat. It was evident that Hagrid had not used magic for personal hygiene in quite some time. And as the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, a trusted supporter of the greatest wizard in history, he seemed somewhat down on his luck. Perhaps he did not care much for material wealth. Dudley naturally took Hagrid's coat, feeling the weight of it in his arms, and walked toward the family's large washroom, calling out to his slightly pale parents as he went, Mom, Dad, don't worry. Our living room will return to normal. Today is Harry's birthday, Let us invite our guests to sit down together. We can eat and chat. The imperfect and inconspicuous stretching charm cast by Hagrid merely affected the spatial perception of the living room. The misaligned and distorted ceiling and walls did not undergo any actual deformation, but rather appeared awkward to the eye. Therefore, it did not hinder Dudley from entering and exiting the various rooms. Dudley tossed Hagrid's coat into the washing machine in his family's bathroom and activated the switch, prompting the machine to laboriously start its cycle. His intention was not to sabotage Hagrid's coat, but to provide Hagrid with a reason to return to the Dursleys' home, thereby enhancing the odds and success rate of his subsequent endeavors. Upon returning to the living room, the Dursleys, along with Harry, were already seated at the dining table beside Hagrid. There were no chairs in the house that could support Hagrid's weight, so Petunia had procured a thick cushion for him to sit directly on the floor. Even so, Hagrid towered over everyone in the Dursley household. They gathered around the table, eyeing the two cakes, one tall and one short, waiting for Dudley to return so they could all partake. However, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward and stifled, devoid of the previous warmth and cheer. Hagrid, on the other hand, was in high spirits, joyfully sharing sausages he had just retrieved from his pocket. The expressions of the Dursleys were somewhat stiff. Although Dudley had persuaded them, sitting alongside a wizard still felt quite uncomfortable. That Harry's expression was also conflicted. Knowing that Hagrid was the one who had brought him to this world, he longed to inquire about the specific details surrounding the demise of his parents. The letter left by Dumbledore for the Dursleys merely stated that Lily and James had been killed by a powerful dark wizard, and that Lily had cast a formidable protective spell on Harry through her love and sacrifice, without revealing the identity of the perpetrator. Moreover, Dudley's book on recent significant events in the wizarding world was similarly vague, as if to skirt a certain taboo, referring to the brutal murderer simply as you know who, focusing instead on Harry Potter's reputation as the boy who lived and the savior of the magical realm. As a time traveler, Dudley was privy to the complete truth, yet in the past he found it impossible to divulge everything to Harry. He sought to spare Harry's childhood from being mired in the pain of his parents' murder, and he also could not explain the source of his information. Thus, Harry remained only partially informed about his parents' deaths, eager to uncover the truth. Yet, in the current setting and atmosphere, he hesitated to speak up, uncertain of how to broach the subject. "Let us enjoy the cake first," Dudley declared as he took a seat next to Harry, deciding to address other matters later. Harry and the Dursleys breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions becoming much more natural as they began slicing the cake. Unbeknownst to them, Dudley had become, in a certain sense, the backbone of the family, instilling courage and strength in them, under Dudley's emotionally intelligent guidance. The cake tasting proceeded smoothly and harmoniously. Dudley had a hearty appetite from training. Vernon was robust, and Hagrid, being of giant lineage, was a voracious eater. The two sizable cakes were devoured completely, accompanied by 2 jugs of juice. Hagrid felt pleasantly full after consuming a substantial portion and, in high spirits, candidly remarked, "I used to misjudge you Dursleys. You're not nearly as detestable and cruel as I imagined." Harry had been well cared for, and although he may not be as sturdy as little Dudley, he possesses a healthy physique. Vernon and Petunia's faces darkened at this, thinking to themselves that wizards were indeed a loathsome breed. Dudley sensed the tension and hastily shifted the topic, posing the question that Harry most yearned to know. "Hagrid, Harry is our family, so we should treat him well. Please, tell us how Aunt Lily and Uncle James were killed." Harry, along with the Dursleys, looked at Hagrid with expectant eyes. Petunia, despite her best efforts to conceal her curiosity, could not help but lean in, eager to understand why her sister had been taken from her. Hagrid's expression grew somber at the question, and with a pained glance at Harry, he began, "There are some things I don't fully comprehend either. I can only share what I know. It all revolves around a very wicked, thoroughly malevolent dark wizard. His name is—" "What is it?" Harry interjected impatiently. "What is his name?" "Ah, he's someone that everyone is quite wary of mentioning." "Very well. His name is Voldemort." Upon uttering the name, Hagrid shivered and leaned against the fireplace. Continuing, 20 years ago, Voldemort gathered a large group of wizards and formed an organization known as the Death Eaters, ruling over the magical community. Throughout England, aside from Dumbledore's Hogwarts, Families quietly listened as Hagrid revealed the semi-secretive intricacies of the wizarding world. Their expressions varied. After a moment, Hagrid concluded what he knew. Dudley then pieced together the information Harry was already aware of and posed a crucial question. Voldemort invaded Aunt Lily's home, killed her and Uncle James. But the protective spell Lily cast on Harry rebounded the attack, resulting in his own severe injury and causing him to vanish, whereabouts unknown, thus restoring peace to the British magical community. But that raises the question, why did Voldemort seek to kill Aunt Lily's family? What was his motive? Hagrid pondered for a moment. I'm not entirely sure. He's a madman, a thoroughly rotten villain. During that time, he murdered many renowned wizarding couples, and countless wizards and their children perished like the McKinnon couple. Stop. That's it, Dudley interrupted Hagrid. In the absence of past grievances, what could possibly drive a ruler to systematically eliminate a group? We must exclude the possibility of his insanity. What could be the reason? Dudley asked, glancing at Harry. Harry immediately began to think, and seconds later, he arrived at an answer. It must be because someone or some people within that group posed a threat to his reign, or even his life. Dudley nodded approvingly. Exactly. And the individual threatening Voldemort would be me? Harry exclaimed in realization, following Dudley's lead. Dudley nodded again, and the room fell into silence. After a while, Harry broke the stillness. On what basis did Voldemort assume that there would be a nemesis among that group? Does he possess the ability to foresee the future? The concept of foresight was one Dudley had introduced to Harry through Tales of the East. And now Harry's rational connection, rather than being consumed by sorrow and internal conflict, demonstrated the effectiveness of Dudley's intervention in Harry's childhood. Foresight. Harry, you mean divination, right? Hagrid chimed in. Voldemort is skilled in many powerful dark arts. But I have never heard of him excelling in divination. That if we're speaking of divination, Professor Trelawney at Hogwarts is exceptionally adept. Could it be? Harry began excitedly, as if he had stumbled upon a crucial truth. At that moment, perhaps overwhelmed with thoughts, a dazzling green light flashed in Harry's mind, accompanied by a sinister, eerie, and cruel laughter. It was a memory from the night his parents were murdered. Cousin! Harry suddenly stood up, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him as he staggered a couple of steps. Let us not dwell on that for now. Hagrid urged, I share your thoughts, but speculating here won't yield results. Didn't Hagrid mention that Dumbledore could confront Voldemort? The person who knows him best is his enemy. When we get to Hogwarts, we can ask Dumbledore directly. Dudley reassured Harry, believing that Harry's momentary dizziness was due to having indulged in sweets, resulting in a temporary spike in insulin levels, compounded by emotional fluctuations. That we've gathered enough information for tonight. Let's head back to the bedroom and get some rest. We need to be well rested for tomorrow when we go shopping for magical supplies. Dudley concluded the evening's discussion. Indeed, Harry, it's time to rest. Rarely is there a problem that Dumbledore cannot resolve. Once we reach Hogwarts, you will understand. Hagrid, much like Dudley, is a mindless sycophant of Dumbledore, believing that there is not a single flaw in what Dudley said. And he echoed the sentiment. With a heavy heart, Harry ascended the stairs. Petunia was also somewhat distracted. After giving Dudley a few words of advice, Vernon assisted his wife back into the house to rest. In the grotesquely expanded living room, only Dudley and Hagrid remained. There's no way, Hagrid, with your size, it's quite difficult to fit into our bed without using magic, Dudley said apologetically. Not to worry, I can sleep on the floor, Hagrid replied cheerfully. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you and Harry to Diagon Alley. I assure you, you'll be warmly welcomed. Hagrid's words surprisingly carried a hint of emotional intelligence. I look forward to it, Dudley replied with a knowing smile, that he pushed the dining table aside to clear some space, pulled several cushions from the sofa, and laid out a makeshift bed for Hagrid and the two sleeping mice. He then propped the door with a chair, securing the entrance that had lost its lock. With Hagrid stationed in the living room, there was no need to worry about intruders. After completing these tasks, Dudley casually glanced at the corner of an envelope peeking from Hagrid's shirt pocket, exchanged goodnights with the endearing half-giant, and headed upstairs. As he passed Harry's bedroom door, Dudley knocked a few times. Stop overthinking. Listen to your cousin. Cast the calm your mind spell on yourself, and then sleep. All right, cousin. Harry, lying on his bed staring at the ceiling, was startled by Dudley's command, turned over, and obediently complied. The next day, the grotesque stretch charm in the living room had worn off. Consistent with the information Dudley had verified, as Hagrid lay on the makeshift bed, he opened his eyes to see Dudley instructing Harry, using his umbrella wand to cast a spell on an oversized coat. "Harry, repeat after me. Grow large, and wave the wand like this." Dudley demonstrated with the umbrella, opting not to expose Harry to the rigid precision of standard spellbooks too soon, so as to better cultivate Harry's imagination and mental prowess. Consequently, Harry was not yet familiar with conventional wizard spells. "Grow large." Harry recited the incantation, waving Hagrid's umbrella wand in a specific manner towards an old coat that Uncle Vernon no longer wore. A dazzling beam of yellow light shot from the tip of the umbrella wand, striking the coat. The coat immediately expanded, quickly becoming large enough to fit Hagrid, but the spell's power did not dissipate. Rather, it transformed the coat from a normal brown into a vibrant, dopamine-inspired design of irregular red and yellow patterns. "Cousin, it seems this wand is resisting me," Harry exclaimed, reflecting on his first attempt at a conventional spell. "It appears that Hagrid's wand does not quite suit you, but we achieved the desired effect, did we not?" Dudley chuckled, turning to greet the now-awake half-giant. "Good morning, Hagrid. Do you like the gift that Harry and I prepared for you?" Hagrid, gazing at the flamboyant coat, excitedly sprang to his feet. "I love it. Bang! Ouch! You two are simply fantastic." Hagrid's large head bumped against the living room ceiling, yet he did not forget to praise Harry and Dudley. "Your spell is worn off. Hagrid, it's best to bend down," Dudley advised kindly. "All right, children, I think we should set off. Dumbledore has tasked me with an important errand along the way." Hagrid strained to bend down. Accepting the umbrella wand from Harry and the colorful striped coat from Dudley, sweeping his large hand across the low table that held his belongings, wrapping everything within the coat. The two awakened mice crawled in as well. Maintaining his uncomfortable stance, Hagrid laboriously made his way to the door, forcing himself through. The entrance to the Dursleys' home had become utterly deformed, nearly double its original size, and could no longer close. "Oh my goodness. What is that? A giant robber! Run!" exclaimed two early rising neighbors on Privet Drive, startled by Hagrid. "Oh no." "Well, it can't be helped." Hagrid pulled out his umbrella wand and muttered, "Obliviate, Muggle repelling charm." The panicked neighbors had their unpleasant memories erased and returned to a state of calm. Inside the Dursleys' living room, Dudley suddenly found Hagrid at the door, no longer visible, feeling an inexplicable urge to distance himself from the entrance. However, upon reaffirming his resolve not to move away, he could see Hagrid once more. The system safeguarded his autonomous thoughts from being altered, and utilizing this latent ability, Dudley successfully freed himself from the influence of Hagrid's Muggle-repelling charm. The Muggle-repelling charm allows Muggles to overlook the existence of wizards, fostering an inclination to distance themselves from the spellcaster or the location targeted by the spell, and can even cause Muggle technological devices within the spell's range to malfunction. It is a simple, yet terrifying spell. Should a conflict arise between Muggles and wizards, this charm would place Muggles at a significant disadvantage. Nonetheless, it is not entirely unbreakable. By capturing a wizard and allowing physical contact between the Muggle and the wizard, the Muggle can temporarily escape the charm's effects. Dark thoughts flickered in Dudley's mind as he instinctively grasped Harry's hand. Wary that the oblivious Hagrid might notice any inconsistencies, he then picked up the dozen or so sandwiches that Petunia had prepared early that morning and stuffed the 1,000 pounds that Vernon had carelessly left behind into his pocket. His coat's inner pocket also held 3 packages of temperature-insulated blood wrapped in foil, along with a raw ruby tied with twine. "Let us go, Harry. We are heading to the wizarding world," Dudley declared with nonchalance. "Oh, all right, cousin," Harry replied, somewhat puzzled. As they stepped through the misshapen entrance, he couldn't help but ask, "Cousin, aren't you going to say goodbye to Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia?" "Please, my dear cousin. We are going shopping, not going to war. There's no need for a tearful farewell, is there?" Dudley jested lightly, easing Harry's concerns. Yet internally, Dudley was less cheerful than he appeared. He was aware that his parents were hiding behind the door of the master bedroom on the first floor, listening to their departure with great apprehension. However, this was a necessary experience and adjustment for the Dursleys, relatives of the Savior. They had to either lay low and blend into the shadows until Voldemort and his followers were defeated, or live in constant fear until they acquired formidable power. There was no third option. Outside the Dursley's home, Dudley stuffed a large bag of sandwiches into Hagrid's hands as the three of them walked and chatted. "Have a sandwich, sturdy Hagrid," Dudley offered, having already had breakfast with Harry. "Oh, I love that title. I often cause a little trouble due to my size and strength," Hagrid replied as he donned the flamboyant coat and accepted the sandwiches, "but more often, they make me more reliable and trustworthy. It is clear that Dumbledore thinks so. He always entrusts me with important tasks, like fetching you two and retrieving something highly confidential from Gringotts." Dudley suddenly felt that his plans for action were akin to battling air. Just as he had made a statement, Hagrid laid bare his trump card. There was little sense of achievement in outsmarting a fool whose lips were as loose as a broken jar. "Gringotts, what is that?" Harry inquired curiously, feeling much better than he had the previous night. Those who had grown up as orphans knew the necessity of self-regulating their emotions and psychological issues. Harry was no exception. Despite Dudley's guidance, it was never a substitute for parental love. "Gringotts is the Wizarding Bank. Harry, we must go there first to retrieve the inheritance left to you by your parents, so that we have galleons to spend." Hagrid explained. "Galleons? I know. Cousin told me it's the currency used by wizards, along with sickles and nuts. The conversion rates are hard to remember. You can also exchange it for pounds." Harry, in his youthful exuberance, boasted about the knowledge Dudley had imparted to him, considering it one of the secrets to his newfound happiness. However, his memory was not infallible. In fact, Dudley had previously mentioned something about Gringotts, which Harry had forgotten. After his display of pride, it suddenly dawned on him. "Hagrid, what did you just say? My parents left me something?" "Oh, of course. Let us discuss this topic systematically. First and foremost, yes, Harry, your parents left you a substantial fortune, securely stored in the underground vaults of Gringotts. Most of the wizard's wealth is kept there, under the careful management of goblins, who are not to be trifled with." Hagrid elaborated on the intricacies of Gringotts, extolling its security measures, and when transitioning to the next topic, corrected Harry on a misconception. "Harry, Dudley is not a wizard. The information he received is flawed. Gringotts does offer a service for exchanging Muggle currency into wizarding money, but this is strictly a student aid benefit for young wizards of Muggle descent, with limitations on each individual's allowance. The goblins do not particularly need Muggle money. Harry, despite your upbringing in a Muggle household like the Dursleys, your parents were wizards, and thus, you would not be eligible for this benefit. Therefore, the Muggle notes Dudley has prepared will be of no use. You can simply utilize the funds from your parents' vault." Hagrid spoke candidly, seemingly oblivious to the nuances, prompting Dudley to roll his eyes in exasperation. "Hagrid, you are mistaken," Dudley interjected. "If my readings on wizarding basics are correct, Gringotts is located in Diagon Alley, which is in London. And to reach London, one must purchase a train ticket, unless you intend to employ some unconventional wizarding travel methods." The half-giant chuckled shyly. "You are right, Dudley." He then turned his attention back to Harry. Dudley's forehead bore a few deep lines of frustration, but he soon relinquished his struggle. Having a straightforward friend was not entirely a burden. The trio continued their journey down the street. Given Hagrid's size and weight, he could hardly fit into a taxi, and taking a bus was equally unfeasible, especially since he had cast a Muggle-repelling charm. Thus, they were left with no choice but to walk to the train station in little whinging. Along the way, Hagrid munched on sandwiches, gesturing animatedly, his saliva flying as he spoke. He recounted how Gringotts was guarded by dragons in its higher security vaults, and shared his lifelong dream of raising dragons. When Harry, driven by curiosity, inquired further, Hagrid divulged details about a confidential errand Dumbledore had assigned him, including a letter of collection and the fact that this confidential item was stored in Vault 713 at Gringotts. He almost revealed the name of the item. Subsequently, when Dudley subtly steered the conversation, Hagrid candidly shared why he could not cast spells with a wand, recounting his expulsion in 3rd grade for raising a cute little spider. Poor lad. He remained unaware that it was Voldemort who had set him up. He knew he had been wronged, yet could not articulate how. The 8-eyed giant spider he had raised was certainly no good. But back in his youth, it had not killed a unicorn. He bore the blame without justification. As he spoke of this, Hagrid's spirits dampened considerably. But soon enough he regained his lively demeanor, offering his thoughts on various Muggle phenomena as they walked. An hour later, they arrived at the station, where Dudley purchased tickets. Hagrid struggled to squeeze through the narrow ticket barrier, and under Dudley and Harry's guidance, they boarded the Muggle train. It chugged off towards London. Little Whinging, located in Surrey, was not far from London. Driving would take less than an hour. Despite Hagrid's complaints about the cramped, uncomfortable, and slow Muggle train, they soon reached the entrance to their destination, the Leaky Cauldron, which had also been subjected to the Muggle repelling charm. This unorthodox establishment, established by wizards, squatted amidst the bustling Muggle district, wedged between a bookstore and a record shop, operating as a dingy, chaotic old pub. Hagrid, a known alcoholic and a regular at the Leaky Cauldron, naturally led Dudley and Harry inside. The pub was filled with wizards dressed in vintage attire, scattered around the tables, toasting and engaging in animated conversations. As soon as Dudley and the others entered, they captured the attention of everyone present, first due to their recognition of Hagrid, and later because Tom, the bald and unkempt pub owner, spotted Harry's lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, immediately recognizing him as the savior of the wizarding world. The name Harry Potter sent waves of excitement through the pub, and all the wizards rushed to shake his hand. That it was a momentous occasion. As the boy who lived had just stepped into the wizarding realm, greeted by his fervent admirers in an impromptu fan meeting, Dudley and Hagrid were left sidelined, but they bore no ill will. Hagrid, while claiming he had matters to attend to for Hogwarts, accepted a butterbeer conjured by Tom with a flick of his wand, sipping it as he introduced Harry to his wizarding acquaintances. Meanwhile, Dudley, while keeping a watchful eye on Harry, began to observe the other wizards in the pub. He spotted his old acquaintance, Mr. Diggory, the well-meaning yet dim-witted wizard who had generously gifted Harry books, excitedly shaking Harry's hand and reminiscing about the time he had bowed to Harry in a Muggle store. It was only when others crowded around that he noticed Dudley, the Muggle friend he had once traded for celebrity memorabilia. Dudley, however, had little inclination to engage in nostalgic chatter with Diggory, offering only a few perfunctory remarks before dismissing him, slyly swiping Diggory's wand from his waist and concealing it in his coat for future use. After all, he had been poring over that spell book for years. He remembered the incantations and wand movements quite clearly. He just had never actually practiced them. Diggory's wand was also classified as a C-grade magical item. In fact, most wands in the Leaky Cauldron were of C-grade, with only a handful owned by elderly wizards or those of formidable presence reaching B-grade. According to the system's evaluation and Dudley's deductions, a new wand should be rated D-grade, and through usage, it could be nourished by magical energy and the mysteries of spells, thereby raising its rating. Conversely, wear and tear during use would lower its grade. The grade of a wand could provide a rough estimate of its owner's combat prowess. Wizards with limited spell knowledge and weak magical power could only offer minimal nourishment to their wands. Even with daily use and careful maintenance, their wands remained at C-grade, much like Hagrid's, who seldom wielded his wand. This made Dudley somewhat comprehend how a Dark Lord like Voldemort could dominate the British wizarding world. The enemy's strength was merely a superficial reason. The fundamental issue was that most wizards were truly inept. They were not only weak in power, but also possessed bizarre thought processes, without witnessing events firsthand. They blindly accepted the narrative that a mere infant had vanquished the Dark Lord who ruled over them, relying solely on hearsay and public sentiment. How he triumphed, and with what means, mattered not. They simply chose to be mindless fans. Even more absurdly, they celebrated with champagne, showing no caution about the adage to see the body if someone dies, believing Voldemort was dead. As thoughts of Voldemort crossed his mind, Dudley felt an ominous sensation creeping in. He scanned the Leaky Cauldron once more, finally noticing something amiss. He did not see Quirinus Quirrell, the Hogwarts defense against the dark arts professor, who, according to the original story, had been possessed by Voldemort, sporting a turban and reeking of garlic, stuttering through his words. According to the plot, he should have been present in the Leaky Cauldron, mingling with the wizarding fans, introduced to Harry by Hagrid. But now, he was conspicuously absent. If he was not here, where could he possibly be? Oh no! Dudley suddenly realized someone was after his possessions. Harry! Hagrid! Time is of the essence! Dudley called out loudly. Hagrid also realized that they had been delayed for quite some time. The individual who had shaken hands with Harry was already in line for the second time. Harry, overwhelmed by the excessive enthusiasm of the wizarding fans, felt as if a great weight had been lifted upon hearing this, and quickly grasped the powerful hands of Dudley and Hagrid. Hagrid, holding on to both of them, navigated through the crowd, circumventing the pub's bar, and arrived at a small space enclosed by a red brick wall. This area was entirely empty, except for a wall-mounted trash bin. Hagrid withdrew his umbrella, which secretly functioned as a wand, and pointed the tip at a brick above the trash bin, muttering the incantation to unlock the door, counting the bricks to locate the one that would open the passage. Harry found this quite fascinating and listened intently. However, Dudley was not in the mood to concern himself with such trivial matters. He was in a hurry. The bricks shifted and formed an archway, revealing the entrance to Diagon Alley. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Hagrid enthusiastically announced. The bustling commercial street, lined with a variety of wizarding shops, was vibrant and alive, with witches and wizards coming and going, creating an atmosphere both lively and peaceful. There were shops selling cauldrons, stationery, robes, wands, pets, potions, publishing, travel, newspapers, as well as beauty potion shops and Quidditch specialty stores, even a shop for buying and selling secondhand items. An array of signs adorned the stores, each exhibiting a blend of antiquity and enchantment. For Dudley and Harry, visiting for the first time, everything was a source of wonder, prompting them to take in their surroundings. But unlike Harry, who continuously gazed around in awe, Dudley was quite restrained and naturally urged. "Hagrid, let us hurry to Gringotts and get some money. Otherwise, with so many magical shops, we can only look but not buy, which is tormenting." "Oh, Dudley, you are absolutely right. Let us go," Hagrid replied. Gringotts was located at the end of Diagon Alley, connecting with Knockturn Alley, though he cautioned that Knockturn Alley was not a safe place, being frequented by dark wizards. Hagrid began to chatter away again, walking and talking as he went. His towering stature meant that each of his strides equated to 3 or 4 of Dudley and Harry's. Propelling them forward at a swift pace, Dudley led Harry along, and during their journey, he discreetly pinched Harry's wrist 3 times. Harry suddenly became alert, no longer able to appreciate the sights of Diagon Alley. His cousin's signal meant to remain vigilant. Could it be that Diagon Alley was unsafe? Indeed, Hagrid had mentioned that it connected to Knockturn Alley, a place where dark wizards might lurk, thus with their guard raised. Harry and Dudley followed closely behind the path-clearing Hagrid until they arrived before an exceedingly tall white building. They stepped through the golden brass doors and entered the interior of Gringotts, run by goblins, under the guidance of a goblin attendant. The trio arrived at the service hall of Gringotts, a marble room bustling with nearly 100 diminutive, goblin-like creatures. Hagrid approached a goblin who seemed less busy and articulated his needs, including Harry's withdrawal from the Potter family vault and the matter of retrieving a confidential item on behalf of Dumbledore. Hagrid then produced a golden key and a letter from the pocket of his shirt, handing them to the goblin. The goblin carefully examined both items, particularly the handwritten retrieval letter from Dumbledore. Once satisfied, the goblin summoned another goblin named Grip Hook, handing him the golden key and instructing him to escort Hagrid, Harry, and Dudley to the 2 vaults below. "Follow me," Grip Hook said. The 3 followed closely behind, exiting the hall and entering another doorway. Everything felt perfectly normal, stirring a complex mix of emotions in Dudley. He was uncertain whether Quirrell had yet infiltrated Gringotts' underground vaults or if he had already succeeded without a sound. Dudley, the butterfly from another world, couldn't he fathom why the characters in the original story were deviating from the script. It was infuriating. Garlic-headed stutterer, just wait until I catch you. I'll make sure you regret it. Dudley silently fumed as Griphook led them into a marble corridor leading to the underground vaults. The corridor was lined with iron tracks that twisted and turned into the darkness ahead. Griphook whistled, summoning a small cart that sped along the tracks. "Get in," the goblin said, jumping into the cart near the front. The space left for the 3 of them was limited. Harry hesitated, realizing that with Hagrid's large frame, there might not be enough room for all 3. Dudley, having a sudden idea, quickly devised a plan. "Harry, you sit with Hagrid, and I'll sit on Hagrid's shoulder." Both Hagrid and Harry exclaimed in surprise. "What are you surprised about? I'm strong enough to hold on to Hagrid, and sitting high up will be safer. Hagrid is stronger than I am. Carrying me is no trouble at all. It's the best solution. Dudley's reasoning was always sound. Oh, Dudley, you truly are a clever lad. Hagrid, mistaking Dudley's intentions as consideration for Harry, expressed his admiration generously. Harry, believing that Dudley must have his reasons, complied without hesitation. Thus, Harry deftly leaped into the cart. While Hagrid struggled to climb, as expected, the cart was soon filled to capacity. Dudley, with a burst of energy and a leap, grasped Hagrid's elbow for leverage and expertly settled atop Hagrid's shoulder. This position allowed Dudley to discreetly explore the pockets of Hagrid's coat and shirt. If everything went smoothly, and no outsiders disrupted their plan, Dudley's scheme to switch identities would be effortlessly executed during their return journey from the underground vaults. Hold on tight. We're off, Griphook warned, and the cart, devoid of any powered mechanism, sped down the winding tracks at an exhilarating pace. Harry and Dudley shouted with excitement, relishing the thrill of racing through the dimly lit environment. Hagrid, however, found himself nauseated by the cart's erratic movements, while Dudley clung tightly to Hagrid's head, feeling even more dizzy as they hurtled toward Gringotts' underground vaults. Dudley, seated high, maintained an air of calm. System, integrate the 3 vials of Harry's magical blood. He mentally commanded. Command received. Consumed 1 opportunity to integrate degrade magical item. The 3 blood vials, wrapped in tin foil and cotton within Dudley's coat. Instantly shriveled, their contents vanishing without a trace, transforming into an intangible, colorless light that merged into Dudley's body. Congratulations, host! You have acquired a weak wizarding bloodline. From this moment on, you are no longer a Muggle, but rather a feeble little wizard with no potential for advancement, capable of learning only 5 basic spells. You have received a weakened version of maternal protection. Now, the love and sacrifice of Lily Potter can provide a modicum of protection to her sister's son. Before the host reaches adulthood, you may withstand and rebound 1 lethal attack for a short duration. The damage absorbed and rebounded will be 80% of the lethal attack's force. And by touching those who harbor murderous intent towards you, you can cause a backlash. The backlash damage will be half of the intent. While speeding along, Dudley felt enveloped by a gentle warmth, which was quite comforting. Simultaneously, having successfully acquired the wizarding bloodline, Dudley experienced his first magical surge. A faint current of energy emerged, pushing gently behind the speeding cart. And then, nothing more to it was even less than a strong gust from Hagrid. This was not a magical surge. It was clearly merely a flicker of magic. Dudley had anticipated this outcome, yet couldn't he help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Fortunately, he had never pinned his hopes for gaining strength solely on Harry's blood. On the speeding transport cart, Dudley silently transitioned from a Muggle to a wizard, unnoticed by Hagrid, Harry, or Griphook. Harry remained captivated by the stalactites above and the distant flickering lights that seemed to be emitted by dragons in captivity. Griphook maneuvered the cart with goblin magic, while Hagrid continued to feel ill from the jolting motion. Everything felt so harmonious. Meanwhile, in a distant mysterious castle at the yet-to-open Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, 2 ancient artifacts, steeped in 1,000 years of legacy, were embroiled in conflict. Professor Dumbledore. The Book of Admission and the Quill of Acceptance have clashed. The nominal deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, but in truth the real headmaster in action. Miss Minerva McGonagall hurriedly made her way towards the headmaster's office. After uttering the peculiar name of an unusual suite as the password, she passed through the enchanted statue guarding the entrance and encountered the greatest wizard of the 20th century. An elderly gentleman with a crooked nose, his long white hair and beard flowing like a cascading waterfall. And no need to be alarmed. Minerva, care for a honeyduke-esque suite. The wise old man always wrapped his sagacious demeanor in childlike whimsy. Thank you, Dumbledore. Rather than indulging in sweets, I believe it would be prudent for you to join me in examining the situation of the Book of Admission and the Quill of Acceptance. For they are embroiled in a dispute over a name. The diligent Professor McGonagall evidently possessed a more pragmatic outlook. Moments later, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall arrived at the location housing the Book of Admission and the Quill of Acceptance. By then, the quarrel between the 2 ancient magical artifacts had subsided. After a brief period of sensing and probing, The Book of Admission acquiesced to the Quill of Acceptance's request to inscribe. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall gazed in astonishment as the quill added a name to the end of the list of young witches and wizards for the current academic year. Dudley Dursley. Dursley? The very Dursleys with whom Harry was fostered? Professor McGonagall exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. How could this be? If the offspring of that cruel Muggle couple had any potential, then surely this name ought to have appeared in the Book of Admission 11 years prior. Dumbledore's expression grew solemn. Over the years, thanks to the investigations conducted by members of the Order of the Phoenix, such as the mute Mrs. Fig, Mr. Diggle, and other peripheral wizards, he had maintained a general understanding of the Dursley household. He knew that Dudley Dursley was a boy of thought and attitude, whose conduct often defied expectations to that end. He had even concealed himself to observe Dudley and Harry's daily routines of schooling and play. Dumbledore could assert with absolute certainty that Dudley Dursley did not possess any innate wizarding talent. He was merely a curious Muggle with an interest in wizards and the arcane. This was somewhat reminiscent of his mother's youth. But now, the Book of Admission and the Quill of Acceptance had not erred, Dumbledore mused. Moreover, they had never been wrong. So, could it be that this young Dursley has truly transformed from a Muggle into a wizard? Professor McGonagall remained incredulous. This challenged her understanding. Muggles do not become wizards, a notion deeply rooted in the hearts of modern witches and wizards. Hagrid wrote to me. He arrived at the Dursley household last night and has met with Harry and Dudley. In his previous correspondence, Harry mentioned his desire for his cousin Dudley to accompany him in procuring school supplies. Dumbledore continued, at this point, Hagrid should have escorted them to Diagon Alley, and they may even have entered Gringotts by now. Dumbledore analyzed the situation step by step. Professor McGonagall suddenly had an epiphany. Gringotts? Dumbledore, did you send Hagrid to retrieve that item? Could Dudley's transformation into a wizard be linked to Minerva? This matter must remain confidential. Let us assume that Dudley Dursley's name was inscribed in the Book of Admission 11 years ago. Now, I must make a trip to Diagon Alley. Dumbledore deliberated briefly before making his decision. A magnificent phoenix was summoned, soaring into the office and circling above Dumbledore's head. The old man, with his crooked nose and half-moon spectacles, stretched out his arms and deftly grasped the phoenix's talons. In the next instant, a flash of crimson light enveloped them, and both the old man and the bird vanished without a trace. In Diagon Alley, Gringotts, Vault 687, the Potter family vault. The small car came to a halt. The group disembarked, and a goblin pulled the heavy ring with a golden key, unlocking the vault door. A dazzling brilliance met their eyes as the vault revealed a treasure trove of galleons, sickles, and nuts piled high, leaving Harry momentarily stunned. The Potter family had amassed wealth through potion-making and medical expertise. The widely used bone regeneration potion and the Hardy potion were said to have originated from the Potter lineage. Harry's grandfather had even crafted an extraordinarily magical shampoo potion, and the profits from the company had filled their coffers to overflowing. After selling the shampoo business, the Potter family fortune reached new heights. This prosperous legacy, combined with a sparse household, created the spectacular scene that Harry beheld. "Replenish yourself, Harry," Hagrid said as he stepped off the cart, suppressing a cough. "The Potter family's wealth is more than sufficient to afford you a comfortable life in the wizarding world." However, Harry did not immediately reach for the treasure. Instead, he turned to Dudley. "Cousin, what? You think I would be polite?" Dudley retorted, unceremoniously reaching into the vault and selecting galleons, filling 2 large pockets to the brim. "Hurry up and grab some for yourself, Harry. It's quite a hassle to come to Gringotts." "Oh, right. Okay, cousin," Harry replied, showing no displeasure at Dudley's actions. Rather, he obediently complied, quickly stuffing several handfuls of coins into the pockets of his clothing. What a splendid display of brotherly camaraderie. Hagrid's eyes glistened with emotion, reminiscent of his big, lumbering brother. "Hagrid, no need to make a fuss. Get back in the cart. Once you complete your task, Harry and I still have shopping to do." Dudley complained, his expression one of impatience, as though he cared little for Hagrid's retrieval. "Oh, right." Hagrid clambered back into the cart. After the goblin locked Vault 687 and handed the key to Harry, they resumed their seats, and the small cart set off once more, delving deeper into the vaults. The distance from Vault 687 to Vault 713 was not overly in no time. They arrived at their destination. The security lock on Vault 713 was far superior to that of Vault 687. For the key to this vault was the goblin's finger, and one could abscond with treasures from the underground vaults of Gringotts. The goblin, with a face full of wrinkles, radiated an unusual confidence. Should anyone other than a goblin attempt to touch the door, they would be drawn in and securely trapped. Typically, if nothing was taken, they would inspect the vaults every 10 years. As the goblin's sharp finger inserted into the keyhole, the vault door slowly transformed into a cloud of black smoke, revealing a small chamber. Since the contents of this vault were relatively small, the interior space did not expand significantly. Hagrid, unusually serious, stepped out and strode purposefully to the vault, reaching inside with his large hand, standing off to the side. Dudley caught sight of the items within the vault. A small parcel bound with brown paper and twine, resembling the props he had prepared. The magical stone, Grade S, was carefully lifted by Hagrid and tucked into his breast pocket. Even Dudley, with his usual demeanor, could not suppress a flicker of excitement at the turn of events. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, Harry, standing beside Dudley, suddenly winced and placed a hand to his forehead. "Cousin, my scar. It's hurting sharply." Upon seeing Dudley's inquisitive gaze, Harry candidly shared his discomfort. Dudley's expression shifted, and he quickly grasped Harry's hand, writing a letter in his palm with his finger. Harry instantly became alert. The extensive claims made by Hagrid and the Goblin regarding Gringotts security were far less credible than Dudley's silent gestures. "We should leave." "What's wrong?" Hagrid, turning around after retrieving the magical stone, noticed Harry's furrowed brow illuminated by the dim torchlight. However, just as Hagrid began to utter a sound, Dudley's boisterous laughter interrupted him. "Ha, Hagrid, you've got bits of sandwich stuck in your beard," Dudley teased, pulling Harry closer to Hagrid's side. "Oh, really?" "Ha ha ha." Hagrid, with his grand demeanor, utterly failed to perceive the profound implications hidden within Dudley's expression. He nonchalantly reached up to stroke his own beard. Dudley, having anticipated this moment, quickly leaned closer to Hagrid and whispered urgently, "Hagrid, there's a dark wizard not far off. Be cautious." Hagrid promptly clamped his mouth shut, his mind racing with astonishment as he began to scan the surroundings with his round, gleaming eyes. Seizing the opportunity of Hagrid's distraction, Dudley unleashed his most formidable technique, gripping the counterfeit ruby paper package he had just retrieved from his coat. With a slight leap, he extended his hand outward, akin to a serpent striking its prey, moving with blinding speed. Suddenly, a flash of red light erupted from the shadows. Alerted, Hagrid swiftly scooped up Harry and Dudley in front of him and pivoted sharply, using his broad back to shield them from the curse. The powerful stunning spell struck Hagrid's back, causing him to momentarily falter, yawn, and shake his head to regain his composure. He hastily produced his umbrella wand and turned to unleash a beam of white light toward the origin of the stunning spell. Hagrid did not utter an incantation. This was a silent transformation spell. Fool! That lumbering oaf possesses giant blood and thus resistance to spells. Using incantations meant for other objects against him is sheer folly. In the darkness, cloaked in a hooded robe and wearing a mask, Quirinus Quirrell, reeking of garlic, cowered under the wrath of Voldemort residing at the back of his head, simultaneously casting a silent shield charm to block Hagrid's white light. A thunderous explosion ensued. The ground shook with a resounding blast. Prompted by Voldemort's directives, Quirrell immediately unleashed a powerful exploding spell toward Hagrid and his companions. A dim light shot forth from the tip of his wand, and in the distance, a cacophony of explosions erupted. Countless stalactites plummeted from above, the sound of the explosion reverberating through the vast underground vault, causing the ground to tremble as if a minor earthquake had occurred. "Fool!" The fragment of Voldemort residing in Quirrell's mind was nearly apoplectic. "Go check it out. If the Philosopher's Stone is destroyed, I will take your life." An enemy attack. A piercing alarm blared, following the explosion. A series of shimmering protective shields materialized outside the vault, which itself was reinforced by magical beams, remaining secure and unscathed. Equally unscathed were Hagrid and his party, nearly buried under a pile of stalactites and debris. Damn it, who dares? Who is audacious enough to invade Gringotts? The goblin, Grip Hook, extended his clawed fingers to cast a large protective shield, encompassing himself and Hagrid, who was bent over to shield Harry and Dudley, keeping the debris at bay. Harry, Hagrid, listen to me. If that dark wizard approaches, Hagrid will lead the attack to try and disarm him, while Harry will use the calm spell to soothe him, preventing him from conjuring lethal curses. I will provide support and seize any opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Inside the protective barrier, Dudley calmly outlined a battle plan to his teammates, who were just inches away. Yes, cousin, Harry responded with resolve, nodding in agreement. Over the past few years, Dudley had frequently guided him through mock battles against wizards. Dudley, that's too dangerous. Hagrid expressed his concerns, reluctant to put the two children at risk. Don't argue, Hagrid. Follow my lead, or we might all perish here. The dark wizard's curses spare neither children nor adults. Dudley spoke with grave authority, then wriggled out from Hagrid's embrace, positioning himself behind Grip Hook. Harry too sprang into action, using his bangs to obscure the scar on his forehead, standing by Hagrid's side as he began to quietly gather his energy. Calm down, calm down. The two spells Dudley had developed alongside Harry were not yet perfected, rendering them incapable of swift casting. Thus, gathering energy in advance was their best strategy. Seeing Dudley and Harry's determination, Hagrid, with no better options, acquiesced to Dudley's plan, gripping his umbrella wand tightly in one hand while clenching his fist, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. If the dark wizard dared to approach, his fist might strike faster than any spell. My dear guest, what brings you here? Grip Hook exclaimed, raising his hands to maintain the protective barrier. Feeling Dudley crouching behind him, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. Enough chatter. Fortify your shield. What is this nonsense about dragons guarding and spells being sealed? Your bravado is utterly misplaced. Dudley mercilessly critiqued the goblin security measures, leaving Grip Hook feeling quite embarrassed. Simultaneously, Dudley issued commands to the system with focused thought. System, fuse with the Philosopher's Stone. Clearly, Dudley had successfully acquired it moments ago. Command received, consuming S-level magical item fusion opportunity 1. The small package Dudley had stealthily tucked into his coat deflated, containing an S-level magical item resembling a ruby. The Philosopher's Stone, which instantaneously transformed into an invisible, intangible force, merging with Dudley. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an exceptional wizarding lineage. From this moment forward, your magical strength and capacity will rival that of elite magical professors. Your magical aptitude is extraordinarily exceptional, and as your mental fortitude solidifies and matures with age and knowledge, your magical prowess will continue to grow, ultimately reaching 5 times your current capacity. You have acquired the ability to transmute metals. You may expend magical energy to convert any non-gold metal into pure gold. With a maximum of 100 ounces, approximately 2,835 grams, every 7 days. You have obtained the Elixir of Life transmutation ability. You may consume magical energy to imbue any beverage with the properties of the Elixir of Life. Up to 10 gallons, approximately 45.5 liters, per year. Note, each gallon of the elixir-infused beverage consumed can extend a person's life by 2 years. The Elixir of Life can only prolong life, not preserve youth, heal bodily injuries, or protect against fatal attacks. You have acquired partial knowledge and skills in advanced alchemy. You are now versed in the alchemical knowledge and skills related to the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. With the surge of formidable power and profound memories accompanying the system's notification, Dudley fully embraced the transformation. That moment, he felt utterly invincible, just as he completed the fusion with the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell, thoroughly chastised by Voldemort, had already reached the pile of debris trapping Hagrid and his companions. Quirrell waved his wand, hastily clearing away chunks of stalactites, as the roars of dragons echoed from afar. Drawing closer with each moment, goblins riding chained dragons were en route to provide assistance. Move faster, you imbecile. Find a Philosopher's Stone and leave at once. Yes, my master, Voldemort urged Quirrell, who quickened his wand movements, soon spotting the azure energy shield beneath the rubble. Master, they are blocking our way, Quirrell exclaimed, astonished. Fool! Enough talk. Eliminate them. Voldemort's frustration was palpable. Quirrell, not daring to delay further, raised his wand. Avada Kedavra! A blinding green light shot forth, imbued with overwhelming intent to kill. Crashing against the protective barrier conjured by Griphook, the shield shattered with a resounding crack. "Oh no!" Griphook gasped, his form distorting as he transformed into a spiral and vanished from sight, reappearing 10 meters away. "Esteemed guests, please wait. I shall summon help." This goblin, lacking any sense of professional integrity, recognizing the peril, employed an enhanced disapparition spell to escape, were it not for the exceptionally strong anti-disapparition charms in Gringotts' underground vault. Griphook's earlier flicker would not have been so modest. Spotting his retreating figure would have been an insult to goblin prowess. A massive stone hurtled toward them. Recognizing that he could not rely on the goblin, Dudley swiftly utilized the wand he had borrowed from Diggory to cast the levitation charm he had learned in Standard Spells class. Thanks to his own formidable magical power and a stroke of luck, Dudley's levitation charm worked flawlessly. A large chunk of stalactite soared through the air, blocking the residual force of Quirrell's killing curse. The simplest method to counter the killing curse, one of the 3 unforgivable curses, is to use a large object to shield against it. This technique had been imparted to Dudley by Dumbledore during his viewing of a series of films in his past life. Quirrell, intending to obliterate the protective barrier while simultaneously eliminating the interfering goblin, found his plan thwarted. The barrier broke, the goblin escaped, yet a chubby boy had managed to intercept the killing curse. This infuriated Quirrell, who immediately shifted to a new position, the tip of his wand glowing green once more, preparing to cast another killing curse. But at that moment, a sinister voice penetrated Quirrell's ears. "Calm down, calm down." A sudden wave of inexplicable tranquility washed over Quirrell. As the green light on his wand dissipated, it was as if he beheld the extinguished flame of his youth. He was an exemplary graduate of Ravenclaw, embarking alone into the Albanian forest, a high-intelligence hero on a quest against vampires and wicked witches. He was, bang! A fist, as massive as a pot lid, crashed into the face of the once high-intelligence hero. Quirrell experienced a sensation akin to flight, involuntarily spinning through the air for 3.5 rotations. A shattered tooth caught behind his black cloth mask, landing heavily upon a colossal stone in a state of utter frustration. No one can harm Harry Potter and his cousin," Hagrid bellowed, having thrown Harry and Dudley aside, then leaping high, ready to smash down upon the loathsome masked figure sprawled on the ground. Useless! Useless! Voldemort could no longer contain himself. Quirrell, who was supposed to be an outstanding Ravenclaw, had become so inept under his command. Wasn't he the dark transformation supposed to triple 1's strength? How could both his power and intellect have regressed? Voldemort felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. It was time for him to take matters into his own hands, for he had heard that name, which he loathed to the core, and if he hesitated any longer, his only remaining subordinate would be crushed under the weight of the foolish giant. "Harry Potter? Which one is Harry Potter?" A sinister, damp, and chilling voice echoed, as Quirrell, having fallen to the ground, suddenly transformed into a cloud of black smoke mere seconds before Hagrid's bulk bore down upon him, swiftly darting aside to retrieve the hazel wand that had been flung into the crevices of the rubble. Hagrid crashed down upon the boulder, causing it to shatter, grimacing in pain. Dudley's expression soured. Voldemort was too swift, and the wand remained unaffected by the spell, leaving him no time to retrieve it. Meanwhile, the black smoke coalesced into shape upon another stone. Still clad in dark robes, the figure now faced away from them, even gripping the wand in a reverse hold. More bizarrely, a perfectly oval hole had torn through the hood, revealing a grotesque face with blood-red eyes, a lack of a nose, thin lips, and blue-hued, hairless skin, an utterly repulsive visage. Dudley, familiar with the original tale, recognized this as Quirrell's rear, which now bore the visage of Voldemort's main soul. Roar! The dragons finally arrived at the battlefield. "Drop your weapons! Surrender! You are surrounded!" A fairy riding on the back of a dragon amplified his voice with a spell, issuing a warning to the intruders. Simultaneously, 3 dragons unleashed a torrent of flames, creating a magnificent spectacle. "That you've disturbed me." The hideous face emitted an unpleasant hiss, dismissively waving Quirrell's wand that a torrent of malicious azure flames erupted, instantly forming a colossal wave of fire that surged towards the suspended dragons and fairies. "Watch out! It's cursed fire!" the fairies cried out, retreating while raising their hands to conjure beams of yellow light to fend off the onslaught. But with little effect, the cursed flames intensified, swiftly coalescing into a gigantic blue flame serpent. The serpent opened its mouth, revealing fiery fangs, and lunged towards the fairies. "Well then, now that there are no distractions, tell me, who is Harry Potter?" Quirrell retreated while Voldemort advanced, his posture strange yet intimidating. You are Voldemort?" Hagrid's voice trembled, the name casting a colossal shadow over the half-giant. "Tell me, you fool," Voldemort roared, his current state far from optimal, berating Quirrell as useless, yet oblivious to his own mental lapse. Hatred towards Harry consumed a part of his mind. At this moment, he was not focused on swiftly executing his revenge, nor hastily obtaining the Philosopher's Stone, but rather on capturing his lifelong adversary foretold by prophecy, to torment him thoroughly. Realizing his prior outburst had been excessive, Hagrid fell silent as Voldemort drew closer. Calm down, from behind Hagrid, Harry, undeterred by the tense atmosphere, adhered to the original battle plan devised by Dudley, stretching out his hands to cast a calming charm at Voldemort. A peculiar force gradually enveloped Voldemort, spawning an inexplicable sense of tranquility within his heart. Yet, the malevolence and madness within Voldemort were far beyond what Harry could influence. In less than a second, he shook off the calming charm's effects. "So, it was you who influenced the mind of my servant. Quite a remarkable wandless spell. Such a genius. You must be Harry." A gust of sand and stone. Dudley, concealed behind a boulder, suddenly launched an attack on Voldemort. His wand, glowing blue as a whirlwind of sand and debris, surged towards the frail, grotesque figure against the backdrop of the roaring blue flames. As Dudley infused his wand with immense magical power, he unleashed a storm of sand and stone, shouting furiously, "Fool! I am Harry." His earlier hesitation to cast a spell so quickly was not due to a lack of resolve, but rather the inherent complexity of the powerful charm he had attempted, requiring considerable familiarity and practice before execution. Dudley had not systematically studied spellcraft. His prior practice as a Muggle had yielded this rapid success, a testament to his newfound magical talent following the infusion of the Philosopher's Stone. "Another genius," Voldemort's voice suddenly whispered in Dudley's ear. "You must be Harry Potter's cousin." Dudley jolted in shock. He had not noticed when Voldemort had transformed Quirrell's body back into black smoke, slipping through the gaps in the whirlwind of sand and stone, appearing beside him. He quickly threw a punch, but alas, Voldemort's spell, fueled by Quirrell's life force, was swifter, a heart-piercing curse. The merciless spell struck Dudley, causing him, wand in one hand and fist in the other, to be hurled backward in agony, crashing into a pile of rubble, the whirlwind of sand dissipating as well. Dudley had not touched Voldemort, nor Quirrell's body. The heart-piercing curse was not an instant death attack. His weakened maternal protection trait had failed to activate. "Cousin!" Harry, witnessing Dudley being struck and flung away, could no longer maintain his composure, crying out in desperation. Now his identity could no longer be concealed. Harry sought to rush over to assess Dudley's injuries, but Hagrid stepped in front of him, shielding him with his bulk. "You fool! You remain as foolish as ever. The secrets within your heart are written upon your face, or they spill from your lips. Just moments ago, your anxious expression and furtive glances revealed everything. Reflecting on the past, I had once set you up, you great fool, nearly causing a breakdown in my plans. How nostalgic!" Voldemort advanced step by step towards Hagrid and Harry, his words piercing Hagrid's heart like I see, it was you. Hagrid's mouth fell open, realization dawning. Of course, it had to be you, for no one else could be so wicked. "Ha ha! Fool! Step aside. Do not amuse me with that foolish face of yours." Voldemort laughed maniacally, akin to a villain on the brink of triumph. Feeling his own face, Quirrell's rear, beginning to bear wrinkles and spots, he wasted no time in casting another spell. Shatter Hagrid's yellow and red striped coat, along with the shirt beneath. instantly tore into tatters, a myriad of debris scattering, among which was a package wrapped in cowhide and twine, containing the Philosopher's Stone, a fake. Ha! Voldemort let out another maniacal laugh, waving his wand as the small package flew into Quirrell's now aged hands. That belongs to Dumbledore. Ah, give it back to me. Hagrid, his upper garment in tatters, unleashed a furious roar, this rage overshadowing even his fear of Voldemort. The umbrella wand he clutched emitted a blinding white light. However, Voldemort casually waved his wand, deflecting the transformation spell into a nearby stalagmite, which immediately morphed into a festering, pus-ridden dead RATTO pieces. As Voldemort simultaneously deflected Hagrid's transformation spell, he delivered a vicious blow to Hagrid. The giant's imposing form was catapulted by a surge of explosive energy, crashing heavily to the ground, bloodied and battered. Meanwhile, in the distance, Dudley, with immense effort drawn from the resilience acquired through 2 lifetimes, endured the excruciating pain inflicted by the Cruciatus Curse. As he regained his senses, he beheld Voldemort's wand once again glowing ominously with the light of the Cruciatus Curse, this time aimed at his cousin. No, Dudley roared, consumed by a fury that surged within him. He understood that maternal love could not protect against the Cruciatus Curse, and his emotions fluctuated violently, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of rage and defiance. An extraordinarily potent golden magic radiated from Dudley, instantly enveloping Voldemort, who was poised to attack Harry, as well as the expansive surroundings. This time, he truly unleashed a magical upheaval in the battered underground vault. Countless fragments of stone shimmered with a resplendent golden hue. Just as Voldemort was about to commit his heinous act, he suddenly realized that his own, or rather Quirrell's, body was becoming heavy and rigid, his senses dulling, and his joints growing increasingly stiff. In astonishment, his scarlet eyes caught a glimpse of Harry's clear gaze reflecting back at him. His ghastly green skin began to transform into a dazzling golden hue. Harry, strike him! Seize the wand! Dudley seized the moment, shouting at the top of his lungs. While raising the Diggory wand, he clutched tightly towards Voldemort, chanting, "Disarm you! Disarm you! Disarm you!" This was not merely the repetition of an important incantation. Dudley was fervently channeling his magic, striving to successfully cast the disarming spell. At the same time, Harry, initially at a loss, found reassurance in his cousin's familiar command and immediately complied. He muttered, "Power, power, increase, increase," with both hands extended. One clenched into a fist, he struck the untransformed portion of Voldemort's face, the remaining part of Quirrell's head. With the other hand, he clawed towards the hand that gripped Voldemort's Quirrell's wand, intent on seizing it. Naturally, Voldemort would not sit idly by. His crimson eyes flared with unbridled hatred and murderous intent as he forcefully intoned, "Avada! Disarm you!" Dudley's disarming spell succeeded at a critical juncture, striking Voldemort. The wand, nearly wrested from Harry's grasp, barely emitted a glimmer of green light before it slipped from his hand, hurtling like an arrow into a distant stalagmite. The usual disarming spell would cause the opponent's wand to fly into one's own hand. Clearly, Dudley's attempt was far from perfect, merely achieving a passing grade. Nonetheless, it sufficed. Voldemort had lost his means of wreaking havoc, for he was not yet strong enough to wield Quirrell's body without a wand in such a weakened state. More crucially, Harry, the savior endowed with the complete protection of maternal love, had now confronted his adversary, who was filled with murderous intent. Quirrell let out a harrowing scream of agony as the backlash of power spread from his head and wrist, gradually engulfing his entire being. Wherever the damaging force traversed, his flesh disintegrated into ash, including the parts that had turned to gold due to Dudley's magical upheaval. "Harry Potter, I shall return." Voldemort relinquished his control over Quirrell's body. At this juncture, his escape and resurrection took precedence. With a thunderous explosion, Quirrell's head erupted, and an invisible repelling force flung both Harry and the pain-ridden Dudley aside. The black had disintegrated, and a dark purple, garlic-scented scarf was flung high into the air, followed closely by the shadowy essence of Voldemort. Spiraling downward, he aimed to grasp the fallen fake Philosopher's Stone wrapped in paper and fleed to that moment. Despite the lingering pain afflicting Dudley, his desire to detain Voldemort burned fiercely. This odious creature had truly provoked him today. He collapsed to the ground, straining to lift his wand. Fire. End all spells. An ancient yet resonant incantation interrupted Dudley's forced concentration on the fire spell. A blinding orange light pierced through the surrounding raging flames, striking with unerring accuracy at the black smoke tendril extending from Voldemort's essence. Damn you, Dumbledore! With a nearly inaudible curse, Voldemort's essence abandoned any thought of retrieving the Philosopher's Stone. Swiftly darting upward, colliding with the descending dark purple scarf. Upon contact, both entities twisted into a spiral and vanished. It was evident that Voldemort and Quirrell had long prepared an escape route, transforming the scarf into a key. A fortified version at that. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to escape the heavily warded vault of Gringotts. Damn it, Dudley cursed vehemently, not even glancing at the time-manipulating master who was approaching to clean up the aftermath of the fire spell. He struggled to rise, unsteadily making his way to Harry, helping his cousin to his feet, and ensuring he was unharmed before rushing to the blood-soaked and unconscious Hagrid. Heal quickly. Revive swiftly. Without hesitation, Dudley aimed the Diggory wand at Hagrid to cast a healing spell. After casting 2 spells in quick succession, Dudley swiftly grasped the technique for the healing charm. Under the enveloping white light, Hagrid's wounds gradually mended. Harry, help lift Hagrid. Yes, cousin. Harry responded as always, casting the might enhancement spell once more before easily supporting the heavy Hagrid. Seeing Hagrid gradually regain consciousness without any adverse effects, Dudley then cast 2 more healing spells upon himself and Harry. Harry, Hagrid, are you all right? A venerable old man with disheveled white hair and a crooked nose approached, voice gentle yet filled with compassion. Hagrid, still not fully aware, vaguely recognized Dumbledore's presence and nodded weakly. Meanwhile, Harry, supporting Hagrid, found himself at a loss in the presence of this elder and merely observed. Saying nothing, stay back, or I'll smack you. Dudley suddenly snapped at the over-a-century-old gentle wizard, leaving the greatest wizard of the 20th century momentarily speechless. Dumbledore's expression froze. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner. Perhaps never had anyone dared to do so. Whether it was Grindelwald or Voldemort, saints or Death Eaters, all held at least a modicum of respect for him. Given his wealth of experience spanning over a century, it was difficult to fathom that an 11-year-old wizard would dare to speak so boldly. In his shock, Dumbledore contemplated using legilimency, but ultimately decided against it. With a gentle tap of his elder wand, he invigorated Hagrid's spirit, restoring his consciousness and alleviating his internal injuries. The scattered remnants of clothing and debris returned to Hagrid as if time were rewinding, restoring him to his former self. However, one unfortunate detail remained. The 2 pet sleeping ferrets he carried had been crushed beneath the stones and would not return. Having regained consciousness, Hagrid, unaware of Dudley's previous words, surveyed the area and spotted the fake philosopher's stone package on the ground. Breathing a sigh of relief, he hurried to retrieve it and presented it before Dumbledore, explaining Harry and Dudley's identities while recounting the events that had transpired. In his excitement, Hagrid attempted to draw Harry and Dudley closer to converse with Dumbledore, but he found Harry steadfastly remaining beside Dudley, not allowing Hagrid to pull him away. Dudley, absorbed in his own actions, ignored Hagrid entirely. Oh, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have revealed Harry's identity. Feeling Harry's resistance, Hagrid's heart sank. Do not be sad, Hagrid. They will forgive you. Let them have some peace for now. Dumbledore remarked. Darryl certainly does not have the luxury of time to pause and reflect. In the presence of Dumbledore, Darryl retrieved 3 empty blood storage bags, wrapped in tin foil and cotton, from his garments. He opened the bags and, wielding Mr. Diggory's wand, cast a simple levitation charm to draw up a large pool of Hagrid's blood that remained on the ground, efficiently collecting it within the bags. Once he completed the collection of Hagrid's blood, Darryl approached the stalactite where Chilo's wand was embedded, attempting the shattering spell several times to break apart the stone, successfully securing the slightly cracked and damaged wand. Having accomplished this, he then moved to the gray remains of Chilo, which were reduced to tattered black cloth, searching for anything of value, but found nothing worthwhile, thus abandoning the endeavor. Subsequently, Daryl's gaze fell upon a ground littered with chunks of stone that had transformed into gold. But he discovered that the gold had begun to revert to stone, save for the flecks of base metal that had wholly turned to pure gold, not reverting to rock. Without hesitation, Daryl seized the opportunity. Even the smallest morsel is meat, not to mention gold. The scattered flecks of gold dust broke free from the stones that had constrained them, soaring into Daryl's palms. Empowered by immense strength, Daryl cast a spell he and Harry had jointly created. Uttering incantations in ancient Latin, accompanied by a simple gesture that depicted a clenched fist, a crimson radiance flickered. Perhaps due to his status as a creator, Daryl succeeded remarkably on his first attempt with this spell. Feeling the surge of power within him, he was immensely satisfied, finding it far more exhilarating than the spells Harry had cast upon him in the past. Daryl turned to fixate on Dumbledore, who sat on a stone, waiting, gazing intently at him. Simultaneously, he clenched his left hand, instantly compressing a small handful of gold dust into a solid mass. Ding! Encounter with Albus Dumbledore, unlocking current regret events, the untimely demise of parents, B-level. Details: Albus Dumbledore's father was imprisoned for murder out of rage during his youth and later perished in Azkaban, while his mother succumbed to a quiet explosion within his sister Ariana. Accidental killing of Ariana, S-level. Details: Albus Dumbledore's sister, Ariana, died as a result of a chaotic battle involving him, his brother Aberforth, and his then-lover Gellert Grindelwald, the first Dark Lord, although there is no direct evidence. Deep down, Albus Dumbledore is acutely aware that it was his spell that claimed his sister's life, a nightmare he fears most to confront. The forbidden love of the Dark Lord, S-level. Details: in his youth, Albus Dumbledore fell in love with the extreme and powerful wizard Gellert Grindelwald, who was obsessed with dark magic and the legend of the Deathly Hallows, believing that wizards should dominate Muggles. Eventually, due to ideological differences and the tragic outcome of a three-way battle, they parted ways, leading to a complete rupture in their relationship, where the victor would reign and the vanquished would be imprisoned, never to reconcile. Having silently perused the newly unlocked regret events, Daryl's mood and expression darkened further. None of these were matters he wished to resolve now, nor were they within his capacity to address. "Harry, we must leave," Daryl declared, turning sharply and striding away. Without hesitation, Harry followed closely behind. Although he could not fully comprehend the reasons behind his cousin's fury, he felt no need to understand. He would unconditionally stand by Daryl's side. Even if he could not attend Hogwarts to learn magic, Dumbledore and Hagrid were abandoned. "Hagrid, it seems that the rather opinionated Mr. Dursley has developed some misunderstandings about me." Dumbledore rose, assuring him, "Do not worry. They should harbor no ill feelings towards you." The wise old wizard, despite refraining from using legitimacy, had discerned the situation. "Oh, how could this be? You came to rescue us. Daryl is a bright boy. He should not have treated you this way." Hagrid's large head was accompanied by a less-than-average intellect, leaving him utterly confounded by the current predicament. "No, Hagrid, strictly speaking, I did not save them. They had already triumphed over Voldemort before I intervened." Dumbledore candidly stated the truth without embellishment. "Furthermore, you are correct, Hagrid. Young Mr. Dursley is indeed clever, more so than I had anticipated, intelligent and forthright, without a hint of pretense. This is splendid. Perhaps a sincere exchange could alleviate his grievances and misunderstandings towards me. Let us proceed. They seem to be encountering a bit of trouble, and besides, the first-year students have yet to procure their school supplies from a distance." Dumbledore and Hagrid observed Daryl and Harry engage in a dispute with the goblins who had come to restore order. "Oh, very well, Professor Dumbledore. I sincerely hope you can foster a close bond with the two children. But for now, please go assist them. I will follow shortly." Hagrid wiped the tears from his face. The estrangement from two new friends and the loss of two little ones had left him sorrowful. He knelt down, carefully lifting the two flattened and lifeless sleeping mice, wrapping them in a piece of silk cloth, and gently placing them into a separate pocket. "Do not be too sorrowful, Hagrid," Dumbledore consoled his old companion. "I am fine, Dumbledore," Hagrid replied, unwilling to burden others with his worries, striving to regain his composure. This moment of calm reminded him of something Dumbledore had just said. Professor, are you suggesting there are two new students? Is Daryl included? Yes, indeed. Daryl has suddenly demonstrated magical abilities. He is no longer a Muggle. Hagrid, belatedly realizing, had been in a heightened state of tension that left no room for contemplation about Daryl's peculiarities. Now that it occurred to him, he did not delve deeply into the implications, but simply felt happy for Daryl. Dumbledore chose not to elaborate on this topic, as he too was puzzled by how Daryl had so suddenly transformed from a Muggle into a wizard. Seemingly teaching himself to become an exceptionally powerful sorcerer, he touched the fake philosopher's stone package handed to him by Hagrid with his aged hand, sensing a faint magical essence seep through. His expression shifted subtly. With his expertise in alchemy, he discerned that this was not a philosopher's stone at all. It was at best a natural ruby of commendable quality. Has Voldemort succeeded? Did the goblins switch it out? Or is it the extraordinary young Mr. Dursley? Dumbledore pondered, piecing together the information at hand. The answer to this question did not seem particularly difficult to guess. Much like the fervent voices nearby, I ask this how you conduct security at Gringotts? The vaults are as permeable as a sieve. Terrorists can come and go as they please. Employees scurry away like mice at the first sign of danger. And with a dragon guarding the place. A goblin squad. What a farce. A mere fire could thwart your defenses. What on earth are you doing? With so many families in the magical community paying vault management fees each year, all of it seemingly thrown into the Irish Sea without a ripple. Do you understand? Just a hair's breadth away, and my cousin, my large friend, and I could have perished. Those in know would think we were simply here to withdraw money, while those unaware would assume we had stormed a terrorist stronghold. Before the goblins cleaning up the mess in the underground vault, Daryl passionately voiced his grievances, his fervor surpassing even Hagrid's towering stature. Leaving the goblins ashamed, heads bowed, unable to meet his gaze, a leading goblin manager stepped forward. Seeking reconciliation, esteemed guest, we at Gringotts deeply apologize for your unfortunate experience. Apology? Daryl immediately interrupted the goblin. How many galleons per ounce does your apology equate to? You think a few flaps of your withered lips can gloss over this? I was subjected to the Cruciatus curse, the most tormenting of all curses. How do you account for my suffering? What about the terror we endured? What the life-threatening crisis we faced? If you do not provide me with a satisfactory answer today, I will expose your abysmal security to the Daily Prophet, ensuring that every wizard sees your true colors and retrieves their property from you. Every last Canute, not a single one left. No, the goblins are terrified. Their ancestors have been vanquished by wizards and had lost the right to wield wands. Now, their only desire was for gold and treasure. Should a mass run on the bank occur, it would be more merciful to take their lives outright. How about 1,000, no, 3,000 galleons? And additionally, a permanent waiver on management fees for the Potter family vault. The goblin manager, feeling a pang of regret, presented his offer to, I believe we need not discuss this further. Harry, withdraw all the money from the vault, and we shall head directly to the Daily Prophet to secure a year's worth of front-page headlines. Dudley's expression turned cold as he made to leave. No, please don't. Very well. You win. 10,000 galleons, plus a permanent exemption from management fees for the vault. The goblin manager slumped helplessly onto the stone steps, as if cursed by a soul-sucking spell. Feeling utterly drained, I demand 100,000 galleons. Not a single galleon less. Dudley, cornered and revealing a wicked smile of determination, pressed forward. No, that is simply impossible. The goblin manager seemed to be scorched by the steps. Leaping up in a frenzy, his agitation palpable. The other goblins chimed in, expressing that such a price was akin to slicing at their jugulars. Humph! Dudley scoffed disdainfully, remaining silent, employing a form of psychological warfare against the goblins. The goblin manager was sweating profusely, beads of perspiration trickling down his wrinkled skin, clearly under immense psychological strain. After a considerable pause, he reluctantly retreated a step. 50,000 galleons. Truly, it cannot be any more. The goblin manager wiped his brow, struggling to articulate that this was the utmost they could offer in light of Harry Potter and Professor Dumbledore. Upon noticing Dumbledore and Hagrid approaching, the goblin manager perked up, hoping to curry favor to his dismay. Mentioning Dumbledore's name only fueled Dudley's fervor. What? Do you mean to say that I and Hagrid are not worth a single galleon? Not even worthy of mention? Dudley roared, his magical aura surging. Does that mean that the nameless should perish? The goblin manager was pushed back several steps by Dudley's terrifying presence, stammering. No, that is not what I meant. Then what do you mean? Dudley pressed on relentlessly. Gringotts must offer compensation. At that moment, Dumbledore stepped forward, speaking gravely. You have sought to cover up a scandal, blocking me from the vault, believing you could manage alone. Yet nearly costing an innocent life. Silence. Dudley barked at the old man, recognizing that Dumbledore was defending himself, explaining to both him and Harry. But this predicament is of his own making. He cannot evade responsibility. 50,000 galleons, a permanent exemption from vault management fees, plus 2 injured Norwegian ridgebacks, 1 male and 1 female. Under the astonished gazes of the goblins and Hagrid, Dudley laid down his final offer with unyielding firmness. Let us finalize this deal. The goblin manager's mind went blank, but instinct urged him not to refuse someone bold enough to confront Dumbledore directly. Thus he incoherently agreed. When he regained his senses, he realized something was amiss and hurriedly inquired. The Ministry of Magic does not permit the private keeping of dragons. They must be dispatched. Dudley glared menacingly. I meant to ask, where should I have the 2 dragons delivered? The goblin manager once again found himself flustered. 50,000 galleons, deposited into the Potter family vault. The 2 Norwegian ridgebacks must be healed, and then await my message. Once my letter arrives, ensure they are delivered to the specified location without any delay or discount. Otherwise, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Dudley retracted his overwhelming magical presence, pulling Harry along as they boarded another pristine little cart summoned by the goblins, and with a flick of his wand, they departed. Let us proceed as he instructed, Dumbledore uttered to the goblins before linking arms with Hagrid and activating apparition, the 2 transforming into a spiral and vanishing from sight. Once everyone had left, the goblin manager fell silent for a moment before bellowing at the other goblins. What are you still doing here? Activate the repair charms and strengthen the anti-apparition spells. I do not wish to see anyone else able to access our vaults. Go, back to freedom. At Gringotts, in the main hall, Dudley and Harry rode the cart back along the path they had come, only to find it in disarray, surrounded by a throng of people being pacified by another group of goblins left behind. These individuals fell into 2 categories, journalists and aurors. The previous explosion curse cast by Quirrell had affected the subterranean vault's geological structure, causing tremors throughout Diagon Alley. Naturally, this had drawn in all the relevant parties. The journalists from the Daily Prophet were at the periphery, snapping away with their magical cameras and incessantly questioning the goblins about the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the aurors dispatched by the Ministry were in the inner circle, engaged in serious discussions with Dumbledore, who had arrived promptly. Hagrid stood alone off to the side, safely within the inner circle, as the journalists could not disturb him, and the aurors were preoccupied with Dumbledore's presence. Dudley led Harry swiftly to Hagrid's side. Dudley, Harry, you 2 are entangled in matters with Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid began softly. Plug your ears. Dudley first attempted a few spells with his wand, casting a listening charm, and then seriously and patiently explained, Hagrid, you are an adult and should comprehend that a friend is not necessarily your friend. Our dealings with Dumbledore do not concern you, so you need not fret over it. You must acknowledge one simple fact. Dumbledore is your friend, and we are also your friends. That is sufficient. The 2 relationships must remain separate. Oh, Dudley, Harry, you still consider me a friend. That is truly wonderful. You do not blame me for revealing your identities to Voldemort, do you? Hagrid exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion, as he focused solely on what he desired. Dudley remained unfazed by Hagrid's excitement and continued, Everyone has their flaws. You did not intend to expose us. Even had you not revealed our identities today, Voldemort would have pursued us for the treasure regardless. Moreover, and most importantly, today's events have not resulted in dire consequences. Therefore, I can forgive your indiscretion this time. Cousin forgives you, and so do I. Hagrid, Harry chimed in. That is splendid. I was terrified earlier, Hagrid said, overwhelmed with joy. But Hagrid, you must learn from this lesson. Dudley's expression grew increasingly serious. Had today's events caused irreparable harm to Harry or me, then, even if unintentional, we could no longer remain friends. You should strive to keep secrets for your friends and develop discernment. Otherwise, in our future interactions, Harry and I will inevitably hold back from you, and we will withhold much. Hagrid's expression shifted, a mix of guilt and determination. I understand, Dudley. I will make an effort. That is good to hear. Dudley's tone softened somewhat. Now that we have secured the funds, it is time to procure the school supplies. This is what you promised us. You wouldn't dare back out, would you? Oh, I would never renege on my word. Hagrid brightened once more, glancing towards Dumbledore and pointing toward a side door of Gringotts. Dumbledore, diverting some of his attention, nodded at Hagrid. Only then did Hagrid turn back, intending to shield Dudley and Harry as they made their escape from Gringotts amidst the frenzy of journalists. However, Dudley had already bent low, protecting Harry, and found a goblin to guide them to a secluded exit. "Wait for me," Hagrid hurriedly called out, hastening to catch up. Meanwhile, Dumbledore delivered his final message to the squad of Aurors from the British Ministry of Magic, informed Fudge that Voldemort, that fearsome Dark Lord, is poised to return. The Ministry must prepare for battle. Having spoken, he silently exited Gringotts, stealthily trailing behind Dudley and his companions, indifferent to the reactions of the Aurors present. The Aurors, shocked by Dumbledore's revelation, were rendered momentarily dazed. Had such word come from any other mouth, they would undoubtedly have drawn their wands to subdue the speaker and send them off to St. Mungo's for psychiatric evaluation. However, these words had emerged from the lips of Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the 20th century and the unacknowledged sovereign of the British magical community. They had no choice but to heed his words. The Aurors exchanged glances before vanishing in a flurry of apparition back to the Ministry of Magic to report to their minister, Cornelius Fudge, following a minor tremor, despite the apparent normalcy of Diagon Alley. An undercurrent of fear of the unknown rendered the bustling street markedly quieter than when Dudley and Harry had first arrived. The contrast was palpable. Yet, this unexpected stillness facilitated Dudley and Harry's shopping endeavors. At the Potage's Cauldron shop, they procured an array of essential potion-making utensils, purchasing no fewer than 4 or 5 complete sets. At Slug Jigger's apothecary, they gathered an abundance of potion ingredients, beyond those listed on the acceptance letter. Dudley acquired a sizable collection. At Madame Alkin's robes for all occasions, they selected numerous wizarding robes and formal, were tailored to their sizes, complete with self-ironing and mending features, amassing over a dozen sets. At Flourish and Blots, they collected 2 sets of standard textbooks for Hogwarts 1st to 7th years, while Dudley also chose an assortment of intriguing spellbooks, curses, and alchemical texts to enrich his bedroom library. In the Aesop's Owl Emporium, Hagrid generously offered to purchase a snowy owl for Harry, a gesture of friendship that Dudley did not impede. Thus, Harry named the owl Hedwig, as per the original tale. Initially, Hagrid had intended to buy Dudley a pet as well, but Dudley declined. "Dudley, are you truly not interested in having a pet? I think that gray owl looks splendid," Hagrid expressed, a hint of disappointment in his tone. He presumed Dudley's refusal stemmed from lingering resentment towards him. Owls are hardly impressive. A single one for delivering mail suffices. Acquiring more serves no purpose. Dudley scoffed, dismissing the notion. He pointed out that aside from his cousin S. Hedwig, Hogwarts had an owl post service, and he would have no trouble obtaining an owl when school commenced. "Hagrid, do not forget the compensation the goblins agreed to provide me. Having a pet dragon would certainly be far more exhilarating." Once outside the owl shop, Dudley candidly shared his true thoughts with Hagrid. "Didn't you say your dream was to raise a dragon? Once we're settled, find a suitable place, and I'll write to the goblins to send you 2 dragons to care for. Any eggs they produce will be yours." "Ah," Hagrid exclaimed, taken aback. "But Hogwarts prohibits raising dragons. Expand your horizons, Hagrid. When the dragons arrive, simply give them a makeover and claim they are winged fire lizards. No one would dare question us." Dudley replied nonchalantly, "Yes, that even feasible." Hagrid pondered, as a new world of possibilities unfolded before him. Had he known such a workaround existed, he would have chosen to raise ordinary spiders that had undergone a transformation due to a growth potion instead of a monstrous acromantula. Achievement unlocked. Ruby is Hagrid's lifelong dream of raising dragons. A rank. Details. Hagrid has always desired to raise a dragon, but has been constrained by regulations that in the original narrative. He was duped by Quirrell into trading the weakness of the three-headed dog Fluffy for a dragon egg, ultimately hatching a Norwegian Ridgeback he named Norbert to prevent detection by the school. Harry and his friend coordinated to relocate Norbert to Charlie Weasley, who specialized in dragon care in Romania. Dudley felt elated to have unlocked a currently attainable A-rank regret event. He understood that raising a dragon at Hogwarts was not as simple as he had initially stated. Misrepresenting a deer as a horse or a mouse as a duck requires power as support. Without connections, financial bribes, absolute deterrent force, or the threat of power and prestige, the Ministry of Magic, governed by Cornelius Fudge, would still uphold the laws and regulations of the wizarding world. However, regarding these conditions tied to power, Dudley felt assured that he would devise targeted means to achieve his goals, depending on future developments. In stark contrast to Dudley's confidence in subverting the rules, the elderly Dumbledore, trailing behind, had furrowed his brow in concern. This esteemed wizard realized that Dudley had little regard for regulations. Embodying a pure lawlessness, he contemplated how to steer Dudley back onto a righteous path, not wishing to witness another Voldemort rise during his lifetime. Dudley Dursley, Harry Potter. Just as Dudley and Harry were about to enter their final stop, the Ollivanders' wand shop, Dumbledore materialized before them. Halting their progress, he retrieved a letter of acceptance from within his robes and presented it to Dudley, stating, "Dear Mr. Dursley, I am Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and I am delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts to commence your studies alongside Harry Potter." Dudley paused, gazing at the seemingly wise yet foolish, brave yet cowardly, an aged yet formidable wizard before him, a playful smirk and a chilling expression suddenly gracing his face. "You claim to be delighted? Just how delighted are you? Moreover, who informed you that I intend to attend Hogwarts? To be frank, prior to today's incident, I held a degree of respect for you and was prepared to join Harry at Hogwarts. However, if you cannot provide me with a satisfactory explanation, I shall persuade my parents to relocate me and Harry to another country. We could attend Ilvermorny in America, Beauxbatons in France, Durmstrang in Northern Europe, or even a magical school in China. Wherever we go, I am confident that Harry and I will become powerful wizards, surpassing you in strength. And then, we shall return here to torment that noseless abomination Voldemort and everyone who harmed my Aunt Lily's family. We shall eliminate them all. Leave not a single one alive." Dudley's voice was as cold as a chilling winter gale, causing even Hagrid to shudder in trepidation, while Dumbledore's brow creased into a furrow of shock. This disquieting astonishment deepened after Harry unconditionally echoed Dudley's sentiments. "I listen to my cousin. Wherever he decides to study, I shall follow. I will exact vengeance for my parents." Harry spoke, his voice trembling slightly, yet imbued with unwavering determination. Around them, a hazy barrier had long since formed, concealing their conversation from the ears of the mundane wizards of the magical realm. Under Dumbledore's adept manipulation, no word of their extraordinary discourse had escaped. After a protracted moment of contemplation, Dumbledore could no longer restrain himself and quietly cast the legilimency spell on Dudley, resulting in a revelation that echoed Dudley's own words. Indeed, Dudley was a man of his word. As the mental intrusion notification reverberated in his mind, a flicker of disdain crossed Dudley's face. He was utterly convinced that Dumbledore had become petty and genuinely aged. The thoughts Dumbledore had just discerned were, in truth, Dudley's authentic sentiments. Despite the considerable peril faced that day, Dudley had undeniably achieved a significant triumph. He had merged with the Philosopher's Stone and now possessed magical prowess on par with a distinguished professor. His future held the promise of continued growth in strength while mastering a variety of spells, both light and dark. The process would become even simpler if he could return home, transfer the diluted wizarding blood acquired from merging with Harry's essence to his mother, and teach her a few spells, thereby minimally addressing Petunia's rejection of the magical world, a D-grade regret event, and securing an opportunity for a D-grade magical item fusion, coupled with his current inventory, 2 C-grade and 2 D-grade items. He could synthesize a chance for a B-grade magical item fusion, Duppy, while merging Quirrell's damaged wand, a pinnacle B-grade magical artifact. He would instantly ascend to the ranks of an elite professor, proficient in a multitude of light and dark spells. It is worth noting that had Quirrell's wand not been broken, it would have been classified as an A-grade magical item by the system. All the spells cast by Quirrell throughout his life, along with those performed during Voldemort's possession of his body, would be entirely inherited by Dudley, allowing him to master them completely. Thus, Dudley would possess the means to establish himself in any country's magical community. Even if he did not pursue other regret events or seek out the original character from the story at Hogwarts, it would not be an entirely unacceptable outcome for him. He could simply take his family, whom he wished to protect, away from the turmoil and observe the intellectual duel between Dumbledore and Voldemort from afar. When he had cultivated sufficient strength, he could return to eradicate Voldemort and his Death Eaters. This newly devised simulation plan faced no obstacles, save for Dumbledore standing before him. Unless Dumbledore were to succumb to complete darkness, seeking to eliminate him and erase Harry and Hagrid's memories to forcibly restore order. What would that make him but a reflection of Voldemort? The beliefs he had fought for over the years would be obliterated by his own hand. Dumbledore would not resort to such measures. Just as Dudley would rather gamble his own life than be manipulated by others, so have you devised an infallible explanation after setting up this barrier and pondering for so long? Dudley spoke nonchalantly, his eyes seemingly able to peer into the depths of one's soul, entirely uncharacteristic of an 11-year-old boy. Dumbledore finally spoke, weariness and a sense of the passage of time evident in his gaze. You are an exceptionally astute young wizard. You must realize that my intention was to hone Harry. Dudley laughed. I can certainly see you wish to hone Harry. But is that the crux of the matter? The crux is that you lack the ability to devise a proper strategy, yet you insist on laying out a dangerously rudimentary trap, indifferent to the lives of others. You entrusted the Philosopher's Stone to Gringotts, while simultaneously allowing Hagrid to lead Harry and me to retrieve it. Yet you prematurely leaked information, attracting Voldemort's insatiable thirst for life, did you not? Harry bears the protective enchantments set by Aunt Lily. Voldemort cannot kill him, yet he can torment him. You truly wish for an 11-year-old child to endure the agony of the Cruciatus Curse. You call this honing? I am a stranger to you. In your initial assessment, I was merely an inconsequential Muggle, my fate likely of no concern to you. I can comprehend that. But what of Hagrid? Hagrid trusts you implicitly, revering you as a god. He follows your every command. Have you ever considered his well-being? If Voldemort had not cast Bonebreaker but rather of a cadaver in the underground vault, what you would now behold would be a 3.5-meter corpse. Within the barrier, Dudley raged against Dumbledore, his words piercingly impactful. Harry's face paled, his impression of Dumbledore diminishing further. Hagrid trembled, his lips quivering, his large eyes fixed on Dumbledore, fervently hoping he would counter Dudley's assertions. Dumbledore faltered under Dudley's relentless inquiries, feeling an anxiety that should not have plagued him. After much contemplation, he realized he had failed to consider as thoroughly as he ought to have. I truly did not anticipate you would confront Voldemort at Gringotts. I miscalculated the timing. Ultimately, he could only offer this admission. Guilt and remorse etched upon his aged face, scarcely daring to meet Hagrid's gaze. Yet Dudley's fury remained unabated. You did not anticipate. I see your mind has deteriorated. Perhaps you have succumbed to dementia. What were you thinking? Let me guess. You intended for Hagrid to lead us to retrieve the Philosopher's Stone first, allowing Voldemort to grasp its shadows. Then lure Voldemort to Hogwarts, conceal the stone within the school, set up a series of challenges, and provide Harry with hints to guide him through, thereby honing him? Is that it? In just a few words, Dudley succinctly dissected Dumbledore's plan, leaving the old wizard utterly astonished. He had anticipated Dudley would be intelligent, but never to this extent, plunging him into profound self-doubt. Is my plan so easily seen through? Is it truly so foolish that it can be perceived? Dudley's words were like honey, sharp-edged, piercing Dumbledore's heart with icy clarity. Setting aside the absurdity of the plan, I must ask, if you did not wish for us to confront Voldemort at Gringotts, why did you allow the news of the Philosopher's Stone's location to spread? Could you not have simply claimed it had already been taken to Hogwarts? Is it impossible to keep such information under wraps? If you cannot, why not retrieve it yourself? Could you not foresee the dangers along the way? Oh, you intended to exploit Hagrid's loose lips, leaving hints about the Philosopher's Stone for Harry, laying the groundwork for your so-called honing plan for the school year. Correct? You are manipulating Hagrid's trust in you. Hagrid, with his propensity for chatter, has divulged the vault number and the retrieval letter you provided him. Yet he never revealed that the treasure was, in fact, the Philosopher's Stone. Due to his admiration and trust in you, he has struggled to keep this secret, yet he never imagined you had already leaked it and even turned it to your advantage. Dumbledore, how grand you are! How clever! Dudley expressed his thoughts with fervor, each word resonating with sincerity. Dumbledore, who had been using legilimency, was acutely aware of this. The realization struck him like a dagger. He had become so hypocritical that he had failed to recognize it within himself. Hagrid, I am sorry. Harry, Dudley, I apologize to you both. It was only today that I realized I had become a self-righteous old fool. Tears of regret streamed down Dumbledore's face. Now, do not rush to tears. Dudley pressed on. Let me ask you once more. Your arrival at Gringotts today was not due to your realization that your plan had flaws, was it? It was because you saw my name on the admission list through Hogwarts entrance book and acceptance quill, and thought to investigate what to do with me, right? Furthermore, are you certain you were delayed by the goblins until the last moment before reaching the underground battlefield? Your timing in casting the end of all spells was impeccable. Had you been a second late, Voldemort would have fled with the false Philosopher's Stone. You wanted to observe Harry and me demonstrating our prowess, to gauge our capabilities, and thus chose to watch until the very end. Correct? You are not mistaken, Dudley. I am sorry. Dumbledore recognized his shortcomings and, consequently, ceased to conceal them. Having lived for over a century, he had encountered many who could read minds by nature, yet he had never met anyone as astute and forthright as Dudley, who, after discerning the truth, pursued individuals with piercing questions that struck at the heart. He understood that Dudley's character and determination had reached an extraordinary level of maturity, rendering him impervious to the influence and admonishments of others. Ironically, it was he, the elderly man over 100 years of age, who required education and guidance. You need not apologize. If apologies held any weight, this world would be devoid of regrets and remorse. Dudley exclaimed passionately, only to receive a simple and honest apology in response, which left him somewhat disinterested. An aging man, endowed with great power and a kind disposition, garnered the adoration of many mediocre wizards. Having grown accustomed to the roles of guidance and leadership, yet constrained by his limited experiences and nature, he fell short of perfection. Nevertheless, a peculiar stroke of luck sometimes enabled him to achieve his goals, albeit at the cost of sacrificing his own strength. Dumbledore was indeed a good man, yet not a competent leader, but if he persisted in his desire to remain in the shadows, orchestrating Harry's growth as a poor strategist, then Dudley would resolutely refuse to allow himself and Harry to attend Hogwarts. You made me use your Philosopher's Stone, Dudley remarked. Observing Dumbledore's silence, Dudley lost interest in further criticism and decisively stated, Consider this your compensation for the unwarranted risks you imposed upon Harry and me. Harry, let us go and procure wands. With a forthright declaration, Dudley turned to leave, only to be suddenly interrupted by a voice from behind. Obliviate! Instantly, Dudley cast a shield charm to protect himself and Harry, and, quite fortuitously, succeeded, yet he felt no assault upon the invisible barrier he had erected. Upon turning, he discovered Hagrid aiming his umbrella wand at his head, the wand's white light just fading away. The earlier memory charm had been cast by Hagrid. Dumbledore, your charm is indeed remarkable. Realizing the implications of the situation, Dudley could not help but taunt Dumbledore once more. It was evident that Hagrid could not accept that Dumbledore bore any blemish in his regard, so he had taken the initiative to erase that segment of memory. Dumbledore was equally astonished. He had not anticipated Hagrid would go to such lengths for him. Hagrid, I am truly sorry. Professor Dumbledore, what are you saying? What have you to apologize for? What is this barrier all about? Have you reconciled with Dudley? Hagrid, now bereft of his memory, asked with a bewildered expression, deepening Dumbledore's feelings of guilt. However, Dudley was disinterested in prolonging the encounter. Pulling Harry through the soundproof barrier Dumbledore had set up before departing, he instructed Hagrid. Hagrid, Please watch over the items we purchased earlier. We are off to choose wands." "Oh, certainly," Hagrid replied. I could see that moment. Dumbledore had already dispelled the sound barrier, standing beside Hagrid next to 5 carts laden with magical items. Watching as Dudley and Harry entered Ollivander's wand shop, just as the esteemed wizard, known for his wisdom and resourcefulness, found himself at a loss. Contemplating how to rectify his misstep, a group of 5 or 6 wizards arrived in Diagon Alley via apparition. Leading them was the most powerful figure in the British wizarding world, Minister for Magic Cornelius Fudge. Fudge appeared anxious, but his unease did not stem from Dumbledore's warnings regarding the return of Voldemort. Rather, it originated from Dumbledore himself. In his view, Voldemort had been dead for nearly a decade and could not possibly return. Dumbledore was surely engaging in alarmist rhetoric. This old man, though aged, showed no signs of diminishing ambition. The positions of Hogwarts headmaster and chief warlock of the Wizengamot were evidently insufficient for him. He seemed intent on fabricating incidents and concocting lies to usurp Fudge's authority as Minister for Magic. Thus, upon receiving a message from the Aurors, he hastily conferred with his trusted advisor, devising a strategy and promptly making his way to Diagon Alley. The Aurors had failed to collect detailed intelligence, leaving Fudge uncertain whether Dumbledore had colluded with one of the parties involved at Gringotts to fabricate claims about Voldemort's return. He could not ascertain whether Dumbledore had leaked this shocking falsehood to the reporters of the Daily Prophet. Therefore, Fudge's purpose in arriving at Diagon Alley was twofold: to silence the goblins and to ensure the Daily Prophet spoke in accordance with his wishes. However, upon arrival, he realized he had a third task to attend to. Fudge spotted Dumbledore standing at the entrance of Ollivander's wand shop, alongside a half-giant with a checkered past and a tumult of emotions. Fear, anger, panic, and resentment swirled within him, ultimately coalescing into a resolute determination for power. He leaned towards his secretary, clad in a pink coat, whispering instructions before watching this sycophantic ally, who was deferential before him, yet arrogant before others, dispatch 2 Aurors towards the Daily Prophet in Gringotts. Feeling somewhat reassured, he then straightened his attire and directed the remaining Aurors to disperse the few lingering witches and wizards on the street, before striding toward Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore, I believe you owe me a reasonable explanation," Fudge declared, asserting himself as he approached Dumbledore. "You wish for an explanation as well?" Dumbledore felt a surge of irritation. He might tolerate the reproaches of innocent young wizards, but he had no intention of enduring the provocations of a politician. "What is your tone, Fudge? I acknowledge your power, but remember, I, Cornelius Fudge, am the Minister for Magic." Fudge's face flushed with indignation upon hearing Dumbledore's impatient retort, nearly causing him to erupt in anger. "Very well, Fudge, you are the minister. I am well aware." Dumbledore made an effort to calm himself, adjusting his demeanor, though his tone remained slightly brusque. "However, you should not be here. You ought to be at the Ministry of Magic. Alert your colleagues and the entire British wizarding community to be on guard. Voldemort has returned. You are speaking nonsense." Fudge's face was a tableau of skepticism and dissatisfaction. "Do not engage in theatrics and sow discord, Dumbledore. The Dark Lord has long since perished. He is not returning." "I assure you." Unable to tolerate anyone questioning Dumbledore, Hagrid interjected, feeling he had a stake in the matter. "Minister, it is true. In the underground vaults of Gringotts, I witnessed Voldemort possessing a wizard, and I would never mistake that terrifying visage. He even cast a spell on me." Fudge's anger flared further at being contradicted. He turned to Hagrid, launching a personal attack. "What credibility do you possess, you vile wizard with a criminal record? If the Dark Lord truly cast a spell on you, would you still be alive to lie to me? Were it not for Dumbledore's protection, I would have you imprisoned in Azkaban." "Enough, Fudge!" Dumbledore's anger flared. He harbored guilt towards Hagrid and could not stand by while Fudge insulted him. "Hagrid is a good wizard. You cannot speak of him in such a manner." By now, Hagrid's face had turned crimson as he recalled the unjust burdens he had endured over the years. Tears of frustration brimming in his eyes. "I did not kill anyone. Aragog did not kill anyone. Voldemort framed me for all of this. He was the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets. He is responsible for the deaths. He confessed to me in the underground vault." As Dumbledore defended Hagrid and Hagrid countered, Fudge's fury transformed into a derisive laughter as he clapped his hands. "Oh, so this is the game we are playing. It seems the great Professor Dumbledore not only wishes to use the deceased Dark Lord to undermine my position, but also seeks to pin another crime on him to exonerate your simple-minded subordinate. The dead cannot protest. What a brilliant strategy. No, Fudge, you are overly sensitive. I believe Hagrid speaks the truth. Voldemort has not truly died. Before long, he will return," Dumbledore earnestly emphasized. However, Minister Fudge did not believe a single word. He abruptly leaned in, his face, considerably younger than Dumbledore's, drawn close to Dumbledore's ear, whispering menacingly, "Enough with the theatrics, Dumbledore. I see through everything. If you wish to avoid disgrace and prevent that oaf beside you from being dispatched to Azkaban, it will be prudent to refrain from uttering such foolish and alarming proclamations. This is a warning from the Minister of Magic." Having delivered his message, Fudge ceased to listen to any further discourse between Dumbledore and Hagrid. Executing a swift, stylish turn towards the Daily Prophet office point, two remaining Aurors immediately followed suit. The scene was quite dashing, albeit marred by the slight tremor in Fudge's legs after he had distanced himself. Fortunately, no one noticed. Left behind, Dumbledore felt the weight of sorrow deepen within him, that he could scarcely believe that, merely a day later, his meticulously crafted, nearly flawless plan had devolved into a tangled mess. What should he do next? Setting aside Dumbledore's guilt and frustration, the circumstances for Dudley and Harry upon entering Ollivander's wand shop were quite different. Rewinding time to the moment the cousins stepped into the wand shop, they found it enchantingly insulated from the outside world, as the shop employed soundproofing magic to ensure a tranquil atmosphere, essential for the delicate art of wand crafting. Upon their entrance, the counter was unoccupied. Dudley and Harry were immediately captivated by the towering wooden shelves on either side, brimming with wand boxes that a wizard. A wand is akin to a firearm for a Muggle. This ancient room, filled with wands, resembled a wizard's armory, spectacular and magical. Yet to Dudley, these wands presented a different spectacle altogether. The system revealed the following wand information under Dudley's gaze. Acacia wand, D-grade. Compatibility 48 apple wand, D-grade. Compatibility 53 ash wand, D-grade. Compatibility 71 black walnut wand, D-grade. Compatibility 9 dogwood wand, D-grade. Compatibility 37. The system, assessing the wands within Dudley's line of sight, detected corresponding compatibility levels based on his exceptional wizarding lineage. His previous suspicions were confirmed. The newly crafted wands, unclaimed by any previous master, were all rated D-grade. Only upon being claimed would their ratings improve through the nurturing of magical energy and spell use. An exception to this rule might be the ancient SS-grade wand held by the venerable Dumbledore outside point one of the Deathly Hallows. It was said to have been forged by Death himself. It remained uncertain whether it was inherently SSS grade upon creation or if it had ascended from D grade to SSS grade through the divine influence of Death's power. This enigma was difficult to validate, and Dudley's curiosity was only slightly piqued. His primary concern was to locate the wand that resonated most harmoniously with him among the thousands available. Dudley currently possessed 2 wands. The first was a C-grade Diggory wand with a compatibility of 62, a figure that was gradually increasing due to his significantly stronger magical prowess compared to Diggory's. After a period of intense magical infusion and spell casting, this wand had accepted its new master. Having rejected its previous allegiance in addition to innate compatibility, powerful wizards could gradually shape their wands to fit their own essence, provided the acquired wand was not overly obstinate. Some wands, exhibiting extreme loyalty, would resist use by anyone other than their original master, resulting in diminished spell efficacy or unforeseen effects. Such a situation had arisen when Harry utilized Hagrid's umbrella wand. The second wand was a damaged B-grade coral wand, with a mere compatibility of 23, which would be fraught with peril during use, as spells could unpredictably mutate or even backfire. This wand held minimal practical value for Dudley, serving primarily as a means of fusion. Therefore, in order to economize on both time and fusion costs, and to seize the opportunity for fusion while it was plentiful, Dudley intended to procure a new D-grade wand with a high compatibility at Ollivander's. Should he ultimately decide against attending Hogwarts and refrain from acquiring new fusion opportunities, this new wand might well become his primary wand in the future. What do I see? Harry Potter, you've arrived. Thank goodness you're here. I've been waiting for you for so long. Just as Dudley was searching for a wand that resonated with him, Harry, curious and looking around, was greeted by an elderly wizard with silver-white eyes, who peered out from the narrow back room of the shop. The earlier tremors had compelled the esteemed wand maker, Garrick Ollivander, to retreat to a more secure area within the shop, where protective enchantments were stronger. Earlier, he had encountered Dudley and Harry at the Leaky Cauldron, aware that the renowned savior was slated to arrive at his wand shop, which held an absolute monopoly in the British magical community. He had anticipated that the earthquake might disrupt their meeting. Fortunately, the savior had indeed arrived. Harry glanced at his cousin, noting that Dudley was not inclined to speak first, and thus he took the initiative. Hello, Mr. Ollivander. My cousin and I are here to purchase wands. Of course, most wizards who come to me are here to acquire wands. Come, let me take your measurements. As Ollivander spoke, he retrieved a retractable measuring tape. Maneuvering around the counter to Harry's side, the tape began to automatically measure Harry's arm length, leg length, height, and even the distance between his eyes. Mr. Potter, which hand do you prefer to use? My right hand. Sir, while measuring, Ollivander posed a question that seemed more pertinent than the dimensions he was recording. Heaven knows why selecting a wand required such extensive measurements. Curious, Harry inquired, only to learn that it was a unique technique belonging to the Ollivander family. After gathering a plethora of seemingly random data, Ollivander ascended a ladder, searching through the shelves laden with wand boxes, retrieving wands for Harry to test. Notably, despite the unclear principles guiding his selections, none of the wands Ollivander offered Harry had a compatibility rating lower than 75. Dudley, utilizing the system, was aware of the compatibility levels between his diluted wizarding blood and the various wands, a lineage derived from Harry's blood. This compatibility data could roughly reflect Harry's own compatibility levels. While Dudley focused on his search for a suitable wand, he also achieved success in his endeavors without troubling Ollivander. Setting his sights on a target, Dudley executed a powerful jump, seizing a wand box from the top shelf on the eastern side. The box contained a poplar wand, D-grade, with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 13 inches in length, boasting a compatibility of 98 with its owner. There was no wand with a higher compatibility rating available. Based on calculations derived from the exceptional wizarding lineage acquired through the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is an alchemical artifact, not derived from the blood of wizards or magical creatures. The wizarding lineage gained from the Philosopher's Stone, while immensely powerful, is also remarkably pure. Had Dudley been born with an innate wizarding lineage, it was highly likely that this was the wand he would be most compatible with a compatibility rating of 98. Nurturing it with magical energy for a few days would ensure a perfect 100 compatibility, allowing Dudley to achieve flawless wandless magic upon subsequent fusion. On one side, Dudley had secured his coveted wand, while on the other, Harry's destined wand had also been selected, an evergreen wand, with a phoenix feather core, measuring 11 inches in length. Ollivander gazed at the wand glowing in Harry's hand, his silver-white eyes filled with astonishment and excitement. It is powerful, and it suits you remarkably well, Mr. Potter. More intriguingly, it has a twin brother, crafted from the same phoenix-s feather core. That wand is in the possession of a wizard whose name is too fearsome to utter. He is malevolent yet extraordinarily powerful. Are you referring to Voldemort? Harry furrowed his brow and inquired without hesitation. Ollivander was taken aback and cautiously reminded him. Mr. Potter, individuals in the magical community typically refer to that person as the Dark Lord. You need not say more. I do not want this wand. Please find me another. Harry promptly set aside the wand he held, markedly different from the naive and almost forgiving savior of the original tale. This version of Harry, influenced by Dudley, possessed a clear and straightforward moral compass, firmly rejecting anything associated with Voldemort. Do not be hasty, Harry. Just as Mr. Ollivander appeared somewhat flustered, Dudley stepped forward and spoke. Cousin, this wand. Harry pouted, his small face etched with confusion. Dudley gently ruffled Harry's messy hair and reassured him, we ought to first consult Mr. Ollivander about the properties of twin wands before making a decision. This Mr. Ollivander spoke in a questioning tone. Dudley Dursley, Dudley announced his name. Earlier, at the Leaky Cauldron, everyone had focused on Harry, leaving Dudley unnoticed. Thus, Ollivander was unaware of Dudley's full name. It was customary in Ollivander's shop to announce one's name. Every customer who purchased a wand would have their name and wand details etched in Ollivander's memory. Regardless of the passage of time, Ollivander could effortlessly recount the corresponding information akin to a computer. Well asked, Mr. Dursley. Ollivander appreciated wizards who showed interest in wand lore, provided they did not encroach upon his core wand-making secrets that he explained twin wands are quite peculiar. If wizards possessing twin wands are allies and cast spells against an enemy, their combined spell's power will be amplified tenfold. However, should those wielding twin wands become adversaries, their spells will negate each other, as the wands refuse to harm their kin. They possess their own preferences. Understood. Dudley nodded and turned to Harry. Harry immediately grasped his cousin's intent. I see. Cousin, I will take this wand. In that case, Mr. Ollivander, we have chosen our wands, but I require your assistance with a few additional matters, Dudley asserted decisively to Mr. Ollivander. Please wait a moment. Mr. Dursley, please hold on. Only then did Ollivander notice the wand box Dudley clutched. What a discerning customer, choosing a wand for himself. This simply would not do. The Ollivander family would never sell a wand to a wizard ill-suited for it. Mr. Dursley, it is the wand that chooses the wizard. Do you comprehend? Selecting a wand is a serious matter, Ollivander stated sternly, yet his words faltered midway. This was due to Dudley opening the slender box and retrieving the white willow wand. Holding it in hand, he waved it gently. Silver-white sparks erupted, soft, resplendent, and compliant. How could this be? Ollivander was astounded. Dudley had not employed their family-esque skills. He merely looked around and effortlessly selected a wand that resonated with him among thousands. He had even chosen it through the wand box. Please, do share your secret with me. Ollivander was thoroughly excited, stepping forward to grasp Dudley's hand, his silver eyes reflecting a profound yearning for knowledge. It is not difficult for the earnest, Mr. Ollivander. Dudley replied earnestly, as he said, the wand chooses the wizard. Therefore, we need only to feel their intent to accurately select the wand that resonates with us. Their lives are creations of you and your ancestors. Logically, you should find it easier to connect with their hearts, should you not? If you could communicate with the wand's sentiments, selecting wands for wizards thereafter would require no measuring tapes. Simply ask which wand most appeals to the visitor. The workload would be significantly reduced. Is that truly how it is done? Ollivander was momentarily lost in thought, continuously pondering the theory Dudley had just concocted. Finding it increasingly rational, so very rational. Overjoyed, Ollivander began to dance about, a jubilant old man lost in his glee. Not rush into a dance. I have more matters to discuss with you. Dudley promptly pressed Ollivander's shoulder, the force preventing the old man from leaping up. No need to say more. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Dursley, for imparting such a crucial secret to me. You need not settle the bill. I shall gift you both wands. Ollivander was indeed quite pleased, generously so. That sounds splendid. Might you bestow upon us a few additional wands? Dudley, with remarkable audacity, smiled broadly. Pardon? Ollivander was momentarily taken aback, pausing before responding. A person can only wield one wand at a time. One cannot replace it until it is damaged beyond repair, as per ministry regulations. Our family also firmly adheres to this rule, that we cannot treat wands like mere commodities to be sold en masse. We are not so casual. Look outside the window, Dudley whispered, as if conveying some secret message. Ollivander was startled, peering through the window towards the shop entrance. He beheld the greatest wizard of the 20th century. Albus Dumbledore, alongside the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, who turned with an air of nonchalance as he departed. Could it be that Ollivander had begun to suspect something? Hush! Do not reveal it, Dudley warned cryptically. Very well. In that case, what additional wands do you require? Who will be using them? Ollivander acquiesced, believing himself to be part of a significant event that could alter the fabric of the British magical community. That one, and that one. Dudley waved the newly acquired white willow wand, effortlessly casting 2 levitation charms to retrieve 2 wand boxes from the shelf. One wand was remarkably suited to his latent wizarding blood. Its material's identical to the one Harry possessed, yet sourced from different trees and a different phoenix, not a twin wand. The other was an oak wand with a unicorn hair core, identical in material to Hagrid's umbrella wand, which Dudley had prepared for his father. Vernon, he had extracted Hagrid's blood from the underground vault, certainly not out of mere caprice. I shall take these 2 wands. As for who will use them, that is confidential. Mr. Ollivander, for your own safety, it is better you do not know, Dudley declared with earnest seriousness, adopting an air of concern for Ollivander's well-being. Ollivander, indeed, fell for it, retracting his inquisitive nature and ceasing his questions. You may have them. One more thing, Dudley said, tucking the 2 newly acquired wands into the specially sewn inner pocket of his coat, then retrieving Quirrell's cracked wand, placing it before Mr. Ollivander. You must help me ascertain to whom this wand belongs and issue a certificate. The wand was made of you, with a unicorn hair core, measuring 9 inches in length. Ollivander scrutinized it closely and promptly identified its material composition, simultaneously recalling its owner's information. This wand belongs to Quirinus Quirrell. I hear he's been appointed the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts this year. How did his wand come to be here, and in such a state of disrepair? Thankfully, it is not beyond salvaging. Ollivander, ever protective of wands, could hardly bear to see one damaged. He intended to reach for Quirrell's wand, contemplating a restoration plan. Unexpectedly, Dudley snatched the wand back and stowed it in his coat pocket. Nonsense. If you restore the wand, its rating would elevate to grade. Diffusion costs would skyrocket. How am I to complete my spell-casting crash course? Mr. Ollivander, all I require from you is a certificate. This wand is tied to a significant matter and does not require repair. Dudley presented himself with an air of officialdom, prompting Ollivander to refrain from further comments. He proceeded to the counter, retrieving a piece of parchment made from sheepskin, upon which he began to sketch and jot down notes. Skilled wand makers possess commendable carving and painting abilities, a fact evidenced by the myriad wands within the shop, each exhibiting its own unique charm. Even wands crafted from identical materials are bestowed with distinct appearances by Ollivander. Thus, it wasn't long before Mr. Ollivander, relying on his memory, rendered a remarkably lifelike depiction of the cracked Cairo wand on the parchment. Nearly indistinguishable from the original, he annotated the wand's material composition and its rightful owner, ultimately signing his own name and, with a hint of magic, affixed a personal family crest that a concise yet sophisticated certificate was thus completed. Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Ollivander. Dudley swiftly took the sheepskin parchment, his movements as swift as lightning, and casually uttered his thanks before leading Harry away. By the time Mr. Ollivander regained his composure, the 2 brothers had already exited the shop. A sense of unease washed over him as he recalled Dudley's mention of a technique. He closed his eyes, attempting to attune himself to the essence and will of the thousands of wands within the store. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour, an hour. Whether or not Mr. Ollivander succeeded in connecting with the wand's intentions was of no concern to Dudley. He was simply pleased to have acquired the benefit without spending a single canute. Upon stepping outside the wand shop, he and Harry encountered a glum-faced Hagrid and a pensive Dumbledore. "What's wrong, Hagrid? Did you lose your money?" Dudley jested, after a cathartic exchange of words and a gratifying verbal deception. His spirits lifted considerably. However, happiness seemed to exist in balance, for where there is laughter, there is also sorrow. No, Dudley, it's far more serious than that. Minister Fudge doesn't he believe a word from me or Dumbledore. He.s. a fool, refusing to acknowledge Voldemort's return, and he doesn't he believe I'm innocent, Hagrid lamented, his mood still heavy despite dismissing Dumbledore's blemishes. This Minister Fudge really that powerful? More so than the great Dumbledore? Dudley remarked sarcastically, all the while retrieving a brand-new suitcase gifted by the robe shop from one of the parked magical carts. Oh, Dudley, of course not. N01 is more powerful than Professor Dumbledore. Not even Voldemort would dare claim such. Hagrid replied instinctively, his reverence for Dumbledore unwavering. What about his reputation? Does Minister Fudge wield more influence than the great Dumbledore? Dudley pressed, now having opened the suitcase and brandishing the white willow wand that resonated most with him, pointing it towards the interior space of the case. That is not even a consideration. Hagrid exclaimed, Professor Dumbledore possesses unparalleled influence, both domestically and internationally. Then why are you both moping around here? deep in thought. Have you lost your minds? If this minister is unwilling to listen, then let us find one who will, Dudley declared with an unsettling calmness. He simply could not fathom Dumbledore's reasoning. While he adhered to the law, he often bent the rules with his power and status, as seen in his defense of the wrongfully accused Hagrid and in allowing the goblins of Gringotts to compensate Dudley for the living dragon. He seemed to act freely, yet faltered at critical moments, compromising when it mattered most, leaving himself frustrated, his allies disheartened, and his enemies with ample time and opportunity to recover. This is unacceptable, Dudley. I cannot condone such actions. Dumbledore, lost in reflection, was taken aback by Dudley's audacious assertion that he quickly scanned the surroundings, ensuring no other wizards were present, before instinctively attempting to dissuade Dudley's misguided notions. However, Dudley paid no heed to Dumbledore's concerns, directly casting a spell to interrupt the old wizard's discourse. Stretching spell, Dudley waved his wand towards the suitcase, uttering the incantation, mimicking Hagrid's earlier spell casting. The stretching spell is an advanced charm, subject to regulation by the Ministry of Magic. The spell book, gifted to Dudley by Mr. Diggle, lacked relevant instructions, making this his first attempt, and he had bypassed the theoretical groundwork, diving straight into practical application. Crack! A crackling sound erupted as Dudley's wand emitted a spark of black smoke that quickly extinguished. He had clearly failed. Dudley, your pronunciation is off, and your wand movement isn't quite right, Dumbledore observed, shifting away from trivial topics as he recognized the need to guide Dudley like a teacher. This time, Dudley did not ignore Dumbledore, diligently absorbing the instruction. He was practical enough not to forego an opportunity to enhance his skills over trivial matters of pride or emotion. After a thorough coaching session, Dudley successfully executed the stretching spell, expanding the suitcase's interior to 100 cubic meters, resembling a modestly sized room. Yet, perhaps due to inexperience or insufficient technique, the expanded space could only be sustained for a week. Falling short of Dudley's expectations, Dumbledore, perceiving Dudley's disappointment, acted without hesitation, brandishing the Elder Wand and tapping it lightly on the suitcase. Stretching spell, lighten the burden, preserve freshness, stabilizing charm, a seamless sequence of spells, executed effortlessly. Dudley watched in awe as an ordinary suitcase transformed in an instant into a Class C magical item. Its interior not only maintained a permanent space of 1,000 cubic meters, but also ensured that the items stored within would remain unspoiled, without affecting the suitcase's overall weight. A truly exquisite storage artifact. Excellent, Dudley praised, promptly packing away 5 overflowing magical carts filled with their purchases, all except for Hedwig, who remained in her cage, held by Harry. Concerned for his pet and messenger, Harry chose to carry the cage in hand. After gathering their belongings, Dudley turned to Dumbledore, delivering a parting ultimatum. We've completed our shopping, and Harry and I are heading home. If I'm not mistaken, Aunt Lily and Uncle James stood by your side against Voldemort, correct? Therefore, as relatives of the fallen wizards who serve under you, we believe we are entitled to relevant information. Please come to 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, by midnight tomorrow to inform us of the circumstances surrounding Aunt Lily and Uncle James's demise. Additionally, if you have any other requests, we could discuss them tomorrow. Please do not fail to appear. Before the arrival of the day after tomorrow, I will make a decision regarding whether our family remains in England or ventures abroad. This is not a threat. You are free to abstain. However, should you choose not to come, when Harry and I return, whatever you say or do will no longer have any bearing on us, not even the slightest. Dudley spoke with utmost seriousness. Disregarding Dumbledore's increasingly troubled expression, he sought to provide Harry with clarity, to seize an opportunity for himself, and to offer Dumbledore a chance to respond. The butterfly had already set the storm in motion. With the future growing murky, he might as well let the tempest intensify. Dudley, I cannot agree with your perspective. Lily and James were my companions, my allies, not mere followers. Very well, I will attend our meeting tomorrow. There are matters for which I too seek answers, a direction. As for whether to go abroad or to Hogwarts, I hope you and Harry will consider carefully. Dumbledore's expression was clouded with worry. His countenance complex. Mere hours had seemingly aged him a decade. His heart felt weary. Little did he know, however, that soon his heart would bear an even greater burden. "I look forward to your visit," Dudley replied with an impassive politeness, subsequently handing over the certificate Ollivander had penned. "This is your reward. Thank you for contravening ministry regulations by assisting me in creating an unregistered spacious suitcase." Dudley's words continued to be laced with barbs, serving as a retort to Dumbledore's earlier remarks that emphasized the separation between him and Harry. Furthermore, even if Dumbledore did not grant him the opportunity to modify his suitcase, Dudley would still deliver the necessary documents to Dumbledore. The rationale was simple. He wished to further complicate Dumbledore's situation, which would be advantageous for the negotiations the following day. After handing over the documents, Dudley turned and sauntered away, remarking, "Hagrid, your old coat will be dried by tomorrow, and I'll trouble Mr. Dumbledore to bring it back for you. Also, let us keep in touch, my friend." "Huh. All right, I'll write to you," Hagrid replied, somewhat daftly. Suddenly, he realized that as long as Dudley and Harry did not completely oppose Dumbledore, their friendship remained intact. With this thought, his heart felt less tangled, and he became more cheerful. However, Dumbledore beside him could not share in this lightness. In the underground vault, he had witnessed Dudley extract the cracked wand of the murderer from the boulder. At that moment, the murderer had already been reduced to ashes, rendering their identity unrecognizable. He had not pondered much on it, merely assuming that Voldemort had parasitized a hapless wizard. Little did he know, this unfortunate wizard was an exceptional graduate of Ravenclaw, specifically summoned to serve as this year's defense against the dark arts professor, Quirinus Quirrell. The position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts had long been cursed by Voldemort, ensuring that anyone who took up the role would encounter misfortune within a year, either meeting their demise or becoming incapacitated. Yet Dumbledore could never have anticipated that Professor Quirrell had succumbed to the curse before even beginning his tenure. This individual had become a host for Voldemort, and yet he was still not exempt from the curse. Dumbledore felt troubled. Quirrell was dead, and Hogwarts was set to commence in a month that he needed to find another wizard of similar renown or capability, one willing to take on the role of this year's unfortunate soul. Oh no, the defense against the dark arts professor. Dumbledore furrowed his brow as he and Hagrid watched Dudley and Harry pass through the back wall of the Leaky Cauldron and enter the pub. Leaving Diagon Alley behind, he then sighed, his aged hand resting on Hagrid's arm as he performed the Portkey spell. Both he and Hagrid needed to return to Hogwarts, quietly. Dudley and Harry boarded the returning Muggle train. The time had already passed noon, marking Harry's 11th birthday, which had indeed been filled with peril, excitement, and richness. "Cousin, you really don't need to overthink things. Wasting time is not your style," Harry said, stroking Hedwig's feathers, a hint of turmoil evident in his voice. "Isn't overthinking your forte, Harry?" Dudley chuckled. "So much has happened today. We both need to digest It's not, because it's your birthday that we deliberately postponed our conversation with Dumbledore." "I knew it," Harry pouted. "I'm quite resilient. Moreover, the situation is already quite clear. Due to a prophecy, Voldemort has been on a targeted killing spree, culminating in the murder of my parents at our former home. He encountered me, his destined nemesis, and was left in a state of half-death, neither fully alive nor dead. Dumbledore aims to mold me to utterly vanquish Voldemort. However, his plans are riddled with flaws and are overly petty, which I know you dislike." "Quite astute," Dudley replied with a grin, gently ruffling Harry's untamed hair, his expression turning serious. "This is the crux of the matter. It must be correct, yet there are certainly many details that need clarification. At that time, Voldemort was a ruler. He wouldn't operate alone, and he must have had many subordinates and accomplices. While Dumbledore may not have regarded them seriously, we cannot let them slip away. Revenge must be executed beautifully. Both the instigator and the accomplices must face their due consequences. Indeed, I will seek retribution against all the villains who harmed my parents," Harry declared earnestly, having grown up alongside Dudley. He was certainly no pushover. "So, cousin, what is your view of Dumbledore? After today's experiences, I find myself somewhat perplexed." Harry inquired. "My parents fought alongside him against Voldemort. Logically, we should stand with him, but his actions are quite bewildering." "Do you recall the first name Dumbledore uttered when he burst onto the battlefield?" Dudley asked, not directly responding to Harry's question, but instead bringing up a detail. Harry pondered for a moment before replying. He first called my name, then Hagrid, asking if we were all right. You and Dumbledore effectively met for the first time today, and his instinctive primary concern was you, rather than Hagrid, with whom he shares a nearly intimate bond. Why is that? It's worth noting that Hagrid had just been rescued from unconsciousness, while you remained unscathed and alert throughout. Dudley guided him, articulating his thoughts. Does this mean that in Dumbledore's eyes, I hold greater importance than Hagrid? Harry logically deduced the answer. Correct, Dudley affirmed enthusiastically, then continued. But why does Dumbledore place such significance on you? Because I am Voldemort's nemesis. He requires me to obliterate this great menace. Harry quickly arrived at the conclusion. Dudley nodded in agreement. Exactly, Dumbledore desires the triumph of so-called justice over darkness, aiming to maintain order within the magical realm and ensure the status quo between wizards and muggles, free from intrusion. For this goal, he meticulously strategizes, viewing you as the key to victory. Focusing most of his attention on you, he is willing to allow a degree of sacrifice to occur, whether it be sacrificing Hagrid, myself, or other allies, even himself, if necessary. Yet, simultaneously, he is a benevolent and amiable elder, albeit an elderly man lacking foresight. Thus, I admire him while also holding him in disdain. I like him, yet harbor resentment, ultimately wishing to reform him. Is it truly that intricate? Harry found it difficult to grasp such complex emotions, but amidst his confusion, he gradually began to understand the deeper meaning. Humans are inherently complex. Everyone possesses many facets. Therefore, Harry, do not hastily reach rigid conclusions about a person, nor invest excessive energy into those who are not essential. Dudley imparted his life insights, using this as an example. If our discussion with Dumbledore were to falter tomorrow, he would immediately be classified as one of those non-essential individuals, rendering all notions of reforming him null and void. Our family would promptly relocate from England to another country to study magic, focusing on resolving the issue of your forehead scar until we become sufficiently powerful, and develop magic capable of countering Voldemort's traits, before returning in an overwhelming manner. Is there a problem with the scar on my forehead? Harry seized upon the critical phrase. Indeed, your scar is a remnant left by Voldemort 10 years ago. For all these years, it has caused you no pain, yet today it suddenly ached, which alerted me to something amiss. As events unfolded, my suspicions were confirmed. Voldemort has returned. His proximity, or rather, his attention towards you, has stimulated the scar on your forehead. Dudley, having read the original story, possessed the answers, and his analytical deductions were well-founded. Why scar can sense Voldemort? Harry perked up. That is a good thing. This way, Voldemort cannot ambush us. To a certain extent, one could say that. Dudley acknowledged, aware that this sense could not operate with absolute certainty and concealed greater risks. He cautioned. However, things have dual aspects, Harry. You cannot merely focus on the benefits while neglecting the risks. You must consider why this scar can sense Voldemort. More accurately, it senses Voldemort's soul. The Voldemort we encounter today is a spirit parasitizing a wizard named Quirrell. He possesses only a soul and is using another's body. Harry fell into contemplation, yet he lacked sufficient theoretical knowledge to grasp it all at once. Harry, do you remember what I mentioned? Once you surpass your 11th birthday, your childhood comes to an end. Dudley suddenly adopted a stern demeanor, assuming the role of a strict elder brother. In the past, you had approached your studies with a lackadaisical attitude, often content with minimal effort, relying solely on your innate talent to scrape by. To ensure your childhood was a tad more comfortable, I refrained from imposing too many demands. However, from tomorrow onwards, such complacency shall no longer be tolerated. You must earnestly engage with the knowledge and skills that can empower us, broaden our horizons, and enrich our intellects. Otherwise, do not speak of avenging yourself. Do you understand? Harry was taken aback. The weight of ancestral pressure sharpened his mind, and he quickly responded, I understand, cousin. Upon returning home, make sure to thoroughly study the Hogwarts textbooks purchased today, along with the volumes on mysticism and psychology from my bedroom bookshelf. Focus your studies on practical content. First spells, then magical theory, and finally potion and herbology. Do you comprehend? Understood, Harry replied promptly, yet he felt an invisible weight pressing down upon him. "Cousin, can you tell me why my scar can sense Voldemort's soul?" Dudley did not hesitate, directly revealing the answer. "Only a soul can sense another soul. Harry, do not forget how Voldemort came to exist in such a weakened state." "Are you saying that Voldemort's soul resides within my forehead scar?" Harry was astonished. The protective charm I bore rebounded Voldemort's attack, reducing him to a state of soul, and it retained a fragment of his essence. The outcome was indeed plausible, yet it should not stem from Aunt Lily's love-infused protective charm, which was intended to shield you and could not leave such a significant vulnerability. Dudley reasoned, "I am inclined to believe that Voldemort practiced some form of dark magic related to soul-splitting. In his moment of unexpected injury, he unconsciously unleashed it. Voldemort was unaware that he had left a fragment of his soul within your scar and could not sense it. Otherwise, in the underground vault today, he would not have needed to rely on observation to ascertain your identity. Furthermore, the fragment of soul within your scar likely lacks independent consciousness and cannot influence your mind. Otherwise, it would have adversely affected you over the years." Drawing Dumbledore's attention, "So, by this analysis, the soul fragment in my scar does not pose a significant negative impact on me," Harry said optimistically. However, Dudley dismissed this optimism. "That is still a part of Voldemort. Harry, until that fragment is destroyed, if the wandering Voldemort's primary soul perishes, he might resurrect through that fragment within you. At that point, you could become the second Quirrell. No, I certainly do not wish to sprout a monstrous face on the back of my head." Harry was frightened by Dudley's assertion. "Therefore, we must find a way to extract or destroy the fragment of soul within your forehead scar without causing you harm," Dudley said, his tone softening as he reassured Harry. "Do not worry. Harry, I will manage it. Cousin, I believe in you, and I am not afraid." Harry felt a surge of strength, his fear dissipating entirely. The scenery outside gradually receded, and the brothers' conversation remained concealed from any Muggle ears due to the silencing charm. With the sound of a long train whistle echoing, Dudley and Harry returned to Little Whinging, taking a cab home. Number 4, Privet Drive. The dilapidated wooden door and frame remained unchanged as a gust of wind blew through, causing the half-door to sway back and forth, a rather pitiful sight. "Harry, pay attention to my pronunciation and gestures." Seizing a moment when no one was around, Dudley raised Diggory's wand toward their front door. Returned to its original state. A radiant light flashed, and the wooden door and frame seemed to undergo a reversal of time, which shavings and splinters flew up, reattaching themselves to the door, while the frame straightened from its shattered condition. In no time, Dudley's front door was restored to its former glory. That Dudley's spell-casting instruction was flawless, succeeding on the first attempt. Harry watched intently, silently taking notes that I recall this morning when I got up. "I accidentally made a dent in the living room ceiling. You'll fix it shortly," Dudley assigned homework. "Yes, cousin," Harry replied readily to AT that moment. Two familiar voices drifted through the repaired wooden door. "Listen, our dear son has returned." "Oh, darling Dudley, and Harry, you are finally back," Vernon and Petunia called as they rushed to the door to greet Dudley and Harry. They had refrained from going out all day, lacking the inclination to call a repairman to fix the door and ceiling. Vernon had specifically taken leave to accompany his wife, anxiously awaiting the return of his son and nephew from the perilous magical realm. Upon seeing his son safe and sound, he finally relaxed his anxious heart. Once reunited with family, Dudley and Harry discreetly avoided mentioning the dangers they had encountered that day, not wanting to overly worry the Dursleys. Additionally, Dudley had finally ignited his parents' interest in learning magic, and he would not douse that enthusiasm with fear. The family joyfully entered their home, in the living room. Under Dudley's guidance, Harry also used Diggory's wand to proudly cast the repair charm, mending the damage to the ceiling. The reason for using Diggory's wand was that the Ministry of Magic forbade underage wizards from performing magic in Muggle areas. The new wand purchased from Ollivanders contained a unique locating mechanism called Trace, allowing the Ministry to monitor the locations of underage wizards casting spells and enforce regulations that the trace would automatically dissipate once the owner turned 18. Thus, adult wands would not be subject to monitoring. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Dudley opted to let Mr. Diggory's wand continue to serve as a tool for practicing spells at home. After all, Mr. Diggory's wand was not too picky about its master, watching Harry wield the wand to cast spells. Vernon and Petunia exhibited slight fluctuations in expression, but were not overly surprised, as they were well aware that Harry was a naturally gifted wizard, and they had also begun to shift their perspective on wizards and magic. However, the next moment, upon witnessing the golden light dancing at their son's fingertips, the Dursleys could not remain calm. Dudley had rummaged through the storage room to find a few useless, discarded tin cans, and without using his wand, placed his hand upon them. A burst of golden light flashed, and the dull, rusty cans transformed into gleaming golden vessels. The tin cans turned to gold? Vernon exclaimed, his face betraying disbelief. Petunia wore a similarly astonished expression, utterly unprepared for Dudley to return from the wizarding world with such extraordinary abilities. This magic. To think magic could achieve this. I might not have resisted wizards so much if I had known. Vernon examined one of the golden cans closely, muttering incessantly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he quickly set the can down. Worry etched across his face as he asked Dudley, "Dudley, my dear, tell me honestly, turning things into gold like this, will it affect your health or lifespan?" Petunia's heart raced at his words, and she turned anxiously towards her son, hoping for reassurance that of course not. There are no side effects. I just can't transform too much at once. At most, 100 ounces every 7 days. Dudley replied, smiling as he pulled out a lump of gold dust transformed from the magical surge in the underground vault and placed it into one of the golden cans. 100 ounces is quite a lot. And it's every week. Our family will soon become top-notch wealthy. Hearing that it would not adversely affect his beloved son, Vernon's obsession with gold reignited. Let us keep it under wraps. Mom and Dad, not every wizard can do this. We must keep it a secret and quietly amass our fortune. Dudley advised. Dad, you could actually quit your job at the drilling company from now on. Wherever we go, we can live a life of affluence. Dudley, are you suggesting that you and Harry will not be going to Hogwarts? The long-standing fascination with gossip has honed Petunia's acute sensitivity to verbal information. Let us decide tomorrow. Dudley unabashedly revealed his thoughts. Tomorrow, we shall have a special guest visiting our home. Mother, you once corresponded with this guest through owls when you were a child, essentially a pen pal. What? Petunia's surprise deepened. Darling, are you implying that Dumbledore is coming? She remembered the unfulfilled regrets of her childhood, that name lingering in her memory. Indeed, Dudley declared solemnly to his parents, tomorrow, Harry and I will negotiate with Dumbledore. If we can reach an agreement on certain matters, we need not move, and Harry and I will proceed to Hogwarts as planned. If we cannot come to terms, we will have to contemplate traveling abroad. And Mother, prepare yourself. I've already become a wizard, and you will soon be able to fulfill your childhood dreams. You mean, I too shall become a wizard? Petunia's heart was a tumult of emotions, a blend of excitement and confusion. Despite Dudley's prior announcements, she had hardly harbored much hope. Yet now, Dudley stood before her as living proof, compelling her to believe. What about me, Dudley? What about me? Vernon's mindset had completely shifted. He now vied to become the wizard he had once so despised. I apologize, Father. As for your becoming a wizard, I cannot yet ascertain the timeline. It hinges on the outcome of my negotiations with Dumbledore tomorrow. If all goes well, you can join Mother in becoming a wizard. If not, you may have to wait several years. Dudley spoke with a hint of regret. Oh, that is quite all right. My son, I am not in a hurry. I can wait, Vernon graciously replied. Upon returning from the magical world, the conversations within the Dursley household remained exceptionally harmonious, filled with love and understanding among family members. Everyone supported Dudley's decision. As always, as twilight descended. After a sumptuous dinner, Harry's 11th birthday was drawing to a close. Dudley assessed his current resources in his bedroom, meticulously planning ahead before drifting into slumber. Tomorrow, the unknown awaited him, along with a fierce battle. The prelude to August was ruled by Leo. On the evening of August 1st, 1991, the day following Harry's 11th birthday, an elderly lion was invited to visit the Dursleys. Unlike a decade prior, this time, the old lion could no longer rely on a letter to address the bereaved families of fallen comrades. Dumbledore knocked on the wooden door of number 4 Privet Drive with his aged fingers in the living room. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley welcomed him, and after an awkward exchange of polite pleasantries, following the reception protocol Dudley had established earlier. Petunia guided Dumbledore up to Dudley's bedroom, closing the door behind her. You have indeed grown old, moving slowly and arriving only in the evening. In the bedroom, Dudley and Harry were seated, engrossed in their studies. Upon Dumbledore's arrival, Dudley unabashedly mocked him, standing up to gesture with his wand, offering Dumbledore a chair. Dumbledore appeared significantly better than the previous day. He wore a smile, showing no signs of anger at Dudley's words. As he sat down and defended himself, saying, "Dudley, please forgive an old man who has long been self-assured. I require more time to reflect and sort through my emotions." Dudley scrutinized Dumbledore's facial expressions and body language. Chuckling lightly, as a guest, "Would you prefer coffee, tea, or orange soda?" "Orange soda. Is that a Muggle beverage? If it is sweet, I would be delighted to try it." Dumbledore laughed as well, sensing that Dudley might be more agreeable today than yesterday. "The orange soda is sweet and tangy. I suppose that qualifies as sweet," Dudley replied, striding towards the corner to retrieve a can of orange soda from his refrigerator, feigning regret as he said, "Alas, we have run out of orange soda." Dumbledore's eyes twitched. Without the use of legilimency, he could not fathom Dudley's thought process, yet he was reluctant to pry into the mind of a child burdened with guilt. He simply reminded him, "Dudley, what you hold in your hand. Oh, this is the last can. Harry wishes to drink it." Dudley grinned widely, tossing the can of orange soda to Harry, who had just set down his book. Without hesitation, Harry popped the can open and drank heartily. The tea was quite good as well. Dumbledore conceded. "We are out of tea leaves," Dudley remarked with a hint of mischief. "Coffee will suffice. Could you add some sugar?" Dumbledore retreated further. "I do not drink coffee. Hence I did not prepare any," Dudley replied candidly, as he was generally truthful. Dumbledore was rendered speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "In truth, I am not particularly thirsty. We can engage in a straightforward conversation to know you are the guest. You must partake." Dudley's smile gradually morphed into a mischievous grin. Refusing to allow Dumbledore to decline, he retrieved several colorful containers filled with liquid and an empty cup. Placing them on the desk before Dumbledore, and began to concoct a mixture. Add a bit of lychee juice, a touch of honey, and a dash of whiskey, Dudley murmured, concentrating on his blend as a red glow began to emanate from his hands. Finally, with a flourish of magic, he declared, "Voil, enjoy," as Dumbledore beheld the peculiar concoction, imbued with unknown magic, floating before him. He momentarily paused, glancing at Dudley and Harry. Subsequently, he said nothing, reaching for the cup and downing its contents in one gulp. "Ah, not bad. It resembles fruit wine, and the flavor is exquisite," Dumbledore exclaimed sincerely, savoring the experience. However, across from him, Dudley's expression had turned cold. "It seems that Mr. Dumbledore has squandered a precious day without deriving anything of value from his reflections. He remains a compromiser. You have truly caught me off guard this time, Dumbledore. The hesitance, the indecision, the passive evasion. It has left me quite disappointed," Dudley stated calmly, his gaze resembling an unfathomable icy abyss. "Had I not cast a potion of longevity upon you, but rather a toxin or curse. I wonder, Mr. Dumbledore, would you still be able to smile? Your assessment of me is quite astute." "Dudley, I will endeavor to change," Dumbledore acknowledged, grasping the intent behind Dudley's earlier actions, feeling deeply moved. "However, I firmly believe you would not harm me without cause. I have experienced much. My eyes do not deceive, Dudley. Though you entertain many audacious thoughts, you are not malevolent. Your essence is kind." Dudley was acutely aware of his own nature and required no validation from others. He paid no heed to Dumbledore's earnest praise, instead waving his wand to return the assorted bottles to the refrigerator before plopping back down in his chair. "Mr. Dumbledore, you did not employ legilimency on me, as you did yesterday. Your demeanor was quite sincere, making you a commendable guest. Therefore, during today's discourse, I shall permit you to pose your inquiries first, and I assure you that I will respond truthfully, likewise, when Harry and I inquire later. I hope you will share all that you know." Dumbledore was taken aback by how quickly his mindset had shifted in less than 15 minutes. He felt utterly exposed before Dudley. His mastery of legilimency had reached unparalleled heights. Apart from natural legilimency masters, None could read minds better than he. Yet here was Dudley, a merely novice wizard with no formal schooling, who could perceive his legitimacy with such clarity, truly astonishing. However, given the conversation's direction, Dumbledore seized the opportunity. Open and honest dialogue is precisely why I am here, Dumbledore prefaced, acknowledging Dudley's prior suggestion, and then formally began questioning, leading with his most pressing inquiry. Dudley, how is it that you transitioned from being a Muggle to a wizard? How did you acquire abilities akin to those of the Philosopher's Stone? This is an innate talent of mine. Through experiencing certain events, some of which transform tragedy into beauty, I can derive a unique strength from them. This strength enables me to fuse magical items, thereby acquiring their abilities. However, this power is elusive and fraught with numerous limitations. Dudley articulated his system's peculiarities in a rather rudimentary manner. He was unafraid of revealing his uniqueness to Dumbledore. If he could persuade this old lion today, he would secure a formidable ally for future endeavors involving unresolved matters. Should he fail, Dumbledore's character would likely prevent him from publicizing Dudley's secret. Furthermore, regardless of the outcome of their conversation today, he would compel Dumbledore to pledge an unbreakable vow of secrecy. Such a miraculous talent exists. Dumbledore was taken aback by Dudley's revelation and endeavored to interpret the origins of this gift through his vast reservoir of knowledge. Dudley, perhaps there was an ancestor among your lineage who excelled in alchemy, or even more likely, one who mastered the ancient, forbidden art of human transmutation, a long-lost form of alchemy. Just as a natural master of mind-reading must have ancestors skilled in mental magic, and a born metamorphomagus must descend from those adept in transfiguration. Yet, it seems rather improbable that one possessing such formidable talent should be a Muggle. Who knows? Dudley shrugged, neither confirming nor denying Dumbledore's conjecture. Please move on to the next question. Ah, very well. Dumbledore had expected Dudley to be intrigued by the topic. Instead, he found himself at a loss. He continued with his line of questioning. Dudley, how did you come to know that Hagrid was to retrieve the item for me? Specifically the Philosopher's Stone, and that you had prepared this ruby for a swap? As he spoke, Dumbledore retrieved a dark red gemstone, resembling candy, from his pocket, precisely the one Dudley had stealthily swapped into Hagrid's jacket. Upon hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, Dudley felt a wave of internal frustration. This was the most glaring flaw from his actions the previous day, a mere imitation of the Philosopher's Stone, which at the time could not vanquish Voldemort's primary essence. Should have simply been left for Voldemort to take, allowing him to return with nothing but empty hopes. Yet here was the old man, with his white hair and beard, meddling with the incantation all wands into intercepted. Now, Dudley was left to concoct an explanation. He had no intention of fabricating lies, but the unvarnished truth was equally out of the question. This is my innate foresight. I possess the ability to sense certain events that may unfold in the future. Of course, it is not comprehensive, nor is it always accurate. Dudley, are you a natural-born seer? Do you have ancestors who were seers as well? Dumbledore was once again astonished, his expressions of surprise during these past 2 days surpassing those of the preceding decade. All right, I know what you're going to say. None of it is music to my ears. Dudley interjected, interrupting Dumbledore's unfounded associations. Please understand, I'm simply stating my own prowess. Why must you extol my ancestors? They cannot hear you, Dumbledore replied. Shall I move to the next question, or have you exhausted your inquiries? No, I still have several questions. Dumbledore forced himself to suppress his incredulity and continued. So, in Gringotts Underground Vault, you alerted Hagrid beforehand because you foresaw that Voldemort was nearby. Not quite. I have discussed this with Harry. Let him explain the matter regarding his forehead scar, the lingering fragments of soul, and the ability to sense Voldemort's essence. Dudley lazily deferred the explanation to Harry. Without hesitation, Harry succinctly recounted the details. Dumbledore listened intently, yet with each word, his brow furrowed deeper, and by the end, a thick cloud of dread loomed over him. It is a Horcrux. Voldemort has indeed learned to concoct and wield this profoundly evil dark magic. No wonder he has grown so powerful, and why he is so difficult to eradicate. Dumbledore abruptly rose, pacing furiously in Dudley's bedroom, losing all semblance of composure. If the fragment of Voldemort's soul within Harry's scar was an unintended consequence of Voldemort's actions, then it was highly likely that he had already created other Horcruxes, perhaps more than one. Given Voldemort's madness, this was almost a certainty. Dumbledore spoke half in explanation, half as a soliloquy. "Please, remain calm, Mr. Dumbledore," Dolly interjected soothingly. "And no matter how many times you pace, Voldemort's Horcruxes will not present themselves for self-destruction." "My apologies, children. I have momentarily lost my composure." Dumbledore halted his steps, wishing to regain his calm, but the challenges posed by Horcruxes were exceedingly daunting. "What is a Horcrux?" Harry inquired hastily as Dumbledore resumed his seat. Dumbledore's expression turned grave. "Harry, it is a form of dark magic that requires an act of murder to enact. By utilizing this heinous act as a ritual, one can split their own soul and store the severed fragment within an object, thus creating a Horcrux. Consequently, even if a wizard's body perishes and their primary soul is extinguished, they may achieve a form of immortality through the Horcrux." Dumbledore explained in a solemn tone, emphasizing the dire implications of such magic. To prevent Dolly and Harry from straying down a perilous path, he earnestly cautioned them about the dangers of Horcruxes. "Never attempt this dark magic. It is exceedingly cruel, and fracturing one's soul is an act of profound folly. A damaged soul can result in a complete alteration of one's character and diminished perception." While Dumbledore earnestly cautioned them, Dolly suddenly had a flash of inspiration and excitedly proposed. "Currently, the fragment of Voldemort's soul resides in Harry's scar. It has essentially fused with Harry's essence. Could we not have Harry learn this dark magic, eliminate one of Voldemort's minions, perform the ritual, and thereby separate and destroy Voldemort's fragment of soul?" Dumbledore's eyes widened in horror at Dolly's suggestion. "Cast aside that dreadful notion. Dolly, how could you even entertain the idea of teaching Harry to kill?" Dolly's expression hardened. "Please, spare me your sporadic displays of misplaced compassion. Dumbledore, you guided both Harry and Voldemort to Hogwarts with the intention of having Harry eliminate Voldemort and rid the magical world of a great menace. Did you not? So, when you lead Harry towards murder, it's permissible, yet when I merely suggest we confront it openly, you cannot abide it. Harry and I are determined to avenge Aunt Lily and Uncle James, and our enemies will be vanquished in due time. Why not utilize the opportunity to destroy Voldemort's fragment in the process? Or do you possess some infallible method to assist Harry in separating Voldemort's soul fragment?" "No, Dolly, you are oversimplifying the matter. Creating a Horcrux is an extremely malevolent form of dark magic, and Harry cannot use this method to extract Voldemort's soul fragment. Doing so would only lead to the destruction of Harry's own soul." Dumbledore explained in a tone that was both urgent and severe, clearly fearful for their fates. The risks were too great, and the feasibility too questionable, leading to a decision to set the matter aside. Dolly regained his composure. He had never intended to recklessly endanger Harry. Even if he were to use this approach, he would first seek 2 subjects for testing. Dumbledore exhaled deeply, having discerned that while Dolly might be a good person, he was certainly not a conventional one. Nevertheless, they desperately required a safe method to address the fragment of Voldemort's soul residing within Harry. This was a formidable challenge, contributing to the shadows that loomed in Dumbledore's heart. "I will devise a safe solution, Harry, and you as well, Dolly. I assure you," Dumbledore spoke earnestly after a moment of silence. "You had better provide an additional assurance." "Dumbledore," Dolly replied, his expression stern. "If you conceive of a solution, I hope you will communicate it to us directly, as I just did, and consult us, rather than proceeding unilaterally with your assumptions. You may evaluate my suggestions, and I must assess yours as well. Do you understand? I shall confer with you, Dudley. I assure you," Dumbledore replied succinctly. "Now, proceed with your inquiries." Dudley leaned against the back of his chair, adjusting to a more comfortable position. "That I have no further questions. Understanding your intentions and capabilities, along with the unexpected revelation regarding the key to vanquishing Voldemort, renders other minor queries insignificant." Dumbledore also shifted his posture, a look of compassion adorning his face. "Now, it is your turn to pose questions." "Very well." Dudley waved Diggory's wand, summoning 3 bottles of juice from the refrigerator. The glass bottle caps deftly popped open and flew to Dumbledore, Harry, and himself. Dudley took a hearty sip of juice, quenching his thirst and calming his mind before continuing. Our queries are quite straightforward. There are only two major aspects, one concerning the past and the other the future. Let us first inquire about the past, Mr. Dumbledore. Harry and I need to comprehend the circumstances surrounding Voldemort's murder of Aunt Lily and Uncle James. What motivated Voldemort to target the Potter family? Because of a prophecy concerning Voldemort's nemesis, Dumbledore answered without hesitation. What did the prophecy entail? Dumbledore continued. The prophecy foretold that the one who would defeat Voldemort would be born to a family that had defied him 3 times. On the last day of July, possessing a mysterious power that Voldemort could not comprehend. And who uttered this prophecy? Professor Sybil Trelawney. She made this prophecy while applying for the position of divination professor at Hogwarts. Dumbledore replied. Dudley and Dumbledore exchanged rapid-fire questions and answers, with Dumbledore responding with utmost clarity and candor until the next inquiry arose. How did Voldemort come to know of this prophecy? Who informed him? Was it perhaps Professor Trelawney, unable to contain her desire for acclaim, blabbering indiscriminately? As Dudley questioned, his keen eyes scrutinized Dumbledore, closely observing his micro-expressions and body language. Not at all. After Trelawney made the prophecy, she came to inform me at the Hogshead Inn, revealing all the details of her prediction. Dumbledore's response became less direct, his words measured and cautious. Dumbledore! Dudley suddenly shouted, startling Dumbledore and interrupting his hesitance. Then Dudley fixed his piercing gaze upon Dumbledore, admonishing, "Please answer honestly, Mr. Dumbledore." When you paused in your speech, your lips pressed into a straight line, a sign of concealing something. Furthermore, during your response, your eyes shifted from the lower left to the upper right, indicating your thoughts meandering between recollection and imagination. You are attempting to fabricate a tale to shield someone from accountability, are you not? Dumbledore appeared flustered, unable to meet Dudley's aggressive gaze. He diverted his eyes and caught sight of Harry's expression of disappointment, which pierced his heart. I apologize, Dudley and Harry. I merely wish to prevent you from forming an irrevocably negative impression of someone. Dumbledore sighed deeply and continued, Dudley, you are remarkably perceptive. The signs you noted. I have never encountered such a professional interpretation before. This pertains to the Muggle science of micro-expression psychology. Therefore, please refrain from deceiving me, and do not resort to trickery. It is neither wise nor fair. Just as I and Harry answered your questions truthfully, Dudley shot Dumbledore a fierce glare, his eyes filled with warning. Moreover, please restrain your tendency to make decisions for others. Simply state the truth, and how we interpret it is our business. Now, tell us, who conveyed the prophecy to Voldemort? Severus Snape. He overheard my conversation with Professor Trelawney at the Hogshead Inn, catching the first 2 lines of the prophecy and relaying this secret to Voldemort. Dumbledore stated, still conveying the truth, but immediately adding an explanation to AT that time. Snape was infatuated with dark magic, pursuing powerful forces and affiliations, which led him to join the Death Eaters and become Voldemort's subordinate. After learning this information, Voldemort conducted a thorough investigation within a magical community and ultimately identified 2 individuals who fit the prophecy. One was Harry, and the other was Neville Longbottom. Snape had known Harry's mother, Lily, since childhood and harbored feelings for her. Thus, when Snape realized that his betrayal had placed Harry's family on Voldemort's hit list, he was filled with remorse. He defected from the darkness and sought me out to explain the situation, requesting that I protect Harry's family, which I agreed to. Pause a moment. Mr. Dumbledore, Dudley interjected, interrupting Dumbledore's lengthy explanation. The situation is quite clear. This Snape is complicit with Voldemort, albeit with a touch of romantic folly, exhibiting a tendency for self-preservation. According to Muggle legal standards, he would undoubtedly face a minimum of 10 years imprisonment. Mr. Dumbledore, you cannot absolve him merely because he served as your informant. Your leniency is quite excessive. Mr. Dumbledore, allowing a criminal to live so comfortably, Dudley added with ruthless sarcasm. Dumbledore appeared somewhat helpless. Seeing Harry unprompted add Snape's address and position to his notes only deepened his sense of despair. There is no need to fret over others, Mr. Dumbledore. It is now your turn. Dudley's cold, unfeeling words yanked Dumbledore from his emotional mire and thrust him into a deeper abyss. Now, Tell us, given that you received prior warning from your informant and provided assurances. How did you fail to protect my Aunt Lily and Uncle James? Upon hearing Dudley's inquiry, Dumbledore's face was etched with sorrow. Did I cast a fidelis charm upon the house of Harry's family in Godric's Hollow? It is a powerful and secretive protective enchantment that a building under this charm becomes imperceptible to both wizards and muggles, so long as the location remains undisclosed by the secret keeper. Even if Voldemort were to be in close proximity, he would be unable to locate Harry's home. So, which fool did you assign the crucial role of secret keeper, resulting in yet another traitor siding with Voldemort? Dudley issued a stern inquiry. Initially, I intended to take on the role of the secret keeper, but Lily and James unanimously agreed to designate their mutual friend, Sirius Black, for that position. Dumbledore felt somewhat aggrieved, yet candidly disclosed the answer. Was it not this foolish black fellow who led Voldemort into Harry's home? Dudley maintained a steady stream of inquiries, his words dripping with honeyed sarcasm. I am not entirely certain. Sirius Black is a sagacious and formidable wizard, possessing a close bond with the Potters, and logically, he would never divulge sensitive information to Voldemort. Yet the undeniable fact remains that Voldemort breached the Fidelius charm and infiltrated Harry's residence. Dumbledore, too, harbored doubts regarding the matter and could only share what he knew. After the incident, did you not inquire about his current state of being, alive or deceased? Dudley expressed his utter disbelief at Dumbledore's lack of initiative. Following the tragedy, Sirius mourned amidst the ruins of the Potter home for an extended period, entirely unresponsive to any inquiries. Eventually, he departed and, on a Muggle street, triggered a cataclysmic explosion that claimed the lives of 13 Muggles, as well as the Potters and his other friend, Peter Pettigrew. The Ministry of Magic concluded that Pettigrew had been killed by Sirius during the pursuit, resulting in Sirius's incarceration in Azkaban and the posthumous awarding of a Medal of Honor to the deceased Pettigrew. Dumbledore recounted the events in detail. Point 1 must see the living or the dead. Did this Pettigrew truly perish? Just yesterday, the Minister of Magic adamantly proclaimed that Voldemort was dead. But what is the reality? Have you seen Pettigrew's corpse? Only a single finger was recovered from the explosion site. The devastation was so severe that no other remnants of Pettigrew were found. Can you fathom the magnitude of an explosion capable of obliterating a human being to the point of leaving no trace of flesh? Was Pettigrew perhaps clutching several kilograms of TNT when it detonated? Dudley's face was etched with disdain for the ignorant and complacent, remarking that you wizards lack even the most basic spirit of scientific inquiry. Yourself included. I witnessed an explosion spell with Harry yesterday in the vaults of Gringotts, and its power could not possibly annihilate a person to the extent of leaving no trace. If Sirius Black is not at least 10 times more powerful than that wizard Quirrell, he would never have been able to reduce a person to mere dust, leaving only a finger behind. Moreover, do you not find it curious, even suspicious, that while Pettigrew's entire body was obliterated, his finger alone managed to survive? Is it possible that Merlin himself protected that solitary digit, with the 13 deceased Muggles similarly reduced to a mere finger? Well, perhaps these 13 Muggles were positioned farther from the epicenter of the explosion and thus sustained less severe injuries. But what about the buildings at the center of the explosion? Has the extent of their damage been assessed? What level of energy is required to destroy a structure to such a degree? Could such an explosion truly erase a human being completely? Given the stakes involved, have you wizards conducted a thorough investigation? Did you hastily close the case and dismiss it? Surely, the memories of the nearby Muggles were altered by the Ministry afterward. You wizards neither investigate nor permit the Muggle constables to do so. 13 ordinary lives were snuffed out in such a chaotic manner. I suspect the cause of their demise was merely a gas explosion. How absurd. Dudley's rapid fire, logically sound questioning rendered Dumbledore momentarily speechless. This was a procedural approach that the venerable wizard, having lived for over a century, had never envisaged. The progress of Muggles had been astonishingly swift, now enabling them to discern human intent and uncover the truth without the use of magic. In contrast, wizards appeared woefully outdated, arrogant, and ignorant. Your analysis is quite astute. Dudley, it now seems that Peter Pettigrew must have faked his death to escape. At that time, it was not Pettigrew pursuing Sirius out of revenge for the Potter's demise. The reality may be quite the opposite. The explosion was orchestrated by Pettigrew, and the secret of the Fidelius charm was divulged by him. Sirius did not assume the role of secret keeper. Instead, he relinquished that position to Pettigrew. After the tragedy befalling the Potters, Sirius sought vengeance against Pettigrew. Dumbledore clarified his thoughts and laid bare the truth with clarity. This renowned and esteemed wizard was indeed wise and perceptive, yet it was evident that he had never engaged his mind in such a manner before. Is this truly happening? Mr. Dumbledore, you are still following my line of reasoning. I once read in a potion compendium about a potion known as Veritasum. A tea has been nearly a decade. Sirius has been imprisoned in Azkaban for almost 10 years and has not perished. Have you never thought to inquire? If he refuses to speak, then administer Veritasum. You appear to care little for the truth surrounding the murder of my Aunt Lily and Uncle James for all these years. Have you only been preoccupied with scheming to arrange for Harry to vanquish Voldemort? Dudley expressed his genuine disbelief. Having previously consumed stories through books and film from a godlike perspective, he had not deeply considered the details of these narratives. Now, having entered this real world and immersed himself in the role of a participant, he found it utterly intolerable that Dumbledore had been inactive and ineffectual. Veritasum may be inhumane and against the rules. Dumbledore instinctively sought to defend himself, hoping to salvage his image in the eyes of Harry and Dudley. However, as the words escaped his lips, he immediately regretted them and ceased speaking. He was not one to adhere strictly to regulations. Using rules as a shield would only backfire, demonstrating to Harry and Dudley that he remained narrow-minded and unreflective. I was wrong, gravely mistaken, from the very outset. Dumbledore spoke heavily, yet upon uttering these words, it was as though a weight had been lifted from his shoulders, granting him a sense of relief. Dudley, Harry, perhaps I have never been one capable of making the right decisions. Errors have accompanied me throughout my life. In my youth, a moment of infatuation led me to betray my family, aiding those who ought to have been forsaken, thereby facilitating the rise of the first Dark Lord. I matured. I employed inappropriate methods to usher Voldemort into the wizarding world. Allowing a being who disregarded life and could never comprehend love to master powerful magic and ascend as the second Dark Lord. I personally imprisoned the first Dark Lord, thereby garnering undeserved admiration and acclaim, which inflated my arrogance and shackled my perceptions that I sought to atone for my past transgressions, aspiring to vanquish the second Dark Lord, Voldemort, and restore stability to the wizarding world. This desire consumed me, rendering me mad, causing me to overlook crucial details, to utter the word sacrifice lightly, to suffer repeated setbacks, to retreat into a corner, to doubt myself, and to ultimately cling to prophecy, attempting to shift responsibility onto Harry. I have become a shadow of my former self, or perhaps I have never truly discovered who I am. Under the relentless questioning and provocation from Dudley, Dumbledore fully dismantled his defenses, scrutinizing his existence from extreme perspective. Engaging in an earnest soliloquy to Harry's gaze was intense, profoundly moved. Dudley also displayed sincere admiration, nodding in agreement. As one reaches a certain age, cognition and thought can become rigid, making it challenging to embrace new ideas and concepts. I must concede, Mr. Dumbledore, you are an extraordinary individual, over a century of age. You possess the courage to overturn your past and emerge as a new self. For this alone, you are a remarkable person. This is the first time I have genuinely used this term in its true sense to describe you. Dudley's acknowledgement somewhat soothed the tumultuous emotional upheaval Dumbledore struggled to contain following his self-reflection. Harry, Dudley, have you forgiven me? Dumbledore inquired with tear-filled eyes. The truth was nearly revealed. To be fair, the tragedy befalling Aunt Lily and Uncle James could not be laid at his feet. They had chosen to join his side based on their beliefs, opposing Voldemort. While Dumbledore had utilized the Fidelius charm to protect them, they, in turn, had rejected his offer to be the secret keeper, entrusting their lives to Sirius. Whether Sirius had truly turned to Voldemort and betrayed them, or had foolishly passed the position of secret keeper to Pettigrew, indirectly divulging the secret, it was evident that they had misplaced their trust. Aunt Lily and Uncle James were adults and ought to have borne the consequences of their decisions. Thus, I believe that, In this matter, Mr. Dumbledore bears no fault. He merely failed to fulfill his promise regarding Snape, the spy, due to unforeseen circumstances, and it is not a matter of whether Harry and I can forgive you. Dudley candidly expressed his perspective, then turned to Harry, who nodded in agreement. The savior, of course, would not be devoid of reason. The it was heartening that Dumbledore found some psychological solace in your thoughts, yet Dudley swiftly returned to his earlier stance, aiming to suppress before elevating. It the moment when Dumbledore felt a flicker of joy, Dudley interrupted once more. What you truly seek is our forgiveness regarding the events that unfolded after the tragic incident. Mr. Dumbledore, Aunt Lily and Uncle James willingly followed you in the fight against Voldemort. That was their choice while they were alive, and it requires no further discussion. However, after their sacrifice as their leader, you ought to have provided a proper explanation and compensation to us, the family left behind, including Harry, my mother Petunia, and myself. Yet, after the incident, you neither sought to uncover the complete truth nor took the time to clarify matters with my parents face to face, expressing your sentiments. You allowed the infant Harry, who had just endured the excruciating loss of his parents, to be whisked away by Hagrid on a flying motorcycle through the night, only to leave him on our doorstep for hours in the cold wind. With nothing but a flimsy letter to explain the situation, you did not even bother to knock on our door to alert my parents before departing. You should be thankful that Privet Drive was relatively safe that night, and grateful that my mother had the habit of waking early to fetch milk. Had Harry been abducted by a trafficker, I cannot fathom the tragedy that might have ensued. As for that letter you left, I have read it, and the apologies within were scant. You emphasized the necessity for my parents to adopt Harry, while your wording carried a hint of threat. Such a gesture was far from a proper explanation to the victims' families. My parents treated me well, but it cannot be denied that they were not particularly kind individuals. My mother Petunia had long-standing conflicts with Aunt Lily over magical talents, and my father Vernon harbored an extreme disdain for wizards. You must be aware of this, Mr. Dumbledore. I know, yet Dumbledore's face reflected his embarrassment. But what? You knew all of this and still entrusted Harry to them, without any preparation or understanding. The protective magic born of a mother's love can only endure in the presence of blood relatives in a place they can call home. Because the oblivious wizards of the magical world have exalted Harry as the savior, you did not wish for Harry's childhood to be marred by adulation, leading to issues in his character. Is that what you intended to convey? Dudley's resentment, which had nearly dissipated due to Dumbledore's sincere self-reflection, surged once more as he spoke of his parents and Harry's childhood. I indeed thought thus. Yet I failed to consider the finer details. I shall sincerely apologize to the Dursleys later. Dumbledore hastily acknowledged his fault, perceiving that Dudley's anger was rekindling. Failing to consider the details, Dudley scoffed, Mr. Dumbledore, while you may overlook other matters, this one you undoubtedly contemplated thoroughly. You were fully aware of my parents' characters and ways, yet you still entrusted Harry to them. Was it not your intention to have Harry experience a childhood filled with exclusion and oppression, only to usher him into Hogwarts at the age of 11, which is now? You would then present yourself as a gentle yet enigmatic elder before Harry, effortlessly winning the affection of a neglected orphan, thereby facilitating his future growth in accordance with the prophecy, making him the sword against Voldemort. I did not subjectively consider this aspect. Dumbledore's mind raced to recall his initial thoughts, and, as the contemplation deepened, he suddenly realized that perhaps subconsciously he had indeed thought so, and he had not even noticed. Dudley, your analysis strikes like a blade, piercing deep into my conscience. Dumbledore spoke, his embarrassment fading as his self-analysis became clearer. As I mentioned earlier, I've been self-righteous for too long, harboring many dark thoughts hidden beneath the noble cause of combating Voldemort and saving the magical world. Shadows in the sunlight, so apparent yet so easily overlooked. These are indeed my transgressions, Dudley, Harry. If you do not forgive me, I have no defense that in the future, I shall make amends to you and the Dursleys through tangible actions. With Dumbledore's heartfelt apology concluded, Dudley fell silent, directing his gaze at Harry. Harry understood his cousin's intent. Dudley respected his opinion and did not wish to take it upon himself to forgive or condemn others. After a moment of serious contemplation, Harry addressed Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, Regardless of your intentions, you did indeed offer my parents protection in the past. Additionally, I am grateful that you brought me here, allowing me to grow up alongside my cousin. Therefore, I harbor little resentment toward you, and I will endeavor to forgive you. Excellent. Harry, I am truly heartened. Tears welled in Dumbledore's eyes, unable to be restrained. Dudley, having calmed his emotions, spoke under Dumbledore's hopeful gaze. Mr. Dumbledore, I am rather pragmatic. Words carry far less weight than actions. Thus, whether I forgive you depends on your future deeds. Moreover, Harry and I cannot decide for my parents. Once we conclude our discussion, please fulfill your promise to apologize to them. I shall, Dudley, Dumbledore assured promptly. Now that we have wrapped up the topic of the past, let us discuss matters concerning the future. Dudley concentrated, contemplating his forthcoming statements. The success of this negotiation hinged entirely on this moment. Proceed, Dudley urged. Present your and Harry's demands, and I will do my utmost to accommodate. Whether you wish to remain in England, accompany me to Hogwarts, or pursue magical education in other lands, I shall support you. Dumbledore appeared at ease. That it seemed that Mr. Dumbledore had genuinely undergone a thorough reflection. Dudley felt a flicker of joy. Although the negotiation had yet to formally commence, he had already achieved half of his aim. Now, I shall officially begin my inquiries regarding the future. Mr. Dumbledore, can you guarantee that from this moment forth, you will no longer meddle in Harry's upbringing under the guise of cleverness? Yes, I assure you. From now on, any matters concerning Harry will be discussed with you and Harry, allowing you to decide whether to implement them. Mr. Dumbledore, can you promise not to interfere or even assist Harry and me in our quest for vengeance against Voldemort and his accomplices? Yes, I assure you. Eliminating Voldemort and his followers has always been my objective. Mr. Dumbledore, if Harry and I attend Hogwarts, can you guarantee the safety of our family, particularly my parents, the Dursleys, from harm? Yes, I assure you. I shall never allow the tragedy of Lily and James to repeat itself. Good. Excellent. Especially excellent. Dudley suddenly stood, walking to the tear-filled, emotionally stirred Dumbledore, solemnly extending his right hand. Mr. Dumbledore, then will you agree to heed the counsel of this 11-year-old advisor in our future lives and battles, and enter into a pact? Dudley, you are... Dumbledore was momentarily taken aback, sensing that Dudley was orchestrating a grand game of wizard chess. Entrust your power and prestige to me. Dumbledore, allow me to become your second brain. For a better and stable life, to eradicate regrets, to grow stronger in purity, for our shared goals, and for an ideal future. I hope this decision of mine will not lead to further mistakes. After a solemn consideration of several seconds, Dumbledore extended his aged hand, firmly clasping Dudley's right hand. Two magnificent, fantastical strands of twisted light materialized, entwining around their wrists, then flickered and vanished without a trace. They had forged an unbreakable covenant. That moment, Dumbledore could not fathom the unprecedented, thunderous actions he would take following the alliance with Dudley, nor could he envision the monumental upheaval this pact would bring to the magical realm. At this juncture, Dumbledore's most fervent thought was that Dudley and Harry had finally accepted him. In his centennial twilight, he had found two trusted comrades, friends across the ages. Cousin, are we to remain here? Harry witnessed the entire process of Dudley and Dumbledore forming an alliance. The unbreakable magical thread dissipated. He could no longer contain his curiosity and spoke up. Indeed, Harry, with the greatest wizard of the 20th century as our ally. Why would we need to wander aimlessly in foreign lands? Dudley beamed with the satisfaction of a successful negotiation. However, before Dumbledore and Harry could celebrate, Dudley immediately shifted into a serious work mode. Dumbledore, with less than a month until school starts. We must take action. Action? Dudley, what sort of action do you mean? Dumbledore inquired, somewhat puzzled. Many aspects. Dudley's mind raced, with the most pressing matter being the resolution of the disobedient Minister of Magic. Dumbledore, have you perused today's Daily Prophet? If I am not mistaken, it fails to mention Voldemort even once. Does it? Upon hearing this, a look of resignation appeared on Dumbledore's face. Indeed. As he spoke, Dumbledore retrieved a folded newspaper from his pocket. Dudley took it and unfolded it before himself and Harry. The front page boldly proclaimed, Yesterday, Gringotts' underground vault conducted a special security drill. The minor tremor in Diagon Alley was purely coincidental. The goblins of Gringotts solemnly assure, no vault's assets were harmed. Rest assured, I knew it would be like this. The media has been compromised, and under the pressure of foolish politicians, with your tacit approval, Dumbledore, Dudley stated bluntly as he handed the newspaper to Harry. Dudley, I did not instruct Fudge to act this way. I warned him. It is he who, Dumbledore hurriedly defended himself, feeling that the matter could not be blamed on him, that he acting on his own accord. Dudley interjected. Dumbledore, I think you should reflect on this. At times you could be far too naive and weak. Yesterday in Diagon Alley, when Harry and I were purchasing wands, Minister Fudge was vocally confronting you and Hagrid. He may have even threatened you. Did he not? He has bullied you, and yet you allow him to roam freely. Does that not imply your tacit approval of his actions? How long will you continue to compromise? I cannot fathom why you have not dealt with such a person swiftly. Are you planning to let him linger until Christmas? Dumbledore was taken aback by Dudley's words and hastily replied, Dudley, I believe Fudge is not in any immediate danger, is he? What are you suggesting? Dudley widened his eyes that, not misinterpret my intentions. Dumbledore, I merely wish for you to remove him from his position. An individual so intoxicated by power should not remain as Minister of Magic. His presence is a threat to all wizards in Britain. I see. Dumbledore sighed with relief. It was far more acceptable to remove Fudge than to consider eliminating him. But how could Fudge be ousted? Would I need to employ magic and my influence to force such a decision, which would undoubtedly encounter significant resistance? No need for that. Being forceful is too arduous and beneath you. If you were to proceed in that manner, you would merely become a Voldemort in sheep's clothing. Dudley began strategizing for Dumbledore. You have been in open conflict with Voldemort for nearly 20 years. Surely you have allies within the Ministry of Magic? There are a few, Dudley. What do you propose? Dumbledore asked. Have your allies gather evidence of Minister Fudge's illegal activities, that a person so enthralled by power that they deny reality has undoubtedly indulged in the delights of authority. Is it conceivable for someone like him to claim he has never accepted bribes or acted corruptly? Dudley stated calmly, exuding an air of strategic confidence. Have your people act swiftly, or perhaps, Dumbledore, you should personally delve into Fudge's memories to uncover all his transgressions. Then, have your allies present the evidence to the Wizengamot to formally impeach Fudge. After that, as the chief wizard of the Wizengamot, you merely need to adjudicate Fudge's corruption case impartially, thus allowing you to remove him from his position and appoint an outstanding wizard who will heed your counsel to lead the Ministry of Magic. To be frank, in the British wizarding world, you hold sway over two of the three major institutions of power: administration, judiciary, and education. Your reputation is unparalleled. I cannot fathom any overt challenge that could impede you. Dudley continued. Dudley, thank goodness you have chosen to stand on the side of justice. Otherwise, I cannot imagine the actions you would take as you mature. Dumbledore was astounded by Dudley's proposal. Dumbledore, you are mistaken. I do not stand on the side of justice, that I stand with my family. However, to ensure their safety and well-being, I require a wizarding world that adheres to a semblance of just order. Furthermore, regardless of which side I align with, the actions I may take in the future are beyond your imagination. Dudley asserted confidently, I have no doubt about that. Dumbledore did not perceive Dudley as boasting. Then I shall commence immediately. Voldemort is once again active. I must ensure the wizarding world is alerted promptly. By the way, here are the tickets you and Harry will need for your journey to Hogwarts. At King's Cross Station in London, platform 9 3/4, the Hogwarts Express. Dumbledore rose, producing 2 train tickets and placing them on Dudley's desk before preparing to take his leave. Unexpectedly, Dudley called out to him. Why the rush? Dumbledore, you are over 100 years old. Why are you hurrying about like a young lad? Have you forgotten what I just said? There is much for you to accomplish this month. Oh, this month? I had assumed other matters could be addressed after school began. After all, replacing the Minister of Magic is quite a significant undertaking. A month seems rather tight, Dumbledore reflected, regaining some youthful zeal reminiscent of his days as a Gryffindor lion. Though the abrupt shift left him struggling to adapt, resulting in a lapse of his usual composed demeanor. Just sit tight. Time is like water in a sponge. If you lack it, simply squeeze a bit more. The minister's replacement merely requires your presence during the memory retrieval and the trial. Delegate the menial tasks to others. Once Fudge is ousted, he and his cronies will vacate numerous positions, presenting a tremendous opportunity for your allies to seize. They will not lack for motivation. Dudley clearly delineated his plan, ensuring Dumbledore understood the steps ahead. Dumbledore, in addition to dealing with Fudge, this month you must visit Azkaban. Utilize Veritasrum or Legilimency to uncover the final doubts surrounding the demise of my Aunt Lily and Uncle James from Sirius Black. If Sirius surrendered to Voldemort and leaked information, then you must incapacitate him and bring him before Harry and meet it if Sirius, out of his own arrogance, was misled by Wormtail and revealed the secret keeper's identity. You should extract from him every minute detail about Wormtail, especially those traits that enabled him to disguise himself. Then, if it is clear that Sirius did not intentionally harm my parents, Professor Dumbledore, please rescue him from Azkaban. He has been imprisoned for nearly a decade, and coupled with his inner torment, he has endured punishment sufficient to absolve his guilt. After Dudley paused deliberately, Harry naturally continued his cousin's thoughts. Recognizing that this was ultimately his parents' vendetta and that the manner of dealing with their enemies required his explicit opinion. What Harry means is my sentiment, Dudley added. Furthermore, if you are to release Sirius, Dumbledore, do not inform him of the likelihood of Wormtail's feigned death. We must avoid provoking him into rash actions that could jeopardize our plans. It would be prudent to wait until a month after Harry and I begin school to release him. Allow him some time to collect himself. The Dementors of Azkaban have a knack for tormenting individuals, and after such a prolonged confinement, he may be mentally unstable. Did I understand? Dumbledore agreed, though his expression remained hesitant as he hesitantly said, Dudley, I still hope you will not expose Harry to such bloodshed too soon. Whether Harry encounters bloodshed is not my decision. Dumbledore, fate seeks to mock us. We can only confront it head-on and be resolute and brave warriors. Dolly forcefully dispelled the nascent feelings of compassion and weakness in Dumbledore's heart. Adding with a grin, we witnessed the grotesque transformation of a creature with a face both front and back into gold, only to see it turn to ashes again in the underground vault of Gringotts. That scene was as exhilarating as any bloody event. Do not perceive us as merely fragile children. So, suppress your pity. Dumbledore, allow me to assign you a task. Noting Dolly's inclination to dredge up old grievances, Dumbledore promptly fell silent, dutifully awaiting Dolly's next words that I read in the tome on recent wizarding crises that a decade ago. After Voldemort vanished, his Death Eaters were imprisoned in Azkaban. Prior to issuing his orders, Dolly posed a pertinent question. Most were indeed confined in Azkaban, though some Death Eaters claimed they were under the influence of the Imperius Curse and did not genuinely wish to ally with Voldemort. This faction paid a hefty fine to evade imprisonment, Dumbledore replied. Were they interrogated with Veritasrum? Dolly inquired. No, Veritasrum is a sophisticated potion, concocted by only a select few potion masters, and is not produced en masse. Due to considerations of privacy and humanitarianism, it is typically not employed in interrogations. Furthermore, most of these individuals hail from influential pure-blood families within a magical community, serving as core members of their respective clans, and are not unwavering loyalists to Voldemort.ic, a faction of powerful opportunists. It appears the Wizarding Society has not evolved creatively. Dolly nodded in understanding. However, I must caution you, Dumbledore, if you announce Voldemort's return to the magical realm, this faction may become restless. You must exert sufficient psychological pressure on them in advance. You are correct, Dolly. A substantial number of conservative pure-blood families severely impede the advancement of the magical world. Their ideologies are both decayed and extreme, necessitating a firm reprimand that I shall issue them a warning. Dumbledore wholeheartedly agreed with Dolly's perspective, yet he struggled to conceive an appropriate pretext to implement this course of action. Nonetheless, he had grown accustomed to the efficacy of external counsel. What should I do, Dolly? Dumbledore inquired. Dolly had anticipated this question. With a malicious grin, he replied, It is quite simple. Eliminate all the Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban. What? Dumbledore exclaimed in shock, incredulously confirming. You mean eliminate them all? Indeed. Dolly's tone was unwaveringly resolute, and he even found himself perplexed by Dumbledore's intense reaction. Dumbledore, this is something you should have done long ago. I cannot fathom why you are so astonished. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. What could be simpler? These die-hard followers of Voldemort, which of them does not have blood on their hands? By Muggle law, they should have been executed long ago. You, wizards of the old era, are far too lenient, bordering on foolishness. The Death Eaters murder ordinary wizards, those who fight for justice among your ranks. Yet they face no repercussions that that fair, if you do not eliminate them now. When Voldemort regains power and orchestrates a mass escape from Azkaban, how much devastation will these Death Eaters, tormented by Dementors for nearly a decade, wreak upon a magical world? Have you considered this? Retaining enemies to strike at allies is the epitome of folly. By eliminating these Death Eaters now, you can not only instill fear in the wavering opportunists, but also significantly diminish Voldemort's active forces. And you could even extract memories from these individuals to uncover Voldemort's weaknesses, namely, those unknown Horcruxes. This is a multifaceted benefit. Do you truly need to hesitate in astonishment? Dolly, your reasoning is sound, yet the majority of these Death Eaters are of pure blood. And when you carefully consider the connections, most of them are related to the wizarding families that would be difficult for me to accept the wholesale execution of them, let alone other wizards. Dumbledore still hesitated. But consider this, there are only about 3,000 wizards in all of Britain. When you break it down, who is not related to whom? The Death Eaters never hesitated to kill you based on familial ties that would not even withstand the strike of 8 wands. If you keep them alive, only you will suffer in the end. At that point, losing half of the 3,000 wizards is not an impossibility. Dolly's penetrating words thoroughly persuaded Dumbledore. After a moment of contemplation, understanding the nature of Dementors, Dumbledore concluded that without intervention, the Death Eaters would likely escape in the future, and Voldemort might even recruit the inherently malevolent Dementors to his cause if such an event were to transpire. He could endure it, but other wizards certainly could not. Very well. I shall see to it. Dumbledore's hand tightened around the Elder Wand hidden in his robe pocket. Observing Dumbledore's resolution, Dolly's tone softened somewhat. Dumbledore, your concerns are not without merit. Large-scale slaughter, even for the sake of justice, may instill fear in the ignorant and mediocre wizards, thereby tarnishing your reputation and standing, which would be detrimental to our future endeavors. Dumbledore's thoughts were struggling to keep pace. You wish to execute the Death Eaters, yet you harbor concerns. I've already resolved to cultivate a murderous intent. Why do you now speak against it? What exactly do you want me to do? Dolly discerned the confusion in Dumbledore's eyes and clarified. What I mean is, you cannot act directly. You must package this operation. How should I package it? Dumbledore asked directly. The situation is as follows. Minister Fudge, in a fit of greed and corruption, faced trial, was dismissed, and, harboring resentment, fled to Azkaban that he deceived the Dementor guards into releasing the imprisoned Death Eaters, intending to leverage their power to reclaim his position as Minister of Magic. This audacious conspiracy was uncovered by Professor Dumbledore, who happened to be visiting Sirius Black in this critical moment to prevent damage to the magical world. Professor Dumbledore was compelled to act decisively, unleashing a powerful and mysterious spell that eradicated the rampaging Death Eaters in one fell swoop. In the aftermath, the arrested Minister Fudge, unable to withstand the consecutive blows to his life, suffered a mental breakdown, losing all memory and becoming quite simple-minded. Ultimately, through the benevolence of Professor Dumbledore's arrangements, he was confined to a mysterious prison devoid of Dementor guards, where he could live out the remainder of his days. Dolly narrated with an air of gravity, as though recounting not a fabricated tale, but a meticulously crafted news report. Dumbledore was left in stunned silence, and Harry was equally taken aback. What do you think? Dumbledore, with this narrative, the majority of wizards will only increase their recognition of your power and authority, rather than harbor negative sentiments towards you. Those wavering opportunists will be too intimidated to act. Even if Voldemort seeks them out, they will hesitate and may even report to you. Betraying Voldemort, I understand. Dolly, we shall proceed as you propose. Dumbledore emerged from his stupor, quickly consenting to Dolly's plan. His perspectives and modus operandi were undergoing a profound transformation. There is one more matter. Upon securing Dumbledore's agreement, Dolly immediately initiated the next topic. Dumbledore, Hagrid has endured injustice for far too long. You must swiftly exonerate him and prove his innocence. This is also to atone for the error you committed. As the chief warlock of the Wisingamot, the pinnacle of the judicial authority, you are sorely lacking in investigative and accountability skills. The Chamber of Secrets was opened. An unknown monster emerged, claiming the lives of students within the school. And simultaneously, Hagrid's secretive rearing of acromantulas was inadvertently exposed. Are these few facts sufficient to condemn Hagrid? At that time, Voldemort, known as Tom Marvolo Riddle, was an exemplary fifth-year student at Hogwarts, possessing remarkable magical talent and striking good looks, which earned him significant esteem among his peers. Voldemort declared to the wizards from the Ministry of Magic investigating the case that he had witnessed Hagrid's spiders killing Myrtle, and his followers echoed his claims, severely disrupting the judgment of the Ministry's wizards. Furthermore, Hagrid could not prove whether the acromantula had committed murder. Thus, I was unable to exonerate him, unable to prevent his expulsion, and could only forcefully retain him at Hogwarts as a keeper of the grounds. Dumbledore recounted the historical events of yore, seemingly reminded of Hagrid's recent memory erasure, his expression betraying a profound sorrow and guilt. Yet, Dudley would not indulge Dumbledore. He immediately began to rationally analyze what Dumbledore could have done at that time. I am truly astounded by you wizards. Your judicial system is astonishingly archaic. Do you not comprehend the concept of presumption of innocence? If you suspect someone of being a murderer, you must investigate and gather sufficient evidence to substantiate your claims. How can you expect the accused to prove their own innocence? To be unable to self-validate equates to guilt? What utter nonsense! Dumbledore, you believe that you were unable to exonerate Hagrid purely due to a lack of thought. There is no need for magic or potions. I could easily provide a means to prove Hagrid's innocence. Your historical tomes clearly state that Salazar Slytherin was a staunch pure-blood supremacist. Would he leave behind a chamber that could be accessed by a half-blood born of a wizard and a giant? If that argument lacks sufficient persuasion, then may I inquire, did you conduct an autopsy on the deceased Moaning Myrtle? The acromantula kills either by suffocating with silk, corrosive venom, or by piercing with its limbs or biting with its mandibles. Are there any corresponding traces on Myrtle's corpse? Can those be linked to the acromantula that Hagrid cared for? Even if the young Voldemort was meticulous, any traces of deception left on Myrtle's body would not withstand careful and thorough scrutiny. For once a person dies, their blood ceases to flow, and the poison of their wounds contrasts starkly with any marks made post-mortem. Moreover, there is another crucial clue. I have heard from Hagrid that Myrtle became a ghost after her death. Did you not think to ask her what caused her demise? Had she ever encountered Hagrid's acromantula? The juvenile acromantula lacks the capacity to deliver a fatal blow to a wizard if it was a spider that killed. Myrtle, as the victim, could not possibly be unaware. Thus, was it truly so difficult to prove Hagrid's innocence at that time? Dumbledore, had you acted thus, not only could you have cleared Hagrid's name, but you would have also pierced through young Voldemort's ruse. At the very least, you could have charged him with defamation, or even uncovered that it was Voldemort who opened the chamber and committed murder, thus imprisoning him in Azkaban. Did I in that case? Could Voldemort have ever become the dark wizard that plagued the wizarding world? Even if he could, it would come at a far greater cost. Dudley's incisive analysis left Dumbledore utterly astonished once more. Dudley, you possess a level of intelligence surpassing any Ravenclaw I have encountered. Had I possessed your acumen and wisdom back then, had you been born a century earlier, the tragedies I faced would have been significantly reduced. Dumbledore's heart was a tumult of emotions. Guilt, self-reproach, regret, and a sense of loss. Tears welling anew in his eyes. However, Dudley, the regrets of the past have transpired. A lack of capability and the intricacies of fate have led to this outcome. All we can do now is strive to amend it. I shall work swiftly to exonerate Hagrid and prove his innocence to all wizards, Dumbledore vowed. Yet that is not enough. Hagrid dropped out of school in his third year because of this matter. I hope you can spare some time to tutor Hagrid, enhancing his magical abilities and combat skills, thus alleviating his regret over leaving school. Dudley refined a request. Very well. Since becoming headmaster, I have not personally taught in many years. You and Harry are welcome to sit in on the lessons. Dumbledore agreed without the slightest hesitation. Not just Harry and I, but also my parents, the Dursleys. Dumbledore, you wouldn't suggest having 2 adult students. Would you? This is the last matter I wish for you to attend to before school begins. Dudley unabashedly added to Dumbledore's already considerable workload. Dumbledore, having been thoroughly astonished throughout the day, was now met with yet another outrageous request from Dudley. Yet he displayed minimal emotional reaction, simply nodding in agreement. He was curious to see how Dudley would transform 2 fully grown Muggles into wizards. As time progressed amidst their astonishing discussions, the night deepened. The Dursleys had been waiting in the living room downstairs, preparing a lavish dinner. After concluding their lengthy conversation, Dudley, Harry, and Dumbledore gathered their thoughts and descended the staircase from Dudley's large bedroom to the Dursleys' living room on the first floor. In the presence of Dudley and Harry, Dumbledore solemnly apologized to the Dursleys, particularly to Petunia, sincerely requesting their forgiveness for his previous inappropriate actions and expressing his respect and remembrance for the Potters. This left Petunia and Vernon momentarily bewildered, but with Dudley's explanations and reassurances, they began to understand Dumbledore's intentions. Petunia reminisced about her past experiences with her freakish sister and, overwhelmed with emotion, collapsed into Vernon's embrace, weeping profusely. After her tears subsided, the Dursleys forgave Dumbledore, no longer regarding the wizard with the same fear and distance as before, effectively accepting him as an unfamiliar yet ordinary friend. Dudley timely announced to his parents that the family would no longer need to travel abroad. And before Dumbledore, he extended his arms. Grasping each of his parents' arms, a miracle was about to unfold. Just before leaving the bedroom, Dudley had deliberately lingered behind to retrieve Hagrid's blood, which had been chilling in the refrigerator for most of the day, using a D-class fusion opportunity to merge it, thereby obtaining a weak hybrid giant wizard bloodline. Coupled with the weak wizard bloodline he had acquired from Harry during their ride on the Gringotts cart yesterday. He was now in a position to elevate both of his parents to the extraordinary. As Dudley casually touched his parents, Dumbledore observed with amazement as a faint magical aura began to emanate from Petunia and Vernon. Suddenly, a few flowers sprouted from the living room floor, and the furniture trembled slightly. The Dursleys experienced a surge of magical energy, albeit a rather faint one. Meanwhile, the acceptance book and quill at Hogwarts stirred once more. Though this time the disturbance was exceedingly subtle, quieting down without alerting anyone. The reason was simple. The Dursleys had long surpassed the age of 18, disqualifying them from Hogwarts enrollment criteria. Upon detecting this, the quill lost all desire to write. Petunia and Vernon had become wizards. Despite having prepared himself mentally for this revelation, Dumbledore could not help but be dazzled by the sight that challenged the very understanding of the wizarding community. Indeed, however, my parents lack the potential for advancement. At most, they can learn 5 spells, and they cannot be of particularly high caliber, Dudley replied, explaining that he had bestowed the weak wizard bloodline obtained from Harry upon his mother. Petunia, while his father, Vernon, received the weak hybrid giant wizard bloodline from Hagrid. Comparatively, the weak hybrid giant wizard bloodline proved to be somewhat stronger, allowing for the learning of 5 spells while also enhancing physical strength and providing a modicum of magical resistance. The Dursleys, having successfully transformed into wizards, were utterly exhilarated, bouncing around the living room, eager to cast spells, only to realize that they lacked one crucial element in comparison to true wizards. That I have already prepared this for you. Mom and Dad. Dudley laughed as he produced 2 brand new wands, generously gifted by Ollivander, from his coat pocket, handing one to each of his parents. The Dursleys joyfully accepted them. Vernon held the oak wand akin to Hagrid's, while Petunia grasped the holly wand similar to Harry's. As they waved their wands, gentle yet brilliant golden red sparks erupted from the tips. The wands recognized their new masters, exhibiting a remarkable compatibility. Simultaneously, as the new masters were adult wizards, the silver threads embedded within the wands dissipated without a trace. This was truly remarkable, Dumbledore marveled, unsure how to articulate such a miracle. I don't know what would be better. Regardless, this is something you must keep confidential. Dudley, unable to fully grasp the profound impact of his actions on Dumbledore, pulled him to sit at the dining table. Don't just stand there foolishly. Let's eat first. Once we are well fed, we can get to work. Dumbledore's expedition to Privet Drive culminated in resounding success, yet simultaneously, he found himself burdened with formidable responsibilities. After departing from the Dursley's abode, adorned in Hagrid's old coat, he accurately assessed the magnitude of work awaiting him over the forthcoming month, an undertaking far more extensive than all he had accomplished in the past decade combined. However, he did not resent this flurry of activity. With a clear objective and meticulous plans in place, he embraced the fatigue with a sense of joy in the late hours of August 1st. Just before the dawn of August 2 ND, Dumbledore executed a disapparition, instantly transporting himself to the lair of Minister Fudge, his old haunt, or rather, his ancestral home. Enveloping himself in the disillusionment charm, he stealthily infiltrated the bedroom where Minister Fudge lay in slumber. Extracting the man's memories pertaining to his criminal activities, after a thorough examination of these memories, Dumbledore, guided by their contents, effortlessly pilfered the incriminating evidence hidden within Fudge's residence, including ledgers and ill-gotten gains. Subsequently, he returned the memories and, clutching the evidence, vanished to the Hogshead Inn, where his brother Aberforth awaited. Dumbledore swiftly penned several concise letters, dispatching them via owl to his trusted associates within the Ministry of Magic. The once diminished old lion now radiated vitality and rekindled resolve. The magical realm was on the brink of transformation. On August 2 ND, the British Ministry of Magic was engulfed in sensational news, led by the esteemed Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt. A group of mid-level ministry officials formally presented an avalanche of detailed evidence to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, impeaching the current Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, for accepting bribes and abusing his power. Amelia Susan Bones, the current head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, was a witch of integrity, kindness, and fairness. Undeterred by the fact that the accused was her superior, she confronted the substantial evidence laid before her. Ignoring her deputy's well-meaning counsel, Ms. Bones resolutely accepted the case and expedited it to the Wisingamot, the highest court of wizardry. Meanwhile, Dumbledore had returned to number 4, Privet Drive, where he magically expanded the Dursley's living room into a classroom for his lessons. The curriculum primarily focused on spells and magical techniques, interspersed with elements of transfiguration. Given that the Dursleys could only master 5 relatively simple spells, Dudley and Dumbledore meticulously curated a list of skills for them to learn, enabling them to establish fundamental combat strategies. Petunia, possessing a weak magical lineage stemming from Harry, was set the ambitious goal of mastering the well-known disarming charm, Expelliarmus. Although a sophisticated spell, Dudley believed that with Harry's innate magical heritage, his mother might indeed attain proficiency in it. In addition, considering their needs for offense, defense, healing, and everyday utility, Petunia's remaining 4 spells included the Summoning Charm, to retrieve substantial objects for defense against the Killing Curse; the Calming Charm, a collaborative creation by Dudley and Harry, now optimized into a fixed spell, capable of diminishing the murderous intent of dark wizards, thus hindering their ability to cast lethal spells; the Shielding Charm, commonly known as the Armor Charm, utilized for standard magical defense; and the Healing Charm, known as Episky, effective for treating moderate injuries. As for Vernon, inheriting a weak mixed blood giant's lineage from Hagrid, his talents leaned towards transfiguration and strength-related domains. Consequently, the 5 spells he was to learn included the basic Transfiguration Charm, transforming mundane objects like stones into spikes, suitable for long-range attacks in conjunction with the Movement Charm; the Movement Charm, complementing Transfiguration to form combined techniques, with some utility similar to the Summoning Charm, enabling the movement of objects for defense; the Strengthening Charm, a joint development by Dudley and Harry, optimized into a fixed spell, enhancing physical strength and facilitating close combat, particularly useful for wizards who often lack physical prowess; the Disarmament Charm, known as Depulso, which could sap an enemy's strength, compelling them to relinquish their grasp on objects. When used in tandem with the Strengthening Charm, it proved particularly effective, even causing inanimate objects to collapse by repelling their internal structure, thus breaking chains; and the Shielding Charm, with the educational plan established. Dumbledore swiftly immersed himself in his role as instructor. The lessons encompassed spell theory, pronunciation, wand movements, and the intricacies of spell casting, gradually escalating from foundational concepts to practical exercises, all delivered with utmost diligence. Dumbledore possessed considerable expertise in magical instruction. Having served as the Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts for many years prior to his appointment as headmaster, this significantly alleviated the learning curve for the 5 students, who listened intently, motivated by their aspirations for growth and empowerment. The instruction at the Dursley's residence was an ongoing endeavor, during which Dumbledore also needed to manage time effectively, attending to various significant matters as outlined by Dudley that on August 5th, Minister Fudge, under surveillance due to corruption allegations, sought to conspire with his loyalists to reclaim his power. The Aurors, led by Kingsley, feigned acquiescence, only to follow him covertly, ultimately ensnaring him in a comprehensive trap that Fudge's influence had waned, and the pureblood families that once supported him had abandoned him. The trial proceedings accelerated dramatically. On August 6th, Dumbledore personally augmented the Dursley's residence with a plethora of protective spells, and he placed an unbreakable vow on their master bedroom, designating Dudley as the secret keeper. When necessary, the protective scope of this vow could extend to encompass the entire Dursley household. Additionally, within the safeguarded bedroom, Dumbledore arranged for the installation of a special fireplace. This fireplace utilized a secret passage for its fixed route, allowing one to sprinkle a handful of flue powder and reach a concealed guest room at the Hog's Head Inn without specifying a destination. Dumbledore had already conferred with his brother, Aberforth Dumbledore, the proprietor of the inn. Despite their strained relationship due to the tragic loss of their sister, they maintained amicable communication on matters of great importance and mutual assistance. On August 8th, the Wizengamot officially convened to adjudicate the corruption case against Minister Fudge, with Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore presiding over the proceedings. Faced with comprehensive and irrefutable evidence, Cornelius Fudge could not evade accountability and was compelled to confess his guilt. He was summarily removed from the position of Minister of Magic, barred from future employment. Following the announcement of the verdict, Cornelius Fudge's composure shattered, and he vehemently denounced the presiding judge, Dumbledore, exclaiming, "Dumbledore, you truly intend to usurp my power." In the lamentations of a defeated leader, Cornelius Fudge reluctantly resigned from his position. His trusted aides faced emotions or dismissals depending on the circumstances. Dolores Umbridge, a short and stout witch fond of pink attire and equally enamored with power, found herself stripped of all positions, relegated to the lowest clerical role in the Ministry of Magic, tasked with registering wand information for guests entering and exiting the ministry. Following the conclusion of the trial, Albus Dumbledore proposed that Kingsley Shacklebolt, a senior Auror, succeed Fudge as the next Minister of Magic. Among the esteemed wizards present for the jury, 40% immediately expressed their agreement, 30% withheld their opinions, and another 30% sought further deliberation on additional candidates for election. On August 9th, Dumbledore convened another Wizengamot meeting, focusing on the re-examination of a 49-year-old campus injustice, alongside the momentous revelation that Voldemort was not dead and had returned to commit further misdeeds. Under Dumbledore's formidable influence, the upper echelons of the magical community in Britain gathered to witness the proceedings. Hagrid extracted a silvery thread of memory from his mind and placed it into a large pensieve. Through the memories showcased within the pensieve, the assembled wizards were thrust into the harrowing scene that unfolded in Gringotts' underground vault on July 31st. Voldemort slowly approached Hagrid and Harry, revealing Hagrid's previous entrapment. Nearly a decade later, the sight of that fearsome visage, even if it were merely on another's head, instilled terror among the witnesses, who held their breath in dread. Dumbledore seized the opportunity, utilizing Voldemort's candid confession from memory, coupled with the recent testimony of Moaning Myrtle, who had seen, just before her demise, a pair of horrifying yellow slitted eyes rather than the 8 eyes of a giant spider. This evidence not only exonerated Hagrid, but also restored his honor. Hagrid was to receive compensation from the Ministry of Magic and the Wizengamot, and his rights to wield a wand and practice magic were reinstated. Subsequently, Dumbledore showcased his memory of having struck Voldemort's main soul with the spell All was ended, revealing how Voldemort, injured, fled using a key fashioned from Quirrell's turban. This announcement delivered both good and bad news to the magical community. The bad news was that Voldemort had returned, necessitating vigilance from wizards. The good news was that Voldemort was currently weak and required a host to survive. Should any wizard detect Voldemort's presence, they were urged to promptly inform the Ministries, Aurors, and Dumbledore. During the meeting, Dumbledore specifically cautioned those from pure-blood families who had once served as Death Eaters against attempting to assist Voldemort, lest they face consequences beyond their capacity to bear. These opportunistic individuals, naturally, remained silent and offered verbal assurances while harboring unknown intentions. Dumbledore, not being a natural legilimens, could not openly read the minds of the numerous wizards present, but he did not need to. He could discern their plans. He had already devised a flawless course of action, confident that in a matter of days, these individuals would acquiesce. On August 10th, the Daily Prophet published the proceedings of the previous day's meeting, plunging the entire British magical community into shock and mild panic. The international magical community also felt the tremors. Meanwhile, the students of the Dursley household's magical classroom achieved notable progress. Vernon and Petunia each mastered 2 simple spells. Additionally, Dumbledore acquired 2 precious protective garments from his friend, the 600-year-old alchemist Nicholas Flamel, which he presented to the Dursleys. These protective garments were rated Class B, offering formidable resistance against common offensive spells, though they would not withstand the killing curse. This served as yet another layer of security for the Dursleys, to ensure the nurturing magic of maternal love surrounding Harry remained potent. The Dursleys could not relocate abroad. They needed to maintain the concept of number 4, privet drive. Clearly, if only Dudley and Harry remained, it could not be deemed a home. Thus, in a bid to maximize the safety of his parents, Dudley made several requests to Dumbledore. In addition to the already established unbreakable vow and personal protective garments, he also sought to have Dumbledore provide 2 house elves for the Dursleys, so that in the event of an unforeseen incident, they could swiftly return to number 4, privet drive. House elves, a subspecies of fairies, had been long domesticated by wizards and exhibited deep-seated servitude and loyalty. Furthermore, house elves possessed impressive magical abilities, and their innate ability to apparate surpassed that of wizards, allowing them to perform this magic even within the confines of Hogwarts, where it was otherwise prohibited. With 2 such companions discreetly safeguarding his parents, Dudley felt reassured. However, house elves were not mere commodities available for purchase. They were typically found only within reputable pure-blood families and were seldom sold to outsiders. While Hogwarts housed hundreds of house elves, their allegiance lay with the institution itself, rendering them unavailable for private use by Dumbledore. Consequently, Dumbledore could only seek to discreetly acquire them within the magical community, hoping to procure some. Yet, days passed without any news that on August 11th, the recently unemployed Cornelius Fudge unexpectedly visited the isolated wizarding prison of Azkaban. Situated in the ocean, the Dementors stationed at Azkaban had not yet received word of Fudge's dismissal and continued to regard him as the all-powerful minister of magic. Reluctantly, they executed his absurd orders. Cloaked in tattered gray rags, they soared through the air, locating the cells of the imprisoned loyal Death Eaters. They first approached the dazed and apathetic prisoners, draining them of any fleeting joy they had managed to cultivate. Only then did they unlock the cells. The Death Eaters, having been rendered feeble by the Dementors' draining, were momentarily stunned by the sudden opening of their long-locked prison doors, lying on the ground in a stupor. It was only when the Dementors emitted eerie sounds urging them to vacate their cells that the Death Eaters realized they were on the verge of freedom. Wow! The Dark Lord, the great Dark Lord has returned. Ah, we are free. Ah ha ha! As realization dawned, the Death Eaters howled with glee, their weakened bodies invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, leaping to their feet like famished wolves, racing out of their confines. They converged in the open space of the island, howling and sharing their exhilaration at regained freedom, fantasizing about reclaiming dominion over the magical world, even audaciously commanding the Dementors to remove their shackles and return their wands. The Dementors, already disheartened by the impending loss of a significant source of joy, could scarcely tolerate the audacity of these prisoners, who not only dared to issue commands, but also reveled in their newfound happiness in front of the Dominican. Unable to restrain themselves, they swiftly descended, their tattered rags extending claws and mouths. Silencing the Death Eaters' revelry at that moment, an elderly wizard, with hair and beard as white as snow, clad in a dark purple robe, sporting crescent-shaped spectacles and a crooked nose, abruptly appeared beside them. Raising an ancient wand, gnarled with knots, he aimed it at the feasting Dementors and the unsuspecting Death Eaters, and a blinding light erupted on August 12th. The front page of the Prophet was dominated by a large animated image. The central scene of this looping visual depicted two vividly animated magical phoenixes. Wreaking havoc across the land. Point one was a fiery orange phoenix, incinerating numerous Death Eaters into ashes. The other, a silvery guardian phoenix, purifying a multitude of Dementors into mere dust. In the lower left corner of the image, a vague, aged figure was discernible, despite the blurriness. It was nearly impossible for anyone in the British magical community not to recognize this individual. Indeed, who else but Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard of the 20th century, could wield such power? The British magical world was ablaze with excitement. The fervor was especially palpable among the ordinary wizards, who had been in a state of panic over the resurgence of Voldemort just days prior, but now felt their hearts swell with courage. With Dumbledore present, they dismissed Voldemort's main soul as inconsequential. Their thoughts were now, "The Dark Lord? Bah! Just wait until we catch you. We'll report you in an instant." The British magical community fell silent as well. The silence came from the former Death Eater purebloods, who understood that the cowardly Fudge, obsessed with power and wealth, would never entertain the reckless notion of releasing Death Eaters from Azkaban to execute a grand scheme. Dumbledore, the once gentle old lion, had changed his demeanor. He revealed his fangs and resorted to cunning tactics. This was truly terrifying. The unparalleled power of Dumbledore, now complemented by a political acumen to match, sent ripples through the magical world. Until Voldemort returned in his full strength, these duplicitous individuals would have no choice but to play by the rules. All the purebloods who had contemplated mischief quickly abandoned their plans, opting instead for a more compliant stance. Moreover, the news of Dumbledore's discreet acquisition of house elves had caught the attention of these double agents. Previously unwilling to sell, they now practically begged to give them away for free. On August 13th, Dumbledore arrived at the Dursleys' residence for lessons, accompanied by two house elves. Point one was a male elf named Dobby, a gift from Lucius Malfoy, and the other was a female elf named Winky, acquired at a low price for Barty Crouch. It seemed Dumbledore's efforts were bearing fruit. Dudley smiled at the sight of Dobby and Winky pledging their loyalty to the Dursleys, and remarked, "That move of yours, no, those two moves, were quite impressive." "Indeed, Dudley, you speak the truth, and thank you for your kind words. Soon, you two shall master them." Dumbledore felt as buoyant as the success of his endeavors to thwart Voldemort from exploiting the forces of Azkaban. He had not only eradicated the Death Eaters, but had also decimated the Dementor population by 70%. The rationale was that the Dementors had conspired with the former Minister of Magic to rebel, harboring nefarious intentions. Now, the remaining Dementors in Azkaban had become utterly subdued, unable to relish the joy of tormenting prisoners. "There are certain matters I must discuss with you and Harry," Dumbledore stated, his expression turning serious after the smiles. He ushered Dudley and Harry to the second floor, leaving Dobby and Winky on the first floor, eagerly trying to please their new masters, while Hagrid stood nearby, extolling the virtues and benefits of house elves to Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. On the second floor of the Dursleys' home, in Dudley's spacious bedroom, they reconvened in familiar surroundings. "Speak, Dumbledore, what have you discovered?" Dudley inquired. Dumbledore collected his thoughts and, after a moment of contemplation, began, "Firstly, I have verified the truth from Sirius. As we deduced, Sirius was not Voldemort's accomplice. It was Peter Pettigrew. At the time, Sirius mistakenly believed that the timid and inconspicuous Pettigrew was better suited to be the Potter's secret keeper, thus unilaterally relinquishing the role to him without consulting anyone. Little did he know that Pettigrew had long since succumbed to fear and aligned himself with Voldemort, becoming his spy, which ultimately led to the tragedy of the Potters. Upon hearing this, Dudley exhibited little reaction, merely reflecting on Sirius's folly in his heart. Harry, however, felt a tumult within him. Although he had anticipated this revelation, it was only now that he fully grasped the specifics of his parents' demise. "Write it down, Harry," Dudley urged, prompting Harry to retrieve the black notebook he had previously used to document information about Snape, adding the details of Pettigrew and Sirius beneath it. Peter Pettigrew, the despicable traitor. The chief architect of my parents' deaths, unforgivable, must pay the price. Current whereabouts unknown. Sirius Black, the foolish friend of my father, whose unintentional blunder led to tragedy. Forgivable, currently to be regarded as a stranger. Dumbledore, you must have gleaned more from Sirius. Did you not? Dudley pressed, eyeing Harry's notes with a determined gaze that I did inquire. Sirius mentioned that Pettigrew, with his help along with James and Remus, had become an animagus, able to transform into a rat. I believe that for these years, Pettigrew has been evading detection by using this ability. Dumbledore replied, "It seems our search should focus on a rat missing a toe. Without direction, it would indeed be like finding a needle in a haystack." Dudley remarked, already formulating a plan in his mind. By the way, this was given to me by Sirius. It's a piece torn from a group photo from their school days. Dumbledore produced a half-visible animated photograph from his pocket, evidently ripped from a larger image, featuring the rat-like visage of a younger Pettigrew. Dudley glanced at the photograph, silently committing it to memory, before passing it to Harry. Dumbledore, you didn't inform Sirius about the possibility of Pettigrew still being alive. Did you? And you took Sirius out of Azkaban. What did you take him? As I said, I didn't tell him. I asked Sirius these questions to assist in his exoneration. He had no suspicions. Sirius is in a poor state, emaciated and pale. I brought him back to the ancestral home of the Blacks, number 12, Grimmauld Place in London, a hidden ancient structure. There a house elf named Creature can care for him. I told him that until he is officially exonerated, he must remain there and cannot go out, and he has agreed. However, Sirius is eager to meet Harry. He wishes to apologize for the mistakes he made. He also said, what did he say? Dudley interjected, sensing Dumbledore's hesitation and bracing for unsavory news. Sirius said that if Harry is unhappy living with the Dursleys, he can come to stay with him. He also mentioned that when Harry was born, the Potters had made an agreement with him to be Harry's godfather. Dumbledore observed Dudley's face darkening, hastily delivering his words, retreating a couple of steps in anticipation of an imminent eruption. How naive of him! A foolish dreamer, spouting nonsense. Sure enough, Dudley erupted in fury, bolting upright and bellowing, Godfather! He wants to be Harry's godfather. Let him dream on. I will never allow a fool like him to be Harry's godfather. No, no one can be Harry's godfather. Harry does not need a godfather. Let the godfather go to hell. Witnessing Dudley's impassioned outrage, Dumbledore was taken aback. This astonishment was distinct from the previous rational and wise surprises Dudley had evoked. It was a peculiar and indescribable shock. Harry's eyes widened as well, but he quickly discerned the source of his cousin's anger. Dudley did not want an outsider to take away his family. Rest assured, Dudley, I am quite content at home, and I will not seek out Sirius, Harry promised. Dudley took a deep breath, striving to calm his agitated heart before responding, No, if I get the chance, I want to meet this fool. If I don't berate him until his face turns white, he'll never understand why the clouds are so white. Well then, Dudley, let us discuss something else. As the atmosphere grew tense, Dumbledore, with his characteristic wit, deftly shifted the subject. Dudley exhaled deeply, regaining his composure, and settled back into his chair. Dumbledore, please continue. It's about the Death Eaters and Voldemort's Horcruxes. Dumbledore replied gravely, I have uncovered a clue regarding one of Voldemort's Horcruxes from memories of his most fervent follower, the witch Bellatrix Lestrange. Voldemort transformed a golden cup, left behind by one of the founders of Hogwarts, Helga Hufflepuff, into a Horcrux to inform Bellatrix that it was a treasure of immense significance to him, prompting her to secure the cup safely in the Lestrange family's vault at Gringotts. That's splendid news. Dumbledore, when do you plan to retrieve it? Dudley inquired. Initially, he had intended to gradually reveal information about Voldemort's other Horcruxes to Dumbledore after the term commenced, aiming to gather them all for a future strategy. However, with Dumbledore having already discovered a lead, Dudley resigned himself to a busier month ahead. I have already obtained it, Dumbledore proclaimed proudly, a glint of satisfaction illuminating his aged face as he produced a radiant, intricately designed golden cup with two handles from his pocket, placing it upon Dudley's desk. reminiscent of a mischievous schoolboy. What? Dudley stared at the golden cup on the desk, then back at Dumbledore's beaming visage. Utterly astonished, he had anticipated that Dumbledore would inquire about how to legitimately access another family's vault. Yet here was the old man, already having taken action without prior discussion. You missed class yesterday. Not only for dealing with house elves, but also for a jaunt to Gringotts, Dudley asked, trying to steady his surprise with a seemingly trivial question. Indeed, I accomplished much more, Dumbledore replied, his mouth curling into a grin as he burst into laughter. Witnessing Dudley's astonishment brought him greater joy than any Felix Felicis could provide. It was a delightful experience indeed. As the greatest wizard of the 20th century, he could not remain perpetually astounded by Dudley. It was time for a role reversal. Yesterday, I boldly entered Gringotts under the pretext of liquidating the assets of deceased Death Eaters, compelling the goblins to grant me access to the Lestrange family's vault. The Hufflepuff cup had been enchanted with replication and conflagration spells, causing it to replicate uncontrollably and become searing hot upon contact. Yet such challenges were trivial for me. The Horcrux was effortlessly acquired. Furthermore, I confiscated the vaults of all deceased Death Eaters' heirs, directing the assets to Hogwarts and the Order of the Phoenix. I intend to utilize this substantial wealth to improve the lives of the Order's members, particularly those struggling financially. Dudley, your earlier words have enlightened me to the importance of details. I have come to realize that the members of the Order follow me out of a sense of justice and trust. I cannot merely issue orders without ensuring their quality of life. They should not risk their lives without due reward. Additionally, I plan to establish scholarships for outstanding students across all grades at Hogwarts, providing further assistance to young witches and wizards from impoverished Muggle families. Dudley fell silent, at a loss for whether to criticize or commend Dumbledore. He had never imagined that the old wizard, previously preoccupied with his own interests, would finally grasp the importance of sharing the spoils with his subordinates. It was a concept so elementary that even a child in elementary school would understand it. The realization that Dumbledore, the most illustrious wizard of the 20th century, had only now come to this understanding at over 100 years of age was utterly absurd. Was he not taking advantage of the Order's wizards, presuming them to be naive, working tirelessly without reward? What an astonishing epiphany! Such insights were beyond the comprehension of someone as ordinary as Dudley. Dumbledore, as long as you're happy, was all Dudley could muster in response. Now, let us move past these trivial matters. Dumbledore observed Dudley's lack of enthusiasm regarding the previous topic and proactively broached a more complex subject. I have meticulously examined this Horcrux cup, and the shard of Voldemort's soul embedded within it is infused with chaotic and frenzied negative emotions. Furthermore, it is imbued with powerful dark magic. I could destroy it using the fiend fire and other unconventional means, yet I have refrained from doing so for two reasons. First, until we have a proper method to address the shard of Voldemort's soul residing within Harry's scar. We can utilize this Horcrux, along with any future ones we might discover, as experimental subjects to test various techniques for safely extracting soul fragments. Second, given that this cup is a relic from one of Hogwarts' founders, it holds extraordinary significance for both Hogwarts and Hufflepuff House. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, I do not wish to destroy it. Dumbledore, you make a compelling argument. Dudley fixed his gaze upon the Hufflepuff cup on the desk, noting that the system rated this item as SS class, an undeniably high rating that far exceeded his current capabilities to merge with such an ancient magical artifact. Moreover, the utility of this SS-class magical item seemed somewhat superfluous. With a low cost-benefit ratio, transforming water into wine, enhancing the flavor of food, teleporting food to designated locations, providing sanctuary for the loyal, righteous, and kind-hearted, it was said that Helga Hufflepuff was particularly adept at food magic. And the rumors now seemed quite credible. Dudley reached out to grasp the cup, intent on scrutinizing it closely. However, the moment his fingers brushed against the handle, a notification chimed his mind. Congratulations, host, you have touched a special item and unlocked the SS-class Special Regret event. The Lost Treasures of Hogwarts Founders. Details: each of the 4 founders of Hogwarts left behind a treasure as a legacy for their respective houses. Yet over the millennia, all but Gryffindor's sword have been lost, in modern times. The notorious Voldemort unearthed the 3 lost treasures, only to madly transform them into Horcruxes, tainting them with his vile soul. Special note: resolving this regret event consists of 2 phases. Phase 1. Restoration of the treasures. The host must locate all 3 lost treasures and remove the shards of Voldemort's soul from them without causing damage, ultimately placing them alongside Gryffindor's sword in the headmaster's office. Completing this phase will yield a fixed reward, 1 opportunity for the conceptualization of a spell enhancement, designated type. Phase 2. Spiritual legacy. The host must create a magical legacy that aligns with the spiritual characteristics of each Hogwarts house and teach it as a special course to the students of the 4 houses, benefiting future Hogwarts students. Completing this phase will grant a fixed reward, an opportunity for the seamless fusion of the 4 Hogwarts treasures without consumption, for each house's legacy created and taught to a sufficient scale. The host will receive a corresponding opportunity for seamless fusion with that house's treasure. Treasures may be lost, their functions may be trivial, but only through the legacy can they benefit future generations. This special regret event offers only fixed rewards, with no additional bonuses. Dudley stood motionless, clutching the Hufflepuff cup, his mind reeling as he absorbed the extensive system notification. Once he processed the lengthy information, he quickly grasped the most crucial point and silently inquired within his mind. What is the opportunity for the conceptualization of a spell enhancement? What does designated type mean? The opportunity for the conceptualization of spell enhancement is a rule level, conceptual, extremely idealistic, and profoundly transformative spell enhancement capability. Utilizing this opportunity allows the host to enhance a spell they have already mastered into a conceptual spell. Conceptual spells are not bound by any restrictions and incur no costs or consequences when used. Any effect explained by the concept of the spell can be realized. The term designated type refers to the host's ability to specify 1 spell they have mastered for conceptual enhancement upon receiving this opportunity. Upon comprehending the system's explanation, Dudley's mind raced with ideas, and a sudden epiphany struck him. He eagerly pressed on with his inquiry. If I use this opportunity to enhance the repairing charm, can it restore the dead to life? Indeed, the conceptual spell, restoration to original state, allows the host to restore any object to the state it existed in at any point in time. Dudley's heart raced uncontrollably, excitement coursing through him. If he were to obtain this reward, it would propel him to unimaginable heights. He could resurrect loved ones and vanquish enemies, with no one to stand in his way. The return of Harry's parents, Dumbledore's family, bringing the deceased back to life, was no longer a mere dream. Voldemort dared to prance before him, and with a mere flick he would restore that grotesque being to the fetal state from whence it came, all while dreaming of immortality, only to meet with an untimely rebirth. Dudley's imagination ran wild, a torrent of novel ideas bursting forth, invigorating him as he cradled the golden cup, a smirk involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. His silent, sinister smile rendering him quite unsettling. He had long harbored suspicions regarding the dubious nature of the SS and SS-level regret events, and it appeared he was correct. In the original tale, there existed no means to resurrect the deceased. The so-called Deathly Hallow, the resurrection stone, merely summoned the illusory images of the dead, enticing its users into contemplating the beauty of the afterlife, luring them towards self-destruction. Yet, Dudley's system had unlocked numerous regret events that could only be resolved through the revival of the dead, thus promising him a powerful aid. Now, with the resurrection aid at hand, the situation had come full circle. Remaining calm and composed, suddenly, Dumbledore, wielding his ancient wand, cast a calming charm upon Dudley. When he and Harry witnessed Dudley chuckling foolishly with the golden cup, they initially suspected it was the sole fragment of Voldemort within it causing mischief. But upon closer inspection, they realized otherwise. It was simply Dudley losing his marbles. Consequently, Dumbledore, feeling it prudent, enchanted Dudley to regain his composure. The 2 spells developed collaboratively by Dudley and Harry had been mastered by Dumbledore after only a few attempts, and now they flowed effortlessly from him. "Cousin, are you all right?" Harry inquired with concern upon seeing Dudley's expression normalized. "I'm fine," Dudley replied gently, then shot Dumbledore a disapproving glance. stating with irritation, "Dumbledore, have you never witnessed someone in joy? Why cast a calming charm? It's truly a mood killer." I guided Harry in developing the spell primarily to counter the killing curse, not to dampen anyone's good spirits. "All right, Dudley, my apologies. I merely thought your laughter was a bit excessive." Leading me to believe you had unknowingly succumbed to an evil curse, Dumbledore chuckled, seeking forgiveness, as he recognized Dudley was not genuinely upset. "You are mistaken. I am not cursed. I am simply fortunate," Dudley exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement once more, but quickly composed himself and continued addressing Dumbledore. "Dumbledore, do you have any other matters at hand?" "No other affairs, but you must swiftly return to Sirius's home and locate that house elf creature and procure the Slytherin locket. I have a premonition it is yet another of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Bring it back to me, just like the Hufflepuff cup, without attempting to destroy it. Store it here until we devise a foolproof method for soul extraction, at which point we shall deliberate together." "Splendid. Dudley, it seems your prophetic bloodline has manifested," Dumbledore exclaimed with delight, his speech becoming slightly incoherent. His enthusiasm for anything that could weaken Voldemort was palpable. He rose, ready for action, but then recalled a few minor matters, taking a seat once again. "Dudley, there are several additional matters I must address quickly. You instructed me to eradicate the Death Eaters imprisoned in Azkaban, a task I was unable to complete fully. Bellatrix is dead, but not entirely so, having become a ghost, lingering on that solitary island of Azkaban, unable to escape or be vanquished. It was my fault for using Conflagration's Path, a high-level spell derived from the fusion of the Fire spell and Transfiguration, rather than the Killing Curse. Only through the Killing Curse or the kiss of a Dementor can one ensure no ghost remains. I overlooked this crucial aspect. Ghosts? The reasons behind their formation are worth exploring, but there is no rush. We can address that later. If a Death Eater has become a ghost, then so be it. At least they can no longer commit evil deeds. So let her linger in Azkaban for the time being." Dudley pondered for a moment before dismissively saying, "Additionally, there's the matter of the two house elves I brought. Lucius Malfoy, a Hogwarts governor, is a wealthy and powerful noble, a former Death Eater, and a master of opportunism. Indeed, a true double-dealer. He, having witnessed my display of strength and skill, presented me with a house elf as a gesture of goodwill, which logically aligns with his character. However, it is rather peculiar that Barty Crouch, a fervent adversary of Voldemort, former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and currently the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, approached me to trade a rare house elf at a bargain price. He is not a Death Eater and has always stood on the side of justice, being upright and somewhat pedantic, which hardly suggests he would willingly offer gifts to curry favor. The only explanation I can conceive is that when he served as the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, he imprisoned Sirius without trial in Azkaban. Now that I have liberated Sirius, he, as a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic, must have received the news and may hope to appease me to avoid facing repercussions. However, this offense is not severe, as Sirius remained silent after his capture, offering no defense, and the trial yielded no substantial results. I had no intention of causing Barty any trouble over this matter. He is an honorable old wizard, unafraid of challenges, who even sent his own son, a Death Eater, to trial without hesitation. Thus, I find myself perpetually suspicious of his unsolicited low-price offer for a house elf, and I hope you can assist me in analyzing this. During your transaction yesterday, did you not use legilimency to read his thoughts?" Dudley inquired. Dumbledore, scratching his head in exasperation, replied, "Dudley, I am not a voyeur. I cannot simply employ legilimency on everyone I encounter. Furthermore, Barty's magical prowess is considerable, and he may have even practiced mental occlusion. Even if I attempted legilimency, I might not glean any answers and risk alerting him, thereby souring our relationship. I do not wish to pursue that course of action, especially since he came to me in a spirit of goodwill." Dudley nodded in understanding before shifting to another question. "You mentioned his son is a Death Eater and was imprisoned in Azkaban. Did you kill him during your rampage at Azkaban the other day?" "Certainly not. His son perished long ago within the confines of his cell. If Barty were to extend goodwill to someone who had just slain his son, no matter how upright he may be, that would simply not make sense. Dumbledore responded matter-of-factly. Now, if we wish to verify this, there's a swift method at our disposal, one that they have graciously provided us. You mean, precisely, Dudley smiled faintly, clapping his hands twice and calling out, Dobby, Winky! With a swish and a flick, two diminutive house elves appeared in Dudley's bedroom. Master, how may we serve you? They chimed in unison, bowing in their tattered garments. Tell us, what unsavory secrets did your previous masters possess regarding Voldemort and the Death Eaters? Dudley inquired sternly. Dobby knows, but Dobby cannot say. The previous master ordered Dobby not to speak. Dobby's ears drooped. His face contorted in anguish, which soon morphed into guilt. Bad Dobby, bad Dobby. Dobby must punish himself, Dobby exclaimed, kneeling and banging his head against the floor. Enough, stop banging your head and stand still, Dudley commanded, unable to bear the sight. Dobby promptly rose, still shedding tears of self-reproach. While Dobby had not consciously betrayed Lucius Malfoy, it nonetheless indicated that the Malfoy family had something to hide at that moment. Winky interjected, No, master, my previous master, the Crouch family, was quite upright, with no connections to the Dark Lord or the Death Eaters. She pondered for a long while, finding no traces of relevant memories. It seemed the issue lay with Lucius, not Barty. Dumbledore's gaze flickered, believing he had arrived at the truth. No, Dumbledore, your reasoning is lacking. Barty Crouch's suspicion cannot be dismissed, Dudley asserted bluntly. But just as Dumbledore began to respond, he recognized the flaw in his reasoning and fell silent. Dudley continued, addressing Winky, You mentioned you ponder for a long time. Barty Crouch is a high-ranking official in the Ministry, so he likely spends little time at home each day, yes? Yes, master, Mr. Crouch returns home quite late, Winky replied. Then over the past decade, who was your primary service recipient during the day? Was it Barty Crouch's wife or his son? Derry's methodical inquiries continued that Mr. Crouch's wife had passed away nearly 9 years prior, and his son had been imprisoned in Azkaban. For the past decade, Derry had primarily engaged in conversation with Shan during the day, but now hesitated, realizing her memories of the past 10 years were quite murky, with large segments entirely blank. Strangely, however, she vividly recalled the memories of her previous master, young Barty Crouch, before his incarceration. I forgot, Shan lamented, failing to answer her young master's question and thus disappointing him. Oh, she cried helplessly, overwhelmed by her inability to respond to Derry's inquiries. Enough of the tears. I've already gleaned what I wish to know. You may go now and assist my parents with the household chores. Derry waved his hand, dismissing Shan. He turned to Dumbledore, remarking, It appears that Mr. Barty Crouch's memory charm is rather poorly executed. Brilliant deduction. Derry, both Lucius and Barty are implicated, a connection I had overlooked. But how might we uncover the secrets they are concealing? Dumbledore mused that if the commands given to house elves are not revoked by their masters, their memories instinctively resist the probing of other wizards. Any forceful intrusion could render Dobby catatonic. As for Shan, her memories have been erased. Dumbledore noted, feeling the predicament was quite intricate. A pure-blood noble and a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Magic, that it seems we shall need to employ some cunning. This should not prove difficult. Dumbledore, given the current state of the magical world, you hold the upper hand while Voldemort lies low. These two possess power and influence. The secrets they wish to keep hidden are likely to fall into one of three categories. First, they might be safeguarding a Horcrux for Voldemort. Second, they may be harboring unrepentant Death Eaters. Or third, they could be sheltering Voldemort's primary soul, which has gone into hiding, Derry analyzed, sending Dobby away before continuing. So, which of these scenarios do you believe applies to Lucius and Barty? Dumbledore fell into contemplation, pacing as he deliberated. Lucius fears Voldemort, and should the Dark Lord press him, he would be compelled to comply with any of the three scenarios. However, if Voldemort were to confront him at this stage, both he and Voldemort should be striving to remain concealed, minimizing their visibility in the magical realm, rather than approaching me with gifts of house elves. Thus, it is likely that Voldemort has not sought out Lucius, and the secret Lucius is hiding is most probably the first scenario. He likely was entrusted with a Horcrux during Voldemort's rise to power. This matter is extremely clandestine and easily concealed, which explains why Lucius has not taken it to heart and dares to approach me with offerings of goodwill. As for Barty, it is improbable that he is involved in the first or third scenarios. He has openly defied Voldemort, having assisted in the capture and trial of many Death Eaters, making it unlikely for him to align with the Dark Lord. His demeanor does not suggest he is under the influence of the Imperius curse. And considering he has erased a significant portion of Shan-Shan's memories over the past decade, the most plausible conclusion is that young Barty Crouch is not dead. Barty orchestrated his son's escape from Azkaban, allowing him to live in secret at home. Under Shan-Shan's care, Dumbledore's analysis proved remarkably astute. Ever since Derry had elucidated the matter of Pettigrew's fake death, he had grown increasingly sensitive to the potential for deception among those who appear deceased. Fortunately, this time, he had guessed correctly. Dumbledore, your reasoning is as impressive as mine, Derry applauded. However, one point puzzles me. Barty sold Shan-Shan to me, who then continues to care for his son. Dumbledore suddenly speculated. Upon hearing this, Derry felt a weight settle in his heart, acknowledging the possibility. Though in the original story, young Barty would not escape his father's control for another 3 years, the narrative had undergone a profound upheaval. It was indeed plausible that he could have fled prematurely. We cannot dismiss this possibility, Dumbledore, that I can only surmise that either Shan-Shan's compassion made her susceptible to young Barty's manipulation, leading Barty to sell her to preempt any aid she might provide in his escape, while simultaneously currying favor with you to secure his own position, or, as you suggested, young Barty has already fled. Derry reasoned. What course of action shall we take now? Dumbledore inquired, having grown accustomed to Derry's strategic insights. We must pressure Malfoy and monitor Crouch, Derry suggested after a moment's reflection. Lucius is a coward. Dumbledore, if you apply a bit of pressure, he will undoubtedly reveal Voldemort's Horcrux to you. As for Barty, we need a probe before we can monitor. You should personally investigate to determine whether young Barty is still alive and hiding at home. That if he is, gather a few powerful and capable subordinates to keep him under surveillance. Should Voldemort's primary soul remain elusive, we may need to use young Barty as bait. If he has indeed escaped, we will have no choice but to deploy a more cumbersome approach and send out a search party. Understood. I shall take care of it at once, Dumbledore declared, turning to leave. Wait, Derry called out as Dumbledore turned back in confusion. Derry, with a serious demeanor, cautioned, Dumbledore, you have shifted towards decisiveness, firmness, and an uncompromising stance, which is commendable. However, I implore you to temper your confidence with a touch of humility and caution, lest you verge into arrogance. You are indeed powerful, yet not without vulnerabilities. Do not act rashly in matters where you lack absolute certainty, especially concerning Voldemort and the collection of Horcruxes. If time permits, always consult with me. I have no desire to gather your remains, nor do I wish to witness the colossal advantage we have painstakingly built collapse in an instant. From Dumbledore's unilateral decision to seize the Golden Cup Horcrux from Gringotts, Derry sensed an impending crisis. In the original story, old Dumbledore had been ensnared by the allure of the resurrection stone embedded in the ring Horcrux, which had led him to don the ring in a bid to resurrect his loved ones, ultimately falling victim to Voldemort's dark magic, which had drastically shortened his lifespan. Thus, Derry felt it necessary to warn Dumbledore not to swing from one extreme to another, losing himself in hubris and faltering in the process. I understand, Derry. Thank you for your concern. I shall remain vigilant until I witness your complete transformation of the magical world, Dumbledore replied, seemingly lost in thought before casting a disillusionment charm and vanishing without a trace. Did that old man truly grasp my meaning? Derry murmured to himself as he observed the spot where Dumbledore had just stood. Cousin, what did you say? Harry inquired curiously from the side. Just a trivial remark. Nothing of consequence. Harry, why don't you head downstairs and review the spells we previously learned with Hagrid? I have matters to attend to and shall join you shortly, Derry instructed Harry, who complied. Once Harry departed, Derry retrieved his fully attuned D-grade wand made of white yew, infused by his own magical energy, and approached the bookshelf, taking hold of the now empty C-grade magical suitcase. Fusion, Derry commanded the system with his mind. In an instant, both the white yew wand and the magical suitcase vanished, merging into him as two formless waves. Command executed, consumed 1 D-grade fusion opportunity and 1 C-grade fusion opportunity. Remaining magical item fusion opportunities, C grade 1. Congratulations, host. You have fused with a wand of perfect compatibility. You have acquired perfect wandless magic. From this moment forth, your body and soul will inherently possess the functions of a wand, allowing you to cast spells with unparalleled ease. Unlike other wizards who learn wandless magic through practice, your wandless magic will still benefit from the innate magical enhancements of the white you wand. You have gained the ability to employ tracking strands. You can now construct, place, and strip tracking strands with your magical energy. You will be able to sense in real time the targets to whom you have applied tracking strands, provided they have not removed them. You have acquired partial knowledge and skills in wand making. You now understand the basic principles of wand crafting and have learned the Ollivander family's secret techniques regarding the handling of white yew and dragon heartstring materials. Congratulations, host! You have fused with a magical suitcase with a capacity of 1,000 cubic feet. You have gained a portable storage space, 1,000 cubic feet. You possess the remarkable ability to activate spatial channels at any time and place, enabling you to store and retrieve items within your personal storage space, whether they be living or inanimate. The weight of objects stored in this personal space poses no burden upon you, and the deterioration, decay, or rust of inanimate items is significantly slowed. Should you wish to store living creatures without suffocating them, do not forget to simultaneously include essential supplies for their survival, such as air, water, and food. Furthermore, you can enhance the capacity of your personal storage space or bestow it with additional special effects by casting spells upon yourself or merging with other spatial magical artifacts. Upon detecting that the host has merged with a spatial magical item, the personal storage space automatically acquires system space characteristics. These characteristics are 1. Indestructibility, unless the host's will and spirit completely perish. The system space shall remain intact. 2. Isolation from external influences. Unless permitted by the host's conscious intent, no entity or object may enter or exit the system space. You have also acquired a portion of the spell-casting techniques necessary for creating spatial magical items. You have mastered advanced spells such as the space expansion spell, weight reduction spell, preservation spell, and the constant magic spell. Daryl closed his eyes, savoring his current state. Splendid, so transparent. With a casual gesture, he recited the incantations for the levitation charm and the summoning charm. A large wooden chest containing Harry's hair, the Hufflepuff cup resting on the desk, a withered branch of the tree guardian beetle hidden in a drawer beneath the bed, along with a feather from a divining bird, and a considerable amount of galleons and gold ingots, all floated into the air before him. Daryl then traced a large circle in the air, and an irregularly shaped spatial passageway materialized instantaneously. With another wave of his hand, the floating items eagerly darted into his personal storage space. Once this batch was stored, Daryl withdrew Chi Luo's cracked wand, grade B, and Diggory's wand, grade C, from his coat pocket and tossed them into the spatial passageway. Subsequently, the passageway closed automatically at his command, vanishing from sight. Since forming an alliance with Dumbledore and acquiring a powerful ally to run errands, Daryl had postponed his plan to merge Chi Luo's cracked wand in order to swiftly gain numerous black and white spellcasting techniques. He devised a new merging plan. Now, unexpectedly, Dumbledore had returned early with Voldemort's Horcrux, particularly the Hufflepuff Cup, a significant item related to the SS-level regret event, and the compatibility of his core wand made from white poplar had reached its peak. Without further hesitation, he executed his new merging plan. After all, it is far safer to carry important items on oneself. To his surprise, after merging the magical suitcase, the system granted him an unexpected boon. Now, the safeguarding of the Horcrux was more secure than ever. With the storage space isolated from the outside, placing the Horcrux within meant Voldemort could not utilize it for his resurrection, essentially leading to its destruction. This outcome had both its advantages and disadvantages. If I were to store all the other Horcruxes while leaving only Harry outside, should Voldemort's main soul accidentally perish out there, he would undoubtedly be reborn through Harry. That would be detrimental to Harry if I were to bring Harry into the storage space. In the absence of any Horcruxes, I could extract Voldemort's main soul along with Harry and the Horcrux. However, this would be extremely risky. There's a high probability that Voldemort would resurrect at the moment I retrieve the Horcrux, merely addressing the symptoms rather than the root cause. After securing the items, Daryl stood in his bedroom, lost in thought. After a while, he realized that if he did not allow Harry to enter the personal storage space for refuge, each additional Horcrux he stored would increase the likelihood of Voldemort's rebirth upon Harry's forehead after his demise. Damn Voldemort! Once I acquire the diary Horcrux, just wait and see how I will interact with you, as I did in your youth. Daryl seethed internally, eagerly anticipating the completion of the first phase of the recently unlocked SS-level regret event, which would grant him the opportunity for an immensely powerful conceptual spell enhancement. With foresight, he urged Dumbledore to act swiftly. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he would soon gather the 3 lost treasures. Yet, how could he eliminate Voldemort's soul fragments without harming the treasures? The methods in the original story all involved brute destruction, using the basilisk's venomous fangs, stabbing and hacking with the basilisk poison Gryffindor sword, or employing the Fiendfire spell, all while shielded by Love's protective magic to transfer the killing curse's damage. What insights could those methods provide? Daryl pondered for a while, gradually formulating several vague directions in his mind. And no longer lingering, he exited the bedroom and descended the stairs. He observed his parents engaged in an ardent discussion of spells with Harry and Hagrid. A smile gracing his face, Daryl called over his cousin, requesting Harry to produce his holly wand. Without hesitation, Harry immediately handed over his wand. Daryl accepted the wand with his right hand, extending his left to grasp an ethereal, translucent white thread from the wand, which was the trace left by Harry's wand. Holding this trace, monitored by the Ministry of Magic, Daryl gave it a vigorous shake, scattering it into oblivion. Next, he unleashed his magical power, conjuring 4 new red threads, which he integrated into the bodies of Harry, his parents, and Hagrid. These are the traces I have woven, allowing me to sense your whereabouts at all times, in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Daryl explained, just be mindful not to destroy them with magic. However, they usually go unnoticed. Traces are inherently subtle. Only a wizard of considerable power could perceive or dispel them. To emphasize this point, Daryl created conspicuous red traces for his family. Had he desired to secretly target someone, he could have fashioned completely transparent traces. After introducing the function of the traces, no one, including Hagrid, objected. They found it intriguing and soon returned to their intense spell exchange. Daryl's prior comments had evidently made a significant impact. The Dursleys were diligently studying magic. Hagrid was equally focused, as the instructor was none other than his deeply revered Dumbledore. It is worth noting that Vernon had not resigned from Grunnings. Rather, he had taken an entire month's leave to immerse himself in learning. With Voldemort's power waning and nearly all of his loyal Death Eaters eliminated, the Dursleys were not in grave danger. Coupled with the safety of their refuge, protective charms, house elf assistance, and their own magical abilities, the Dursleys found it relatively easy to maintain their usual lifestyle without prematurely retreating into a state of complete isolation. In their concentrated studies, time passed swiftly. Before they knew it, dusk had fallen, ushering in the evening of August 13th. A weary Dumbledore returned. Daryl waved to serve him a cup of sweet tea, allowing the old wizard to soothe his throat and catch his breath. Dumbledore accepted the tea and drank it heartily, letting out a satisfied belch. Since forging an alliance with Daryl, he had functioned like a tightly wound antique machine, operating at full capacity. That had not been easy. Now, finish your tea and promptly report on the situation. Have you secured the items? Are the individuals being monitored? Daryl urged, knowing that matters related to the SS-level regret event and Voldemort would not allow for negligence. Dumbledore grandly wiped the tea stains from his mouth with his sleeve and cast a sidelong glance at Daryl before retrieving 2 items from his pocket. One was an octagonal pendant box with a silver chain and silver edges, inside which a snake was illustrated on transparent prism glass. The other was a tattered, yellowed notebook, firmly bound by a magical chain that shimmered with yellow light. You were right in your predictions. Daryl, the Slytherin pendant box was indeed found in the Black family estate. Initially, the house elf creature was reluctant to part with it and refused to disclose the story behind this Horcrux. That it was only through Sirius's coercion, using his master's name, that he revealed the details. According to Creature, it was his master, Sirius's brother, the Death Eater Regulus Black, who, upon realizing his mistakes, found a cave where Voldemort hid the pendant box Horcrux, and, at the cost of his own life, retrieved the Horcrux from Voldemort's defenses. Consequently, Regulus's body remains entombed in that cave to this day. Dumbledore recounted this astonishing and poignant news with a tone of wonder and sorrow. Now you understand, don't you, Dumbledore? Acting selflessly, without expectation of reward or ulterior motives, Regulus's return to the right path exemplifies true redemption. He truly deserves to be called a hero of the wayward. That Severus Snape, whom you hold in such high regard, pales in comparison to Regulus. Dudley sincerely remarked, "Let us find a time to venture into that cave and retrieve the remains of Regulus. We cannot allow a hero to rest in the shadows of a dark cavern." "I concur," Dumbledore promptly responded, a S for Snape. All he could say was a silent wish for his well-being. It was prudent to follow Dudley's lead and shift the topic to, "I am familiar with the location and history of that cave. While I went to the orphanage to bring Voldemort to Hogwarts, the staff informed me that it had lured 2 orphaned children into a seaside cave, the very cave that harbors the Horcrux. Furthermore, considering Voldemort's arrogance, vanity, and madness, I suspect he has concealed some Horcruxes in places of great sentimental value to him. For instance, this seaside cave, as well as Hogwarts or the old home of the Gaunt family." Dudley listened in astonishment to Dumbledore's analysis, realizing that this old man had indeed been stimulated to think critically. His mind was remarkably agile. "You Haventee already visited the Gaunt residence, have you?" Dudley inquired, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Dumbledore's hands, fearful that the old man had already laid claim to the Gaunt ring embedded with the resurrection stone. Noticing Dudley's gaze, Dumbledore, slightly puzzled, replied casually, "I have not yet been. Did you not mention that you would return with leads to discuss?" "That's a relief," Dudley thought to himself, grateful that the formidable ally he had managed to persuade would not be sidelined so quickly. "Dudley, have you foreseen something else?" Dumbledore asked curiously, sensing the peculiar look on Dudley's face. "Your earlier analysis is accurate. Indeed, a Horcrux is hidden in both Hogwarts and the Gaunt residence." Dudley chose not to engage in the prophecy debate, instead straightforwardly confirming Dumbledore's earlier speculation. With such a powerful ally, it would be impolite to withhold information. "Wonderful. I shall search the Gaunt residence first," Dumbledore exclaimed, invigorated by Dudley's words, eager to set out immediately. "Wait," Dudley shouted, halting the advancing old man. "Please hold on a moment. It won't take long. I have crucial information to share, and you have yet to fully disclose the results of your previous endeavors." "Very well. You first," Dumbledore replied, resuming his seat. "Allow me to begin. The Horcrux stored in the Gaunt residence is the ancestral ring of the Gaunt family, which Voldemort has imbued with formidable dark magic. Even you, should you unwittingly wear the ring, would fall victim to its perilous effects." Dudley emphasized the gravity of the matter. "Dudley, you underestimate me," Dumbledore retorted with a childlike smile of arrogance. "Why would I wear that ring? I would certainly dispel the dark magic upon it first." However, Dudley did not join in Dumbledore's mirth. Instead, he spoke with utmost seriousness, "Because that ring is set with the Resurrection Stone. The very Resurrection Stone, one of the legendary Deathly Hallows, holds the same significance as your Elder Wand." His reiteration left no room for levity on Dumbledore's face. "Dudley, are you truly serious? The Resurrection Stone is in the Gaunt residence." Dumbledore's composure faltered, his face a mixture of excitement, longing, and trepidation. "Cousin, what is the Resurrection Stone? Can it truly bring the dead back to life?" Harry, who had been listening intently, also lost his composure, eagerly pressing for answers. Observing the fervor of his cousin and Dumbledore, Dudley felt a twinge of concern and dread. He hastily sought to dispel their illusions. "Though it may be harsh, I must soberly remind you both that the Resurrection Stone does not revive the dead. Just as there are no stars in the dish called stargazing." "What?" Dumbledore exclaimed, his fervent emotions doused by a deluge of cold realization, leaving him profoundly unsettled. "I see," Harry murmured, his spirits dampened, yet his reaction was far less severe than Dumbledore's. Having grown up in a Muggle world, he had never held high hopes for such fantastical notions of resurrection. "Dudley, why do you say this?" Have you foreseen the true nature of the resurrection stone? Dumbledore pressed on, still clinging to hope. The resurrection stone merely summons illusory apparitions of departed loved ones, whether these phantoms are generated from the user's memories or simulated from the souls of the deceased. I cannot ascertain. However, I can assure you that these visions are entirely false. They are not the genuine spirits of the departed. Upon their summoning, they evoke immense comfort and bliss in the user, leading them to harbor the notion that the afterlife is a more beautiful realm, thus driving them towards self-destruction. Those of weak will who possess the resurrection stone may find themselves not reviving others, but losing their own lives instead. Dudley elucidated the function of the resurrection stone, observing Dumbledore's expression of despair mingled with disbelief, that he then continued. Dumbledore, this is quite evident. If the resurrection stone were indeed of value, would Voldemort have so readily abandoned it in his old home? Given his character, would it not be reasonable for him to resurrect a cadre of powerful pure-blood wizards from history to serve as his Death Eaters? If he did not carry it with him, would it be sensible to wait until his Death Eaters fell in battle to revive them in a heartbeat? If the resurrection stone were truly effective, the Gaunt family, having once possessed it, would not be reduced to a mere empty dwelling. His familiar interrogative reasoning pierced through the fog of Dumbledore's fantasies like a sharp sword. You are correct. Dudley, I have lost my composure. Forgive an old man who has lost several loved ones. One grows nostalgic for familial bonds, especially in recent times, witnessing your interactions with Harry and the Dursleys here. Dumbledore struggled to regain his composure, reflecting with tear-filled eyes. There is no need for such sorrow. It is only natural to wish for the revival of lost loved ones. There is no need for apology. Harry and my mother would also wish for Aunt Lily and Uncle James to return, would they not? I simply wish for you to remain rational and not place your hopes upon a worthless stone. As for reviving loved ones, I certainly have my methods. Thank you for your understanding, Dumbledore replied, wiping his tears and calming his heart, instinctively expressing gratitude. Yet, as he continued to wipe away the tears, he suddenly realized. Dudley, what was that last thing you said? Cousin claims he has a method to revive the deceased. Harry exclaimed, his spirits lifted as he reiterated Dudley's assertion. Indeed, Dudley affirmed with a nod. Dumbledore, now anxious, stammered, what method? To find a way to separate the Horcrux from Voldemort's fragmented soul, and to liberate the 3 Horcruxes created from the treasures of Hogwarts founders from the tainted essence of Voldemort, allowing them to return to Hogwarts. Once this is accomplished, my innate abilities will gain an immensely potent force, enabling me to transcend the boundaries of life and death, reviving whoever I wish. Dudley stood, exuding a confidence that was both infectious and compelling, painting a vivid picture of hope for Harry and Dumbledore. I will strive to find a way. Absolutely, Dumbledore replied with unwavering determination. Seeing Dumbledore's fervor, Dudley stepped forward, employing the comforting gesture he had learned from Hagrid, gently patting Dumbledore's broad shoulder, reassuring him. Now, this matter cannot be resolved in a mere moment. Let us take it step by step, focusing on the tasks at hand. Dumbledore, I sense your emotions are still tumultuous. Let us delay the expedition to the Gaunt residence for the Ring Horcrux and Resurrection Stone. For today, please recount your earlier endeavors, such as the locked diary Horcrux and the status of young Barty Crouch, that in perfect alignment with our analysis. Lucius Malfoy indeed safeguarded a Horcrux for Voldemort. Initially, he provided substantial financial support to Voldemort, earning a degree of trust from him that Lucius's resolve, however, is rather tenuous. Upon my initiative to visit Malfoy Manor, he appeared slightly flustered. With a mere nudge of persuasion, he capitulated and willingly relinquished this rather unique Horcrux. Unlike other Horcruxes containing fragments of Voldemort's soul, this diary Horcrux houses the complete memories and consciousness of Voldemort from his youth, that even emits mental waves, enticing wizards to communicate with him through writing in the diary. Furthermore, it constructs a mental illusion for interaction, utilizing his youthful and handsome visage, his remarkable knowledge of dark magic, and his linguistic charm to breach the defenses of those who engage with him, ultimately achieving a terrifying effect akin to the Imperius curse over his interlocutors. Upon acquiring this diary, the young Voldemort within refused to converse with me. Employing certain methods, I forcibly initiated dialogue, unearthing the secrets of this Horcrux. This should be the first Horcrux Voldemort created, crafted before his graduation from Hogwarts. A lapse on my part. Dumbledore slowly recounted his process of obtaining the diary Horcrux and the findings from his investigation. "And what are the magical chains?" asked Dudley. "They're my doing. These chains inhibit the young Voldemort's perception of the outside world, rendering him incapable of causing mischief. Holding this Horcrux poses risks. For many years, Lucius kept it locked away in a large chest. Now that we possess it, we must ensure proper safeguards," Dumbledore replied. "What if I wish to meet the young Voldemort within?" Dudley inquired further, lamenting the lost opportunity for a suitable outlet for his frustrations. "He has many significant experiments to conduct, and I would like to enlist the assistance of the young and handsome Tom. Dudley, can you guarantee that you will not be influenced by Voldemort's lingering soul?" Dumbledore expressed his apprehension. "Although your magical prowess is formidable, you lack experience. Teach me the method to dispel the magical chains first." "Dumbledore," Dudley asserted, "I will only unlock them once I am fully prepared." "Very well," Dumbledore acquiesced. "Now, let us discuss Barty and young Barty. Is young Barty still alive? Has he managed to escape?" After discussing the diary Horcrux, Dudley posed another question. "He is alive and has indeed fled." Dumbledore replied succinctly. Dudley furrowed his brow. "But was he not captured?" Dumbledore swiftly interjected, taking a sudden turn in the conversation. Dudley found himself at a loss for words, rolling his eyes. "What on earth is happening?" "Ha ha! Just a jest. It serves as a good way to lighten the mood." Dumbledore's demeanor had notably improved as he explained. "When I operate near the Crouch residence, I happened upon young Barty escaping from the house and attacking his father. Barty, just as it seemed Barty would struggle to withstand his son's assault, I discreetly cast a few silent spells to assist him, enabling Barty to triumph over his son and subsequently bind him, taking him back home. While Barty likely sensed assistance, he could not identify my presence and had no choice but to relent. Afterward, I remained near the Crouch residence, sending word to the renowned Mad-Eye Moody and Harry's father's close friend, Remus Lupin, urging them to come and take over surveillance of young Barty. Both are exceptionally powerful wizards, especially Moody, who has imprisoned more than half of the dark wizards in Azkaban. With their presence, we can be assured that young Barty will not elude our grasp." Dudley pondered for a moment, recalling that in the original tale, young Barty and Wormtail barely managed to capture Moody. Now, with young Barty alone and Moody accompanied by the werewolf Lupin, the advantage lay with us. Thus he perceived no significant issues. However, out of caution, he still advised Dumbledore it would be wise to assign additional trusted ordinary wizards for backup. This is a prolonged surveillance task, and Moody and Lupin may not always be at their best, necessitating shifts at times. "Dudley, your foresight is commendable." Dumbledore acknowledged Dudley's insight and began contemplating a few names of loyal allies to contact shortly. As dusk approached, Dumbledore refrained from dining with the Dursleys. After Dudley affixed a trace to him, and Dumbledore had initially taught Dudley the spell to dispel the magical chains, he disapparated back to Hogwarts. Dumbledore informed Dudley that he would be interviewing several candidates in the coming days to select a replacement for Quirrell as the defense against the dark arts professor. Professor McGonagall had assisted him in screening some exceptional wizards, among whom was a young witch who had recently returned from the American magical community to settle in the British magical community, distinguished by her prowess and extensive knowledge of dark magical creatures, an ideal fit for the role. Furthermore, tomorrow, the voting assembly for the new Minister of Magic was to convene, and Dumbledore was slated to preside over it. His schedule was busy, with numerous tasks to attend to. The Centenarians still had much to accomplish. On August 14th, at the ministerial election held at the Ministry of Magic, the not overly aged Kingsley Shacklebolt, disregarding seniority constraints, was elected as the new Minister of Magic by an overwhelming majority, solely on account of his loyalty to Dumbledore. A staggering 98% of the participating wizards cast their votes for Kingsley, relegating the other ministerial candidate, seasoned Auror Rufus Scrimgeour, to a mere runner-up. Witnessing his former subordinate ascend to the lofty position of Minister of Magic, that very evening, after overseeing the election and visiting the Gaunt residence, Dumbledore returned to the Dursleys. thanks to Dudley's earnest warnings. He avoided the misfortunes that befell him in the original narrative. He successfully procured the Horcrux, the Ring of Marvolo Gaunt, along with the Resurrection Stone embedded within it, which, like Dumbledore's Elder Wand, was rated SSS by the system. As Dudley toyed with the seemingly incongruous and dilapidated stone, detaching it from the Gaunt Ring, he received a system notification. Detection of host touch on one of the Deathly Hallows, the Resurrection Stone. System alert triggered. Collecting all 3 Deathly Hallows may unlock the SSS level Special Regret event. The Curse of Deathly Hallows. This regret event is of exceedingly high difficulty, requiring multiple confrontations with genuine death crises. It is advised that the host proceed with caution. Dudley was one to heed advice. Given the system's warning, he curbed his curiosity regarding this unprecedented SSS-level regret event, though the other 2 Deathly Hallows, the Invisibility Cloak and the Elder Wand, were currently in Dumbledore's possession. Acquiring them to unlock the details of the regret event did not seem insurmountable. Nevertheless, he refrained from broaching the subject with Dumbledore at this moment. The Invisibility Cloak was an heirloom of the Potter family. Dumbledore would eventually bestow it upon Harry, and what belonged to Harry would inevitably come to him. However, the fate of the Elder Wand was uncertain. Currently, Dumbledore, despite his age, was vibrant and full of vigor, wielding the Elder Wand to significantly enhance his magical prowess, making it less likely that he would relinquish it to Dudley. Dudley had already reaped considerable benefits from Dumbledore's extensive efforts in retrieving most of Voldemort's Horcruxes. To request another formidable weapon from him might provoke Dumbledore's wariness, regardless of his generally amiable disposition. Thus, it was prudent to let the matter rest for the time, being an SSS-level regret event posed a challenge for both him and Dumbledore. With no clear resolution in sight, the daunting nature of the event, emphasized by the system, made it evident how arduous its completion would be. It would be best to wait for the opportune moment or a pressing necessity to unlock it. Darley made a resolute decision to let go of the matter at hand, that he carefully stowed away the Resurrection Stone and the Slytherin Locket in his personal storage space, while the diary and the Gaunt Ring, both Horcruxes, were secured with a small iron chain, kept close to him at all times. Aside from the 3 Horcruxes crafted from the treasures of Hogwarts founders, Darley intended to carry the remaining Horcruxes with him, to avoid the risk of Voldemort's main soul inadvertently perishing outside, which could result in its rebirth solely through Harry, endangering him in the process. On August 16th, Dumbledore conducted interviews for several professor candidates at Hogwarts. Ultimately, it was decided that the esteemed witch Eclis Hunt, a talented returnee, would assume the role of defense against the dark arts professor for the 1991 academic year. Of course, should this remarkable witch manage to survive the year under Voldemort's curse, she would be eligible to continue in the position the following year. On the same day, while teaching at the Dursleys, Dumbledore presented Darley with the Ravenclaw diadem hidden within the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. Darley accepted it before Dumbledore, placing it into his personal space. Thus, the only Horcrux left unclaimed from Voldemort's intentional or unintentional creations mentioned in the original story was the Great Serpent Nagini. According to the original timeline, Voldemort would not transform Nagini into a Horcrux for another 3 years. This indicated that, barring unforeseen circumstances, all of Voldemort's Horcruxes were now either in Darley's possession or at his side. Darley chose not to disclose this information to Dumbledore, uncertain of whether it was a blessing or a curse, nor could he guarantee its absolute accuracy. Instead, he preferred to maintain a degree of tension in Dumbledore, ensuring he remained vigilant and unrelenting. Consequently, Dumbledore thoroughly shared all he knew about Voldemort with Darley, analyzing Voldemort's background, past experiences, erratic personality, modus operandi, and life ambitions together, in hopes of uncovering more of Voldemort's weaknesses and the locations of any unknown Horcruxes. While the unknown Horcruxes were beyond analysis, Darley did have some thoughts on Voldemort's vulnerabilities, which were often shared among most cruel dark wizards, and the countermeasures based on these weaknesses that he eagerly shared his insights with Dumbledore, collaboratively devising strategies for their application. In the ensuing days, Dumbledore devoted more of his energy to teaching Mr. and M.R. But it must be noted that the ironclad charm and disarming charm posed considerable challenges for the Dursleys. who possessed only the weakest wizarding lineage. Meanwhile, Darley, Harry, and Hagrid had become exceedingly proficient in these two spells. When Dumbledore was absent, Darley took it upon himself to embody the spirit of leading by example, patiently assisting the Dursleys in their studies. Time passed steadily. On August 27th, Hagrid concluded his educational journey at the Dursleys and returned to his small abode outside Hogwarts. Darley had already written to the goblins at Gringotts, requesting the delivery of a male and female adult Norwegian ridgeback to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. As previously agreed, Hagrid needed to return ahead of time to prepare a spacious area for the dragon's lair. With Hogwarts yet to commence, the task could be accomplished without student interruptions. Dumbledore had already filed the necessary paperwork with the Ministry of Magic, assuring them, based on his prowess and reputation, that the dragons would not pose a threat to others. The Ministry, under Kingsley Shacklebolt's leadership, readily acquiesced to Dumbledore's request, bringing Hagrid's dream of raising dragons closer to fruition. On the same day, Darley received a system reward at home. Congratulations, host! You have successfully resolved a C-rank regret incident. The unjust expulsion of the half-blood giant. Your incisive viewpoints and biting language have stimulated, guided, and transformed the great wizard of the 20th century, Albus Dumbledore. He shifted from a gentle compromise to rigid decisiveness, employing terrifying means to dismiss the insubordinate minister of magic, establishing his authority and silencing most dissenting voices, thereby becoming the veritable White Wizard. Upon rising to power, the White Wizard, motivated by your requests and his own guilt and compassion for Hagrid, publicly vindicated Hagrid, alleviating many years of his grievances. Subsequently, in response to your wishes, he conducted private lessons to instruct Hagrid in spellcasting, rectifying Hagrid's unfinished education. This regret incident has been perfectly resolved. You have been awarded a fixed reward. C-Rank Fusion Opportunity X1. Additional reward. C-Rank Fusion Opportunity X1. Current holdings. C-Rank Magical Item Fusion Opportunities X3. After receiving the system's notification, a look of joy spread across Darley's face. They could have claimed this reward earlier, but had he done so prematurely, Hagrid would not have fully absorbed Dumbledore's teachings, thus failing to achieve a perfect resolution for the regret incident. The additional reward would not have reached the highest tier of C-Rank fusion opportunities. Today was indeed the optimal time to claim it. System, combine the 3 C-Rank fusion opportunities into 1 B-Rank fusion opportunity and fuse it with Quirrell's cracked wand. Darley commanded mentally. The B-Rank magical item, Quirrell's cracked wand, immediately transformed into an intangible wave and vanished from his personal storage space. Merging with Darley himself, command executed. Consumed B-Rank fusion opportunity X1. Current remaining fusion opportunities. None. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a wealth of black and white spellcasting techniques. You have learned the black and white spells wielded by Professor Quirinus Quirrell throughout his lifetime, as well as a limited number of advanced dark spells cast by Voldemort during his parasitic possession of Quirrell. You have gained unstable and delayed wandless magic. The system has automatically sealed this ability. Due to the cracked and damaged nature of the wand fused, along with its low compatibility with the host, the wandless magic ability acquired is flawed and is now sealed, rendering it inactive. You have gained partial knowledge and memories of wand making. Your understanding of the principles of wand making has deepened, and you have acquired the Ollivander family's secret knowledge and skills for handling willow and unicorn hair materials. As Darley felt a surge of memories flooding his mind, he moved his hands, his fingertips dancing with sparks of magic, filling him with a profound sense of empowerment. This moment, he had indeed become a veritable elite professor-level powerhouse. Both his magical prowess and spellcasting capabilities were exceptional, standing head and shoulders above the rest. Coupled with the wizarding combat techniques he had learned from Dumbledore during this time, Darley felt confident that if he could unleash his full strength, he could at the very least bend the wings of that old bat, Severus Snape, if not defeat him entirely. A chilling laugh erupted from Darley's bedroom. This laughter was exceedingly sinister, causing even the young Voldemort's lingering soul within the diary Horcrux to shudder involuntarily. Sensing an impending misfortune lurking in the near future, on August 29th, Darley and Harry ventured out to gather the core members of Darley S. Gang for a future development meeting in a CAF booth. Over the years at Little Whinging Primary School, as recounted in the original story, Darley had deeply impressed 4 Muggle boys, Piers, Moken, Danny, and Gordon, with his bravery. Among these 4 children, aside from the slight Piers, Moken, Danny, and Gordon were all robust and sturdy. They shared a common characteristic. Their strength far exceeded that of their peers. Though Piers was small in stature, he possessed the greatest strength among the 4 and was the one Darley trusted most. Unlike the original story, during his primary school years, Darley did not lead his 4 followers in bullying other classmates. Rather, he directed them to target the bullies of their classmates, utilizing his 4 companions as the backbone. He attracted an array of mischievous elementary school students, forming and expanding Darley-esque gang, which grew beyond the confines of a single primary school, establishing branches in other schools across Little Whinging. During their leisure time away from school, he would send his gang members to tackle the troublesome tasks faced by residents in Little Whinging, such as finding lost pets, running errands, and investigating petty thefts. This not only generated some funds for the gang, but also allowed Darley to collect items related to magic. Initially, even these minor tasks were not entrusted to children by the foolish adults. However, once Darley showcased his capabilities, the gang's business began to flourish, gradually expanding in size. "Boss, is this meeting to discuss the development plans for our gang at Smelting Academy after school starts?" Piers Pochies, the slight boy, asked Darley with an expression of excitement in the CF booth. "No." Dudley, clad in his smelting school uniform, prodded the floor with his smelting cane and replied, neither mournful nor elated. This would be the last occasion he donned the attire his parents had procured through connections. For what purpose, one might wonder. Pear was perplexed. "Harry and I shall not be attending smelting school any longer. We are destined to explore a wondrous new world," Dudley declared. "The reason I summoned you here today is to convey this news and to bestow upon you some special gifts. From this moment forth, Pear shall succeed me as the second leader of the Dudley gang. Furthermore, you are to restrain the brethren within the gang from approaching me, from coming near my home. And even during your usual activities, you must keep a considerable distance from Juniper Lane." What? For Pear, Moken, Danny, and Gordon were utterly astonished by Dudley's words. Being young and not particularly bright, they could not comprehend the concept of a wondrous new world as Dudley described it. They only understood that he was bidding them farewell. "Boss, are you abandoning us?" Pear was on the verge of tears. "What? Is what I said ineffective?" Dudley's expression hardened as he emphasized, "Henceforth, Pear will lead, restrain the gang members from approaching me, and keep their distance from Juniper Lane. Do you understand?" "Understood." Pear and the other 3 instinctively stood at attention, responding in unison. "Good. Now do not move. Close your eyes. Until I say otherwise, no one is to open their eyes or make any movements." Dudley continued to command in a stern tone. "Yes." The 4 promptly closed their eyes, placing their unconditional trust in Dudley. That moment, a flicker of melancholy passed through Dudley's gaze, but it vanished almost instantaneously, and his entire being radiated a brilliant light. Meanwhile, the tip of Harry's wand, which he had just drawn, glimmered with the same hue. Power enhancement, too, as the 2 incantations were uttered in near unison. Dudley and Harry exerted their full strength, bestowing formidable power upon Pear and the others. Following this, Dudley employed a technique obtained from his enchanted suitcase to stabilize the magic he had imparted to Pear and the 3 others. This was akin to a blessing of power. From this day forth, the Blessed 4 would possess strength equivalent to that of a fully grown bull, along with the corresponding degree of control over such might. Moreover, this power would gradually diminish only after they reached the age of 60. Additionally, to maintain the stability of the gang and his personal favoritism, Pear Pochies would receive a notably greater share of strength than the other 3. "Now, open your eyes," Dudley stated calmly, as Harry also stowed away his wand. The 4 opened their eyes, astonished and exhilarated as they felt the overwhelming strength coursing through their bodies. Filled with joy, "Boss, have we become just like you?" Pear asked incredulously. "Not quite. You've merely become a bit stronger," Dudley replied directly, then sternly warned, "Promise me you shall not flaunt this power, nor use it for nefarious deeds. Otherwise, you will meet a grim fate. I am not attempting to frighten you. This world is not as simple as you perceive it to be. Should you find yourselves in trouble in the future, Do not mention my name. Nor should you expect me to descend like a guardian angel to protect you, as I have in the past. Oh, you comprehend? Understood. Pear and the others tearfully replied in loud unison. Good, that is sufficient. Dudley returned to his seat in the booth, poured himself some pure water from a coffee cup, and while drinking, issued his final directive. Now, from a line, face me, and swear to the deity you venerate that you will keep this secret and abide by my commands. Afterward, you shall each return to your homes, seek out your respective mothers, for I shall not seek you out, and you must not come looking for me. Understood. After the 4 little brothers made their oaths, Dudley handed each of them 2,000 pounds, sending them on their way. This farewell would extend for at least several years. There was no alternative. One must navigate with caution as long as Voldemort lives. His heart remains uneasy. After departing the CF, Dudley, accompanied by Harry, intentionally took a taxi to a suburban pet supply store, purchasing various items that may be needed upon returning to school, discreetly storing them in his personal storage space. Upon returning home, he also had Dumbledore, who was instructing the Dursleys, take a moment to apply a powerful locking charm to a large iron cage. Once the cage was modified, it too was placed into Dudley's storage space. On August 30th, far away at Hogwarts, Hagrid sent a letter via owl to inform Dudley and Harry that the 2 dragons, compensated by Gringotts goblins, had arrived. They had successfully settled into the newly constructed dragon enclosure, secured with a magical iron chain, and were quite docile, akin to the large dog Hagrid owned, interacting with him in a friendly manner. Aside from their slightly advanced age and a reluctance to move, they exhibited no issues. Dudley harbored doubts about this, for as a half-giant, Hagrid perceived all magical creatures as adorable, engaging only in friendly interactions, save for the cats that triggered his allergies. Nonetheless, he could do nothing at present and would have to wait until school commenced in a few days to investigate further. That afternoon, in the Dursley household's makeshift classroom, the illustrious wizard Dumbledore, standing at the apex of power in the British magical community, wore a relieved and joyful smile, even when he discovered Voldemort's Horcrux. He had not felt such elation that he had finally, at long last, enabled the Dursleys to grasp the 5 spells he had meticulously planned from the outset. While their power was not formidable and their proficiency was lacking, they had managed to execute them. Observing Petunia and Vernon standing opposite each other, one casting Expelliarmus and the other Protego, they were blissfully unaware of their surroundings, as Dudley and Harry shared in their joy, feeling happy for their family. Subsequently, Dudley received a system reward, though this time it was not at the maximum level. Congratulations to the host for successfully resolving a D-grade regret incident, the rejection from the magical world. The host, by transferring his own fusion ability, had transformed his parents from Muggles into wizards and had the 20th century's greatest wizard, Dumbledore, take on the role of their tutor to teach them magic. This allowed Petunia to fulfill her childhood dream, while her beloved husband, who reciprocated her feelings, became her companion in the magical realm, granting her unparalleled satisfaction. However, the host did not make Petunia a wizard with a normal magical aptitude. This regretful incident was resolved quite satisfactorily. Consequently, a fixed reward was issued, D-grade fusion opportunity 1 time. Additional reward, E-grade fusion opportunity 1 time. Current magical item fusion opportunities, D-grade 1 time, E-grade 1 time. Upon receiving the system notification, Dudley's jubilant mood remained unscathed. Although it appeared on the surface that he had squandered 2 opportunities for fusing D-level magical items to rectify this regret, ultimately acquiring only 1 D-level fusion chance and 1 E-level fusion chance, resulting in a net loss of 2 E-level opportunities, the reality of the situation was far more nuanced. Dudley had managed to bring solace and joy to his parents, empowering them in the process, an undeniable triumph in every sense. He held steadfastly to this belief. On August 31 SD, the little classroom at the Dursleys was disbanded on this day. Dumbledore chose to remain at Hogwarts, preparing for the upcoming school year, rather than visiting the Dursleys. Though Professor McGonagall was present, there was little for him to prepare, allowing him to take a brief respite amidst his duties. Within the Dursley household, Dudley diligently packed the majority of the supplies he and Harry had acquired in Diagon Alley into his personal storage space, readying himself for the morrow's commencement of the school year. Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley were somewhat despondent, feeling sorrowful about the long separation that lay ahead. This melancholy deepened when Dudley informed them that they would not need to drive him and Harry to London the following day. Penny, with tears in her eyes, pulled Dudley and Harry aside, imparting the scant knowledge she had of the magical realm, even mentioning the matter of the children's quest for vengeance for their sister. She wished for the perpetrators who had harmed her sister's family to face justice, but her greater hope was for Dudley and Harry to remain safe and unharmed. Dudley, brimming with confidence, assured her that there were few wizards in the magical world he couldn't handle, and with Aunt Lily's protective magic in place, he and Harry would be in no danger. After considerable effort to soothe his mother's worries, Penny, still not entirely reassured, brought up a figure from her past who had instilled fear in her. "Dudley, dear, and Harry, you may encounter a wizard named Severus Snape in the magical realm. When I lived in the town of Cokeworth with Lily and our parents, we came to know this frightening boy who resided in Spinner's End. He was reclusive and possessed magical abilities, often using his tricks to torment and terrify me that I despised him, yet he shared a close bond with Lily. Later, they both attended Hogwarts, and Lily once mentioned that he was exceptionally talented and powerful in magic. Thus, if you encounter him at Hogwarts or within the magical world, perhaps his connection with Lily might lead him to assist you. The love of a parent for their child often leads them to far-reaching considerations." Penny racked her brain, recalling the few wizards she knew, intent on bolstering the safety of her son and nephew. Unbeknownst to her, however, Snape had already secured a place on Dudley and Harry's list of adversaries. Upon hearing his mother speak of Snape's past torment of her, Dudley's anger flared. The passage of time had rendered Penny's childhood grievances with Snape mere trivialities in the grand narrative, which Dudley had previously overlooked. Fortunately, it was not too late for him to piece it all together. "Aunt, this Snape is," Harry attempted to remind Penny, but was interrupted by Dudley. "Harry, no need to elaborate." Dudley suppressed his ire and turned to his mother, saying, "Mother, rest assured, Harry and I will take good care of this Mr. Snape." For a moment, Penny was taken aback. Hearing her son's promise eased her concern somewhat. However, as the conversation drew to a close and Dudley and Harry ascended the stairs to their bedroom, she suddenly realized, exclaiming, "Little Dudley, you are to let him take care of you, not the other way around." "Don't worry, Mother, it's all the same," Dudley replied, not glancing back. September 1, 1991, the day Hogwarts opened its doors, Dudley and Harry donned their wizarding robes early, freshened up, and enjoyed breakfast prepared by the house elf before bidding farewell with heartfelt embraces to the Dursleys in the living room of the Dursley home, under the watchful gaze of Mr. and Mrs. Dursley. Dudley grasped a smelting stick that resembled a cane in one hand while raising the other arm. Harry instinctively placed his hand atop Dudley's. "Take care, Mum and Dad, Aunt and Uncle," with their voices unified in farewell. Dudley and Harry's forms suddenly twisted into a spiraling vortex, converging at a single point before vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, they had apparat to King's Cross Station in London. The apparition spell for wizards allows them to teleport only to places they have a clear memory of, and the distance must not be too great. For longer distances, one must rely on the Flu network or a portkey. Additionally, traversing platform 9 3/4, boarding the Hogwarts Express, and crossing the Black Lake by boat to reach Hogwarts Castle for the sorting ceremony constituted a magical rite of passage into Hogwarts. Thus, Dudley and Harry had no intention of taking shortcuts directly to Hogwarts. Instead, they followed the customary route to London to validate their tickets and board the train in a relatively secluded corner of King's Cross Station. Dudley and Harry cast the Muggle-repelling charm upon themselves. Subsequently, Dudley drew an irregular oval shape in the air, opening a spatial portal from which he retrieved 2 magical trolleys from his personal storage space. The trolleys contained a portion of the supplies they had purchased, with Harry's trolley also holding Hedwig's cage. That seemed rather conspicuous for the 2 newcomers to be empty-handed, so blending in with the crowd felt more prudent. Furthermore, Harry did not wish for Hedwig to remain in the dark, confined storage space for too long, even though Dudley had ensured it was well stocked with air, water, and food, and despite the fact that as an owl, Hedwig actually preferred darker environments. "Let us go, Harry," Dudley said softly while securing his wand within the crevice of his trolley. "All right, cousin," Harry replied, and together they pushed their laden carts towards the station. Cousin, it seems Dumbledore forgot to tell us where platform 9 3/4 is? Harry asked, puzzled as they walked. Dudley sighed, explaining, Harry, you must learn to use logical reasoning. This is merely a simple mathematical problem. Point 9 3/4 is a mixed number, greater than 9 but less than 10. Therefore, it stands to reason that this peculiar platform lies between platforms 9 and 10, and we shall find our way by following the signs. Right? You always think quickly, cousin, Harry said with a smile, praising Dudley. Dudley could only smile back, a mixture of exasperation and affection. After a short while, Dudley reminded Harry, by the way, Harry, today we may encounter that rat-like creature, so be mindful of your expression and do not reveal anything. Just follow my lead. Cousin, are you referring to Wormtail? Harry asked, his eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and hatred. Sure. Just keep it to yourself and manage your expression well, Dudley interjected. Yes, I understand, cousin. Harry quickly composed himself. Unlike the original narrative, Dudley and Harry had set off early, arriving at the station via apparition with a clear destination in mind. Thus, when they reached the wall between platforms 9 and 10, they did not encounter the Weasley family. Instead, they arrived amidst the peak time for Hogwarts students entering the station. As they observed students pushing their trolleys through the wall, Harry's face lit up with excitement, and he eagerly pulled Dudley to join the queue. To their surprise, upon seeing Harry's lightning-shaped scar, several young wizards and their adult guardians recoiled in fear, avoiding Dudley and Harry as if they were venomous snakes. Frowning and keeping their distance, Harry was taken aback. During their previous visit to Diagon Alley, they had been warmly welcomed and admired at the Leaky Cauldron. Why now did it seem as if they were avoiding them like monsters? What had transpired? Dudley experienced a fleeting moment of bewilderment, but upon discerning the faint whispers emanating from the crowd, he quickly grasped the entirety of the situation. He cast a disdainful glance over the assembled wizards, standing beside Harry, and spoke in a tone that was neither too high nor too low, but rather a normal volume. Harry, there is no need for confusion. The masses are blind. This gaggle of wizards has been quick to believe, based solely on hearsay, that a mere infant could have vanquished Voldemort, thereby bestowing upon you the title of the Chosen One. The mere mention of Voldemort's name caused those present to instinctively gasp in shock, their faces betraying a palpable fear. Fortunately, following a series of decisive actions taken by Dumbledore last month, which reinstated the authority of the Dark Lord, their panic did not escalate into sheer terror. Observing the wizard's cowardice only deepened Dudley's scorn. He raised his voice and continued, Now, this same group of wizards, upon hearing the news of Voldemort's return, can easily envision you as a sinister, fraudulent monstrosity, laying the blame for Voldemort's survival squarely at your feet. Harry, do not allow this to dampen your spirits. It is not worth your concern for a collection of mindless fools. Dudley's unabashed contempt and vitriol ignited a frenzy among the wizards, with some already preparing to draw their wands and cast curses. However, buoyed by his cousin's encouragement, Harry resolved to stand alongside Dudley and promptly drew his own wand, ready to join the fray. Harry, there is no need for concern. They are merely trash, easily swept away, Dudley declared, swiftly waving his hand. Scourgify. In an instant, 6 powerful mini-cyclones materialized out of thin air, sweeping up the hesitant wizards, along with their carts, and scattering them haphazardly into the distance. Thanks to the influence of the Muggle repelling charm, the Muggles at the station remained blissfully unaware, unaffected by the commotion. Harry, let us proceed. The path ahead is clear. We can pass directly through the brick wall and in a platform 9 3/4. Yes, cousin, Harry responded exuberantly, his tone brimming with excitement. Following Dudley's lead, Harry pushed the cart forward, charging into the wall with determination. Dudley followed closely, prepared to fend off any foolish wizard who might retaliate. Yet, there was no such resistance. The inept wizards had yet to recover. The brothers successfully traversed the wall, revealing the sign for platform 9 3/4, along with the sight of a beautifully polished old steam train not far off. This Hogwarts Express certainly doesn't appear to be capable of speed, Dudley remarked as he and Harry approached the train, allowing the conductor to check their tickets before casually selecting an empty compartment to board. With plenty of time to spare, Most compartments remained vacant, and they would have to wait a while before the train's departure. Seated side by side in a compartment, Dudley and Harry shared the snacks they had purchased in the Muggle world, engaging in light conversation as they awaited the train's departure. The earlier commotion had evidently not subsided quickly as the departure time approached. More and more young wizards boarded the train. Those unfortunate souls, who had been blown askew by Dudley's cyclone, soon allowed even more malicious rumors to take flight, spreading throughout the entire Hogwarts student body. This only served to further demonize the images of Harry and Dudley in the eyes of their peers. Several groups of young wizards, searching for vacant compartments, inadvertently pulled open the door to Dudley and Harry's compartment, and upon recognizing Harry, they screamed and hastily shut the door, fleeing without a moment's hesitation. Such occurrences inevitably impacted Harry and Dudley's moods. Harry felt disheartened by the unfavorable perceptions from others, while Dudley was irked by the fact that Harry was affected by such opinions. Without a second thought, Dudley waved his hand, ensuring the compartment door remained ajar, and magically inscribed their names in midair, forming floating crimson letters that confronted the corridor outside as a warning. Now, no unwelcome young wizards would dare intrude. "Cousin, have we really found ourselves in a significant predicament?" Harry inquired of Dudley within the compartment. Dudley ruffled Harry's hair, opting not to respond directly, but instead patiently elaborating, regardless of whether they are Muggles or wizards. Once a group is formed, the individuals within that group, during the dissemination of information, will invariably be subjected to the norms and constraints of group perception, thereby forsaking their own thoughts to conform or express opinions that align with the majority. I believe there are clear-minded individuals among these wizards. It's just that everyone is so averse to us that few will step forward to defend us, for fear of opposing the collective mindset. As time passes, group perception can profoundly influence all individuals within it, establishing a certain cognitive dogma. Even if that collective perception is erroneous, it remains unchallenged. For instance, the taboo against uttering Voldemort's name, or the fallacy that an infant could defeat him. Harry, only partially comprehending Dudley's words, couldn't help but frown. "Cousin, does that mean we are indeed in serious trouble? Perhaps, in due time, the wizarding world will come to see us as a duo of demonic brothers." Dudley burst into hearty laughter. "If we were to rely solely on our current circumstances, resolving this issue would certainly be quite troublesome. We need to showcase our strength, engage with influential opinion leaders to negotiate, and gradually build our reputation to alter the public's perception of us. If it comes to that, we might as well disregard it all and let these wizards say what they will. The masses are blind and also forgetful. Once something more sensational occurs in the wizarding world, they will forget about us. But now, we have the greatest opinion leader in the wizarding world as an ally, which makes everything much simpler." "Cousin, are you referring to Dumbledore?" Harry quickly grasped. "Precisely. Dumbledore has likely been too preoccupied lately to notice the emergence of this detrimental narrative against you in the wizarding community. Once the train arrives at Hogwarts, we must inform him of the situation, that if he publicly supports us in the Daily Prophet, the narrative will soon correct itself, and the matter will be resolved." Harry fell into contemplation upon hearing Dudley's proposed solution. Observing Harry's pensive demeanor, Dudley chose not to interrupt, wanting to cultivate Harry's ability for independent thought. After a considerable pause, Harry suddenly seemed to have an epiphany and turned to Dudley with a question. "Cousin, what exactly is an opinion leader?" In simple terms, they are individuals of renown, possessing charisma, whose words can sway many and influence public opinion. Dudley explained us so. Could I potentially become an opinion leader myself? After all, the wizarding world has regarded me as their savior for so many years. Many people know and recognize me. That Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement as he pressed on, as if a brilliant idea had dawned upon him. Dudley regarded his cousin with a hint of surprise, sensing the direction of Harry's thoughts. However, upon reflecting on the current situation, he felt compelled to temper Harry's enthusiasm. "Harry, while your assertion holds some truth, you must not forget that you are now despised and scorned by those who once supported you." "I understand that, cousin," Harry replied, his gaze firm, fueled by conviction. "It is merely a matter of them being unaware of the truth. I can prove it to them, just as Dumbledore did when he cleared Hagrid's name." Dudley hesitated, caught in a moment of silence. In his view, Self-justification was the weakest form of retaliation. Who among the masses is free from criticism? Who is not subject to slander? The opinions of a multitude of mediocrities should be disregarded as long as they displayed sufficient strength. Even if these mediocrities pointed fingers, they would not dare do so in front of him and Harry, only whispering behind their backs. Were it not for the concern that Harry's social interactions might be negatively impacted by these mediocrities, causing him undue psychological pressure, Dudley would not have even considered seeking Dumbledore's intervention. Yet now, Harry had formulated his own ideas and a plan of action, a direction for handling the situation that was not entirely misguided. This was a positive development, and as Dudley, the older cousin, he felt compelled to offer his unwavering support. "Pursue your vision, Harry. I will support you unconditionally." After a brief pause, Dudley declared, "Oh, that's wonderful. Cousin," Harry exclaimed joyfully. Just moments ago, when Dudley had hesitated, Harry had nearly abandoned his own ideas. But thankfully, his cousin stood by him as Harry was enveloped in excitement. A polite knock echoed against the frame of their compartment door, followed by a timid voice that said, "Sorry to intrude. May I sit with you?" Turning to see who had spoken, Harry and Dudley were greeted by a small boy with red hair and a freckled face, hauling a large suitcase. Ron Weasley, a modestly resourced member of a pure-blood family, sea level, bore the unfortunate legacy of being the sixth son in a loving, principled, and open-minded, yet financially struggling family. From a young age, Ron had seldom used new possessions. His robes, dress robes, textbooks, and even his wand and pet were all hand-me-downs from his elder brothers. This circumstance had somewhat affected Ron's self-esteem, as he yearned for first-hand personal belongings to alleviate his sense of awkwardness. "Who are you? Aren't you afraid of us?" Harry inquired curiously, gazing at the red-haired boy standing by the door. Intrigued as this was the first time he had encountered a young wizard who displayed kindness towards him and his cousin, "I'm Ron Weasley, and I'm different from them," Ron replied with a slightly awkward seriousness. "My mother told me that Harry Potter is a blessing bestowed upon the wizarding world. Without you, who knows how long the Dark Lord would have ruled. I don't understand why others have suddenly stopped expressing gratitude towards you. It is not your fault that he is still alive. At least you brought 10 years of peace to the magical community, didn't you?" Ron's words brought immense joy to Harry. He glanced at Dudley, who nodded in affirmation of the boy's truths, and immediately stood up to assist Ron with his suitcase, inviting him into their compartment to take a seat. My cousin is right. There are still some wizards who can discern right from wrong. "Ron, it's a pleasure to meet you," Harry said with enthusiasm, his confidence in his own plans growing stronger. He warmly introduced Ron. "Ron, this is my cousin, Dudley Dursley." Dudley acknowledged Ron with a nod and a smile. "Wow, I know. I've heard about it. Your cousin blew away a bunch of wizards at the platform brick wall with a strong wind. And there were even some adults among them. That's incredible," Ron exclaimed, his eyes shining with admiration as he looked at Dudley. He added indignantly, "Most of those were from Slytherin, or their parents were Slytherins. They were dreadful, spreading bad rumors about you on the train." Dudley detected the exaggeration in Ron's words. Following the crowd was not limited to any particular house, that he had clearly observed that the small wizard's trolleys bore the distinctive emblems of all four houses: lion, badger, eagle, and serpent. Though indeed, Slytherins appear to be in greater numbers. "All right, let us not dwell on that. Ron, if you don't mind, would you like some Muggle snacks? Harry and I would be more than happy to share." Dudley gestured toward the plethora of unopened snacks on the table. "That would be fantastic. I certainly don't mind. Our family isn't among those who worship pure-blood supremacy, and I'm quite hungry. And my mother's sandwiches have gone cold." "Thank you for the snacks." Ron eagerly grabbed 2 chocolate bars and began to munch on them with great delight, as the scenery outside began to slowly drift away. The Hogwarts Express set in motion. The bond between Harry, Dudley, and their new friend was growing increasingly comfortable. "Ron, do you come from a wizarding family? Are your parents wizards? Do you have any siblings?" Harry inquired, his spirits high now that he had found a kindred spirit. Ron responded warmly, though he couldn't help but express some exasperation when mentioning his 5 brothers and 1 sister. "Harry, you can't imagine how terrifying it is to have 5 older brothers. It means that new things are eternally out of reach for me. The robes I wear belong to Bill, my wand was Charlie S., and even my pet is a discarded one from Percy, a plump gray rat. While speaking, Ron pulled out a sleeping rat from the pocket of his robe, oblivious to the complex glint that momentarily flickered in Harry's eyes at the mention of the rodent. This is Scabbers. We've had him for nearly 10 years, which is quite ancient in rat years, so he spends most of his time sleeping, only becoming lively when it's mealtime. Ron continued to introduce his pet. Placing it on the table, and noticing that the rat hadn't yet awakened, he picked it up again, gently patting its face. "Wake up, Scabbers! It's time to eat," Ron called out to his pet. Pushing a half-eaten chocolate bar towards the rat's mouth. Ahem, Dudley coughed lightly to catch Ron's attention, explaining, "Ron, rats can't eat chocolate. It contains theobromine, which is poisonous to them." A blush crept onto Ron's face as he hurriedly defended himself. "I know. I was trying to let Scabbers have the biscuit part of the chocolate bar. He is quite clever, Scabbers." The rat finally stirred from his slumber, and upon hearing his owner's intention to poison him, he jolted awake, wriggling free from Ron's grasp and landing on the compartment table. "Oh, how clever. He even knows how to escape. Can I pet him? I have some pet food here, originally meant for Harry's Hedwig." Dudley exclaimed with feigned astonishment, his demeanor that of an innocent child who adored pet rats. Radiating goodwill, he slowly extended one hand towards Scabbers, while the other casually reached into the large pocket of his robe, drawing out a specially prepared pack of small meat treats. "Of course, go ahead." Ron, believing Dudley to genuinely like Scabbers, replied generously and added a reminder to his pet. "This is my friend. You mustn't bite him." "Scabbers! Squeak!" Scabbers emitted a rat-like sound. Upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, he instinctively followed it, locking his gaze onto the package of mouth-watering meat treats that Dudley had just opened. And Animagus transforms into a particular animal and inherits its abilities. As a rat, Scabbers naturally possessed a rat's keen sense of smell and preferences for certain scents. Thus, he found it impossible to resist the delectable morsels that Dudley held in his hand, especially in the absence of any perceived danger. Squeak! Scabbers promptly leapt onto Dudley's outstretched hand. He felt that this small wizard was a kind soul who had just warned his foolish owner against feeding him chocolate, and now was offering him such delicious food. What a fortunate day to encounter such a good person! Dudley cradled Scabbers in his hands, his eyes beaming with delight. He gently opened the packaging of the special pet food further and lovingly placed Scabbers' head inside. With the tasty treat now within reach, Scabbers could no longer contain his appetite and eagerly opened his mouth, using his rat teeth to devour the food with great satisfaction. Ron, sitting across from them, remained blissfully unaware of anything amiss. He could never fathom that Dudley had intervened to prevent him from poisoning Scabbers, only to personally feed him the concealed treats that seemed quite reasonable for a rat suffering from lethargy to be given a dose of rat poison. Right? Dudley's gaze was fixated on the jubilant rat savoring the treats, his face illuminated with a gentle smile, though his palms concealed a latent magic. Meanwhile, Ron resumed his conversation with Harry about spells and magic. Harry feigned enthusiasm, his interest waning considerably as his mind was solely focused on the rat and Dudley's actions. Years of being near Dudley had imparted certain lessons, though Harry could not match Dudley's near-perfect performance. He understood that he should not direct too many glances at the rat, lest he arouse the suspicions of his formidable adversary. "Harry, I recently learned a spell that can turn objects yellow. I was able to successfully use it yesterday, but I'd like to try again today. Perhaps it will work." Ron was entirely oblivious to the fact that Harry was harboring a secret. Lost in his own thoughts and eager to showcase his magic, that he glanced left and right, his gaze settling on the pet Scabbers, who was still busy munching on some jerky. "I need a target for my spell. Let's use this gluttonous, filthy old rat." With that declaration, Ron seized Scabbers by the tail, yanking him out from the stash of treats. Dudley did not intervene, for the dosage of the potion administered to Peter Pettigrew had nearly worn off. By the time Ron had grabbed the rat's tail, Peter's chewing had become exceedingly sluggish, almost non-existent. The rat poison was taking effect. At that moment, Peter was utterly drained, overwhelmed by fatigue, oblivious to Ron's grip on his tail. Yet, he remained unaware of any anomaly. Years of domestication had dulled his instincts, leaving him only to eat and sleep. Feeling tired and drowsy meant nothing more than the desire for another nap. He hoped his dim-witted owner would save the remaining delicious morsels for him to enjoy upon waking. Oh, look, that foolish rat has fallen asleep again. After pulling Scabbers over, Ron noticed that the rat lay completely still, sleeping more soundly than usual, and immediately made a quip. Perfect. Let me turn his gray fur yellow. Ron tossed Scabbers back onto the table and retrieved an old wand, its tip frayed and revealing unicorn hair. Preparing to cast a color-changing spell he barely understood. Wait, Ron. Scabbers' condition seems off, Dudley suddenly interjected, as if he had stumbled upon something bad. What? Ron asked, puzzled. Dudley reached out, brushing over the limp body of the rat, quietly casting a stiffening charm upon it. After discreetly completing the spell, he picked the rat up with one hand and pretended to check its breath with a finger at its nose. Not good. It's gone cold. Scabbers is dead, Dudley exclaimed in alarm. Dead? Ron paused, prodding the rat in Dudley's hand with his finger. It was unyielding. The body had indeed stiffened. He sensed something was amiss, but promptly dismissed the thought. Good riddance. I've long wanted a new pet. Although he had developed some affection over the years, Scabbers had brought about his own demise through gluttony. Surely, this was fate intervening. He could hardly blame anyone for this. Besides, a rat that had lived for nearly a decade had certainly paid its dues. No worries, Ron said with remarkable generosity. Now, my mother has no reason to deny me a new pet. I've been longing for a gray owl. This reaction left Dudley momentarily speechless. He had expected Ron to show at least a smidgen of sorrow. Harry, fork over 20 galleons to compensate Ron. Since the principal party was so forthright, Dudley, not one to shy away from a task, promptly instructed his cousin to pay up. Huh? Ron exclaimed in surprise, never having considered he might receive compensation for this. His eyes widened when he saw Harry pull a handful of gleaming gold coins from his pocket, yet he still insisted, No, it's not necessary. Scabbers was just greedy. There is no need for you to compensate. Take it, Dudley insisted. A rat that lived for 10 years is quite a rarity. Dying from choking on the jerky, I gave him warrants compensation. Otherwise, I feel terrible about it. Take this money. Use it to buy a new wand and a new pet, Dudley quickly added, casting a knowing glance at his cousin, prompting Harry to rise and forcibly place the galleons into Ron's hands, both of them shoving and tugging at each other in the process. Seizing the opportunity, Dudley swiftly used Harry's body as a cover, sketching a small circle in the air to open a spatial portal. Tossing Peter Pettigrew into his personal storage space, the portal he had opened directly led to the interior of a magical cage where Peter would find himself half alive as a caged rat. This magical prison had been personally modified by Dumbledore, ensuring that even if Peter transformed back into human form, he would remain trapped, let alone escape Dudley's personal space. Moreover, Peter was currently in a deep state of unconsciousness, utterly powerless. Even if he wished to revert to his human form, he would be incapable of envisioning it. For a wizard who had achieved animagus status, transitioning back to human form required a mental visualization of his human appearance. A feat utterly impossible for the comatose Peter. Unable to resist Harry's enthusiasm, and driven by a genuine desire for a new wand and pet, Ron ultimately accepted the 20 galleons, albeit with a flushed face and a hint of embarrassment. Harry returned to his seat, drawing Ron's attention to the now missing body of Scabbers. Where did Scabbers go? Is it possible he is not truly dead and has run off? Ron's heart raced as he bent down, searching beneath the table and chairs for Scabbers' body. Indeed, he was fixated on the notion that if Scabbers were alive, then all thoughts of a new pet and wand would vanish, and he would have to return the galleons. Stop searching, Ron, Dudley said, bemused, having seen through Ron's anxious expression. Yet, choosing not to reveal his knowledge, he continued in a friendly tone. I used a vanishing spell on Scabbers' body to spare you the sight of it, lest it dampen your spirits as the school year approaches. Wow. Ron's heart relaxed. Knowing Scabbers was dead brought him relief. He stood up, his face alight with admiration as he looked at Dudley. A vanishing spell. That's a highly advanced technique. My brother Charlie could only manage that in 5th year. Dudley, you're truly impressive. It's a pity I missed it. No worries. I could perform it again. Capturing the enemy Peter Pettigrew had greatly improved Dudley's mood. He cast a confirming glance at Harry, signaling that the task was complete, and then, before Ron pointed to an empty snack wrapper, preparing to showcase the vanishing spell. Just then, a proud voice echoed from the corridor outside. "Look, Neville, the compartment is magically marked with the names Harry Potter and his cousin. We should check it out. Perhaps your toad has wandered in there." The girl's rapid footsteps matched her swift thoughts. Hermione Granger had barely finished her sentence before she reached the open compartment door, spotting Dudley, Harry, and Ron inside. Drawn by her presence, the trio turned to see the girl, head held high, with long curly hair and prominent front teeth. Hermione Granger, the victim of bullying, a know-it-all from a Muggle background, faced discrimination and bullying from wizards who held pure-blood supremacy beliefs, much like her peers. The original story vividly illustrated this, with Draco Malfoy leading the pure-blood faction, seizing every opportunity to insult Hermione with vile words and deeds. Although Hermione effectively countered these bullying behaviors, supported by her friends, the emotional scars remained, wounds not easily healed by a few retaliatory spells or punches. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, and his formidable cousin, along with that red-haired classmate. "Have you seen a toad?" "Neville's toad," Hermione boldly inquired, just as Dudley received the system prompted a toad. "No, we haven't seen one," Harry replied. Having learned to read expressions and eyes from his cousin, he sensed that this suddenly appeared young, which bore no ill intent towards them. "No toad. But there's a rat, though it's already dead." Ron quipped humorously. "Dead?" Neville, trailing behind Hermione, huffed as he ran up, just catching Ron's dreadful words as he attempted to catch his breath. Tears welled in his eyes at the thought of his beloved toad, demise. "No, that was my pet from Uncle Algy, my Trevor," Neville lamented with tears streaming down his face. Upon witnessing this scene, Harry and Ron hurriedly stepped in to explain and console their overly sentimental classmate. Dudley observed the unfolding drama with keen interest as a new notification echoed in his mind. Details of the tragic event involving Neville Longbottom's mentally afflicted parents. Grade A, being part of another family of wizards that fit the first two lines of the prophecy. Neville's parents, the Longbottoms, were captured and tortured by Death Eaters approximately a decade ago. Following Voldemort's downfall, subjected to an overwhelming number of Cruciatus curses cast by Bellatrix Lestrange, they were driven to madness and have remained bedridden at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, never recovering in the original story. Neville Longbottom's excessive kindness forgotten. Grade C, having endured immense psychological anguish since childhood due to his parents' torment, Neville's grandmother cast multiple memory charms on him in an attempt to spare her grandson from growing up in suffering. This resulted in Neville forgetting part of his pain, but also rendered him exceedingly forgetful, leaving him with severe aftereffects. Poor child. Dudley silently sighed to himself after receiving the system prompt. He then stood up, ready to take charge to the uninvited classmates. He declared, "If you harbor no prejudice against Harry and me, I would be more than willing to assist you in searching for that toad named Trevor." Dudley spoke with calm assurance, following the exchange of names. With Dudley taking the lead, Harry and Ron felt considerably relieved. They had already clarified the situation to Neville, and his tears had ceased. Hermione noticed that Dudley's demeanor was quite comparable to her own, her eyes lighting up as she tilted her head back slightly. "We are all equals. I hold no biases against anyone. Moreover, I detest those who inexplicably harbor prejudice towards others. I am Hermione Granger." "Me too. I am Neville," the timid Neville chimed in beside her. "Excellent," Dudley praised, then formally introduced himself to Hermione and Neville alongside Harry and Ron. "How do you intend to help Neville find his toad?" "Will you be using magic?" Hermione eagerly inquired, her expression still somewhat haughty. "Of course," Dudley replied succinctly, lifting his left hand to summon the smelting stick from the luggage rack, which flew into his grasp effortlessly. This display left Hermione, Ron, and Neville momentarily astounded. "Isn't that a walking stick used by Muggles? There are students in my neighborhood who possess similar implements." Hermione remarked in astonishment that don't wizards typically use shorter, more manageable wands for spell casting? "I find a walking stick to be more convenient," Dudley responded with a confident smile. "Please step aside. I am about to cast a spell." Hermione immediately pulled Neville back in a corridor, clearing the doorway, eager to witness how magic could be performed with a Muggle walking stick. "Reveal the path. Show me the way," Dudley declared, tapping the smelting stick lightly against the floor of the compartment while uttering the incantations. A blue arrow of light materialized before him, pointing down the left corridor. "Follow this arrow, and we shall uncover the Toad's trail," Dudley explained, leading Harry and Ron out of the compartment. Meanwhile, Hermione and Neville, already positioned in the corridor, had turned their gazes toward the direction indicated by the arrow. In the distance, multiple blue phantoms of toads flickered, revealing the path Trevor had traversed. "Impressive magic," Hermione praised before inquiring. "In which textbook are these two spells recorded? I must learn them." "The 5th chapter of the 3rd year charms textbook, Tracking Charm and Counter-Tracking Charm," Dudley replied effortlessly. "That you've even pre-studied material from the 3rd year." Hermione exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. She had never encountered a peer as studious as herself. This. Dudley merely smiled in silence, while Harry, filled with pride, interjected, "3rd year, my cousin knows more spells than those found in the entire 1st to 7th year charms textbooks combined." "All right, Harry, no need to boast on my behalf. You should take a page from Hermione's book on diligence," Dudley gently admonished his cousin. Once Harry quieted down, he continued to the group, "Let us follow the magical guidance and search." In the adjoining compartment, a haughty boy with slicked-back golden hair, pretending to be a noble, strode confidently ahead, flanked by 2 pudgy lackeys. If they continued down their current path, they would soon encounter Dudley and his companions, who were on the hunt for Trevor. "Crabbe, Goyle, hurry up. Harry Potter is in the next compartment. I can hardly wait to befriend him," the golden-haired boy urged excitedly, his short legs moving even faster. This left his 2 plump companions struggling to keep pace. "Malfoy, why do you want to befriend Harry Potter? He isn't exactly popular right now," Crabbe questioned, trailing behind. "And what about that monstrous cousin of his? He used magic to knock over so many people." "If we go find them, won't we get beaten up?" Goyle chimed in, expressing his concern. Malfoy, displeased by the doubts voiced by his followers, abruptly halted, causing Crabbe and Goyle to crash into him, pushing him forward a few steps before he regained his balance. With a scowl, Malfoy turned to glare at his 2 innocent-looking companions, exhaling in exasperation. "This is my father's idea. He believes that befriending Harry Potter will strengthen the ties between us purebloods and Dumbledore. As for Harry Potter's cousin, do you honestly believe he could have sent so many wizards flying? Impossible. A Muggle born with a surname we've never even heard of. What right does he have to wield such powerful magic? My father couldn't even do that at 11. It must be a rumor." Crabbe and Goyle, cowed by Malfoy's rebuttal, could only nod submissively. However, suddenly, their expressions shifted to one of terror. Malfoy, his lackeys stammered, unsure how to warn their leader. "What now?" Malfoy replied, somewhat annoyed, glancing over his right shoulder. "Shoulder? There's nothing there. Calm down." Then shifting his gaze to his left shoulder, he inadvertently locked eyes with a toad. "Quick, quick, get this frog off me." Malfoy yelped, startled, his lips trembling, too frightened to move lest the toad leap onto his handsome face. "What?" At Malfoy's command, Crabbe and Goyle panicked, momentarily lost, taking several seconds to remember to draw their wands. This was different from bullying other young wizards. Facing a slimy, cold-blooded creature rather than a fellow weakling, the 11-year-olds found themselves lacking courage. Meanwhile, Malfoy had regained some composure, drawing his wand ahead of his companions and aiming it at the toad perched on his shoulder. "Toad begone!" Malfoy cast the banishing spell, a simple charm that causes objects to distance themselves from the caster, creating a repelling effect. "Trevor!" A loud shout echoed from behind Malfoy, just as the light from his wand was unleashed. In a heartbeat, Malfoy's spell missed Trevor. The toad, sensing danger, leaped off Malfoy's shoulder, evading the spell. However, the incantation did not go amiss. It struck Neville, who was hastily approaching to rescue his beloved pet. Poor child, the pet was lost. And in the process, Neville put himself in danger. Struck by Malfoy's banishing charm, Neville was immediately sent flying back along the path he had come. His companions behind him were taken aback and wished to assist, but they were caught off guard. Only Dudley, with a powerful thrust of his ankle, sprang forward in an instant, extending his right hand to deliver a gentle force that cushioned Neville's back, that he successfully dissipated the impact of the banishing spell, allowing Neville to land safely and avoiding a disastrous fall. "Are you all right, Neville?" Hermione, Ron, and Harry rushed over, surrounding Neville and bombarding him with questions about his condition. "I'm fine. Save my toad." "Trevor," Neville gasped, leaning on Dudley for support, eager to rise and charge once more. "Just take a break," Dudley replied with resignation. The corridor of the train compartment was too narrow for any grand maneuvers, and since Neville had rushed in recklessly, Dudley had refrained from intervening earlier to prevent any harm to his friends. "Indeed, Neville, rest for now. I shall retrieve Trevor." As Dudley prepared to act, Hermione stepped forward to defend Neville. The proud know-it-all produced her Vinewood wand, ready to confront Malfoy and his cronies. "Hold on a moment, Hermione!" It was Neville's toad that leapt onto their shoulder first. It was merely an accident. Dudley rubbed his forehead, stopping Hermione while gesturing towards the air. Not far away, Trevor, who had leapt onto the corridor floor, suddenly felt himself ensnared by a gust of wind, and before he knew it, he was lifted off the ground and soared in the hands of his little wizard owner. Before Hermione could take 2 steps, Trevor zoomed past her and settled a mere inch above Dudley's right hand, hovering there. Without hesitation, Dudley quickly tossed the little pet he had little fondness for back into Neville's hands. To be honest, raising a snake would be preferable to keeping a toad. Dudley found it difficult to comprehend, but respected Neville's tastes. Overjoyed, Neville embraced his toad and affectionately patted it with his pudgy little hands. While Hermione stepped back, it seemed the situation had been perfectly resolved, and they could return to their compartment. However, as the saying goes, the trees wish for calm while the wind does not cease. The arrogant young Malfoy, accompanied by his 2 bodyguards, approached with an air of superiority. Malfoy's arrogance was markedly different from Hermione's. The former stemmed from a misguided sense of entitlement based on blood lineage, family, and status, while the latter was grounded in self-assuredness regarding her knowledge and abilities. "Are you all just going to walk away?" Malfoy began, launching into a contemptuous inquiry, first directing his scorn at Neville. "You must be the foolish child of the Longbottoms. Keep a close watch on that filthy toad of yours. This is an embarrassment to our pure-blood family." "I am sorry," Neville mumbled, his head bowed in shame, stammering an apology. "Who do you think you are? What gives you the right to treat Neville like that? You just blasted him away with a spell. You should apologize to him." Hermione once again stepped forward to defend her friend. "I am Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, one of the 28 pure-blood families. My father is a Hogwarts governor. Why should I apologize to a foolish brat who has offended me?" The arrogant Draco Malfoy, who could not go 3 sentences without mentioning his father, elicited laughter from Ron, standing nearby. This only served to infuriate Malfoy further. He temporarily spared Hermione and turned his ire towards Ron. "Are you mocking me? With that red hair and tattered robes? It's clear you're just another impoverished Weasley, a disgrace to pure-blood families. Perhaps when your family's rate of earning matches your rate of breeding, you can smile with that big, toothy grin." Ron could no longer muster a laugh. His face and neck turned as red as his hair from anger. "Malfoy, what did you just say?" Before Ron could unleash his retort, the chivalrous Hermione had already taken decisive action. Without her wand, she threw a straight punch that landed squarely on Malfoy's nose. The impact was spectacular. Malfoy's tears and blood gushed forth from the blow, causing him to shield his face with both hands. Crying out in pain, "How dare you hit me? Hit my face. What is your name? I will make sure my father has you expelled from Hogwarts." Malfoy, hopping in a fit of rage, scolded Hermione while calling upon his 2 dim-witted bodyguards to unleash some dark curses. "I am Hermione Granger. If Hogwarts is to be controlled by the likes of you, then I would rather not attend." Standing her ground against Crabbe and Goyle, who were brandishing their wands, Hermione met Malfoy and his companions with unwavering resolve. "Granger, never heard of you. You are indeed a filthy mudblood." Draco Malfoy, feeling some relief from the pain on his face, could not help but hurl a vile insult. Just as he was about to utter the most despicable slur, he was suddenly struck by Harry's punch. This blow landed squarely on Malfoy's stomach. Unlike Hermione's light punch, Harry's strike was imbued with immense force, enhanced by the rotational technique he had learned from Dudley. The impact of Harry's spinning punch sent Malfoy soaring off the ground, colliding with his 2 companions in the process. Fortunately, they cushioned his fall, allowing Malfoy to land relatively unscathed after being propelled 5 or 6 meters away. Crabbe and Goyle were no doubt grateful for their ample padding that softened the blow. Unexpected yet entirely predictable, Dudley mused. In just a few exchanges, a minor disagreement escalated into a violent confrontation. The malevolence was not entirely eradicated, nor was the goodness clearly defined. As for Draco Malfoy, one might wonder why he had such a penchant for talking back. He aspired to befriend Harry. What a deranged thought. The brief friendship between Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter, marked by its abrupt beginning and end, was a regrettable affair, in the original story, perhaps motivated by Harry's fame or perhaps by his father's influence as a Death Eater. Draco initially desired to befriend Harry Potter. However, his ingrained belief in pure-blood superiority elicited immediate disdain from Harry upon their first meeting. Additionally, Draco's derogatory remarks about Ron severed any chance of a friendship with Harry. From that point on, what began as affection turned to enmity, with Draco and his followers consistently opposing Harry and his friends throughout their school years. It was only later, during the resurgence of Voldemort and the Death Eaters, that Draco demonstrated a reluctance to fully align with the Dark Lord, subtly offering assistance to Harry's side, leading to a gradual change in Harry's perception of him. After their victory over Voldemort, and as they each started families, they finally reconciled and became friends. The system's unlocking of this regrettable event concerning Malfoy posed a dilemma for Dudley. He would never facilitate a disastrous friendship for the sake of a system reward. Yet, the current issue was that Draco Malfoy was not beyond redemption. Based on his past experiences watching the original films, Dudley felt a twinge of regret for Draco Malfoy. Well then, let this regrettable event unfold naturally. Dudley pondered. He was determined to take a firm stance against the prevailing ideology of pure-blood supremacy within the magical community. This was not merely to resolve Hermione's regrettable incident perfectly, but also to foster a more harmonious magical realm, uniting all possible forces to collectively explore magic and combat Voldemort and other opposing dark wizards. If, in the process of this transformation, he could sway Draco Malfoy and even the Malfoy family to abandon their entrenched beliefs, he would seize the opportunity to see if Harry might acknowledge this friend sooner. If not, then he would simply abandon this regrettable event, bringing it to a close. Dudley was deep in thought, yet it did not impede his ability to handle the aftermath of the situation at hand. He observed the trio of Malfoy clutching their abdomens as they staggered to their feet from the corridor floor, scrambling to retrieve the wand that had just slipped from their grasp, uncertain whether they were poised for a desperate counterattack or a strategic retreat. He could see that moment from behind Dudley and his companions. The familiar calls of the Hogwarts Express's attendants echoed through the air. These were the NPCs that invariably appeared during train journeys, wheeling carts laden with snacks and beverages, existing in both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds, albeit with the latter offering a more peculiar assortment of treats. "Cousin, what should we do?" Harry, having grasped the precariousness of their situation, felt a sense of being trapped between a rock and a hard place. "Stay calm, watch my move." Dudley remained remarkably composed, fixated on the Malfoy trio who were about to reclaim their wand, and softly incanted, "Bind them swiftly, silently." In an instant, 3 sturdy ropes materialized from thin air, ensnaring the Malfoy trio, rendering their screams and shouts utterly silent, as if they had been muted. Next, Dudley raised his smeding wand and cast a transformation spell. The wand's long, straight shaft instantaneously sprouted 3 longer tendrils, extending forward with the agility of serpents, deftly coiling around the wands of the Malfoy trio before ensnaring the trio themselves. "Let us go. Back to our compartment," Dudley commanded, turning on his heel. Harry and the rest of their group were astonished to witness the Malfoy trio being hoisted into the air by the wand's transformed tendrils. Flailing in terror, their lips moving soundlessly, completely helpless, they could only sway along with Dudley's movements, carried by the vines. The others quickly followed suit, eager to discover how Dudley would deal with the attendant who had begun to sense something amiss. Before long, anticipating that the snack vendor would soon raise an alarm, Dudley wasted no time in reciting another spell. Confound them! The attendant immediately appeared dazed and disoriented, shaking their head and performing erratic dance steps. Dudley led his friends through the chaos, casually plucking 2 galleons from his pocket to place atop the snack cart, in exchange for a plethora of assorted magical treats that levitated to join their procession. The Hogwarts Express continued its journey toward Hogwarts. In the corridor, the snack vendor, now slightly dazed, looked around, bewildered, unable to recall the peculiar events that had just transpired. Lowering their gaze, they noticed two galleons resting on the cart, with a notable portion of the snacks mysteriously missing. How odd. Did I really sell that many snacks? And did I give too much change? The attendant, perplexed, accepted the galleons and continued their rounds, calling out to each compartment. Meanwhile, Dudley and his companions had returned to the compartment where Dudley, Harry, and Ron had previously settled. The compartment was cramped, hardly accommodating so many individuals, but Dudley effortlessly resolved this with a non-detection extension spell. Not only did he expand the compartment space, but he also dispelled the enchantment originally set at the door, securing it firmly shut. After sealing the door, he cast a locking spell to fortify the entire compartment against any potential interruptions, complemented by the inherent soundproofing magic of the train's compartments. Within the confines of the compartment, Dudley, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville arranged themselves on opposite plush benches. The table between them had magically enlarged, now brimming with the magical snacks Dudley had just procured alongside the remaining Muggle treats. Meanwhile, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle were firmly bound by the wand as transformation into vines, slumped on the newly expanded floor, their eyes betraying a mix of rage, fear, and helplessness. Dudley toyed with the wands of the three captives before carelessly tossing them onto the pile of snacks, then pointedly lifted the silence charm from Malfoy. "Let me go at once. You filthy half-breeds. I'll have my father have you all strung up," Malfoy shouted, his voice echoing within the spacious compartment. Upon hearing his words, the others, save for Dudley, could hardly maintain their composure, their indignation palpable. However, as they watched Malfoy spew his vitriol, blood trickling from his lip and mingling with the blood from his nose, they could not help but feel a twinge of concern. "Cousin, did I perhaps strike too hard?" Harry asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "Maybe a little, but it's nothing serious," Dudley replied, unfazed. "Everyone wants to remain calm. Yet emotions run high. Harry, this is entirely normal. It's not your fault. Blame young Malfoy here for his lack of situational awareness and his foul mouth. Harry." Malfoy gasped, spitting blood as the realization dawned on him. The confrontation had unfolded too quickly for him to process, and now he stared incredulously. "You're Harry Potter? The famous Harry Potter?" "Indeed, that would be me," Harry responded, perplexed, unsure why Malfoy was reacting this way, as they had never met before. "Why did you hit me?" Malfoy cried out, his agitation escalating as he felt unjustly wronged. "I came here specifically to befriend you. Why would you hurt me so badly?" "Why? Who would want to befriend you?" Harry retorted, a look of disdain etched across his face. "Didn't you hear my cousin? Your mouth is far too foul. You had it coming." Harry's sharp comeback left him entirely unperturbed. Reassured by Dudley's earlier comment that Malfoy's injuries were not severe, "You're mad. You've all lost your minds," Malfoy nearly shouted, verging on hysteria. "Harry Potter, along with Weasley and Longbottom, you've all gone insane. Aligning yourselves with these filthy half-breeds, listening to their words against pure-blood wizards. Thud, 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 clap, clap." Upon hearing Malfoy audaciously insult his cousin, Harry, without uttering a word, rose from his seat and, with several long strides, approached Malfoy, bending down to deliver two resounding slaps across his face. Malfoy, already a pale-faced boy smeared with blood, quickly became red and swollen. He could see that moment. He dared not speak, merely gazing at Harry with a mix of indignation and resentment, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Dudley, placing a hand on his forehead, comprehended his cousin's actions and anger, feeling a sense of solace. However, when he heard Malfoy derogatorily refer to him as a mudblood, he felt not the slightest sting from the insult. In his past life, as a citizen of the Huaxia, such a level of contempt held no power. Moreover, the term mudblood connotes a filthy and lowly lineage. In Huaxia, only pet cats and dogs required pedigree distinctions. Yet the term held no impact for Dudley. It did not mean the same for Hermione. Having just transitioned from the Muggle world into the wizarding realm, her understanding of wizards and magic stemmed solely from the textbooks purchased in Diagon Alley. At that moment, she was unaware of the term's significance. ignorance was of little consequence. Hermione embodied the spirit of inquiry, believing in asking questions when in doubt. While Harry was striking Malfoy, she sought clarification from Ron and Neville about the term mudblood, receiving most of her answers from Ron. Upon grasping its meaning, Hermione inevitably became angry and saddened, contemplating revenge on Malfoy, though Harry had already taken action, and she had also struck Malfoy earlier. Malfoy was now in quite a dismal state, leaving Hermione at a loss as to whether to feel sorrow or relief. Dudley observed his companion's reactions, particularly Hermione's. He could have intervened to prevent Malfoy from hurling insults, but he refrained. For now, intervening would only be a superficial remedy. He could not shadow Hermione or Malfoy indefinitely, and students like Malfoy were not scarce within Hogwarts. Thus, for Hermione, or any young witch from a Muggle background, evading bullying or insult from pureblood supremacists at Hogwarts was nearly impossible. Dudley realized that his task was not to repeatedly employ violence as a means of prevention, as that would not resolve the underlying issue. This was not the proper method to address the Belevel regret incident, the bullied know-it-all. His aim was to thoroughly unravel Hermione's emotional turmoil and broaden Draco Malfoy's perspective, leading them to recognize the insidious intentions behind the terms mudblood and pureblood supremacy, that he sought to elevate his companions to a loftier vantage point from which to view these matters, enabling them to discern the true villains from the brainwashed fools, and those who willingly played the part of the fool. In doing so, they could genuinely liberate themselves from these insulting epithets and respond to bullying with a more tranquil mindset. All right, Harry, come back. I believe we ought to engage in a thorough discussion with young Mr. Malfoy. Hearing his cousin's call, Harry temporarily spared Malfoy and returned to his seat. I could see that moment. Malfoy, with his swollen and bloodied visage, wore an expression tinged with both fear and a stubborn refusal to yield. Upon noticing Dudley's gaze, he contemplated uttering a curse, but the sharpness of Harry's glare compelled him to swallow his words, leaving only a derisive snort. Dudley felt an inexplicable urge to laugh, but he restrained it. He began to chant, "Heal swiftly, cleanse anew, calm the heart." A surge of potent magic emanated with the incantation. The healing and cleansing spells enveloped Malfoy and his companions, initially mending their injuries significantly before purging the bloodstains from their faces and bodies. The final calming charm enveloped all present, soothing their spirits as much as possible. "You must be Harry Potter's cousin. I didn't expect you to be as formidable as the rumors suggest. What would you like to discuss with me? When will you release us?" Malfoy, recovering well and finding his inner peace, finally began speaking in a normal tone, his expression complex, as if his understanding had been shaken, coupled with a hint of reluctant submission. "Do not fret, Malfoy. We are your classmates, not kidnappers. We will not keep you bound indefinitely. If you can sincerely apologize for your previous words and actions, then you shall soon regain your freedom," Dudley said with a calm smile. "Fine. I apologize. I'm sorry. Is that sufficient? Just let me and Crabbe go," Malfoy declared with a sullen demeanor, his words rushed and exceedingly insincere. "That won't suffice. Your apology is far too perfunctory." Dudley shook his head. "What do you want from me?" Malfoy retorted, his agitation resurfacing. "You were the ones who provoked me first." "I cannot concur." Dudley remained composed. "Initially, it was indeed Neville's toad that hopped onto your shoulder, causing you distress. But that was an accident, at worst a mistake due to Neville's oversight, much like your banishing charm misfiring and striking Neville. The toad leapt from your shoulder. I caught Neville as he was about to fall, and since no one was harmed, it should have been considered even. Yet, you approached us, demanding an apology from Neville, and insulted him personally. I insulted you. You all attacked my character," Malfoy protested, feeling a hint of guilt, yet still defending himself obstinately. "That I struck you because you insulted Ron's family," Hermione interjected, unable to contain herself. "I punched you in the stomach for slandering Hermione, and I slapped you again for disrespecting my cousin and all of us," Harry added in agreement. "You were the ones who first mocked me about the Weasleys. Then you kidnapped us. Am I not allowed to retaliate?" Malfoy, provoked, retorted loudly against Hermione and Harry's assertions. "Enough." Dudley, exasperated, cast the calming charm once more, pacifying the group of children. As the saying goes, without comparison, there is no harm. Observing Malfoy's illogical arguments and unreasonable defenses, Dudley was reminded of a great virtue of Dumbledore. The old headmaster was reasonable, willing to acknowledge his own mistakes, and receptive to counsel. He was far more amendable than Malfoy. Dudley gathered his thoughts and prepared to deliver a potent message. Let us dispense with the banter. Malfoy, each individual's heart harbors a scale for judging right and wrong. You might inquire of your own conscience who among us has acted more egregiously. Humph, say what you will. Malfoy's tone initially weakened, but after a moment, he weakly expressed his disagreement. Stubbornly obstinate, Dudley shook his head, cutting straight to the crux of the matter. Have you counted how many times you have hurled the term mudblood during this minor skirmish? And how many times you have attacked others' families and lineages? Upon hearing Dudley mention lineage, Malfoy regained his fervor. Pure-blooded wizards are inherently nobler than those of Muggle descent. You and that Hermione are naturally inferior. What of it if I insult you? You deserve it. Even Dudley, who had maintained his composure throughout, could no longer contain himself at Malfoy's brazen remarks. He raised a hand and pointed at Malfoy's pristine, pale face, casting a jinx. Sizzle. Malfoy let out a pained scream, as a searing, burning sensation engulfed his face, soon erupting into a multitude of painful welts, rendering him unrecognizable. Point one could not deny, if being brazen could be quantified as strength. Malfoy would indeed possess considerable power. Dudley vented his frustrations and continued reasoning with Malfoy. Do you genuinely believe in the pureblood supremacy ideology? Do not deceive yourself. Both of mine and Hermione's parents are Muggles, and you insult us as mudbloods. Ron is pure-blooded, yet you call his family poor and the disgrace of purebloods. Neville is also pure-blooded, yet you mock him as foolish, intimidating, and bullying him. Harry's parents are wizards. Yet Harry's mother hails from a Muggle family, making Harry, strictly speaking, a half-blood, yet due to Harry's fame, you seek to befriend him. Is this the pure-blood supremacy you advocate? No, it is not. You merely use the concept of pure blood to elevate your own status, to justify that the Malfoy family stands above all other wizards, and that is merely a rationalization. You, the decayed pure blood factions, harbor a fear of the ever-growing Muggle-born wizards, fearing that they will encroach upon your interests, threaten your dominion in the magical realm, and undermine your lofty status. Thus, you concoct a narrative of pure blood supremacy to adorn yourselves while disparaging others. How absurd! Pure blood is synonymous with nobility. That is the doctrine imparted to me by my father. Malfoy, bearing the pain and discomfort etched upon his face, retorted vehemently. Just moments ago, Dudley had deliberately spared Malfoy's mouth from the malevolent curse, allowing him to continue speaking. That it was evident that Malfoy's spirit and beliefs had been profoundly shaken. He instinctively opposed Dudley's words, but found himself unable to identify any logical fallacies within them, leading to an inevitable emotional breakdown. Your father? Do you truly believe your father subscribes to this notion of pure blood supremacy? If he was steadfast in his beliefs, he would not have served as a lapdog to Voldemort. Dudley continued to speak passionately, his words striking with relentless force. Voldemort, a half-blood spawn birthed from a rebellious witch and a dashing Muggle, dares to command respect from you pure-blood families. What grounds you have to speak of pure-blood supremacy? It is utterly laughable. The companions on both sides were taken aback. Among the 8 individuals in the compartment, aside from Dudley, Harry remained unfazed. Hermione appeared contemplative, while the others exhibited signs of anxiety. Ron was a mix of fear and excitement at the unfolding drama, and Neville was lost in a haze of confusion. Crabbe and Goyle, the 2 silenced minions, displayed a fearful hostility towards Dudley, evidently brainwashed by their foolish, pure-blood parents. Malfoy was terrified, yet his dread was intermingled with a stubborn skepticism. Clearly, Dudley's portrayal of Voldemort contradicted the limited information Malfoy had gleaned from his parents and the ambivalent pure-blood Death Eater circles throughout his life. How dare you insult my father and malign the powerful Dark Lord? After a significant pause, Malfoy stammered his inquiry, asserting that the Dark Lord was the most formidable proponent of pure-blood ideology. He could not possibly have such a disgraceful lineage. Ha! Dudley erupted into a chilling laughter. Poor, ignorant Malfoy. Do you think Voldemort adheres to pure-blood supremacy out of conviction? He merely seeks to recruit you. This wretched assembly of avaricious pure-blood aristocrats to serve as his dogs, to help him dominate the magical world. Voldemort supports pure blood. Do not be deluded. That is merely a ruse. His mind is consumed by the desires for power, immortality, and slaughter. Your father, along with your two dim-witted companions and those surviving duplicitous Death Eaters, are either brainwashed fools by the pure-blood ideology or cunning individuals exploiting Voldemort's might to fortify their own positions, or simply conformists succumbing to Voldemort's tyranny. Which category do you believe your father belongs to? And you, as a descendant of a Death Eater, which category do you fit into? In the future, should Voldemort manage to regain power, which type will you willingly or unwillingly become? Have you ever pondered these questions? Malfoy's pockmarked face betrayed no expression, but the flickering of his eyes revealed an inner turmoil like a teen merely 11 years of age. Despite being more astute than his peers and having received an education befitting a wizard of noble lineage, he still struggled to fully comprehend the treachery of human nature and the convoluted web of interests articulated by Dudley. Silence enveloped him. Noticing this, Dudley deliberately turned to gauge Hermione's reaction, finding her deep in thought, seemingly more receptive to Dudley's assertions than Malfoy, yet still far from complete understanding. Dudley recognized this reality. No matter how bright a child may be, they remain a child. Unless they are an exception, such as a time traveler like him, or one groomed from birth to be a royal heir. It is challenging to grasp such complexities without sufficient life experience. Very well. If literary reasoning eludes you, then let us indulge in some scientific reasoning. All right, Malfoy, if you cannot fathom it, jot it down and ask your father when you return. Perhaps he is equally muddled, in which case consult history books, preferably Muggle history books, for the textbooks on magical history lack substance. Reflect upon the events of history and consider why they occurred, how historical figures resolved their dilemmas, and whether their resolutions were effective or not. I can see a glimmer of introspection in your eyes. You are not beyond redemption, unlike your two stubborn companions, who have been thoroughly brainwashed. Dudley's tone softened, as his words were directed not only at Malfoy, but also at Hermione, as for Ron and Neville. Dudley held little hope that they would absorb his message. One was too lazy to learn despite his potential awakening, while the other was still ensnared by the effects of the Oblivion Curse. Who would bother to read Muggle history books? With Dudley's somewhat amiable tone, Malfoy regained his composure, retorting, ultimately, you cannot alter the superiority of pure-blood wizards. If those pure-blood wizards throughout history had not acted foolishly, had they not intermarried with Muggles, thereby diluting the wizarding bloodline, then you mudbloods would not exist today. The wondrous magic would remain forever beyond your reach. Therefore, pure-blood families inherently deserve a status above yours and ought to be afforded your respect. Dudley regarded Malfoy in astonishment, surprised that the boastful boy could articulate such a logically flawed argument. It aligned perfectly with Dudley's desire to counter pure-blood ideology through scientific reasoning. Dudley chuckled and applauded Malfoy, which elicited a flicker of shrinking fear in the boy's eyes. What are you scheming now? I warn you, do not strike me again or cast any curses upon me, or else Malfoy faltered, his bravado waning. Spare your father, Malfoy. Dudley shook his head in exasperation, interrupting Malfoy. You still believe that your Malfoy family holds the same prestige as before? A decade ago, Voldemort suffered a monumental defeat, compounded by the recent failed uprising of Death Eaters in Azkaban, resulting in your decaying pure-blood family's influence plummeting to an all-time low. You can barely safeguard your own interests now. Reduced to a position of humility, yet you persist in antagonizing your father. Is that not a path toward his demise? Malfoy's eyes grew frantic as memories of his father's furrowed brow surfaced. Recalling his father's urging to befriend Harry Potter and cultivate ties with Dumbledore, leading him once more into silence. It seems you are a perceptive individual. Dudley, seeing through Malfoy's turmoil, resumed his discourse. You were correct in one aspect. Had the original pure-blood wizards not intermarried with Muggles, magic might indeed have remained estranged from the Muggle populace. Malfoy, taken aback by Dudley's agreement, displayed a flicker of victorious pride in his eyes. Clearly, he was oblivious to the power of the word but and the strategy of raising expectations only to subvert them. Dudley smiled and added, but had that been the case, the wizarding community would have long since perished in the annals of history. Even now, the wizarding population in Britain is merely 3,000. Oh no, it is now reduced to about 2,005 or 600.1. Can only imagine how scarce the so-called pure-blood wizards who once thrived on this land would be. Had the initial pure-blood wizards refrained from intermarrying with Muggles and spreading their bloodline, opting instead to confine their unions solely within the pure-blood community, it would not take many generations before they became a lineage of blood relatives. I am uncertain if you young wizards from pure-blood families have studied genetics and understand the dangers of inbreeding. I know. Hermione suddenly interjected, I have perused the works of the geneticist Mendel. Inbreeding can lead to genetic mutations and physical deformities in offspring, with only a slim chance of producing individuals of exceptionally high intelligence or talent. However, over time, if successive generations intermarry within a close kinship, it will inevitably lead to deformities, increasing mortality rates, and ultimately extinction. Hermione fully embodied the charm of Miss Know-It-All, imparting a lesson to her peers in the wizarding world. Precisely. Dudley cast an appreciative glance at Hermione, adding, thus, pure-blood wizard Malfoy, do you understand now? The bloodline of wizards, akin to what Muggles refer to as genes, necessitates diversity and richness. Should wizards refrain from intermarrying with Muggles, the emergence of half-blood wizards would be impossible. However, this would also lead to the extinction of wizards. This day, the concept of absolute pure blood no longer exists in this world. Every wizard, including you, Malfoy, possesses some degree of Muggle ancestry. This is an undeniable truth. Dudley's words cut through Malfoy's tender defenses like a blade. Yet, Dudley's earlier assertion contained a slight oversight. There exists, in fact, genuinely pure-blood wizard, and that is Dudley himself. His wizarding lineage was conferred upon him through the Philosopher's Stone. Much like the original pure-blood wizards, whose bloodlines were likely not innate but instead acquired, perhaps inadvertently, from magical creatures. The evidence supporting this perspective is evident. Wizards are human, as are Muggles. Biologically, they belong to the same species. Why, then, should wizards wield magic while Muggles do not? The most plausible explanation may be that the earliest wizards were originally Muggles. They were the exceptional or fortunate among humanity, who, through interactions with naturally occurring magical beings or materials, acquired some wondrous substance or power that transformed them into wizards. Subsequently, through continuous procreation and intermingling with others, the wizarding bloodline spread. Perhaps today, within the genes of every Muggle, lies a latent magical gene. However, this magical gene is recessive, while the non-magical gene is dominant. Thus, a Muggle possesses both non-magical and magical genes, and the express trait corresponds to the dominant non-magical gene, resulting in a lack of magical ability and an inability to become a wizard. This explains why two Muggles can produce a wizard. If both Muggles inherit the magical gene, their offspring may express the recessive trait associated with magic, thus becoming a wizard. I refuse to believe it. Upon hearing Dudley's conclusion, Malfoy erupted once more. His worldview and values had sustained a tremendous shock, instinctively rejecting and denying Dudley's assertions that I am pureblood. The Malfoy family is pureblood. The 28 sacred families are all pureblood. You filthy mudbloods are spouting nonsense. I will not believe you. I will not believe you. Observing Malfoy's near-manic state, Dudley lost interest in continuing the debate. His objective had been achieved. Hermione now comprehended the concept of pureblood. And at this moment, Malfoy's taunts of mudblood could be met with indifference, regarded merely as the ravings of a madman. Dudley could also claim the system reward for resolving the B-level regret incident. Miss Know-It-All, being bullied. Though he chose to defer claiming it, as it had not yet reached the level of perfect resolution that IT might require Hermione to independently resolve a few more incidents of bloodline discrimination during her forthcoming Hogwarts tenure to solidify her newly formed understanding. As for Malfoy, Dudley believed that his recent remarks would undoubtedly leave an indelible impression on him, fracturing his perception of pure blood significantly. Perhaps it would not be long before this Malfoy, who still harbored a hint of goodness, would gradually accept the truth. With this thought in mind, Dudley prepared to cast a little more magic on Malfoy and his companions, hoping to instill a lasting lesson. However, Ron, seated opposite him, interjected. The Weasley and Longbottom families are also among the so-called 28 sacred families. But the Weasley family does not subscribe to the notion of pure blood supremacy. Malfoy, if you cannot comprehend this, do not drag us down with you. Ron's eyes reflected a hint of derision as he addressed Malfoy. Our Weasley family is also one of the 28 sacred families, yet we have certainly intermarried with Muggles. Only your stubborn pure-blood families refuse to acknowledge this reality. Thus, you Weasleys are the disgrace of purebloods. How could Malfoy allow the Weasley family, whom he looked down upon, to challenge him? No longer in a frenzy, he retorted immediately to Ron's face flushed with anger. In order to uphold his newfound friendships and family honor, he impulsively revealed Malfoy's family secrets. You Malfoys are the shameless hypocrites. Don't think I'm unaware that your family tree, despite appearing to be filled with the names of wizards, actually intermingles with a half-blood wizard every couple of generations to improve the family genetics that Dudley and Hermione just mentioned. Furthermore, it has been widely circulated among pure blood circles that your ancestor, Lucius I, once pursued a Muggle queen and failed, and you dare to claim you are pureblood. You have the audacity to insult and bully others with your so-called pureblood ideals. I am embarrassed for you. Ron's exposure of family gossip became the final straw for Malfoy, who, overwhelmed by successive blows, fainted under the pressure. The remaining individuals in the compartment turned to Ron, who felt a surge of panic. It's not my fault. Malfoy brought this upon himself. Dudley gave Ron a thumbs up, stabilizing his demeanor somewhat, then pointed towards Malfoy and his companions. Obliviate! A brilliant white light enveloped Crabbe and Goyle, rendering these two hopelessly dullards, who had absorbed nothing throughout the ordeal, incapable of recalling the events that had transpired in the compartment. They would only remember that they had been dragged in by Dudley and subsequently beaten. Transfigure, constantify, subsequently. Powerful transfiguration magic enveloped the robes of Malfoy and his companions, transforming their garments into filthy rags, rendering them covered in muck, exuding an unbearable stench, as though they were clad in the putrid mire of a swamp. Moreover, Dudley ensured that this transfiguration effect was maintained indefinitely, preventing Malfoy and his companions from shedding their soiled attire. Crabbe and Goyle, now free from the silencing charm, felt the gooey, filthy mud clinging to them and retched, further soiling their already disgusting garments that if you choose to insult others by calling them mudbloods, be prepared to be turned into mud, Dudley declared firmly, conjuring a large bubble to shield himself and his friends from the foul stench. Simultaneously lifting the enchantment sealing the compartment door, swinging it open. Take your leader and get out. Dudley hurled Malfoy's wand into the corridor outside. Barking angrily, he released the binding vines and ropes that had ensnared Malfoy and his companions. Crabbe and Goyle dared not resist, suppressing their discomfort and nausea from the filthy rags. They helped the unconscious Malfoy, who was likewise enshrouded in mud, his face marred by unsightly bumps, barely recognizable, to crawl out of the compartment. Afterward, Dudley lifted the non-detectable extension charm he had placed within the compartment and cast a cleaning spell to eliminate the debris and unpleasant odors, restoring the compartment to its original state. Everyone, don't just stand there. The situation has been resolved. Let us enjoy some snacks. Don't let them go to waste. Dudley, having reverted to his original form with the smelting stick in hand, greeted the new companions he had just met today with a beaming smile, his demeanor starkly contrasting with the authoritative tone he had employed earlier when reprimanding Malfoy's lackeys. Ron, Neville, and Hermione momentarily froze, seemingly taken aback by Dudley's sudden change in disposition. However, they soon acclimated to the shift, especially as Harry took the initiative to indulge in snacks and enthusiastically engage in conversation with his newfound allies. Dudley noted the expressions of the three new friends, before tearing open a packet of chocolate frogs and swiftly devouring a frog leg. He sensed a hint of estrangement from Ron, as if his cruel methods had frightened him. Neville exhibited a similar reaction, though his naivety and introverted nature rendered his discomfort more subdued and hesitant. Avoiding eye contact with Dudley, in contrast, Hermione harbored no feelings of fear or distance due to Dudley's previous behavior. Instead, she appeared grateful and almost idolizing, akin to a fan encountering their beloved star. Dudley welcomed this admiration, perceiving it as the addition of another clever companion or subordinate. He understood that Hermione was simply captivated by his knowledge, abilities, and way of thinking, rather than developing any affections for him. A formidable woman like Hermione would surely desire a partner akin to Ron, who possessed a gentle and nurturing disposition. As for Dudley, he was resolute in his pursuit of strength, dismissing any entanglements of love as distractions. "What house do you wish to be sorted into?" Dudley asked, his curiosity piqued. "I am most eager to join Gryffindor. My entire family belongs to Gryffindor." As the twilight deepened outside the train window, signaling their imminent arrival at Hogwarts, Ron broached this topic, capturing the interest of his companions. Harry expressed his desire to be sorted into Gryffindor as well, citing Hagrid and Dumbledore as esteemed alumni of the house, while fervently wishing to avoid Slytherin, yearning to distance himself from the taint of rotten purebloods. Hermione and Neville echoed similar sentiments, collectively wishing to steer clear of Slytherin. Dudley remained silent on the matter, knowing that, according to the original narrative, everyone in this compartment, save for himself, would likely be sorted into Gryffindor. "Cousin, which house do you wish to join?" Dudley did not respond. But Harry pressed on, "It would be best if we could be in the same house." Dudley smiled lightly. "Any house will do. After all, the curriculum is the same across all 4 houses, with no discernible difference. Our purpose in attending Hogwarts is to learn magic and enhance our abilities. Placing too much emphasis on house affiliation is a trivial pursuit, devoid of significance." Upon hearing this, the companions fell into a contemplative silence, particularly Ron, who had never considered the matter in such a light. His family was almost entirely associated with Gryffindor, and he had always envisioned himself joining that house. "But cousin," Harry interjected urgently, "if we are not sorted into the same house, won't we be separated?" "What of it? Do you believe these so-called house rules can confine me?" Dudley dismissed the concern, unconcerned about such minor matters. With his current strength and his connection to Dumbledore, he could reside wherever he pleased within Hogwarts, barring the girls' dormitories and washrooms. He even contemplated taking up residence in a restricted section of the library. True, Harry felt reassured, yet the others were at a loss for words. Enveloped in an awkward silence, Hermione hesitated, wishing to discuss the school rules she had memorized prior to the term, but upon reflection, she realized they had already violated numerous rules before even stepping foot in Hogwarts, prompting her to swallow her words. Ding dong. The train's intercom crackled to life, announcing that there were 5 minutes remaining until the arrival at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Passengers were advised to stow their belongings and prepare to disembark, with each person's belongings to be delivered to their corresponding dormitories. This announcement shifted the atmosphere in the compartment to one of excitement and tension. Excitement because they were finally nearing their destination, eager to behold the mysterious Hogwarts. Tension because they were uncertain of what awaited them upon disembarkation, filled with a sense of trepidation regarding the unknown. Prepare to disembark, everyone. Hogwarts won't devour us, and let us share the remaining snacks. Dudley remained composed, waving his hand and dividing the leftover treats into 5 equal portions. Moreover, if Malfoy and his cronies foolishly attempt to report us to the professors, feel free to shift the blame onto Harry and me. That one do. I am involved too. I refuse to cast responsibility onto my friends, Hermione exclaimed, standing up in a fervor. Indeed, Dudley, we'll face any punishment together. I have a pair of twin brothers who frequently find themselves in trouble at Hogwarts. The consequences are usually just cleaning the trophy room or serving detention in the professor's office. Nothing too severe. Ron chimed in, clearly inspired by his exemplary siblings. I feel the same way. Neville stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, but managing a timid agreement. Excellent. Splendid. For the sake of your camaraderie, we shall all be good brothers and partners moving forward, Dudley declared with enthusiasm, gently patting Ron, Hermione, and Neville on the shoulder, instilling warmth in their hearts. Yet before they could respond, Dudley added, "Since we are good partners, let's not stand on ceremony. It is far better for 2 to face punishment than for 5. This time, Harry and I will bear the brunt. Next time, you can step up as well." Ron and the others were taken aback. There will be a next time? Dudley grew displeased, adopting an expression that suggested they underestimated him. This is merely the beginning. There will undoubtedly be a next time, and even times beyond that. Fear not. I will protect you all. As long as we are in the right, there is no need to cower. Let us bravely combat evil. If trouble arises, I shall take the blame. Dudley thumped his chest, exuding an air of confidence, entirely unburdened by any sense of responsibility. Having meticulously plotted to acquire his newfound strength, he had no intention of leaving it idle. It was to be wielded. Additionally, he surmised that Voldemort's main soul would likely seek out Hogwarts to pursue the Philosopher's Stone, aiming to replenish his life force and plot his resurrection, collaborating with the original narrative's protagonists. Imbued with fortuitous blessings, could yield valuable insights into Voldemort's whereabouts. Why not seize the opportunity? A long whistle and the sound of the train's brakes echoed from outside the open compartment door, interrupting Ron and his companion's reverie. We have arrived. Let us disembark. Dudley adjusted his robes, grasped the smelting stick, and stepped forth with the swagger of a gang leader on an excursion, leisurely leading the way out of the compartment. Harry followed closely behind. The remaining trio exchanged glances before hastily trailing after them. The sun had set, and darkness enveloped the surroundings. Passengers from the train poured out of their compartments, stepping onto the platform's expanse. The number of Hogwarts students was modest, with approximately 40 per year, totaling around 300 across 7 years. At this moment, within this collective of 300, two distinct spaces naturally formed. One space was occupied by Dudley's quintet. As fellow young wizards instinctively distanced themselves from Dudley's formidable presence and the tainted reputation that surrounded Harry, of course, there were some who did not perceive Dudley and Harry as particularly intimidating. But they were swept along by the majority and refrained from approaching Dudley's group at that moment. Several of Ron's older brothers, however, recognized their younger brother standing alongside Dudley and Harry, giving Ron a thumbs up from afar. The other area of separation was occupied by three mud-covered figures, their identities obscured beneath layers of grime, exuding a foul odor reminiscent of a biochemical hazard, prompting others to steer clear. These three figures, shrouded in spare clothing, kept their heads down and remained silent, huddling together for warmth, clearly wishing to keep their identities concealed. However, this only intensified the whispers and stares from the onlookers, with Slytherin students openly expressing their disdain, ridicule, and even insults. This provoked visible agitation among the three figures, who lowered their heads even further, though the mud upon them refused to shake loose. "Hey, first-year students, follow me." The towering figure of Hagrid approached, holding a lantern aloft. At first glance, he immediately noticed Dudley and Harry, offering them a smile, blissfully unaware of the disdain the other young witches and wizards harbored towards Dudley and his companions. As was his usual obliviousness, upon sighting Hagrid, Dudley, unyielding as ever, led Harry and their newly acquired friends to the front of the queue, trailing closely behind Hagrid. Meanwhile, the trio of the Mudblood Malfoys slinked shamefully at the rear of the first-year students' line. It was a rare sight to witness the orderly procession divided into three segments. The older students, observing the Malfoys' predicament, exchanged glances and whispers, their curiosity piqued about which individuals could make such a spectacle at such a pivotal moment in their lives as they entered Hogwarts. Yet, their inquiries would remain unanswered for a while longer. The 2nd to 7th year students did not share the same path as the first years. They would take a shortcut under the guidance of their respective house prefects, proceeding directly to the Hogwarts dining hall to await the newcomers. In contrast, the first years, under Hagrid's leadership, made their way to the shores of the Black Lake, where the majestic, mysterious, and towering Hogwarts castle loomed in the distance. Captivating the hearts of the new students, they were to form groups of 4, each boarding a small boat to cross the lake and arrive at Hogwarts Castle for the sorting ceremony. Without hesitation, Dudley waved his wand, commandeering 2 boats for himself. He transformed 2 stones from the lakeside into chains, binding the boats together in a link formation. On board, Dudley called to his companions, arranging them in a 2 in front, 3 in back configuration, with himself, Harry, and Ron in the front boat, and Hermione and Neville in the rear. Hagrid, accustomed to Dudley's audaciousness, found himself unable to engage in private conversation with his friend, as his duties called for him to assist the other new students in boarding before taking a single boat for himself to lead the way. The mud-blood Malfoys, of course, occupied a boat of their own at the back of the fleet, and no one dared to share a boat with them, nor would anyone bring their vessel close. Malfoy, shall we jump into the Black Lake for a bath? Perhaps that would wash away these filthy mud-blood clothes, Crabbe whispered, proposing a ludicrous idea from their boat. Upon hearing this, Goyle's eyes lit up, and he glanced at the lake, poised to leap. Malfoy quickly seized him, hissing in a low voice, "Are you trying to get us killed? The Black Lake is home to vicious mere people and a gigantic squid, and can we swim in these filthy clothes? We would drown." "What then? We'll reach the opposite shore soon for the sorting ceremony, and in this state, how can we face anyone?" "Wah!" Goyle began to whimper pathetically. Malfoy was equally troubled. After awakening, he had cast several countercharms on their mud-blood garments, but to no avail. Attempting to forcibly remove them was equally futile. After the train had arrived, they could only resort to covering their faces with spare clothing, a clumsy method that would temporarily preserve the Malfoy family's dignity. While Goyle and Crabbe paddled aimlessly, Malfoy, seated at the bow, gazed enviously at the linked boats of the first tier ahead. Row faster. Accelerate. Catch up to Harry Potter and his cousin's linked boat. After much internal deliberation, Malfoy finally made up his mind and promptly commanded his dim-witted cohorts, "What?" In response, rather than quickening their pace, Crabbe and Goyle ceased all rowing, exclaiming, "Malfoy, are you out of your mind? Getting near that terrifying freak could cost us our lives." Fear had seeped into their very bones due to Dudley's memory modifications. "You fools. If you wish to avoid a scandal that would disgrace our families, we have no choice but to apologize to Dudley Dursley in secret. Only by having him lift the spell he cast upon us can we attend the sorting ceremony with dignity. Do you want to make fools of ourselves before the entire school?" Malfoy lamented, his heart racing as he paddled the boat while explaining the situation to his two lackeys. How could his companions be so utterly dim-witted? The thought of Dudley's formidable prowess and his capable friends weighed heavily on his mind. "Oh, I see now," Goyle and Crabbe exclaimed, awakening to the urgency of the moment, and promptly resumed their paddling in concert to hasten their boat. However, they had already fallen behind, and time was short. The prospect of catching up to Dudley's linked boat before reaching the opposite shore was growing increasingly bleak. The Black Lake lay to the south of Hogwarts Castle, home to a plethora of magical creatures. Among them were a group of unsightly mere people and a colossal squid. The merfolk, grotesque in appearance and lacking the grace of legendary sirens, were rude and ill-tempered, yet bound by a magical pact with Hogwarts. They inhabited the Black Lake as its southern guardians, posing no threat to Hogwarts students as for the gigantic squid, despite its imposing size. It was a friendly creature, gentle in nature. Should a young wizard fall into the lake, it would extend its enormous tentacles to rescue them and return them to shore. Therefore, Malfoy's concern about bathing in the lake was somewhat exaggerated. Nevertheless, he was correct in one regard. Jumping into the lake would not resolve their predicament, as Dudley's permanent transformation charm could not simply be washed away with water. "Dudley, look behind. It seems they are up to no good again." On the leading linked boat, Hermione, seated in the rear, noticed the commotion behind and quickly relayed the message to Dudley in the front. That moment, Dudley had already heard the frantic splashing sounds from the rear and, surmising Malfoy's intentions, chuckled softly before advising his companions, "Hold on to the sides of the boat and brace yourselves. We're about to accelerate." With that, Dudley gave the linked boat a firm clap, unleashing a surge of magic that, in an instant, the linked boat, carrying the five of them, shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, sending up a magnificent spray of water as it sped toward the faintly visible destination, leaving the other boats far behind. Even Hagrid, who was leading the way, was taken by surprise. He chuckled helplessly, retrieving his oak wand, no longer in need of the umbrella, and waved it a couple of times, accelerating the other new students' boats as well. However, to ensure safety, Hagrid's speed could not match the acceleration Dudley had granted the linked boat, and even the splashes of water barely reached them. The Malfoy trio, positioned midway through the fleet, gazed despondently at the rapidly departing linked boat, their spirits sinking. Is Dudley Dursley truly intent on pushing things to the extreme? Malfoy exclaimed in frustration, only to recall the shocking statements Dudley had made in the compartment, and his ire transformed into a long sigh. Malfoy, should we continue pursuing them? Goyle asked quietly. Pursue what? They're clearly intent on humiliating us. Not only can we not catch up, but even if we did, we'd only find ourselves in deeper trouble. Malfoy despaired. Their only recourse now was to seek the assistance of the Hogwarts professors, hoping the welcoming faculty would respect their privacy and lead them to a secluded spot to lift the spell. Why have you stopped paddling? Malfoy suddenly inquired, leaving Crabbe and Goyle baffled. Earlier, upon hearing Malfoy's order not to pursue, they had ceased their efforts, relying solely on Hagrid's charm to maintain a steady pace. But you said not to pursue, Crabbe protested in confusion. Indeed, we're not pursuing, but we must first find a Hogwarts professor to lift the spell. You two fools paddle quickly. The Malfoy trio ultimately did not gain the upper hand. For they were not the only ones with hands. Other first years possessed them as well. Initially, everyone gazed at the distant castle's nocturnal splendor, filled with anticipation for the forthcoming sorting ceremony, their spirits soaring high. However, the three foul little boggarts that hastened their way into the boat fleet soured the mood for all. Each student employed various tactics to increase their boat speed, striving to leave the Malfoy trio far behind, lest they be subjected to the noxious stench that wafted through the air. Consequently, a tug-of-war ensued between the groups. As everyone accelerated, the Malfoy trio, still bearing injuries, could not possibly surge to the forefront. Their ability to merely keep pace was thanks to the ample bulk of Crabbe and Goyle, who provided them with additional strength. After a vigorous rowing contest, the Malfoy trio's filthy garments, now thoroughly mingled with sweat, became even stickier and more repugnant. Upon reaching the shore, they inevitably faced a torrent of complaints, accusations, and curses, their tempers nearly at a breaking point. Meanwhile, Dudley and his cohort had already disembarked, grinning as they awaited Hagrid to lead the other first years, eager to show them the way. Upon seeing their beaming faces, Malfoy's resentment intensified. Yet he found himself powerless against Dudley, compelled to continue burying his head in the sand alongside Crabbe and Goyle, enduring the harsh insults without daring to retaliate, fearful of exposing his true identity and tarnishing his family's reputation. Hagrid had clearly noticed the trio of little boggarts in the group and contemplated intervening. However, upon observing Dudley's ambiguous smile, he quickly comprehended that these three had crossed him. Children who had offended Dudley were certainly not virtuous, and perhaps a lesson in humility would do them good. With that thought, Hagrid decided to let it be, knowing that soon enough they would be brought to the Great Hall, where the esteemed Professor Dumbledore would address everything. Thus, Hagrid feigned ignorance and guided the young students toward the grand entrance of Hogwarts Castle. The lineup reformed into a familiar three-part formation, with Dudley and his 5 companions at the front, the Malfoy trio bringing up the rear, and the other first years positioned in between. The place where the first-year students disembarked was reached after traversing a dark tunnel leading to the castle's underground dock. Here, a pathway of gravel sloped upward. After walking this path and passing through a rocky tunnel carved into the mountain, they finally arrived at a spacious meadow. Not far ahead, ascending a few stone steps, stood the magnificent and mysterious entrance to Hogwarts Castle. Hagrid, lantern in hand, approached and knocked thumpingly on the door. The door swung open to reveal a tall, middle-aged witch with black hair, wearing square glasses and a pointed wizard hat. Clad in a striking emerald green robe, she pursed her lips, her sharp gaze exuding an air of seriousness. It was none other than the current deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, Professor Minerva McGonagall. Professor McGonagall initially nodded to Hagrid, inquiring if all the first years had arrived. Upon receiving confirmation, she prepared to take over and lead the group into the castle. However, as she casually scanned the line of students, her eyes fell upon the 3 isolated, masked little boggarts standing at the back. That, oh my goodness! Merlin S. Beard, what is the meaning of this? Are you 3 new students? Who transformed your clothes into such a state? Professor McGonagall navigated through the parting crowd, braving the foul odor to reach the Malfoy trio, earnestly inquiring. She refrained from casting a bubblehead charm to shield herself from the stench, believing that such an act would only further injure the children's dignity. "See, can you take us to another place and help us break the curse?" Malfoy squeaked, straining to alter his voice to one of utmost respect and pleading as he beseeched Professor McGonagall. He was a far cry from his usual haughty self. Professor McGonagall instantly grasped Malfoy's desire to save face and readily offered her assistance. But she first needed to know who was responsible for this predicament. An upstanding professor, she would never allow such egregious bullying within the student body to go unchecked. "Tell me, which upper-year student cast the transformation spell on you?" Professor McGonagall naturally assumed that it was a case of bullying by upper-year Slytherin students. Though she refrained from explicitly naming the house that it wasn't an upper-year student. It was Crabbe. Malfoy attempted to report Dudley and his friends, but was swiftly silenced by a firm hand over his mouth. "Silence!" Malfoy admonished his followers sharply. That moment, Malfoy's emotions were tumultuous. On one hand, Dudley's words had left a profound impression, making him question the validity of his long-held belief in blood superiority. On the other hand, he was undeniably intimidated by Dudley, his strength, the sharp wit conveyed through his words, and the analysis of the Malfoy family's current state all instilled deep fear within him. Thus, he was reluctant to further antagonize Dudley. Even if the professor were to lift the curse this time, he feared that Dudley might seek him out later for private retribution, subjecting him to further humiliation and distress. "What are you doing? There is no need to be afraid. I will ensure justice is served." Professor McGonagall observed Malfoy's demeanor, her brows furrowing as she pressed him for answers. If it wasn't upper-year students, could it possibly be an outsider, an adult wizard? "Tell me, who is it?" "If it's an adult wizard, the matter is far more serious. Stop guessing, Professor. It was me." Suddenly, a calm, authoritative male voice interrupted Professor McGonagall's inquiries from behind. She turned to see a stout young wizard wielding a cane instead of a wand, accompanied by a small boy with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead and bright green eyes behind spectacles. Casually approaching her. "You are Harry Potter." Like many in the wizarding world, Professor McGonagall instantly recognized the legendary savior, rather than Dudley. "Indeed, Professor, I am Harry, and this is my cousin, Dudley Dursley." Harry promptly responded, introducing his cousin. Upon hearing Dudley's name, Professor McGonagall's frown deepened. Her former boss, who had been idle for nearly a decade, had recently undergone a transformation, becoming exceedingly busy and embroiling himself in monumental events, seemingly due to the influence of this boy named Dudley. Thoughts of the previous month's conflict over the admission book and acceptance pen, along with the miracles they represented, flooded her mind. Professor McGonagall suddenly found herself at a loss as to how to approach Dudley. "You are Dudley? I know you. What did you just say? Did you transform these 3 students into this sorry state?" The moment of contemplation was brief, as Professor McGonagall decided to focus on the current situation. Her brow furrowed as she sought to confirm Dudley's claim, for it was simply too incredible to believe. "Professor, you heard correctly. These 3 little boggarts are indeed my handiwork," Dudley asserted, wielding his cane, leading Harry closer to Professor McGonagall and the Malfoy trio. However, unlike Professor McGonagall, he did not extend the courtesy of a bubblehead charm for himself and his cousin. "Why would you do such a thing?" Upon hearing Dudley's response and witnessing his effortless wandless magic, Professor McGonagall's expression grew even more serious, tinged with disappointment and disgust. "That's only natural. Someone used the term mud-blood as an insult. Not just once. I was not the sole target." Dudley's piercing gaze passed over Professor McGonagall to meet Malfoy's narrowed eyes peeking through his soiled clothing. At that moment, Malfoy's heart raced, fearing that Dudley would publicly reveal his identity. "What?" Upon hearing Dudley's explanation, Professor McGonagall's tone immediately escalated, her eyes locking onto Malfoy's. "You are first years who haven't even begun your studies. How could you use such vile language to insult your classmates? It's fortunate that you haven't been sorted yet. Otherwise, I would have no choice but to deduct 20 house points from each of you." After reprimanding Malfoy, Professor McGonagall turned her attention to Dudley. "Dudley, you too. Regardless of the circumstances, you must not cast such malevolent spells on your classmates. I employed genuine transformation magic, Professor. Of course, I used some dark curses as well. But they were blocked by his clothing. Dudley candidly confessed to his past misdeeds, causing Professor McGonagall's complexion to pale several shades. She could already sense the emergence of yet another troublemaker at Hogwarts. After uttering this statement, Dudley disregarded her further and took 2 steps closer to Malfoy. Crabbe and Goyle recoiled in fear, yet Malfoy maintained his last vestiges of defiance, gritting his teeth without retreating an inch. Despite being enveloped in mud and obscure by clothing, one could easily discern Malfoy by his physique alone. What more do you want? I never intended to expose you. You stepped forward of your own volition. Malfoy stammered, his voice trembling. Dudley, however, dismissed the frivolous topic of accusations and locked his gaze on Malfoy's eyes, calmly inquiring, "How do you feel about the journey thus far?" "What?" Malfoy was taken aback by Dudley's unexpected question and momentarily lost for words. "I ask you, throughout this journey, how does it feel to be isolated, despised, scorned, and insulted by your peers?" Dudley raised his voice, earnestly repeating his question. At this moment, Malfoy began to reflect on his experiences thus far. After a protracted silence, he responded in a voice laden with bitterness. "I feel enraged, ashamed, distressed, terrified, and tormented. Speak louder." Dudley barked coldly. Malfoy jumped in surprise, his body quaking, almost leaping from the ground. It took him a moment to regain his composure. "I feel enraged, ashamed, distressed, terrified. I am in torment." Malfoy summoned every ounce of strength to bellow these words, releasing the pent-up negative emotions he had suppressed throughout the ordeal. In that moment, clarity washed over him. He recalled his past ridiculous pride, the innocent souls he had belittled due to his familial status, and the immense oppression inflicted upon others in the name of pure-blood glory. In that moment, he was reborn, transformed as if from a chrysalis. "Very well. You exhibit great spirit." Dudley's tone returned to a placid demeanor as he continued to gaze at Malfoy, as if he could peer into the depths of his soul. Malfoy, breathless and oxygen-deprived from his earlier outburst, still refrained from removing the cloth that obscured his face. That he remained concerned about appearances, placing great value on personal and familial honor. Unlike before, he now possessed empathy, had learned to reflect, and understood the circumstances and emotions of others. "It seems you have undergone a transformation," Dudley remarked to Malfoy. "I do not expect you to completely abandon your beliefs formed over the past decade in a single day. I merely hope that in the future, before you insult others, you consider whether you hold the moral high ground." Malfoy attempted to voice a response, yet Dudley interrupted him. "You need not offer me any assurances. Your future actions will speak for themselves." Dudley averted his gaze from Malfoy and turned to face the more than 30 first-year students who stood frozen in astonishment, as well as Professor McGonagall, whose expression was a mix of shock and disbelief. He quickly recited an incantation. Mists arise. Dudley cast a variant of a weather charm, causing dense white fog to envelop the area where the first-year students stood. "This time, I shall grant you a reprieve and not push matters to the extreme. However, should there be a next time, you will have no second chances." With a tap of his wand, the white magic radiated like a gentle breeze over Malfoy and his companions. The muddy attire reverted to wizarding robes, their veils vanished, and the welts caused by the stinging jinx on Malfoy's face swiftly faded. In an instant, the trio returned to their original state. Malfoy, overjoyed, touched his face, finding no blemishes, and was about to express his gratitude when Dudley's voice interrupted. "Don't just stand there. Get into the fog." Concerned for his pride, Malfoy understood immediately. He quickly pulled Crabbe and Goyle into the mist created by Dudley. Within the fog, some timid first-year students had begun to scatter in panic, and Malfoy and his companions seamlessly blended into the throng. "Confound and obscure. Mist dissipate." Dudley recited 2 more incantations, and the first-year students, save for Hermione, Ron, Neville, and the Malfoy trio, experienced a momentary lapse of awareness. When they regained their senses, the fog had cleared, and their recollections of the specific individuals in the group became hazy. They could not discern that Malfoy and his companions had appeared out of nowhere. nor could they associate them with the previous muddy miscreant. Dudley Dursley. Professor McGonagall had not been concealed from Dudley S. Fogg. Having observed his spellcasting attentively, she intended to deliver a few admonitory words from the perspective of a mentor. However, Dudley denied her the opportunity, interrupting her with steady and assertive words. Professor McGonagall, is it? Professor Dumbledore mentioned you to me. I admire your kind and just character, yet I wish to remind you that often, reprimanding both parties in a conflict does not genuinely resolve the dispute. It may even exacerbate tensions, yielding counterproductive results. Dudley waved away the jinx that had afflicted both him and Harry, and, accompanied by Harry, strolled back to the first-year lineup with the same measured pace as he had when he initially stepped forward. Professor McGonagall remained momentarily stunned, held captive by Dudley's words for several seconds. Professor McGonagall, it is time to lead the first years to the Great Hall for the sorting ceremony. Hagrid, who had been quietly observing the entire spectacle, timely reminded the dazed Professor McGonagall. He then left silently to tend to his beloved creatures in his hut. Humbly retreating from the limelight, Professor McGonagall set aside her thoughts and resumed her stern demeanor, gathering the scattered first-year students to guide them into the grand entrance of Hogwarts Castle. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of the entrance hall. The Great Hall, which also served as the dining area, lay to the right, accessible through a pair of double doors at this moment. The first-year students could hear the cacophony of chatter emanating from within the Great Hall, where upperclassmen awaited the sorting of the newcomers and the commencement of the feast. Professor McGonagall did not usher the first years into the Great Hall immediately. Instead, she led them to a small room across from the hall to await their turn, providing a brief overview of the sorting process. This included two main points: the names of the 4 Hogwarts houses and the fact that students' behavior would influence their house's score, with the house amassing the highest points by the end of the academic year receiving the House Cup. After delivering this information, Professor McGonagall ventured alone into the Great Hall to report the new students' readiness to Professor Dumbledore. The so-called House Cup, in Dudley's eyes, was merely an exaggerated collective honor of little practical value. Furthermore, Dudley had no time to concern himself with the House Cup or the impending sorting ceremony. From the moment he crossed the threshold of Hogwarts Castle, his external system began to assert its presence in his mind. Congratulations, host! You have engaged in benevolent discourse at the castle entrance and within the bounds of Hogwarts, including the Hogwarts Express, earning the recognition of Hogwarts Collective Consciousness. Special unlocking of SSS class Hidden Regret event. The Wayward Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Details of the regrettable incident. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, founded a millennium ago by 4 distinguished wizards, was established with the noble intention of providing young wizards with the opportunity to learn magic that it was envisioned that, under appropriate guidance and education, the magical arts would be passed down through generations, thereby strengthening the community of wizards. However, from the very inception of the school, disagreements regarding student selection among the founders, coupled with the prevailing beliefs about blood purity across various eras, sowed the seeds of discord within the magical education at Hogwarts 1,000 years ago. Wizards hailing from Muggle families were regarded as symbols of miracles, possessing innate talent. Salazar Slytherin, who favored pure-blood students, became an outcast, leading to conflicts with his 3 closest friends, ultimately resulting in the creation of the Chamber of Secrets and his departure from the school. That a millennium later, pure-blood wizards held dominion over the magical realm, advocating the ideology of blood supremacy, which incited a new wave of bloodline conflict, poisoning successive generations of wizards. The various disputes arising from bloodline ideologies, moral dichotomies, ambition, and desire transformed Hogwarts into both a cradle for white wizards and a breeding ground for dark wizards over the course of a millennium. Deviating from its original educational mission, graduates of Hogwarts inevitably found themselves divided into factions of dark and light wizards, engaging in mutual strife and destructive infighting, which not only claimed countless lives, but also squandered invaluable educational resources. The progression of the magical world dwindled with each generation, as talent became increasingly scarce and the transmission of magical knowledge weakened. Graduates of recent times fell significantly short of their ancient counterparts. Lacking the spirit of innovation and exploration in magic, thereby necessitating a profound transformation. So, do you wish for me to utterly eradicate the disputes among wizards and establish an idyllic realm of harmony? As the system prompt echoed in his mind, Dolly could not restrain his inner musings and silently questioned. For in his view, wizards, no, humans, and indeed all sentient and conscious beings, could never completely eliminate conflicts. Certainly, if one were to resort to extreme measures, one could annihilate all other individuals, leaving only oneself. However, whether Dolly could achieve this was beside the point. Even if he could, he would not, for he was not so dogmatic. Furthermore, such an extreme solution clearly contradicted the intent of the regrettable incident requiring the development and flourishing of talent within the magical realm. Thus, what precisely do you wish for me to do? Dolly silently cried out within himself. Meanwhile, the system continued to convey its mechanical voice in a leisurely manner. Special note: the resolution of this regrettable incident is divided into two phases. Phase 1. Unity of the four houses. The host must cultivate a clear and widespread collective consciousness among the students of Hogwarts' four houses, moving beyond the malignant rivalry and competition between houses and individuals. Fostering a peaceful and constructive relationship instead. Based on this foundation, an excellent campus culture must be established, creating enduring positive principles that will naturally and subtly influence future generations of students and their families at Hogwarts, thereby enhancing the overall stability of the magical realm. Upon completion of this phase, a fixed reward will be granted, an opportunity for the conceptual enhancement of a spell, random type, once. Phase 2. Inheritance and innovation. The host must significantly bolster Hogwarts' capacity to nurture talent, striving to elevate the baseline strength and knowledge of its graduates. This entails deepening students' passion for magic, encouraging them to build upon the rich legacy of magical traditions while continuously innovating and creating new forms of magic, thus enhancing the overall prowess of wizards in the magical realm. Upon completion of this phase, a fixed reward will be granted, an opportunity for the conceptual enhancement of a spell, switching type, once. This special regrettable incident offers only fixed rewards, with no additional bonuses. Note: the random type conceptual enhancement opportunity refers to the host receiving the chance to randomly enhance one spell they have already mastered. Note: the switching type conceptual enhancement opportunity allows the host to switch one unenhanced spell for enhancement after a certain period. The spell that is switched out automatically loses its enhancement effect, that AS, for the duration of the switching interval. Whether the system randomly switches or the host specifies the switch, and whether the host can decide to switch based on their performance in completing the Phase 2 task, will depend on the quality of their completion. The better the completion of the phase task, the fewer restrictions on switching, allowing the host to determine the timing of reward collection. After hearing the system's explanation regarding the two-phase task for resolving this regrettable incident, Dolly was unsure whether he should feel elated. The difficulty of the task was indeed formidable, but the rewards were undeniably enticing. Moreover, he had come to Hogwarts to be a student, not to assume the roles of professor or headmaster. Resolving this SS-level regrettable incident was evidently a task meant for the headmaster. Was it not forcing Dolly to don a mantle of authority? Alas, what a vexing predicament! Just as Dolly's thoughts swirled, contemplating how to tackle these extraordinary tasks, he suddenly felt an intangible resonance with the mysterious castle in which he found himself. The ancient Hogwarts castle, with its millennia of legacy, began to grant him certain special privileges. He could freely enter any room within the castle, except for the headmaster's office and the Chamber of Secrets. He could rationally modify and control the house points hourglasses placed in the Great Hall. He could, to some extent, command the Sorting Hat, the Book of Admission, the Quill of Acceptance, and the Fat Friar. He could, when necessary, mobilize the defensive forces of Hogwarts, including the alchemical battle automatons within the castle and the allied creatures outside its walls. The possibilities were limitless. Hogwarts was rapidly becoming his domain. While Dolly maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, his heart was filled with exuberance, and his previously wavering thoughts quickly solidified. If others extend him a hand, he shall reciprocate in kind, and he was determined to resolve the pervasive regret at Hogwarts. First-year students, follow me into the Great Hall for sorting. At that moment, Professor McGonagall emerged from the Great Hall. beckoning the waiting first years to proceed inside. Without hesitation, Dolly gripped his wand and strode confidently at the forefront of the line. His cousin Harry, somewhat anxious, hurriedly followed, discreetly reaching out to squeeze Dolly's elbow. Whispering, "Cousin, I wish to take this opportunity during the sorting ceremony to clarify the misunderstandings that the magical world holds about us. Say no more. Just do as you see fit, that I will fully cooperate. And if it goes awry, I shan't mind." Dolly instantly promised his cousin, adding, "But do not delay the sorting. Wait until it concludes." "All right, cousin." Dudley's words undoubtedly served as a potent tonic for Harry, instantly alleviating his anxiety and filling him with a sense of vigor. He promptly followed his cousin, stepping through the grand double doors into the Hogwarts Great Hall. The floating candles, the ethereal ghosts, the resplendent starry ceiling, and the spacious, brightly lit expanse of the hall were nothing short of enchanting. Indeed, the Hogwarts Great Hall was a spectacle worthy of Merlin himself. 4 long tables, each representing one of the 4 houses, were occupied by 2nd to 7th year wizards, all gazing longingly at the first-year newcomers who were traversing the central aisle. Their empty plates in front of them, they remained silent, their eyes darting between Dudley and Harry as they searched for the 3 small figures they had encountered on the platform earlier. Alas, until the last of the first-year students had entered and the doors to the hall had closed, they were unable to locate the source of their curiosity among the throng of new students. Draco Malfoy noticed the unfriendly glances directed his way, and a flicker of gratitude for Dudley ignited within him. Had Dudley not been discreetly shielding him, even with Professor McGonagall's assistance in surreptitiously lifting the curse, it wouldn't have been long before the other first years figured out his predicament through process of elimination. The consequences would have been dire for both his own reputation and that of his family. Dudley, blissfully unaware of Malfoy's thoughts, led the new students alongside Professor McGonagall to the far end of the 4 house tables, where a long strip of empty space awaited. Beyond this space stood a modest platform, adorned with the 4 house hourglasses and the staff seating arranged horizontally. Among the staff, seated in a position of prominence, was a figure whom both Dudley and Harry had long regarded with disdain. Albus Dumbledore sat at the center of the staff table, his face beaming with a warm and benevolent expression. The moment Dudley cast his gaze upon the staff table, he immediately spotted him. Dumbledore, with a knowing smile, seemed to hint at some special surprise prepared for Dudley. However, Dudley did not delve deeper into this mystery. Instead, he shifted his focus to Dumbledore's left side, a gesture mirrored by Harry. Dumbledore's expression flickered with concern as he subtly gestured to Dudley, urging him to refrain from making a scene in such a significant setting. Understanding the gravity of the moment, Dudley had no intention of acting out just yet, though he and Harry made a mental note of their target's appearance. Severus Snape, clad in a flowing black robe that billowed like a bat's wings, exuded an air of pretentiousness. His greasy, short, black curls appeared as if they had never encountered shampoo, and his pallid face bore an expression so dark it seemed to drip with disdain, as if everyone owed him a debt. He was easily recognizable. Dudley required no introduction, effortlessly identifying his target among the Hogwarts staff. Harry, too, made the same identification, albeit through a process of elimination based on age and gender, aided by the fleeting eye contact exchange with Snape. This first adversary, inscribed in Harry's little black notebook, appeared particularly captivated by Harry's presence. Snape's gaze, typically calm and indifferent when directed at others, transformed into something complex and softer when meeting Harry's eyes. Those striking emerald orbs were almost identical to those of his mother, Lily Potter. It was as if Snape sought a reflection of his long-lost love in Harry. This realization sharpened Harry's gaze, filling it with a seething resentment. In that moment, Snape felt as though he had been stabbed, the pain coursing through him as he envisioned Lily, the woman he adored, glaring at him with unbridled hatred, rendering him nearly breathless. Fortunately, he noticed the many similarities between Harry's face and that of the loathsome James Potter, which offered him a modicum of comfort. A fleeting thought that perhaps James was bullying him once more, that he consoled himself with this notion, hoping to further observe Harry's emerald eyes, wondering if the inexplicable animosity within them would dissipate. However, a robust first-year student, exuding hostility, obstructed Snape's view of Harry, effectively blocking his line of sight. Ding! First encounter unlocked. Severus Snape's current period of regret. The vanished moonlight, S-Class. Details. Severus Snape's lifelong love. Lily Evans, indirectly perished due to a prophecy he revealed. This has become an unshakable anguish in Snape's life. Unattainable position as defense against the dark arts professor. A-Class. Details. Snape ardently desired the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Yet due to concerns for his own safety, Dumbledore consistently denied his requests until Harry's 6th year, when he finally secured the role. However, by that time, Voldemort had regained power, and Snape was preoccupied with his dual life as a spy and executing Dumbledore's sacrificial counterplan, rendering the coveted position insignificant. Misunderstandings of the trio, C-Class. Details. In the original story, during Harry's first year, he was unaware of the enmity between Snape and his parents, leading to various misunderstandings amongst the trio due to insufficient information. Congratulations to the host for successfully resolving the C-Class regret event. The trio's misunderstandings. Thanks to the host's foresight and continuous follow-up, Snape has become considerably transparent to Harry, significantly diminishing the likelihood of further misunderstandings from the new trio. This regret event has been perfectly resolved. A fixed reward has been issued. C-Class Fusion Opportunity 1 time. Additional reward. C-Class Fusion Opportunity 1 time. Current Magic Item Fusion Opportunities. C-Class 2 times. D-Class 1 time. E-Class 1 time. Dudley's attention was immediately drawn to Snape, and the system began relaying new regret event information. By sheer happenstance, Dudley had inadvertently resolved one of Snape's regrets. Yet the system's rewards did little to alter Dudley's perception of Snape. He recalled the animosity directed at Harry and the torment Snape had inflicted upon his mother in her youth, fueling his anger further. With a determined glare directed at Snape, Dudley blocked Snape's view of Harry. Quietly casting a calming charm upon himself to temper his fury, he shot Snape a disdainful look before offering Dumbledore a subtle nod of concession, shifting his focus elsewhere. Harry, just remember what he looks like. Don't reward him with your gaze, Dudley whispered softly to Harry, mentally preparing him for the task ahead. Yes, cousin, Harry replied, also whispering back, calming himself as he turned his thoughts toward his impending speech. Not far off, Professor McGonagall had retrieved a four-legged stool and a wrinkled, grimy sorting hat, ready to commence the sorting ceremony. The sorting hat, an S-Class magical item, had a rounded brim and a pointed tip, appearing ancient and worn. Patched with unknown leather. Once placed upon the stool by Professor McGonagall, the hat's creases formed the semblance of eyes and a mouth, and it began to sway and sing. The lyrics conveyed its age and wisdom. It was clever and perceptive, capable of reading minds and sorting students into their respective houses. It then sang of the unique qualities of each of the four houses. Gryffindor, brave and bold. Hufflepuff, loyal and kind. Ravenclaw, clever and quick-witted. Slytherin, ambitious and cunning. As the song drew to a close, the sorting hat bowed to each of the house tables, eliciting thunderous applause from the Great Hall. Among the first-year students, Ron breathed a sigh of relief. His family had kept the sorting process a secret from him, and he had anticipated it to be a perilous endeavor, only to discover it was merely a matter of donning a hat. At that moment, Professor McGonagall raised her hand to silence the applause, her expression grave as she turned her gaze toward the new students. Producing a parchment scroll inscribed with their names, she announced that when she called a name, that student should step forward, sit upon the stool, don the hat, and be sorted. Thus commenced the Hogwarts sorting ceremony for the year 1991, with Professor McGonagall calling out the first name without a hint of surprise. Hannah Abbott. The Queen of the Sorting Hat of Hogwarts ascended to her throne, adorned with a crown personally bestowed by Professor McGonagall. After a moment of contemplation, the sorting hat declared, Hufflepuff. In an instant, Hannah Abbott gracefully vacated her seat amidst the jubilant cheers of the upperclassmen, hastening towards the Hufflepuff long table. Following this, Professor McGonagall, adhering to the alphabetical order of the new students, summoned each one to ascend, be crowned, and take their place amidst the accolades before stepping down. It wasn't long before the name with the initial was called, that of Dudley Dursley, who did not comply as obediently as the others. Instead, fixing his gaze defiantly upon the sorting hat and invoking a special privilege recently granted to him by the collective consciousness of Hogwarts. Sorting Hat, I'll leave Harry Potter until last. You may sort the other students first. With this proclamation, an unusual silence enveloped the Great Hall. Such audacity had never before graced Hogwarts, leaving all present in a state of astonished disbelief. What a remarkable situation. In the midst of the stillness, the Sorting Hat, taken aback, stammered, "Very well. Since it is your request, I shall oblige." The Hat acquiesced, yet Professor McGonagall was far from pleased. The stern vice principal was discontented with Dudley's repeated breaches of decorum, though she had to concede that Dudley's earlier word to the castle gates held a modicum of truth. "Dudley Dursley, please adhere to the rules. Hogwarts is not your home. You cannot dictate how things are done." Professor McGonagall admonished sternly. Dudley, however, merely smiled in response. "Professor McGonagall, you did not address us new students in such a manner when we were in the small room across the Great Hall." Professor McGonagall's expression faltered as she recalled her prior welcome to the new students. "Hogwarts is your home. There's no need to be anxious. Relax and await the sorting." Now, however, Dudley had deftly turned her own words against her. Professor McGonagall found herself in a predicament. Perched at a high vantage point, Dumbledore discerned the awkward atmosphere and the vice principal's discomfort and promptly intervened to defuse the tension. "Minerva, let us proceed, as the Sorting Hat suggests. We ought to respect the treasures left by the four founders of Hogwarts." Dumbledore's words were artfully crafted. He did not overtly side with Dudley, but instead invoked the authority of the Sorting Hat, providing Professor McGonagall an escape. "Professor Dumbledore, how very gracious of you." Professor McGonagall was taken aback by Dumbledore's stance, discerning the underlying implication of his words that sided with Dudley. In that moment, she even entertained the absurd notion that Dudley had cast a spell over Dumbledore. Yet this thought was swiftly dismissed as implausible. One could only wonder what peculiar charm Dudley Dursley, this unconventional child, possessed to sway her esteemed colleague, the greatest wizard in the magical realm, to his will. With a resigned sigh, Professor McGonagall acquiesced to Dumbledore's suggestion, resumed her duties with the list of new students, skipped over Dudley's name, and continued the sorting. Justin Finch Fletchley, a small boy, approached the stool amidst the lingering awkwardness, and the Sorting Hat placed him in Hufflepuff. The customary applause and cheers were sparse, as many remained bewildered by how the earlier incident had been so easily brushed aside, especially those young wizards who had encountered Dudley's magical whirlwind at Platform 9, who had hoped Professor McGonagall would avenge their grievances. Yet reality did not unfold as they had envisioned. Professor McGonagall maintained her composure and called the next name. Hermione Granger, Gryffindor, subsequently, as in the original tale. The Sorting Hat hesitated for a considerable time before ultimately placing Neville in Gryffindor. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy, with an air of tranquility, did not find himself sorted into Slytherin until he was practically on the brink of the hat, which hesitated momentarily before reluctantly assigning him to Slytherin under his incessant murmurs. The outcome remained unchanged, but the process diverged after several more names were read, when it was finally Harry Potter's turn. Professor McGonagall cast a disapproving glance at Dudley, as if to reproach him for leading his cousin astray. Yet, she skipped over Harry's name and moved on to the next, following the original list. Only 3 names remained after Harry, with Ron positioned second to last. Ron made the Sorting Hat's task effortless and was smoothly placed in Gryffindor. The final student on the original list was sorted into Slytherin, at which point the grand doors of the Great Hall were quietly opened. Dudley, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye, noticed that it was Hagrid who had opened the door. Hagrid had just fed his 2 large pets some raw meat and was now ready to join the feast. He had timed his entrance perfectly. The Great Hall had yet to begin serving food, and the sorting of Dudley and Harry had not yet occurred. He ambled towards the faculty table, careful to keep quiet so as not to disturb anyone. "Dudley Dursley and Harry Potter, you are the last 2. Who will go first?" Professor McGonagall lowered her arm holding the list of new students and inquired with an air of impatience. "Harry, you go first," Dudley declared. Without hesitation, Harry nodded at Dudley and stepped forward, allowing Professor McGonagall to place the Sorting Hat upon his head that moment. Hagrid took his seat at the faculty table, his eyes alight with joy as he watched Harry's sorting. Having feared he would miss the sorting ceremony of his 2 friends, Gryffindor, The Sorting Hat deliberated for a moment, engaging in a hushed conversation with Harry before ultimately proclaiming the name of the Lion House. Upon hearing Harry was placed in Gryffindor, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Hagrid, Dumbledore, and even Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, could not help but smile with delight. At the Gryffindor table, the Weasley twins, Fred and George, erupted in jubilant cheers, rallying the Gryffindor students to join in the celebration. However, the response was less than a third of the table. Harry removed the Sorting Hat and placed it back on the stool, quietly returning to his original seat beside his cousin, rather than proceeding to the Gryffindor table as was customary. Dudley gently patted his cousin's shoulder in a gesture of consolation and temporarily entrusted Harry with his smelting stick. Subsequently, amidst the Sorting Hat's animated exclamations, he approached it empty-handed. The students from the four houses watched Dudley's movements with bated breath, as many among them were reluctant to share a house with a violent wizard they could not contend with. The sensationalized tales of the violent incident at Platform 9 and Dudley's recent audacious demand to alter the sorting order had fostered a profound misunderstanding of him among the Hogwarts students. To them, the unexpected emergence of Dudley, unknown and fearsome, seemed far more intimidating than Harry, who had fallen from grace. This fear and aversion stemmed from rumors and the unknown. Oh, come forth, Dudley Dursley, Hogwarts' uniquely acknowledged presence. Let me see into which house you shall be sorted. The Sorting Hat twisted and danced upon the stool, expressing its excitement in a tone akin to an aria, articulating its exhilaration. It was a remarkable creation, infused with the thoughts of the four founders of Hogwarts, existing solely for the purpose of the institution. Now, the collective consciousness born within the Hogwarts castle had unprecedentedly recognized a non-prefect young wizard and granted him numerous privileges. Such an occurrence had never transpired in a millennium. How could it not evoke such excitement? Alas, the Sorting Hat remained oblivious to the fact that this individual, who stirred its enthusiasm, was a character who did not conform to conventional norms. As Dudley strolled along, he raised his hand to cast a spell, deliberately unleashing a surge of formidable magical energy to give the Sorting Hat a thorough cleansing. Oh dear! Not like this. It tickles. The Sorting Hat found itself enveloped in Dudley's magic, tingling and bouncing up and down, experiencing a sensation that was both irritating and delightful. The long-standing grime rooted in the leather and patches was reluctantly extracted and cleansed by the potent magic. Once the magic dissipated, the Sorting Hat emerged revitalized and sparkling. However, it seemed somewhat drained, the tip of the hat drooping lazily. "What are you doing?" The Sorting Hat murmured in exasperation that it's been far too long. "It needed a wash. Both you and Hogwarts," Dudley replied with calm assurance. Amidst the astonished gazes of Professor McGonagall and the assembled faculty, he then directly reached out to grasp the Sorting Hat. Revitalized, the Sorting Hat shook off the unexpected bath, still eager to fulfill its purpose of sorting Dudley. After all, he was recognized by the collective consciousness of Hogwarts, which warranted special consideration. Hold your horses on the result. Let us conduct a test first, and then we can discuss. Dudley nonchalantly issued his demands to the Sorting Hat, fully aware of the professors watching closely. This is not a problem. I've always respected the personal wishes of young wizards. Without waiting for Dudley to take action, the Sorting Hat bent its brim, gathering energy in Dudley's palm, and then with a graceful leap, it soared high into the air. Under the gaze of the entire Great Hall, it landed squarely upon Dudley's head. Oh my! You must say, after a wash, I feel much lighter. I could never jump this high before. The Sorting Hat expressed its newfound agility before immersing itself in the exploration of Dudley's unique traits. As expected, truly remarkable and difficult to classify. You possess the courage to defy all boundaries, unwavering loyalty to family and friends, wisdom and strategy that far exceed the norm, and what a powerful ambition you have. You embody the qualities of all four houses, but I must recommend Slytherin. That should be the most suitable for you. The Sorting Hat muttered in astonishment, its conclusion aligning closely with Dudley's expectations. Unlike the wizard's legitimacy, the Sorting Hat could not only read minds, but also delve deeper into the underlying character traits. Your suggestion is flawed, Dudley countered, grumbling, since I embody the traits of all four houses. Why should I choose? I want them all. What did you say? The Sorting Hat was bewildered, profoundly shaken. Isn't it clear what I mean? I want to belong to all four houses, so just sort me into Hogwarts. Dolly clarified. That doesn't adhere to the rules. Moreover, being sorted into Hogwarts would mean not being sorted at all. I am the Sorting Hat. How could I not sort? The Sorting Hat was displeased, unable to grasp Dolly's logic. Read my thoughts again. Dolly knew he would encounter resistance. Yet he refused to relent. He urged the Sorting Hat to continue reading his mind while explaining, originally, I did not care which house I was sorted into. Going to Slytherin was not out of the question. However, upon entering Hogwarts, my perspective had to shift. Sorting Hat, aren't you curious why Hogwarts chose me, granting me such immense authority? It is because Hogwarts requires an educational revolution, and I am the instigator of that change. Hence, I cannot merely join one house. That would deprive me of the guidance necessary to alter the stance of the other three houses, which would pose significant obstacles to my future endeavors. The Sorting Hat paused, captivated by the beautiful vision within Dolly's mind T had always known, despite categorizing wizards into four houses, that ultimately, students from all four houses would evolve into two opposing factions, engaging in alumni battles. Sometimes, it pondered whether sorting was absolutely necessary, if it merely sowed the seeds of conflict among wizards during their formative years, thereby harming them and the entire magical community. Yet, the Sorting Hat was created for sorting. It was a tradition of Hogwarts, and it lacked the courage to overturn such customs, fearing for its own existence. Now, Hogwarts had recognized a potential catalyst for change. Through its mind-reading abilities, the Sorting Hat grasped the rough outline of Dolly's proposed scheme, a process that was rather crude but bore a promising outcome. Moreover, this plan would not lead to its unemployment. So why not afford Dolly a chance, and itself, and Hogwarts an opportunity? Hogwarts! Realizing this, the Sorting Hat proclaimed in its loudest voice, delivering the most extraordinary sorting result ever recorded. After its declaration, it added, amidst the astonished expressions of the entire school, I hereby announce, Dudley Dursley shall simultaneously join Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. His sorting result is Hogwarts. You shall take pride in this decision. Dolly smiled as he removed the Sorting Hat from his head. From the outset, he harbored confidence in persuading the Sorting Hat, a belief rooted not only in the authority granted by the collective consciousness of Hogwarts, but also in the knowledge that the Sorting Hat had previously reflected on the issues surrounding sorting. In the original tale, during the year Voldemort restored his corporeal form and reclaimed power, the Sorting Hat had shown little enthusiasm during the sorting ceremony. The song it sang prior to sorting was different from the usual. Referencing the split between Salazar Slytherin and his three companions a millennium ago, questioning whether it had erred in the act of sorting that it could be said that the Sorting Hat truly embodied the ideals of Hogwarts' four founders. Possessing a strategic insight far superior to that of most wizards, the Sorting Hat had completed its duties for the year, yet the Great Hall erupted into a cacophony. Professors whispered among themselves, while students buzzed with chatter. Among the four houses, those young wizards who believed the rumors felt utterly disheartened. Well, great. The Plaguebringer shouldn't think of pushing this outside. Misery loves company. Unbeknownst to them, the Plaguebringer's cousin was preparing to join forces with him for another lesson. Dolly rose, placing the Sorting Hat back on its four-legged stool amid the uproar, glancing over at his cousin Harry, who was also astonished by Dolly's sorting outcome. He hadn't anticipated this twist, but it was a relief. At least his cousin could now be considered a member of Gryffindor. He quickly set aside his thoughts and hurried to Dolly's side, positioning himself at the stool's location. This spot was centrally located in front of the faculty seating, a sort of prime position. Professor McGonagall was currently shaking the Sorting Hat gently, inquiring whether Dolly had somehow ruined it, as it seemed to be speaking nonsense. T.O.B. sorted into Hogwarts was such a preposterous notion. If that were the case, what would be left of the sorting process? And the Sorting Hat might as well resign. The Sorting Hat, feeling dizzy from McGonagall's inquiries, had no choice but to emphasize that Dolly was a recognized exception by the collective consciousness of Hogwarts, assuring her that such a situation would not occur again. This explanation barely satisfied Professor McGonagall. Silence at that moment. Dumbledore, sitting in the golden chair at the center of the faculty, rose and silently cast a sonorous charm on his throat. amplifying his voice to quell the commotion throughout the great hall that a sudden hush fell over the room. Dumbledore then addressed the assembly. Please refrain from unfounded speculation. Hogwarts has conveyed its intention to me. This ancient castle, which has stood for millennia, has recognized Dudley Dursley, and the Sorting Hat's result for him is valid and authentic. Dudley Dursley belongs to all 4 houses and may reside in any of the male dormitories and dine at any of the house tables. Dumbledore quelled the murmurs of doubt with his formidable reputation. Just as he was about to unveil the surprise he had prepared for Dudley and Harry, he noticed Dudley signaling to him from a distance. Without hesitation, he cast a legilimency spell. This was one of the agreements made between Dudley and Dumbledore over the past month, allowing Dumbledore to discreetly glean Dudley's thoughts when it was inconvenient to converse openly in the presence of others, thereby facilitating swift responses. By interpreting Dudley's carefully crafted surface thoughts, Dumbledore immediately comprehended the desires of both Dudley and Harry. He paused momentarily before shifting his narrative. Recently, the resurgence of Voldemort has incited a wave of panic within the magical community. Upon hearing Dumbledore publicly mention the Dark Lord, the students of Hogwarts turned pale, their hearts racing with trepidation. Yet this unease was short-lived in Dumbledore's presence. The reason was simple. Dumbledore's vigorous actions over the past month had indeed instilled formidable courage and resolve within the magical realm. Moreover, this anxiety had begun to develop in an erroneous direction. Dumbledore continued, stating that certain absurd rumors had begun to circulate within the magical community regarding Harry Potter. Now that Harry Potter and his cousin Dudley Dursley have arrived at Hogwarts, I believe it is imperative that we hear their perspectives, allowing us to discern the veracity of these rumors for ourselves. The students of Hogwarts must cultivate their own discernment, rather than blindly propagate hearsay. Dumbledore's words elicited a shift in the expressions of the students below. Those who had steadfastly believed in Harry's innocence beamed with joy, while the fickle-minded reflected deeply, and those who had embellished and slandered Harry and Dudley wore masks of embarrassment and panic. The words of the greatest wizard of the 20th century carried undeniable weight. Harry, the floor is yours. Seizing the moment, Dudley retrieved the smelting stick from Harry and pointed at the 4-legged stool used for sorting. Instantly, the stool underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing into a small stone platform with 3 steps. Harry glanced at his cousin, gathered his courage, and decisively ascended the stone platform, facing approximately 300 students from the 4 houses, and began to speak. I, Harry Potter, am not the savior. I was not then, I am not now, and I shall not be in the future. Harry's opening declaration resonated with clarity and conviction to his words. The entire hall was taken aback, their attention riveted upon him. The title of savior was imposed upon me by you, by your parents and elders. Harry continued, around 10 years ago, Voldemort invaded my home and murdered my parents when I was merely an infant. Lying in my cradle, that time, I was oblivious to the existence of Voldemort and utterly incapable of wielding any powerful magic. It was solely through my mother's selfless sacrifice, her protective charm cast upon me just before her death, that I survived the murderous curse unleashed by Voldemort. Therefore, it was not I who vanquished Voldemort. It was my mother's sacrifice that triumphed over him, and it was Voldemort himself who defeated himself. He destroyed his own body, leaving only his soul to drift away. Since then, unbeknownst to me, the magical community has spontaneously hailed me as the savior, celebrating with joy and fervor, without ever considering my own feelings. Recently, however, as Voldemort's soul has once again attached itself to other wizards, you, your parents and elders, have branded me a fraud, a charlatan, without my knowledge, believing that I shamelessly occupy the title of savior without having defeated Voldemort. Do you think this is fair to me? Harry's well-reasoned and coherent speech deeply moved the majority of the students gathered below. The professors seated at the back, their eyes brimming with tears, gazed at Harry's figure with profound compassion. Even the perpetually stoic Snape could not maintain his facade. He forced himself to avert his gaze from Harry, only to inadvertently meet Dudley's scrutinizing eyes. Dudley, utilizing his profound understanding of micro-expressions, easily discerned the pain and guilt reflected in Snape's gaze, a depth that was both profound and unforgettable. Humph! Dudley silently scoffed. What of your guilt? Guilt cannot absolve your culpability. Just wait, you'll get what's coming to you, you foul bat-nosed wretch. At the Gryffindor table, the Weasley twins, Fred and George with reddened eyes, rallied their brother Percy Weasley and familiar Gryffindor classmates, vocally supporting Harry on stage. This time, a much larger number joined in the chorus. Over 90% of the Hufflepuff students, over 85% of the Gryffindor students, 60% of the Ravenclaw students, and 30% of the Slytherin students quickly chimed in. The entire Great Hall erupted with shouts of unfair, unfair, spurred on by the majority. The remaining students were swept up in the fervor, joining the chant, albeit reluctantly among some Slytherins. Witnessing this magnificent spectacle, Harry could not help but shed tears of gratitude, as the pent-up frustration within him was wholly released. After the emotional surge, Harry extended his hands, gesturing for calm, and without a wand, cast a calming charm. Everyone, please settle down. I still have more to say. Harry's magical abilities were not yet formidable, and his wandless calming charm could not encompass a large area, affecting only a few students. Observing this, Dudley immediately lent his support, raising his hand to cast the calming charm as well, his potent magic intertwining with Harry's, significantly expanding the charm's influence. As the magic flowed, the agitated young wizards from all four houses felt their hearts settle, their emotions calming. However, the Great Hall was simply too vast. The four long tables, measuring nearly 100 meters, left the students seated in a scattered arrangement. Given Dudley's elite-level magical prowess, he could cover a considerable area, but still face some limitations. As the magic spread would slow down towards the back. Realizing this, Dumbledore, standing behind Harry and Dudley, unhesitatingly intervened. Calm your minds. Old Dumbledore did not use the Elder Wand, but like Dudley, pointed his right index finger forward. In an instant, an invisible wave of magic swept across the room. Everyone in the Great Hall, professors, staff, and students from all four houses alike, felt an immediate sense of tranquility, enabling them to confront the forthcoming events with a more rational mindset. On the stone platform, seeing the moment was ripe, Harry continued his speech. Although I am not, nor do I wish to be, any sort of savior, the fact remains that Voldemort killed my parents, making him my mortal enemy. This is an unalterable truth. My cousin and I are determined to eradicate Voldemort once and for all. This is not for the safety of the magical community, but purely to avenge my parents. We are resolute in this conviction. Harry passionately articulated his innermost thoughts to affirm his determination and to mount the most compelling rebuttal against the rumor of being a fraud. Harry withdrew his holly wand from his robe sleeve, pressing the tip against his temple, but he summoned his magic, slowly drawing forth a silvery thread of memory. "Cousin, help me," Harry said, glancing sideways at Dudley, who stood beside the platform. Dudley understood instantly, nodding in response, raising his right hand high, pointing towards the ceiling of the hall. Clear water, like a spring. With the incantation, a torrent of clear water surged forth from Dudley's fingertips, suspended in the air, gracefully flowing to coalesce into a massive water sphere. Memory revealed. Display the image. After conjuring the great water orb, Dudley cast 2 additional spells upon it, endowing the orb with a temporary alternative effect reminiscent of a meditation basin. Without hesitation, Harry flung the memory thread he had just extracted into the suspended water sphere above. In an instant, fragments of memories from Harry's birthday materialized through the orb. Within the Great Hall, the professors and students of Hogwarts beheld a vivid tableau. Within the dimly lit vaults of Gringotts, Dudley's magic surged violently, an overwhelming torrent of golden energy rapidly expanding, assailing Voldemort, who was parasitically tethered to Quirrell's nape. Voldemort's movements suddenly stiffened, his grotesque visage gradually suffused with gold, as the wand tip clutched in Quirrell's right hand began to emanate a sickly green glow. Meanwhile, Harry shouted for an enhancement of strength, his right fist striking Voldemort's monstrous face, while his left hand reached for Quirrell's wand. Subsequently, Dudley's disarming spell sent Quirrell's wand flying, and the body possessed by Voldemort began to disintegrate into ash under Harry's touch. The spectators within the Great Hall gazed in awe and shock at the memories unfolding within the water orb. For the majority of the young witches and wizards, it was their first encounter with the terrifying visage of Voldemort. and their first glimpse into such a perilous battlefield scene. Despite Harry's denials, most of the young wizards now steadfastly acknowledge his identity as the savior. Did they not witness Harry reduce Voldemort to mere ash with a single punch? If that were not the mark of a savior, who could possibly claim the title? Had it not been for the concluding memory of Voldemort's soul detonating Quirrell's half-ruined head and fleeing with a garlicky scarf, they might have thought that Dumbledore's earlier revelations were mere fabrications. At the Slytherin table, some students appeared troubled, their worldview shattered. Raised by pure-blood Death Eater parents, they had been indoctrinated to believe in Voldemort's invincibility. Convinced that the notion of a savior was a ruse, a mere illusion, they had assumed that Voldemort's decade-long absence was merely the prelude to a grand scheme to upheave the world. Now, confronted with the stark reality, they realized that the rumors of the savior had a kernel of truth that could not be denied. The professors of Hogwarts were equally astonished, marveling at the veracity of the savior's reputation. At merely 11 years of age, he had mastered magic they had never encountered, vanquishing the wizard possessed by Voldemort. Dudley's remarkable prowess was even more astonishing. Phileas Flitwick, the charming charms professor and head of Ravenclaw, believed that the 11-year-old Dudley Dursley was no less formidable than himself. He felt he had little to teach such an exceptional student. Dudley remained blissfully unaware of Professor Flitwick's thoughts, and even if he did, he would not take them to heart. He recognized that his potential for growth was vast, allowing him to exude confidence without veering into arrogance. As Harry concluded his speech, he had successfully demonstrated his worth to the entire Hogwarts community. Adhering to his plan, with a flick of his wand, he retracted the memory thread back into his mind, while Dudley dismissed the floating water orb, allowing the crowd to gradually recover from their astonishment. Then a thunderous applause erupted, seemingly initiated by an unknown individual, reverberating through the hall to Harry's face, flushed with excitement, as he bowed to the audience below and descended the stone platform conjured by Dudley. With a gentle poke of his wand, Dudley transformed the platform back into its original form. Professor McGonagall, clutching the sorting hat and the list of new students, stood at the opposite side of the platform. Her desire to award Dudley additional house points evident as she observed his impressive transfiguration. Yet, she quickly reconsidered. Granting Dudley points would elevate all 4 houses, effectively rendering the gesture meaningless. Thus, she cast a complex glance at Dudley, who was sharing in the joy of success with his cousin, before attempting to depart. According to procedure, after the sorting ceremony, she needed to return the sorting hat to the headmaster's office before rejoining the Great Hall for dinner. Minerva, wait a moment. At that moment, Dumbledore rose once more, calling out to Professor McGonagall. Gesturing for the students to quiet down, he then proclaimed, "It appears that the truth of the matter is now clear to everyone. Harry Potter is innocent. Furthermore, I trust you have all understood the circumstances surrounding the incident at Platform 9 3/4 this morning. Dudley Dursley acted to protect his cousin from the harmful rumors, which led him to repel the wizards who were whispering slander against Harry Potter. The Ministry of Magic's Aurors have investigated this matter thoroughly and have informed me of their findings that I hope that those involved will take heed and enhance their discernment, lest they fall prey to deceitful rumors." Dumbledore's words evoked a range of expressions among the young witches and wizards who had been swept away by the whirlwind that morning. Some felt ashamed, some considered themselves blameless, while others believed Dumbledore was showing favoritism to Dudley. Regardless of their sentiments, they wisely refrained from contradicting Dumbledore. Before Voldemort's rise to infamy, Dumbledore's strength and greatness were already deeply ingrained in the hearts of many. This perception had only been reinforced in the past month. Thus, the young wizards, particularly the pureblood descendants of Slytherin's Death Eaters, found themselves unusually compliant in Dumbledore's presence. That Dudley's transgressions were swiftly absolved, and the young witches and wizards involved tacitly accepted this outcome. They had anticipated the commencement of dinner, only to find that Dumbledore had more to say. "That I sincerely apologize for delaying your meal, but I have a matter of utmost importance to announce." This announcement is significant not only for all of you, but for the entire magical community and indeed the global wizarding populace. It marks an epoch-defining event. Dumbledore's preamble piqued the curiosity of the faculty and students alike. Even if dinner were served at that moment, they would hardly have the appetite to eat. Professor McGonagall realized Dumbledore had called her back to ensure she did not miss this crucial news. What could be so important? Did it pertain to Dumbledore's secret meeting at the Wisingamot the previous day? Dudley and Harry, intrigued by Dumbledore's suspense, wondered what monumental event lay ahead. Dumbledore relished the anticipation in their eyes, particularly the flicker of confusion in Dudley's gaze, which filled him with delight. There are indeed matters beyond your comprehension. Dudley, this momentous announcement pertains to a spell, a miraculous spell. Dumbledore continued with a smile. The very spell whose effects you have just experienced. Just now. Experience the effects. The students of the four houses began to murmur among themselves, already speculating the outcome, yet they remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the professors of Hogwarts, especially the heads of the four houses, had caught on, their eyes widening as they turned to Dudley and Harry, eagerly awaiting Dumbledore's revelation. Indeed, it seems you have all deduced the essence of the matter. Dumbledore amplified his voice, unveiling the mystery. This miraculous spell is the calming charm, which Harry Potter, Dudley Dursley, and I just demonstrated to you all. The calming charm was collaboratively created by Harry Potter and Dudley Dursley. Its effect is to quell the tumultuous waves of excitement, anger, sorrow, and resentment in living beings, bringing the mind to a state of tranquility for a time. While this effect may seem unremarkable, it is, in fact, the bane of most dark magic. For in order to unleash the full potency of dark magic, one must cultivate strong negative emotions to accompany the magical energy and incantation. Take, for instance, the most infamous dark curses, the unforgivable curses. The Cruciatus curse requires intense hatred. The Imperius curse demands malicious intent to control others, and the killing curse necessitates a frenzied desire to kill. Without sufficient negative emotions, even the unforgivable curses lose their terrifying edge. The Cruciatus curse cannot inflict pain, the Imperius curse cannot dominate another's mind, and even the killing curse fails to claim a life. Thus, the calming charm undoubtedly stands as the nemesis of dark magic. Upon hearing Dumbledore's declaration, the auditorium erupted once more, with the majority of young wizards cheering exuberantly, casting adoring glances towards Harry and Dudley. In stark contrast, a faction of older students, particularly those from Slytherin with pure bloodlines who had delved into the dark arts through family tradition or other means, wore expressions akin to that of one who had lost a fortune, their faces marred by resentment and gloom. Dudley, meanwhile, felt neither particularly good nor bad. He remained remarkably composed. He had been aware from the outset that the calming charm could counter dark magic, for it was with the intent of suppressing lethal curses and similar dark arts that he had guided young Harry in developing the calming charm. Dumbledore's public acknowledgement of this matter was undoubtedly aimed at elevating the status of both Harry and Dudley, reminiscent of how, in the original narrative, he would annually highlight the significant achievements of Harry and his companions during the end-of-year feast to bolster Gryffindor's standing in the House Cup. Of course, Dumbledore likely also harbored the intention of disseminating the calming charm to combat dark magic and dark wizards. Dudley had no objections to this. The charm, true to its name, if widely propagated, would certainly mitigate the disturbances caused by dark magic within the magical community, contributing to a more stable environment. This would not only aid in the harmony of order, but also assist Dudley in resolving certain regrettable incidents. As for the possibility of the calming charm being learned by those with ulterior motives and wielded against Dudley's side, he was untroubled. He had already devised a counter-charm to the calming charm long before imparting it to Dumbledore, having temporarily shared this knowledge only with Harry, urging him to keep it confidential. Dumbledore, standing at the center of the faculty table, initially felt elated at the sight of the excited students and professors. However, when he noticed Dudley's remarkably serene demeanor, his own calm began to waver. Fortunately, he had yet to conclude his remarks, for there was more to come. Dumbledore gestured for silence once again and continued. The calming charm, in addition to its remarkable efficacy against dark magic, possesses another unique function. The older students should be aware that our world is home to special creatures such as werewolves and vampires, which can infect and assimilate wizards. Many wizards transformed into werewolves or vampires become uncontrollable, turning into ravenous beasts under the full moon, causing destruction and death they would never willingly inflict with the calming charm. These unfortunate wizards can continuously cast the charm upon themselves before their minds are fully overrun by their primal instincts, allowing them to find tranquility and maintain their sanity through the harrowing nights of the full moon. I have already had a familiar werewolf wizard successfully utilize the calming charm during a full moon frenzy, yielding remarkable results, thus providing empirical evidence. While this method is not a cure, it undoubtedly significantly reduces the prevalence of werewolves and vampires within the magical community. Therefore, to honor the monumental contributions of Harry Potter and Dudley Dursley in creating the calming charm, I, Albus Dumbledore, hereby, in the name of the Chief Wizard of the Wizengamot, formally extend our highest respect and present them with the first-class Merlin S. honorary medal. As Dumbledore solemnly announced the awarding of honorary medals to Dudley and Harry, all the professors and staff at the faculty table stood in acknowledgement. Following their lead, students from the four houses rose as well. At this moment, the collective gaze of the entire Hogwarts community turned towards Dudley and Harry. Harry, filled with exhilaration, could hardly conceal his excitement. While Dudley offered a faint, measured smile, he regarded the Merlin's medal as rather inconsequential. It held little practical value. After all, his former prisoner, Peter Pettigrew, had been posthumously awarded a similar honor after faking his death. The medal served no purpose beyond enhancing one's reputation during favorable times. This newfound fame might assist Dudley in navigating the impending waves of educational reform at Hogwarts with somewhat less resistance, which explained his willingness to feign appreciation with a slight smile. Dudley and Harry remained rooted in their original positions. Dumbledore, with a beaming smile, extended a frail hand, delicately cradling two resplendent gold medals adorned with green ribbons as he approached them. The Order of Merlin, established by the venerable wizard Merlin during the medieval era, was founded on the principle of fostering harmony between wizards and Muggles, maintaining order and prohibiting the use of magic upon Muggles. In contemporary times, the organization has become little more than a nominal title, with its responsibilities largely assumed by the Ministry of Magic and the Wizengamot. The first-class Merlinus honorary medal is awarded to those wizards who have displayed exceptional bravery and made outstanding contributions to the magical community, with the green ribbon symbolizing Slytherin House-S colors. According to legend, Merlin himself was once a Slytherin, and thus, the design of this Medal S ribbon draws inspiration from this lore, under the watchful eyes of the faculty and student body. Dumbledore descended from his gilded seat and approached Dudley and Harry. With a gentle push from his aged hand, the two shimmering gold medals floated effortlessly towards their chests, affixing themselves to the robes with an automatic clasp. The next moment, Dumbledore led the applause, and the Great Hall of Hogwarts resonated with thunderous cheers once more. After the applause subsided, Dumbledore refrained from instructing everyone to commence their meal, instead announcing a special appointment. Here, I wish to share another piece of news in light of Dudley Dursley's recognition by Hogwarts Castle and his exceptional magical prowess, along with his significant contributions to the magical community. I wish to appoint Dudley Dursley as a teaching assistant at Hogwarts to impart magical knowledge to the students. The teaching assistant will assist in the classrooms of other professors, may proactively request to hold classes in empty classrooms, and will possess the authority of a professor to award or deduct house points based on student performance. That I hope Mr. Dursley can help foster progress among the students of the four houses alongside his own studies. I wonder if Mr. Dursley is willing to accept this appointment. Before the entire student body and faculty, Dumbledore presented Dudley with a surprising, and perhaps daunting, proposal. Like before, Dumbledore had not broached this matter with Dudley in advance. Dudley gazed into Dumbledore's eyes, perceiving the encouragement and earnest expectation reflected within them, as a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind. This evening, Dumbledore had defended him, awarded him, and now publicly appointed him, and the motives behind these actions seemed far from innocent. Having collaborated amicably with Dumbledore for a month and provided him with a glimmer of hope for resurrecting loved ones, Dudley believed he ought to be treated with utmost reverence. Yet, unexpectedly, Dumbledore seemed willing to risk creating a rift, effectively binding him to the side of light, lest he become the next Dark Lord and plunge the magical world into despair to uphold the order of the magical community. Dumbledore was indeed willing to make any sacrifice by vocally promoting the merits of the calming charm and appointing Dudley as a teaching assistant to impart it. He appeared to be elevating Dudley's reputation. But in reality, it was a strategic maneuver to ensure Dudley stood firmly against dark wizards. "I accept the position of teaching assistant," Dudley declared decisively, casting a meaningful glance at Dumbledore. Regardless of whether he was overthinking or whether Dumbledore's intentions were deliberate or inadvertent, he had no intention of creating animosity or discord with the esteemed wizard. Change may come easily to a kingdom, but one's nature is steadfast. Dumbledore's machinations, while entirely predictable, aligned perfectly with Dudley's understanding of him. Ultimately, Dudley had never aspired to embody a foolish Dark Lord. Dumbledore's actions had undeniably aided him. He had long been troubled by his lack of identity and standing to implement educational reforms at Hogwarts. Even if Dumbledore were not to proactively offer the position of teaching assistant, he would undoubtedly seek it out in a few days. Upon hearing Dolly's immediate acceptance, without hesitation, Dumbledore's joy was palpable. His intention was merely to surprise both Dolly and Harry. He was well aware that, given Dolly's nature, he would inevitably stir up a multitude of events during his time at school, a fact that had already been validated today. If Dolly were merely a student, Dumbledore harbored concerns about his ability to manage the potential chaos Dolly might unleash, which would certainly complicate his role as headmaster. Thus, he opted to appoint Dolly as a teaching assistant, preemptively paving the way for a graceful exit if needed. Naturally, to assert that Dumbledore held no subconscious concerns akin to Dolly's analysis would be disingenuous. Over the years, he had embedded the belief of maintaining order within a magical realm deeply within his consciousness. Unbeknownst to him, his plans and actions would inevitably be influenced by this principle, rendering any alteration impossible that if Dolly had not prompted him. He would remain oblivious to this fact that Dolly's appointment as a teaching assistant was swiftly finalized amidst the indifferent astonishment of the faculty and students alike. Dumbledore cheerfully returned to his golden throne, exclaiming a series of nonsensical words, which served to announce the commencement of the feast. The sound of wands tapping against empty plates resonated eagerly throughout the great hall. As the hungry students and staff awaited their meal, in the kitchen below, the house elves received the signal and hurriedly transported steaming platters of traditional British cuisine to the empty plates on the tables above. Unbeknownst to them, the timing of the meal had been considerably delayed today. They were simply focused on continuously preparing fresh dishes to ensure that the wizards above would receive the finest fare at their beck and call. In an instant, the tables in the great hall were adorned with a delectable array of dishes. Roasted chicken legs, sweet corn, hot dogs, smoked meats, fried fish, pizza, and mushroom soup, all of which whetted the appetites of the faculty and students, who conversed and feasted in a lively atmosphere. Dolly and Harry made their way to the Gryffindor table, joining their friends Ron, Hermione, and Neville, alongside the supportive Weasley brothers Fred, George, and Percy, as they enjoyed their meal and shared laughter. The friends did not hold back their admiration for Dolly and Harry. However, Dolly's thoughts were not solely occupied with dining and idle chatter. He occasionally scanned the room, remaining vigilant for any anomalies. A lingering suspicion gnawed at him. The fragment of Voldemort's soul might very well be present within the great hall, lurking within the guise of some wizard. His gaze swept the area, landing on the sullen and indifferent figure of Argus Filch, the aged caretaker, standing silently by the entrance, observing others as they dined. He noted the system unlocking a minimal-to-level regret associated with Filch. His attention then shifted to a strikingly beautiful young, which seated among the staff, exuding charm and warmth, effortlessly engaging with the diverse array of professors surrounding her. Although she wore no headscarf, she was far from ordinary. It was evident that Severus Snape, with his trademark glum demeanor, held little regard for her. Dolly inquired of Percy and learned that this enchanting, which was none other than the newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor, Eccles Hunt. This was a character not present in the original narrative, casting a shadow of suspicion upon her, especially after observing the expressions and attitudes of the other professors and staff, the allure of the beautiful, which raised even more questions. Given that Voldemort's fragment was currently quite feeble, it was improbable that he would choose to inhabit a student for the sake of sustaining life force or magical energy, nor would he wish to limit his movements while searching for the Philosopher's Stone. Most professors at Hogwarts possessed considerable strength and were well acquainted with one another, making it difficult for him to conceal himself among them. Only the frequently changing defense against the dark arts professors, with their authority, magical prowess, and vitality, coupled with relative unfamiliarity with the other faculty, represented the most suitable candidates for his purposes. Contemplating this, Dudley subtly called out to his cousin, "Harry, take a look at that young female professor at the staff table and pay close attention to whether your scar tingles." "Sure, cousin." Harry promptly complied, turning to observe the staff area. After a prolonged gaze, he found that his scar did not ache, though his irritation towards Snape was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. The old bat seemed to believe Harry and Dudley were staring at him, as he had barely touched his meal, instead engaging in a silent staring contest with the two cousins. "Forget it, Harry!" Dudley halted Harry's actions, declaring that this tactic was futile. "Once the feast concludes, I'll find a reason for us to meet this lovely professor." "All right, cousin." After some time, everyone had eaten their fill. The remnants on the plates vanished, whisked away by the house elves in the kitchen. Dumbledore rose once more to impart his final words of wisdom to the students for the evening. In summary, he advised, "The Forbidden Forest is perilous and should be avoided. Per Filch's request, magic is forbidden in the corridors. Students wishing to become Quidditch players should approach Madam Hooch, the flying instructor, to register, as evaluations would commence in the second week of school." Upon concluding these announcements, Dumbledore, disregarding the discontented expressions of his fellow professors, playfully directed the assembly to sing the Hogwarts school song. He conjured a long, floating ribbon that twisted and turned in the air, forming a series of English lyrics to serve as a prompt. Instantly, a cacophony of discordant voices erupted, each student singing at their own rhythm, resulting in a chaotic chorus that bore no resemblance to the school anthem. Fred and George, the mischievous twins, took it a step further by belting out a mournful tune, leaving Dudley speechless after listening to the medley. Dudley concluded that the melody he and Harry sang, "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star," was the most delightful of all. Yes, the song came to an end. Dumbledore finally declared the feast to be over, instructing the prefects of each house to escort their fellow students back to their dormitories for the night. However, Dudley did not comply. Instead, he rose, beaming, and approached the professors who were also preparing to return to their respective offices. "Esteemed professors, I have taken on the role of teaching assistant, and I will be counting on your guidance in the future. Come, let us all get acquainted." Dudley was exceedingly enthusiastic, making his way to the staff table and quickly shaking hands with the diminutive Professor Flitwick. Flitwick was delighted, eager to converse with Dudley, but before he could utter a word, Dudley had already released his hand to greet the other professors. Harry, following closely behind to smooth over the situation, swiftly took Flitwick's hand, bashfully offering an explanation for Dudley's exuberance, stating that his cousin was simply overwhelmed with joy today. They continued this way, with Dudley and Harry working in tandem, acting with remarkable efficiency. Before Dumbledore and the rest of the staff could fully comprehend the situation, Dudley had successfully clasped the hand of the beautiful defense against the dark arts professor. To his relief, he felt no backlash from the diluted version of the love-protecting charm, indicating that she bore him no ill will. Should Voldemort be residing within her, he would likely be in a dormant state. As any other outcome would have triggered a response, Dudley's thoughts raced as he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, quickly releasing her hand to grasp the next professor's, while simultaneously keeping a portion of his mind attuned to Harry's interaction with the young professor. 2 seconds later, everything remained normal. Harry's authentic protective love charm was not activated, suggesting that his scar had not throbbed. Given their proximity, the lack of reaction led Dudley to wonder if he had misjudged the situation. Dudley was lost in thought when his gaze suddenly locked onto the distasteful visage of Snape. The false smile plastered across Snape's face faltered at that moment, and he immediately scowled, dismissing the old bat and extending his hand to the next professor. Snape, having proactively offered his hand, found it suspended awkwardly in midair. Following closely behind Dudley, Harry similarly disregarded Snape, not even sparing him a glance. Snape, in a huff, lowered his hand, his already sullen countenance growing even darker. Hogwarts offered 8 core subjects and 5 electives, totaling 13 courses, each taught by a distinct professor. However, the history of magic was taught by Professor Binns, a ghost who did not partake in meals in the Great Hall. thus leaving 12 professors present. Dudley and Harry quickly perfunctorily greeted them. To appear more reasonable, they also shook hands with Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, and Madame Pants, the librarian, exchanged friendly fist bumps with Hagrid, and nodded at Dumbledore before turning to leave. The entire process was exceedingly swift, with the students from the four houses still queuing to exit the Great Hall. Dudley and Harry hastened their pace, swiftly catching up to the Gryffindor group, led by Percy. This left a bewildered assembly of Hogwarts staff in disarray. The Gryffindor Common Room was located on the 8th floor, adjoining Gryffindor Tower. To reach it from the Great Hall on the first floor required climbing numerous flights of stairs, traversing several drapes and secret doors. Even more bizarrely, the staircases within Hogwarts were known for their whimsical nature, moving at will and disappearing without warning. Were it not for Percy, the prefect, and the older students leading the way, the first-year students would surely have lost their way to as they made their way. The new Gryffindor students curiously examined the portraits adorning the castle walls, exchanging nods with the animated figures within the paintings. Midway through their journey, a peculiar creature sprang forth, launching a surprise attack on the Gryffindor group in a mischievous prank. It was the poltergeist Peeves, a being that resembled a ghost but possessed a tangible form, capable of interacting with the physical world. Dressed in a colorful striped suit and a top hat, Peeves floated about, clutching a stash of ammunition. Upon spotting Peeves, several of the older Gryffindor students turned pale, clearly having been the target of his antics during their previous years. Percy, the prefect, was compelled to invoke the name of the Bloody Baron to intimidate Peeves, the only ghost he feared. However, Peeves was unfazed, laughing maniacally as he hurled his ammunition at the group that a deluge of water balloons and broken wooden wands rained down like a torrential storm. The Gryffindor students scrambled to evade the onslaught, but many were not quick enough, soon to become soggy and bruised. It was then that Dudley sprang into action. With a swift gesture of his wand, Dudley cast the levitation charm, suspending all the water balloons and broken wands in midair before gently lowering them to the ground. Peeves, cease your mischief, Dudley admonished the poltergeist, who hesitated momentarily, his hands still poised to throw. Upon recognizing Dudley as a newly empowered wizard bestowed with special privileges by Hogwarts, Peeves begrudgingly halted his antics, exclaiming, "Oh, how vexing! Consider yourselves fortunate." With that, he floated away, leaving Percy visibly grateful as he continued to lead the group onward. After a while, they finally arrived at their destination, a corridor marked by the portrait of the Fat Lady, the entrance to the Gryffindor Common Room. Percy spoke the password to the Fat Lady, who swung aside to reveal a circular passageway through which the Gryffindor students eagerly entered. Dudley and Harry lingered at the back. And once the others had settled in, Dudley glanced back towards the 8th floor, a plan forming in his mind. Approximately 7 or 8 minutes later, Dudley and Harry arrived at the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, locating the room that had been assigned to them not long ago. Their luggage, along with Hedwig's large birdcage, had already been delivered by the house elves. The room was quite spacious, featuring 5 large wooden beds adorned with red drapes. Accommodating 5 occupants, besides Dudley and Harry, their other 3 roommates included the fiery-haired Ron Weasley, the future swordmaster Neville Longbottom, and the explosive genius Seamus Finnegan. After a day spent on the train and expending much energy in the Great Hall, Ron, Neville, and Seamus quickly climbed into their beds, drawing the curtains and drifting into slumber. However, Dudley and Harry, who had also pretended to sleep, silently opened their eyes in unison. With renewed determination, they quietly slipped out of bed, donned their robes, and stealthily exited the dormitory without disturbing anyone. Once outside the dormitory door, Dudley immediately cast the disillusionment charm on both himself and Harry, their forms fading into the surroundings in an instant, rendering them nearly invisible. This charm was pivotal for wizards wishing to conceal themselves, akin to granting them the qualities of a chameleon, allowing them to blend seamlessly with their environment. The IT was indeed an essential spell for nocturnal escapades. With their forms concealed, Dudley led Harry away from the Gryffindor Common Room in search of a mysterious location also situated on the 8th floor of the castle. As they traversed the castle corridors with a destination in mind, Dudley suddenly sensed an invisible force guiding him towards the correct path. How considerate of Hogwarts' collective consciousness. A flicker of joy surged through Dudley, enhancing his operational efficiency. Before long, Dudley and Harry found themselves standing in the center of a relatively secluded corridor on the 8th floor. On one wall hung a tapestry depicting a giant, one that was in the midst of striking a grown man with a large bone club. However, upon closer inspection, the scene revealed that the so-called giant was actually a foolish man named Gifford Ollivander attempting to teach the giant to dance ballet. Dudley paid little attention to the tapestry, instructing Harry to stand aside while he paced back and forth against the opposite wall, contemplating. I require an interrogation room that is isolated from the outside, where no prisoner can escape, equipped with sturdy gallows and chains. After 3 laps, a massive stone door materialized on the previously bare wall. The room of requirement had answered Dudley's request, with a look of astonishment on Harry's face. Dudley stepped through the door, revealing a darkly styled interrogation room. In the center stood a tall, bloodied cross, flanked by numerous ancient black iron chains and shackles. Gazing at the grim furnishings, Harry swallowed nervously, feeling a twinge of panic, but promptly cast a calming charm upon himself, forcing his composure to remain steady. "Cousin, I'm ready," Harry declared with resolve. Dudley regarded Harry, a flicker of compassion crossing his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Rather than allow hatred to fester within, it was far better to release it freely. Approaching the cross, Dudley extended his finger and traced a large circle in the A-I in response. A ratty, beady-eyed adult wizard, missing a finger, tumbled out from within the circle. This was none other than Peter Pettigrew, the rare rat they had purchased from Ron for 20 galleons. Awakening in Dudley's portable prison that evening, he had finally realized something was amiss and transformed back to his human form, having shed his animagus disguise. However, the remnants of the rat poison lingering within him rendered him weak and immobile. "Who are you?" Peter Pettigrew mumbled, his eyelids drooping, lacking the strength to fully comprehend his predicament. "Pettigrew, did you think we were foolish enough to forget your transformation? You've forgotten why you became a rat?" Dudley retorted, his voice dripping with disdain. "You are Harry Potter." Under Dudley's friendly reminder, Peter Pettigrew recognized the piercing emerald eyes of Harry and the lightning-shaped scar adorning his forehead. Dudley ceased his chatter, sneering coldly as he unleashed a surge of magic towards the cross and chains, immediately binding the diminutive figure to the blood-stained crucifix with the animated shackles, at the very moment he was secured to the cross. Peter emitted a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, startling even Dudley. "What are you doing? We haven't even begun," Dudley exclaimed, raising his hand to strike Peter fiercely with his wand. The sharp crack of bones echoing as 3 of Peter's ribs shattered, his insides ruptured, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. The wretched cries of Peter transformed into muffled groans of agony, sweat pouring from his forehead in torrents. Something was amiss. This reaction was not as expected. Dudley passed the wand to his cousin and approached the cross to inspect the interrogation chamber. As his focus sharpened, the system's assessment results materialized before Dudley in a semi-transparent panel. Painful punishment cross, B-class, item description, a medieval execution instrument crafted by wizards. Any living being bound to this cross will endure excruciating torment. Subject to relentless suffering, the executioner may infuse magical energy to adjust the level of pain inflicted. Such a remarkable item. Dudley was astounded. The wish-granting room was truly impressive. Not only did it provide free accommodations, but it also gifted him with an antique treasure. Without hesitation, Dudley began to channel magic into the punishment cross, randomly adjusting the level of suffering. The cries of Peter Pettigrew erupted into a horrific symphony. Hiss groan. Just as Dudley was reveling in the cacophony of agony, Peter suddenly fell silent. "Cousin, he's fainted from the pain," Harry declared, checking Peter's breath. "What a useless wretch. Did you think I would spare you just because you fainted?" Dudley retorted, addressing the unconscious figure on the cross. "Heal swiftly. Revive immediately." With the potent healing and revival spells taking effect, Peter gradually regained consciousness. I could see that moment. Dudley had already ceased the painful effects of the cross. I was wrong. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Peter pleaded, his face a mask of terror, disregarding his injuries, toxins, and pain, using every ounce of his strength to beg for mercy. "To hell with you," Harry exclaimed, seizing the smelting stick Dudley had previously handed him, and began to mercilessly strike Peter's rodent-like face. As he struck, tears streamed down his cheeks, and he lamented, "It's all because of you. It's all because of you. Voldemort invaded my home and killed my parents. Do you still have the audacity to plead for mercy? Do you even recognize your wrongs? My cousin has long told me that scum like you, when caught by the victim, plead not out of remorse, but out of the knowledge that death is imminent. I will strike. I will strike. I will kill you. Kill you." Dudley stood to the side, observing his cousin unleash his pent-up fury with a mixture of admiration and pity. Yet his hands remained busy, continuously casting healing and revival spells to mend Peter's wounds and prolong his life. Such a traitor deserved nothing less than a swift demise, which would be far too lenient. After enduring over 50 cycles of being beaten into a grotesque state and then healed back, Harry finally paused, panting heavily that Peter's once rodent-like teeth were now completely shattered, his cheeks swollen and festering. The blood and flesh so mangled that even powerful healing spells could not restore them. Dudley's smelting stick had also been broken by Harry, lying in 2 pieces on the ground. "Don't kill me. I understand my mistakes. The Dark Lord is terrifying. I never wanted this," Peter whimpered, his survival instinct ablaze. Even in such a pitiful state, he continued to plead with his gnarled mouth, devoid of teeth. Dudley couldn't help but admire his tenacity. "A coward like you could be sorted into Gryffindor. It seems the sorting hat has its moments of incompetence." Dudley felt no trace of compassion for Peter. He pointed at the severed smelting stick on the ground. "Restore it to its original state." Instantly, the broken wand reassembled itself and flew back into Dudley's grasp. "Harry, take a moment to rest. We have ample time ahead of us. That Mr. Pettigrew is still begging for mercy, not for death, indicating our work is not yet complete," Dudley remarked with a sinister smile, gently shaking the wand in his right hand, transforming the smelting stick into a metallic mace. Peter's eyes widened in fear, almost distorting as he beheld the glinting spikes of the mace. Unleashing a desperate shriek, "No, no, don't come any closer." An hour later, the punishment cross was thoroughly stained crimson, a large pool of blood spreading across the floor. Peter Pettigrew was left with no semblance of flesh intact, his breath barely a whisper. Dudley summoned his magical energy, reaching his utmost potential, and unleashed 10 powerful healing spells upon Peter, once again pulling the wretched creature back from the brink of death. Throughout Dudley's execution, Harry felt a significant release of the hatred and frustration that had been pent up within him, experiencing a sense of catharsis. Dudley then offered a timely reminder. "Harry, revenge is one thing. But remember not to let this torment consume your spirit and erode your mind. Cultivate an unwavering will that is not easily disturbed. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Harry cast a few calming spells upon himself, restoring his composure, and nodded earnestly at Dudley. "I understand, cousin." "Very well." Dudley shifted his gaze back to the now somewhat stabilized Peter Pettigrew. "The warm-up is complete. Now let us practice some spells using this little gray mouse." He extended his finger, tracing specific patterns in the air, methodically applying the incantation techniques he had learned from Dumbledore during the holidays to delve into Peter Pettigrew's mind and memories.